to perfection, and your burst speed will be faster than a Xiantian master flying through the air. Xie Yan couldn't hide his happiness. It's awesome, but this technique is too extreme. One burst will consume 90% of your true Q and also damages your body. Normal martial artists don't cultivate like this, so I didn't put it in the scripture pavilion, afraid of harming people. You have the nirvana finger, not afraid of the risk of consumption, can burst multiple times. A Xiantian master with a slightly inferior movement technique won't be able to catch up to you. After hearing this, Xie Yan was even more excited. If I can't win, I'll run. I like it. He said he'd practice this technique diligently, and asked if there were any more techniques. Can't bring myself to hate that face. Seeing him like a hoarding squirrel, Yu Hongyan reminded him, "Greedy, you'll break if you eat too much." She warned, "You and I are conceited about our unparalleled talent, and aren't afraid of anything. But martial arts really aren't something that gets better the more you cultivate. Many techniques will clash with each other during cultivation, causing qui deviation and damaging the meridians in your body. You can rely on the nirvana finger to save yourself, but if the concepts of the techniques clash and lead to realm backlash, the nirvana finger can't save you either. Are you willing to stop at the Huadation realm for the rest of your life?" Seeing Yu Hongyan so serious, Xie Yan had no choice but to agree to practice one at a time, not being greedy. "The system's help is a secret. I can't reveal that I can cultivate and fuse techniques." Xie Yan went to a forest and suddenly remembered something, and he shouted, "Looks like I've been set up by sect leader Shiji. When did I say I only needed basic cultivation techniques? I need external training techniques, normal fist and kick techniques too." Qingxier, being the worrywart she is, was already urging me to go back and demand them from sect leader Shiji. Xie Yan said, dejectedly, "I'll think about it after I'm done practicing the Hongdun Sutra." Qingxier asked, puzzled, "Why does master want so many cultivation methods?" "You're already so powerful," Xie Yan replied. "Because your master is blessed with extraordinary talent, mastering the furnace of myriad sutras technique. The more martial arts I grasp, the more powerful I become." He added, "I can even fuse all martial arts into one, so naturally, the more techniques, the better." As night fell, white wings flitted through the air, becoming even more striking. Here it is. "The master took me sightseeing everywhere during the day, and mentioned that all the martial arts manuals of the Demon Sentiment sect are kept here." With that, Qingger transformed into her human form. She came here wanting to share Xie Yan's burdens and solve his problems. Reaching the entrance, Qingger tried to pass through, but she felt something strange. It felt like there was resistance blocking her, and she struggled to get half of her body through, but perhaps she used a little too much force. Qingger lunged forward from the momentum, inevitably feeling a bit dizzy. After regaining her senses, she took out paper and ink, determinedly saying, "Qingger has come with a mission, and must help master, but there are too many manuals. One ghost can't possibly manage it. Then I'll just find some reinforcements." Qingger used the 100 Ghosts Night Parade technique. As she finished speaking, hundreds of ghosts appeared around her, cheering happily, "Everyone, let's go, transcribe these books together." Before Qingdaker could even do anything, all the ghosts she summoned had disappeared. The scripture transmission elder landed beside Qingjader. "Little ghost girl, you've got some nerve, daring to come here to steal." Qingger transformed into a bird, wanting to escape, but he quickly grabbed her. "Little ghost girl, you must remember, important places of great sects like the Demon Sentiment sect have protective formations. If I hadn't closed the formation in time, your head would have been obliterated when it squeezed through just now." With that, he locked Qingdier in a cage, adding a few words. "I need to have a word with that Jin kid. For a ghost to develop intelligence like this is truly a rare sight, yet he's raised her to be this inept." The scripture transmission elder happily left, reciting poetry as he went. Qingger cried in the cage, "So mean. That ugly old man is just infuriating." On the other side, Xie Yan was sitting and practicing his cultivation technique. Suddenly sensing something, he launched an attack. Unexpectedly, the scripture transmission elder was right in front of him. Terrified, Xie Yan instinctively unleashed a palm strike, sending the cage holding Qingger flying. The legacy elder shouted in anger, "You little Xie, how dare you hit me?" Xie Yan cried, unable to shed a tear. An instinctive reaction is an instinctive reaction. Qingger, after a dizzying spin, lay flat on the ground. Xie Yan explained. Suddenly opening my eyes and seeing an old face next to my bed, staring grimly, "Who knows if you're trying to ambush me or launch a night raid? Anyone would instinctively strike out, right?" Even so, the scripture transmission elder praised him. Your flowery sword finger has improved quite a bit, kid. You've already entered the 100 Flowers, Demise realm in such a short time. Chingar then waddled over to Xie Yan. Wah, save me, milord, the legacy elder accused. This little girl demon snuck into the scripture depository and was up to no good. Did you know about this, you little Xie? Xie Yan had no choice but to take the blame for Qing Greer. The transmission elder became serious. This little ghost's intentions are good for her master, but she can't break taboos. The martial arts of a sect are the foundation of a sect. Even the sect leader, you, without good reason, can't freely impart the sect's martial arts to others. What the sect gives you is yours. What the sect doesn't give, you can't snatch. Heaven is round, earth is square, the rules can't be broken, or it will disrupt the sect's system of rewards and punishments. If everyone could just take whatever they wanted, the sect wouldn't last, and chaos would ensue. Now he got to the main point. I came specifically because of your little ghost. When I was young, I traveled the world and accidentally obtained a copy of this nameless scripture in an ancient tomb. I couldn't understand it, but according to the records in the tomb, it was a cultivation method for ghosts, and only beings of the underworld could comprehend it. But ghost cultivators only exist in legends, so I've always just left it gathering dust. Today, seeing your little ghost, I couldn't help but want to let her give it a try. Xie Yan was a little skeptical. The nameless scripture can only be cultivated by ghost cultivators. There are plenty of spiritual bodies in the world, but ghosts with sentience who can communicate with humans are rare. I'm also curious to see how far this little ghost can grow. Considering this nameless scripture as my personal item to give her, it wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. All right. This sleepy old man is off. Remember to keep a close eye on your little ghost. If she messes up again, you, as her master, will be punished. With that, the transmission elder left. Chinger felt extremely remorseful after hearing that. Xie Yan comforted her. It's not your fault. I didn't remind you about the rules of the sect. I didn't expect that besides Yu Hongyan, the transmission elder could also see ghosts. But the book that the transmission elder gave her didn't have a single word inside. Even Chinger couldn't see anything. Finally, Xie Yan told Chingsher to put it away for now, saying, maybe we'll need some kind of opportunity, no rush. The old man walked away muttering, this muddled scripture is worthy of being called top-tier technique. The burst in the consumption is more than 100 flowers due spirit by many times. Xie Yan rubbed his chin and said, I secretly have a feeling that I'll enter the Qi condensation realm in the next few days. When that time comes, I'll just use origin points to level up. He thought to himself. Jiangnan liked to mention that devil called Jade Prince. Even though I don't like it, but the origin points I received are plentiful, I can use it to do a side hustle. The flame ghost Qingye made a sad face and said, Milord advances so quickly, but Qingye can't even see a single word. Qingye is so useless. The young man patted the girl's head to comfort her, and said, if it were that simple to understand this technique, ghost cultivators wouldn't only exist in legends. Take it slow, no rush. The little girl stopped crying after being coaxed. Chinger understands. The two of them walked together on the path illuminated by the sunlight. Let's find the sect leader. Maybe she can help us clear up our doubts. Okay, sect leader Gurej is very comfortable to pet. Yu Hongyan was calmly reading a book next to Xie Yan. The beautiful woman shook her head in frustration. It really is a nameless scripture. I can't see any profound mysteries in it. The young man said when he saw this. Even big sis Yu can't see through it. Then Chinger really can't learn it. The white-haired girl stroked Chinger's head and said, records about ghost cultivators are already scarce. Chinger obtaining this technique is already a great opportunity. Just go with the flow, no need to rush. The white owl showing pampering and happiness, so comfortable. Here, here, the teenager thought. That's right, let it go. Qing Krier herself brought a legacy from the spirit world, which hasn't even been sorted out yet. The two of them were chatting together, while Xie Yan was helping the sect leader of the demonic passion sect massage her ankles. Where did you learn this massage technique? It's quite comfortable. It swept away the fatigue of the past few days. Learned it from Qing Mer. Learned it to show filial piety to Big Sis Yu. Suddenly she turned her head and said, so soon it's here, the woman continued. No more chit-chat. We have visitors today, the young man wondered. Visitors? What kind of visitors? Yu Hongyan explained to him. Xing Yan, hide the little ghost away. Although I don't know if they can see Qing Jie, it's better to hide her if you can. The young man seemed to understand, and said, Oh, okay. The two women went into the room, and one of them looked displeased. Yu Hongyan, why are you still with this stinky brat? Yu Xuanji is about to bring someone over. Xie Yan said happily. Grand Elder, long time no see. Do you miss me? The Grand Elder said sternly. Yan Chair sent me a letter mentioning the things you've done. What you did at Feng was okay, considered you didn't disgrace the sect. Yan Mi Ling, who was next to her, also said, Xie Yan, Zheng Wu in my family now only has you in her heart. Haha, great skills, both men and women eat. The young man gave a forced smile and said, Ah ha ha. I must also thank Zheng Wu and junior sister Yan Xie for always helping me. Kuai Feng branch also has their contributions today, he thought to himself. It's rare to receive praise from the Grand Elder's mouth before I die. Maybe it's considered a good start. What's the matter with Zheng Wu? Is it really a thorn? The woman said seriously. Enough talk, Yu Hongyan, you quickly chase him away. The less people who know about this, the better. The sect master of the Ma Ting sect, sitting calmly on her chair, responded to the Great Elder, I don't plan to let him leave. Xinyan's mind is quick, and he has many mischievous ideas. Keeping him around to listen might help us come up with some ideas. The young man beside her quickly chimed in. That's right, he thought to himself. Seems like something big is happening. The Great Elder angrily said, Absolutely not. If he stays here, what kind of sect will the Mao Ting sect become? Since when did we start letting a junior voice his opinion? Yu Hongyan chuckled and said, I'm naturally not fond of using my brain, and I'm not as cunning as you all. If someone sets a trap for me to jump into, Xie Yan can at least help me explain things. Everyone, sit down. I won't let Xie Yan leave. Great Elder, no need to mention it again. Both women sat down on their chairs, and one of them said, All right, you're the sect master. What you say goes. Xie Yan cheerfully said to her, Great Elder, don't be angry. Getting angry a lot will cause wrinkles. The young man curiously turned to Yu Jiji and asked, What's going on? After all, the beautiful girl looked up and said, She's here. You'll naturally find out. Upon hearing this, the young man thought to himself, So mysterious. Who is it? Two figures appeared at the entrance, and Yu Xuanji and Bai Suyuan walked in. HMPH, your sect is like a den of thieves. This humble Taoist truly appreciates the hard work of your elders. The two were chatting together. Why does your talk sound so strange, Miss Bai? Are you subtly scolding me? After all, I'm the one asking Elder Yu for help, so I won't argue with whatever she says. Xie Yan looked at the two women walking together and appeared confused. Yu Xuanji and Bai Sui. Why are they together? That's not right. Why did Bai Sui run to the Mao Ting sect? One of the two stepped forward and introduced herself. Bai Sui of the Jinla sect has come to bother you today, as agreed. She turned to look at the young man and said, Is this Xie Yan, who was recently promoted to the fifth beauty son? He's here too. The Great Elder looked uncomfortable and questioned. The sect master has her reasons for keeping Xie Yan here, Bai Sui. Just pretend he doesn't exist. He won't reveal your secrets. Bai Suyuan replied gently. I was impolite. Her expression changed, and she said, I've exchanged letters with your sect for many days. Today I've risked coming here personally to seek a definite answer. Sect Master Yu, have you thought it over? Yu Hongyan spoke up. Xie Yan doesn't know the background story yet. Tell it again from the beginning. Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl thought to herself, It seems the message was true. The person Yu Hongyan values most is this Xie Yan. Thinking this, she continued, Then I'll tell it again. This story starts with the previous Great Elder, the old Liu Qingmei. Many years ago, Liu Qingmei and the previous sect master Dang Hongchen competed for the position of sect master and failed. Afterwards, she left the sect and disappeared. The beautiful girl continued. Dang Hongchen arrogantly attacked the Ma Ting sect and suffered a crushing defeat. Several elders in the sect perished, and I barely managed to stabilize the situation, preparing to close the sect and order the disciples to cultivate in peace. Liu Qingmei returned at this time, claiming she received a plea for help from the sect, and came specifically to take charge of the overall situation, and then revealed a strong desire to rise to power. Bai Suyuan seemed to be referring to someone. She continued, In terms of qualifications, she is Dang Hongchen's Shiji. As for her martial arts cultivation, I am not her opponent. If she wants to be the sect master, I have no reason to object. But I have led the Jila sect through its most difficult times. All the disciples in the sect trust me. And seeing that Liu Qingmei left for many years, now besides being old, There aren't many people who recognize her anymore. The beautiful girl continued to provide information. Because of this, Liu Qingmei is extremely wary of me. Even if I actively offer my sincerity, she will only use me to stabilize the morale of the troops. Once she takes power, I will be the stepping stone for her to establish her authority. She will definitely put me to death. Then she bowed respectfully. This time, I came here to ensure my own safety and to prevent the Zhile sect from going down the wrong path. I hope the Ma Ting sect will lend a helping hand. Suddenly, she shouted, "Kill Liu Qingmei!" The great elder and Yan Meiling showed surprised expressions. Putting aside your reputation from the start, since the Zhile sect attacked the Ma Ting sect, the two families have formed a feud. What reason do we have to help our enemy? In your letter, you mentioned that behind Liu Qingmei is the Shinmon sect, a high-ranking grand demonic sect. Aren't you afraid of a bloody confrontation? We're also afraid of causing trouble. Bai Suyuan quickly replied to the two women, "Yes, Liu Qingmei has left the sect for the past few years and has made friends with the different deputy sect masters of the Shinmo sect. This time, she brought back the Tinyan Gongzi of the Shinmo sect, and she is always open with the disciples about her affairs and the different deputies." Her face suddenly changed, and she said, "As for why I came to the Maoting sect, Liu Qingmei has deep malice towards the Maoting sect. In order to win over the hearts of the people, she has always propagated the idea that she will continue to oppose the Maoting sect and prepare to avenge the humiliation." The beautiful girl continued, looking at the third elder. "When Deng Hongchen proposed the attack on the Maoting sect, I did not agree. She even hid her wrongdoings from me. If there is another Liu Qingmei who is exactly like Deng Hongchen in virtue, can the Zhile sect be better off? Putting aside the feud between the Zhile sect and the Maoting sect, I had a deep friendship with Xuanji in Jiangling City. With Xuanji here, I feel at ease with the Maoting sect." Yu Xuanji, seeing this, showed an uncomfortable attitude and shouted, "What a load of crap. You and I only have a friendship of hair-pulling, hand-wringing, and face-scratching. Don't drag me into this." Bai Suyuan continued, "Speaking of serious matters, Liu Qingmei will surely collude with the heretics to attack the Maoting sect once she takes power. Only if you help me kill her can this matter be turned to nothing, and I will do my best to resolve the feud between the two sects and form a covenant with the Maoting sect to help each other. Why not do a mutually beneficial transaction?" Suddenly, a voice came. "You feel at ease with the Maoting sect, but we don't feel at ease with you." The young man said to the beautiful girl, "The Zhile sect and the Maoting sect have a fundamental antagonistic relationship. We have no basis for trust. What if you and Liu Qingmei collude in a bitter scheme and then attack the Maoting sect?" He pointed at her and continued, "Even if everything you say is true, how can we guarantee that you won't go back on your word after you become the sect master? Sect Master Bai's words are known to everyone, but without any sincerity, it won't work." The great elder also agreed with the young man's point of view. Xie Yan said, "That's right, even if the Maoting sect helps you, apart from your verbal promise, the Maoting sect has no guarantee. This is not a good deal." Bai Suyan looked a bit wronged and said, "I wish I could promise you a fortune, but given Jiggle faction's current situation, I can barely protect myself. Making empty promises, just putting on airs, would only make you guys resent me and achieve nothing. It's better to be honest and straightforward." She continued to try and persuade everyone. "If, in the end, Moqing sect doesn't agree to help me, I'll know I've done my utmost, and will have no choice but to abandon everything and leave." Xie Yan heard this and thought to himself, Jiggle faction's biggest flaw is this. Their hearts are calm as water, even when the fire is at their eyebrows. There's no way to tell if she has good intentions or bad. Then he happily said, "Sect Master Bai, actually, we do trust you a lot. But you know how the relationship between our two factions is. This bit of trust is just too small." Grand Elder was surprised. "This stinky brat Xie Yan, when did I say I trusted her?" She took out a small vial and said, "No matter how good Bai Suyan's words are, it's useless. I have a Xuanmo bone-eating pill here. After you take it, you'll need to consume an antidote every week or your internal organs will rot and you'll die." The woman continued, as the beautiful girl looked on in horror. "Only I can concoct this antidote. As long as you swallow this poison pill, I'll believe your words." Bai Suyan wondered. "Sect Master Yu, is this your intention too?" Yu Hongyan nodded slightly upon hearing the question. The beautiful girl showed a resolute attitude. "I'll take it." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Wait," Xie Yan said, startling everyone in the room. "I don't think this is quite right." He thought to himself, "Sect Master Sis, are you crazy or something? If Bai Suyan truly seeks refuge with us, then this Wu Lingxian, Grand Elder, will completely control her. By then, she'll only listen to Wu Lingxian, not you, Sect Master Sis. This poison of the Grand Elder is too dangerous. She needs an antidote every 7 days. What if something unexpected happens, leading to Sect Master Bai being unable to meet the Grand Elder in time to get the antidote? Wouldn't that be tragic? Even if she prepares many antidotes beforehand, what if Sect Master Bai gets imprisoned or trapped somewhere for half a year or a year and can't get out? No amount of antidotes would be enough. So what do you suggest we do? The Grand Elder can't exactly prepare a few years' worth of antidotes for Sect Master Bai. I'm just thinking like a small-minded person here, but with so much free time, Sect Master Bai might even find someone to neutralize your poison. Sect Master Bai, would you mind hearing my suggestion? Go ahead. If I can do it, I definitely will. Our Sect Master once had an amazing encounter and acquired a deviant cultivation technique called the Xie Samsara Gate. Once cultivated, lower-ranked practitioners of this technique will be completely controlled by higher-ranked ones. If they ever harbor thoughts of betrayal, the higher-ranked technique can make the lower-ranked one self-detonate, with enough power to even kill a master 3 minor realms above them. Sect Master Bai, if you truly trust Mo King Sect, then Mo King Sect will also reciprocate, as long as you place your life in Mo King Sect's hands. In the worst-case scenario, Sect Master Bai, you could use this to perish together with Liu Xingmei. After this, Mo King Sect could also let go of the enmity between our two factions, and then Xie faction would truly be safe. What do you think, Sect Master Bai? Sect Master Bai was silent for a moment, then replied, I can agree. She actually agreed to that. But I can't possibly hand over the heavenly demon jiggle art to them. Wouldn't that just be serving up a meal for the Bloodrobe Tower? Oh, Sect Master Sis, don't you get what I'm trying to do? If you have any other ideas, spit them out quick. I can't keep up this act anymore. I agree. But I also need to arrange for a successor first. If I truly perish together with Liu Qingmei, Jiggle faction will need a suitable leader. Alright, Xie Yan, stop scaring Sect Master Bai. Everything he just said was merely a test for her. Sect Master Bai, seeing you willing to sacrifice your life like that, I believe everyone here must have accepted you by now. Even though you've passed the test, it's still best to have some form of restraint. In this box is a pair of Li Pan Ji Yu worms, a secret art of the Mo King Sect, male and female. After consumption, the male worm will be controlled by the person with the female worm. It won't take your life, but if you ever harbor thoughts of betrayal, it will make your life worse than death. You don't even fear self-detonation? Perhaps you won't resist a GU worm either, right? Of course, if you don't need to perish together with Liu Xingmei. Oh wait, I gave you the wrong one. The small one is the female, the big one is the male. Haha, Bai Suyan, you finally have a day like this. Haha. You people from Jiggle faction sure can swallow this with a straight face. I've drunk it, so you can all rest assured now, right? I'm relieved, Bai Suyan. You truly are courageous and decisive. The Mo King Sect members exchanged glances, seeming to understand something unspoken. Sect Master Bai, I still have one question I'd like to ask. No matter what, you're still the acting Sect Master of Jiggle faction, a powerful Xiantian realm expert. You could clearly choose to run far away, so why are you willing to be controlled by others? What's more, how can you be so sure Liu Qingmei will kill you? What if she doesn't? You didn't even fight for the position against her from the start. Once she's back as Sect Master, why would she still need to kill you? Wouldn't that just be cutting off her own arm? Young Master Shi, you don't understand that woman Liu Qingmei. Liu Qingmei is narrow-minded and always seeks revenge. Back then, when Dang Hongqian was able to rise to power, I contributed a part of my strength, and a grudge has long existed between her and me. Several elders and the Sect Master must have heard about it. Although she's buried her emotions deeply this time, I can still sense her killing intent towards me. Cooperating with you all would at most make Jiggle faction dependent on Mo Qing Sect. And Sect Master Yu is a trustworthy person. I'm not one to burn bridges, so naturally, I'll still be the abbess of the Paradise Sect. But if I don't do anything, I'm basically signing my own death warrant. Even if I tried to run away, I doubt I could escape Liu Qingmei's pursuit, let alone live a peaceful life compared to sitting pretty in the Paradise Sect. Compared to losing power in my life, I'd much rather be a subordinate. What you said makes sense. Alright, Xie Yan, stop interrogating her. Bai Suai is basically family now. Let's talk business. Suai, how are we going to kill Liu Qingmei? Don't even think about luring us into the Paradise Sect to ambush Liu Qingmei. No matter how sweet you talk, even if the Mountain Gate Grand Formation exists, I'm not going. I'm not about to repeat Dang Hongchen's mistake. Xiantian experts are quick and agile, coming and going like the wind. Unless there's a special situation, even if all of us Xiantian experts team up to surround her, she still has a chance to escape. Bai Suai, have you considered the consequences if we fail to kill Liu Qingmei? We'll be fine, but I'm afraid you won't be. Don't worry. Liu Qingmei has to die. No doubt about it. I've already picked out her burial ground, not the Paradise Sect, but the Blood Cloak House branch in Datong City. The Datong auction. I'm sure you've all been there. The auction hall in Datong is cast entirely from the best cold iron. Once the only exit is connected, it's locked again. Even if a Xiantian expert deliberately tries to break it, it would take at least half an incense stick's worth of time. That's enough time for us to rush in and surround Liu Qingmei. Oh, what kind of martial art is this? Looks like your heavenly creation art has improved again? You can actually use your inner chi to sketch out such a detailed and lifelike model. It's just a paper tiger, easily broken. It's useless in a real fight. Elder Wu is right. This is just a trivial trick I use for fun, nothing to brag about. The Blood Cloak House's prefect of Datong City is an old acquaintance of mine. As long as I can find an opportunity to lead Liu Qingmei there, he'll cooperate by blocking the only exit. As long as we ambush her inside, it'll be like catching a turtle in a jar. No need to be afraid. The Datong auction can indeed be used to trap Liu Qingmei. Then let's do it according to your plan. Great Elder, Second Elder. With the two of you and Suai, will there be any problems with Liu Qingmei? No problem. As long as Liu Qingmei can't escape, 3 Xiantian experts killing her will be more than enough. Fourth Elder just got promoted. Shouldn't you be doing more? I think we should call her along this time too. Xinzi is currently guarding Kuifeng. That's fine. I'll also ask her to participate in this matter. Suai, if that Liu Qingmei is already wary of you, and you want to lure her into a trap, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. If things don't work out, just give up, and come to my demonic sentiments sect to be the 5th Elder. Thank you for the sect leader's concern. There will always be a way, but I still have a difficult problem. This time I've been away from the Paradise Sect for many days. I'm afraid it has aroused Liu Qingmei's suspicion. If I still want to contact this side in the future, even if I use the Flying Eagle transmission, I can't guarantee it. So it's best to have someone go back to the Paradise Sect with me, to facilitate future communication. It's best if this person is not famous, and their strength is not too strong. Xiantian is too conspicuous. But if their strength is too low, they can't handle the danger. At the same time, it's best if they have a way to contact the demonic sentiments sect at any time. This aspect of contact is indeed a problem. Why is the sect leader looking at me like that? Oh no, please don't choose me. Going to the Paradise Sect, that terrible place, where you can't absorb any origin chi, is too dangerous. I really don't want to go. How about Xie Yan goes? I wouldn't dare disobey orders. I'll have Xie Yan go back to the Paradise Sect with you. You pay attention to helping him hide his identity. Don't reveal his face. Don't worry, sect leader. Young Master Mo Yu is indeed the best choice. Although he's been very famous lately, most people haven't actually met him. Then this matter is temporarily concluded here. Xie Yan stays behind alone. The 3 elders take Suai away. Heaven and earth. Wait a minute. Everyone else, leave. Auntie do. Actually, I don't want to go. Stop sighing. I also know this trip is dangerous. But looking at the entire sect, you are the most suitable person. If you train the Jinghong Dodge, even Xiantian experts can't stop you. If you feel something is wrong along the way, you can also directly abandon the mission and run away. Your own safety comes first. Wear this aura concealing jade. This was passed down by the previous sect leader who was also my master. It can conceal your aura as long as it's not a head-on confrontation. Ordinary Xiantian experts will find it difficult to detect you. Back in the day, when your big sister was weak and wandering the pugilistic world, she relied on this to avoid countless calamities. Many thanks, Sect Leader Sis, for bestowing this treasure. After bidding farewell to Sect Leader Sis, I followed Bai Suai on the road back to the Joyful Paradise Sect. Of course, a cautious guy like me wouldn't enter the Joyful Paradise Sect's mountain gate without being absolutely sure. Besides, an outstanding dude like me would shine like a beacon in the night, even if I wore a mask, blinding everyone. How could I possibly disguise myself? I should stay outside the sect to provide external support and wait for the right moment. It's just that she doesn't trust me. Fine, whatever. You're now Mao Yu, one of the 5 young masters of the Great Han Empire, whose signature technique is the flower among flowers sword. You might slip up, so it's better to stay in touch from outside. If I have important intel and can't escape, I'll have to contact you discreetly. But to prevent Tian Miangongzi from impersonating, we need to agree on a secret code that no one else can guess.
Right, Tian Miangongzi. If he's called Thousand Faces, does that mean he can impersonate anyone?
Every time Tian Miangongzi changes identities, he not only changes his appearance, but also his techniques.
At first, everyone thought he was divinely gifted, truly proficient in many martial arts styles. Gradually, rumors emerged that he had mastered an extremely strange technique called the formless art. Rumor has it this technique can replicate and instantly steal other people's martial arts, and its power is no weaker than the original, making it extremely special. Fortunately, Tian Miangongzi is only at the 9th level of the acquired realm, so his imitation of the innate realm is still beyond his reach. Wow, where did she copy that from? I must learn this technique if I get the chance, so that later, that's what you say, but it's hard to tell without a real fight, so we need a secret code. Ah, I've got it. Each time we meet, we'll use our tongues to communicate first, 3 times above, 4 times below, 7 or 8 parts to the left, rotating 22 times in sequence. Please have some self-respect. I'll teach you a secret meeting code. Say this, and you won't be impersonated.
What kind of tongue-twisting code is that? At this moment, 2 people were hiding behind them, watching without their knowledge. As expected, Bai Suai sought reinforcements from the enchantment sect, and the person who came was Ma Yu Gongzi Xie Yan. Although they dare not get too close to avoid entering the alert range of innate realm experts, our blood-robe pavilion has secret techniques that can read people's lip movements from a distance. I've memorized the secret code, so there can be no mistakes.
A few days later, the western outskirts of Datong City.
Chase me. If you catch up, I'll pat your head for an hour. Xie Yan is such a cheater. You weren't this fast before. No way. No way. After breaking through, this rainbow flight is indeed much more agile, no longer so clumsy that it can only run in a straight line. Most importantly, it only cost me 200 origin points, truly cheap and practical.
System notification. Remaining origin points, 177, 241, 659. Skill, Rainbow Flight, current level, 3rd rank, breakthrough, current effect. Instantly bursts 9/10 of the true energy in the body, driving the body to move at high speed. After the breakthrough, the burst can be stopped at any time during movement, and the direction can be changed within limited range, no longer restricted to linear progression.
With my current true energy, the burst speed is almost equal to the speed of sound. I really don't know how fast it will be after I advance to the innate realm. Whoops, I'm drained. Ouch. Xie Yan. What's wrong, Xie Yan? Are you okay? The demon sex burst techniques all have backlash. After a full force burst, after breaking through, the meridians in the body will be slightly broken, Q and blood will stagnate, and many places in the body will be slightly injured.
Physical injuries are easy to deal with. Nurturing them with true energy for a day or 2 will allow recovery. The most troublesome thing is damaged meridians. Without a special cultivation method, it may take 10 days to half a month to recover.
Fortunately, I have Nirvana. At only 20 origin points per use, I can afford it.
Now that the rainbow flight is complete, the world is so big there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll return to Datong City and wait for Bai Suai's news, Xiandandaren. Does this count as Qing Barrack catching up? Of course, I'll slowly pat your head when we get back to the inn.
The northern outskirts of Datong City, Mount Guan, opening the Joyful Paradise sect at Liu Qingmei's residence. She was chatting with Gei He and Hua Yu. Ma Yu Gongzi Xie Yan is said to be a romantic and generous man with extraordinary bearing, rumored to be a hottie comparable to Wen Yu Gongzi. Really? I really want to see if he is as handsome as they say. Auntie just wants to take a look. Are you jealous, nephew? Don't worry, Auntie loves you. Auntie, don't get carried away. We should think about how to deal with Bai Suyuan first.
Speak of the devil, Bai Suyuan is proactively coming to our door. Elder Liu.
Suyuan has something to discuss.
I hope my sudden arrival doesn't disturb Elder Liu's elegant leisure.
How could it be? Little Suyuan is a great contributor to our Joyful Paradise sect. Even if I were enjoying pleasure, I would push that person away to meet you.
Then there's no need. Besides, I won't come to bother you in the middle of the night. Elder Liu can rest assured and talk about serious matters.
I know in my heart that Elder Liu has always regarded the enchantment sect as a disaster, but there have been many overturned carts from the merry world before. Half of the innate realm experts in the sect were harmed because of the merry world.
Although the Joyful Paradise sect has the support of the Heart Demon sect, the enchantment sect's complete lineup of innate realm experts is not a benevolent bunch. If we start a war again, I'm afraid that the mistakes of the previous generation of the Joyful Paradise sect will be repeated.
In other words, you want to advise me to avoid war, little Xie Yan? You've been mixed up with the merry world for so many years. How did they turn you into a shrinking turtle? As for the Heart Demon sect, Xie Yan is the vice sect leader of the Heart Demon sect. He's even willing to let me order his biological son around. What are you still entangled about? I don't mean to sow discord between you and the Heart Demon sect. It's just that if we really start a war, the Joyful Paradise sect basically has no manpower to contribute and can only rely on the Heart Demon sect. I just don't want to sit back and reap the benefits, so I decided to prepare for the worst. Tongling branch of Bloodcloak Tower in Datong City, Tianwu, is an old friend of mine. I want to contact Grandmaster Bliss through him. As long as we can get that one to make a move, those Xiantian from the Demonic Sentiment sect will be dead for sure if they dare to show their faces. It's just too big of a deal. That damn Tianwu doesn't even dare to bother the Grandmaster. Elder Liu of the Exquisite Paradise sect, the one truly in charge, needs to personally handle this to get it done right. What you're saying makes sense. I'll think about it. Xiao Suyuan, you can head back now. Then I'll wait for news. I hope Elder Liu trusts me. Suyuan's heart is only with the sect. Tian Wu of the Bloodcloak Tower branch in Datong City is Bai Suyuan's old friend, someone she's counting on for help. But what Bai Suyuan doesn't know is that Tian Wu has already told me all her plans from the start. My dear nephew, what tricks did she use to make Tian Wu betray his bedmate like that? Haha, Tian Wu and I have known each other for a long time. We call each other close friends. The thing he cares about most isn't women or affection, but money. What Bai Suyuan can offer, I can offer 10 times over. I've been racking my brain on how to deal with Bai Suyuan, but who knew this bitch would bite the hand that feeds her, colluding with the Demonic Sentiment sect? Perfect. She's handing me a huge advantage on a silver platter. I'd be a fool not to use it to my advantage. Although Bai Suyuan isn't much to worry about, she really doesn't have many useful people in the sect, haha. If it weren't for your old man suddenly going into seclusion, leaving me without help, I wouldn't be in this awkward position. Father breaking through is a good thing, Auntie. You don't need to complain about him anymore. According to the intel Tian Wu provided, Bai Suyuan brought Mo Yu Gongzi back, this time as a contact for the Demonic Sentiment sect. Maybe we can make a move from there. The Demonic Sentiment sect and the Exquisite Paradise sect have a blood feud. If we can kill Xie Yan, we can destroy the trust between Bai Suyuan and the Demonic Sentiment sect. Then I'll leave the scheming to you. I only have one request. After you capture Xie Yan, don't kill him immediately. I want to see what he looks like. Then I'll personally make a trip to make sure the Bloodcloak Tower doesn't get too rough and spoil your fun, Auntie. Go on. Remember to come back soon. Auntie doesn't dare to sleep alone at night. That night, in Datong City, what the heck, why are there so many Bloodcloak Tower assassins running around me lately? The Heavenly Demon Bliss art is something else. As long as they get within a certain distance, the Bloodcloak Tower assassins have nowhere to hide from me. I noticed assassins secretly following me as soon as I entered the city. I originally thought it was normal for the assassin organization to monitor newcomers, but now it's clear they're after me. Oh, making some noise, huh? With all the commotion you guys are making outside the window, what important business brings you here in the middle of the night? The people from the Bloodcloak Tower, having been discovered, immediately kicked open Xie Yan's door. Mo Yu Gongzi's hearing is amazing. We received a commission from the Exquisite Paradise sect. Bai Suyuan wants everyone to come with us to discuss something important. The secret code is, You speak the code. That's right, the matter is urgent, Mo Yu Gongzi. Please follow us quickly. Wait, is my outfit really that weird? They can know the secret code. But whatever, no problem. After all, other than their Grandmaster, the Bloodcloak Tower is just a bunch of chickens in front of me. Qingya, enter my glabella first. Xie Yan, my lord, just call me if anything happens. At the Datong auction, Mo Yu Gongzi has arrived. Take him downstairs. Yes, this way, please, Gongzi. Huh. That person by the altar, seems like it's him. Wait, why is he hiding in this place? Well, that's good. It's even better this way. Is this about the height of 3 stories now? Where exactly do they want to take me? Gongzi, please be patient. You'll find out when we arrive. We're here, Gongzi. Enjoy yourself. This one will take his leave. Bai Suyuan, she didn't really sell me out, did she? She's clearly under the sect leader's control. What exactly is she plotting this time? System notification, received origin points. Someone's spamming origin points again. Wonder what backwater province this pervert is from.
After the Jiangnan convention, my reputation in the main world has grown tremendously, and I'm always getting a bunch of origin points, but it's rare for someone to spam like this. As expected, young Master Mo Yu truly lives up to his name. He's such a dashing and charismatic, handsome man.
I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Who are you? Someone I know. Who the heck is this guy? No traces of him cultivating the heavenly demon extreme pleasure technique. Doesn't seem like an assassin from the Blood Robe Tower.
I've heard quite a few rumors about young Master Mo Yu, and they're all pretty pathetic. What a shame he has to return to dust today. Truly makes one feel the unpredictability of fate. All the elites of Blood Robe Tower are gathered here, and the door can only be unlocked from the outside.
Today, even if you've got 1,000 schemes up your sleeve, it's useless. Just accept your fate.
Can you at least let me die knowing why? What's the good for Blood Robe Tower to turn traitor? What's in it for Bai Suyan? Did she really pull a bitter flesh scheme with Liu Qingmei from the start? Then I'll just turn you into a transparent ghost. Who the hell is Bai Suyan? To even compare herself to my auntie, Tian Wu isn't the type to be swayed by women. As his best buddy, if I remind him, he'll naturally know what to do. So you're young Master Tian Mian, damn it, you scoundrel. This Bai Suyan, her hidden card was exposed from the very beginning. Xie Yan is smart, but he just realized it a bit too late. Everyone, capture him. Young Master Tian Mian, you're way too arrogant, but you didn't make it clear who you were messing with. Heavenly Demon, Extreme Pleasure Technique. Xie Yan wiped out everyone in an instant. What's wrong with you guys? This aura, how does he know the Heavenly Demon Extreme Pleasure Technique? How come Xie Yan's Heavenly Demon Extreme Pleasure Technique is even more advanced than mine? Tian Wu, you've also figured out that person's identity, haven't you? Originally, when that person came in, I wanted to tell you, but if I didn't let you experience it yourself, you probably wouldn't believe it. Oh, Tian-san, so you finally decided to come out. I saw you having so much fun up there. Why come down? Dizang has already fled all the way to Datong City. Why are you still clashing, Karma, I guess? Please restrain your aura a bit. The Thunder Rank assassins are about to burst from your oppression. Who's that guy? An assassin from the Blood Robe Tower's Heaven Rank Corps.
You're telling me, Tian-san, you call this guy Dizang? With his cultivation realm, there's no way he's just an Earth Rank assassin, Tian Wu. You're thinking too simply. Dizang is just a name, a nickname. As for his true identity, all I can say is he has a close relationship with the old ancestor.
Are we really allowed to disrespect our own old ancestor? So that's how it is. Young Master Mo Yu turns out to have deep roots with the Extreme Pleasure Old Ancestor. Blood Robe Tower, this was the move I overlooked. What is he planning? Oh my god, what's he doing? In front of the second floor, young Master Tian Mian jumped down and committed suicide right in front of Blood Robe Tower and Xie Yan. Whoa, this brat isn't playing by the rules, huh? Tian Wu, what's going on now? This kid is full of schemes. He didn't even come here in the first place. It's the Mind Demon Soul Snatching Grand Art from the Mind Demon Sect's 6 Desires Mind Demon Art, which can snatch others, consciousness, and turn them into puppets. The controller can also observe the situation here through the puppet's senses. Combined with young Master Tian Mian's unique disguise and bone transformation technique, he found a scapegoat to show up, while his true self is nowhere to be found. He's truly a troublesome and annoying guy. Even I got played. Next time, I'll demand double the hassle fee from him. Brother Tian Wu, young Master Tian Mian is your best friend, after all. Are you just going to fleece him like that? Even blood brothers need clear accounts, let alone best friends. He almost made us kill each other. Of course, as long as the money's enough, I'll still forgive him. Oh, so if I offer a higher price than young Master Tian Mian, would Brother Tian Wu be willing to cut all ties and help me kill young Master Tian Mian? Young Master Mo Yu, Gei Hua Yu, is my best friend, after all. Aren't we like brothers, hand and foot? Ugh, Luo Gei Huayu, that name rings a bell. Was he the one spamming points earlier? That makes sense. Probably borrowed a puppet's eyes to see me and then came to visit Lan's body. Since he's my buddy, I gotta charge him extra. Oh, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Just kidding. Dean Zhang's requests will of course be fully cooperated with. 1 penny. Many emotional damages. I almost forgot. This Xie Yan could blow me up at any moment. If he's being that careful, there's really nothing I can do. But if he dares to mess with me, we'll get that debt back sooner or later. But he's tough to kill, and now that things are exposed, he's probably long gone. I trust the Blood Robe Tower's professional skills. Leave the chase to you guys. I'm not familiar with young Master Thousand Faces. You're still the main force in this. Don't forget it. That guy's a pain. Headache. Who knew young Master Thousand Faces had such good relations with Heavenly Five of the Blood Robe Tower? He even leaked the White Prime Institute's plans. Liu Qingmi definitely knows about the White Prime Institute's plan too. Her situation in the Paradise sect isn't looking good right now. I need to find a way to let her know. But young Master Thousand Faces got away. It might be too late. System notification. Received origin points. More origin points from Ge Huayu, young Master Thousand Faces, and I only received it when he was nearby. There's no one else here. Is young Master Thousand Faces hiding in this crowd? No traces of the Heavenly Demon Paradise art. These people aren't assassins, probably just servants. This is going to be tough. Who knew young Master Demon Jade would be even more handsome than the rumors say? Such a pretty face would be a waste not to make into a mask for someone, especially since he's hiding such an incredible identity. If I could replace him, I could control more than half of the Bloodrobe Tower. It's tempting. Even if I stood right in front of you, you wouldn't recognize me. Huh. Isn't he not recognizing me? Young Master Thousand Faces ambushed me from behind, and now he's showing off in front of me. I can't let you get away with this. Watch this, formless art, flower between fingers sword. You can't escape me. I'm not sure yet, but if you escape me, I'll write it down as you, young Master Thousand Faces Ge Huayu. Sword fingers bent straight, mimicking flower between fingers sword as intended. This Ge Huayu is pretty good. He can even mimic flower between fingers sword. Good thing this ripoff isn't as good as my original. Young Master Demon Jade is so strong, flower between fingers sword is so powerful, and my imitation used up all my power. Damn it! How did Xie Yan find me here? Only young Master Thousand Faces, who has mastered the formless art, can mimic other people's martial arts. This guy is, must be Ge Huayu. You still haven't run. 2 from the Bloodrobe Tower. That saves me trouble. Make your move. Huayu, old bro, don't blame me. I'm not in control of myself. Let's see how he handles this. 6 Desires Heart Demon Art. 6 Desires Union Body. He's fast. Didn't get a chance to attack. I told you he was tough to kill. I never accept jobs to kill him solo. Heavenly 3 to Bamboo. I'll go east, you go west. Got it, I understand. Where the hell is this young Master Thousand Faces? At this time, Xie Yan used his cultivation to find him right behind him. Kid, I knew you hadn't left. Young Master Demon Jade is skilled. He even knew I was still here. My 6 Desires Union Body can even fool. Innate experts, how did he find out? Hard to tell. I'm the only one here who's postnatal. Your true body isn't sticking around to pester me, so you wouldn't dare brazenly stand in front of a prenatal being to escape, would you? Just rambling a bit? The origin point can spam short-range attacks. It'd be weird if you didn't notice. Xie Yan, you're really something, so clever. But I'm even more curious about that first time. I thought I disguised myself perfectly back then. So how exactly did you figure out it was me? I've got a plan, and I've got a way to overcome obstacles. If we're talking about reasons, my intuition has always been on point. I just feel like whoever could be you is you. Even though I don't know who Zhang Liang is, I get what you mean. But Demon Jade, you better watch out. This guy's no weaker than me, and we couldn't decide a winner in a short fight. Those 2 Heavenly Milk dudes could come back to kill us any minute, so running is the best option. You still miscalculated one thing in the end. Bloodlight escape. Time to bail. My bloodlight escape is as fast as lightning. I've already gone over 30 lies. In a few dozen breaths, I should be fine. Can't stay here for long, though. I'll just gulp down a chi recovery pill for now, and then skedaddle as soon as my true energy stabilizes. Why aren't you running anymore, all tuckered out? You still haven't told me which step I miscalculated. Speaking of which, after you unleash that move, you can only run like crazy without even bothering to check your surroundings. Compared to that, mine's way better, free and easy. But it looks like your after effects are light, just a big drain on your true energy. Gotta admire that. Xie Yan, how is this possible? You're here. Could it be that you also know an explosive light skill similar to my bloodlight escape? He thought to himself. My signature move had used up all my energy already. How come he is still so lively? The sky is covered by the night sky, illuminated by the full moon, Xie Yan said to the person standing in front of him. How could I be selected as one of the 5 lords by the hero's pavilion without any skills, immortal face? Why not surrender early? The young man continues. Explain your plan with Liu Qingmi. If you do that, maybe I can abolish your martial arts and spare your life. Immortal face smiled contemptuously and said, HMPH. Do you really think you have won? He thought to himself. There is no other way. I can only use that move. I have to use all my essence, energy, and spirit. Just think of a way to make up for it later. I didn't expect this Xie Yan to be so difficult to play. Ge Huayu put his hands on his forehead, chest, and abdomen to activate the skill. Earth Eye 3 talents, Qi gathering.
A pair of fierce eyes appeared, he shouted. You want to fight? Then fight. The man was surrounded by a purple light.
When Xie Yan saw this, he thought to himself, he has recovered, Trisk, as expected. Anyone who can be selected as one of the 5 lords is not simple.
Appear, scary monsters.
6 desires heart demon art. 6 desires transformation. Heavenly face shouted, Demon Jade, try my trick. 6 desires transformation.
The young man looked at the man's moves and still thought calmly.
Isn't this an upgraded version of the move that Ji used before? It seems to be a kind that can make ordinary people see the spiritual body.
He also began to use his moves to eliminate the monsters. Shi Daoyun, who was only at the 9th level of postnatal, could easily break it, yet you are using this move against me.
Ge Huayu smiled triumphantly and said, Impossible. Flower between swords is not yet prenatal. How can it destroy the spiritual body?
Suddenly a voice shouted, when he saw the monsters being destroyed one by one.
Impossible. Flower between swords is not yet prenatal. How can it destroy the spiritual body?
Xie Yan said calmly.
Everything is possible. Do you think I'm here to visit the spirit world? A multi-eyed monster was created. 6 desires combined. Heart demon. The man provoked. Then, Demon Jade, please try this 6 desires combined move.
The young man was surprised. Spiritual attack. The white owl suddenly flew up and said, My lord, let me go. It created swirls in the air and shouted, Chinger is the best.
I'm not afraid of you, damn it.
The man was surprised.
Ghost control technique. The white owl closed its eyes and rushed towards him.
Chinger will kill you. Heavenly Face quickly dodged and said disdainfully,
Too slow. He dodged while showing contempt. Too weak. Qing Shi was knocked away by the man.
Xie Yan was speechless when he saw this. I said to let this girl help me resist spiritual attacks. She is not an opponent of the demons in this main world, is she?
Xu Feng smirked and said,
The ghosts that Mo Yu Gongzi raises ain't bad. They can actually withstand the attacks of the 6 desires harmony.
Xie Yan calmly replied, Spiritual attacks are useless against me. Just admit defeat. 1,000 faces Gongzi, you're no match for me. It seemed like a clone had been created, causing the young man's move to veer off course.
Qian Mian Gongzi smugly said,
Admit defeat. We've only just begun. The young man thought to himself as he unleashed his move. Yeah, this guy's a tough cookie.
More clones were created. The red-haired man flashed a sinister grin, rushing towards Xie Yan, mind demon unfixed body.
He struck a protective barrier. Qilian Mian Gongzi was bounced back by the rebound. Surprised. What the heck? That punch just now felt like he wasn't using any force. He bothered me for so long and came close just to touch me, the man exclaimed. Mo Yu Gongzi, I acknowledge your defensive technique, the young man muttered to himself. So that's why he wanted to copy my heavenly seal of stillness.
He continued using his skill, saying, Knockoff. If you could really use it, why don't you keep using flower among the sword fingers on me?
Gold flames surrounded Ge Huayu, he said. Flower among the sword fingers is just a name. No matter how magical your defensive technique is, it's just acquired. It's not hard for me to imitate. A protective barrier was created. Imitation heavenly seal of stillness.
Rebound, Xie Yan exclaimed.
You really copied it exactly, he thought to himself. I want his martial arts. I have to capture him alive and interrogate him. The man gasped for breath after using the move. Why does your defensive technique consume more true energy than even innate techniques? This kind of defensive technique can't be used often. Could it be that I haven't completely copied it yet? The young man grinned triumphantly. Trisk! This is what you call trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice, huh? He thought to himself. The power of the heavenly seal of stillness is established under the premise of my national spirit title. If I don't block a few attacks from experts, I'll drain my true energy.
Qian Mian Gongzi was rushing towards Xie Yan, he thought. No way! If this drags on, Tian San and Tian Wu might actually find me here. That move, a quick battle and a quick victory. The young man looked at the man rushing toward him and thought,
what kind of movement technique is this? If it really is illusory flower among the sword fingers, there shouldn't be any consumption, and I should be able to control it. But now the sword cue being fired is really nowhere to be seen. A new move was unleashed. Flower among the sword fingers. 100 flowers wither. The man thought, I don't believe it. He quickly used a clone to take the hit for him. His whole body was injured, causing him to vomit blood. Qian Mian Gongzi lay collapsed on the ground, constantly exclaiming, Well played, 100 flowers wither. My mind demon heavenly fixed body couldn't withstand the damage to my main body. He thought to himself, here's my chance. Using 100 flowers wither must have made it hard for Xie Yan to keep up his true energy. He will definitely use that recovery skill.
Xie Yan glanced down, then used another move, Nirvana Finger. He said, I knew it. It still works. How can there be such a shameless martial art in this world?
The man was surprised. What martial art is this? Why can't my all-formlessness art imitate it at all? The young man smugly said. Want to copy my Nirvana Finger? What are you smoking? He thought to himself. If you can even copy immortal Dabio's secret techniques, I'll call you Daddy.
Ge Huayu exclaimed,
Mo Yu Gongzi is amazing, I admit defeat. He thought to himself, I can't win. Even if I use that move, it won't work, and I'll suffer a heavy loss of lifespan and have to run. If this drags on, Tiansan and Tianwu will really come.
Thinking this, he used his move to escape.
6 desires mind, demon art. 6 desires harmony, God. He shouted as he ran. We'll meet again.
Xie Yan laughed and said,
Want to run? Stay here for me. The young man was surprised at his move. Blood escape. The young man sighed. Tianwu was right. This guy is really hard to kill. 6 clones simultaneously using blood escape. How am I supposed to chase after him? Which one do I chase?
Suddenly, Qinger appeared and said anxiously, my lord, Qinger knows which one to chase.
The beautiful girl continued.
When he hit me earlier, I left a mark on him. The other 5 don't have it. Only the one on the far left has it. Xie Yan happily said, Qinggurir, you've done a great job.
He quickly left, causing the beautiful girl to try hard to catch up. My lord, wait for me. A crimson light pierced through the darkness. The injured man quickly fled the battlefield. He stopped, coughed, then let out a sigh of relief. All right, I'm safe. Cough, cough, he thought to himself. This time, the losses are severe. Not only did I lose at least 3 years of my lifespan, but there's a high chance my cultivation realm will drop back to Honation 8th stage. Plus, my injured body won't fully recover without more than a year of healing.
Suddenly, a small light pierced through Tian Mian Gongzi's heart. Flower amidst sword finger. 100 flowers wither.
Xie Yan appeared beneath the falling petals. You're too annoying to deal with. Don't blame me for ambushing you directly with a killer move. The young man looked at the man lying slumped on the ground, then exclaimed in surprise, He's dead, crap. I was planning to capture him alive. He said, Bro, why'd you die so fast?
He slapped his own hand. Why did I use 100 flowers wither this hand? Why couldn't I control it better? Qinger comforted him. My lord, your hand is about to turn red from all that slapping. He replied, Oh well, you're dead anyway. Can't dwell on what's done. Maybe this cultivation technique, and I just weren't fated. Cluck, he spotted something on the corpse. He said, What's that? Looks like a piece of paper. Qinger wondered. His flesh and bones disintegrated. How can paper still remain?
Xie Yan picked it up and mused. It looks like a human skin pouch, but it definitely isn't made of fragile material like human skin, or it would have been destroyed by 100 flowers wither long ago. Ge Huayu must have pasted this onto his body, disguising it as a body part, so it just looks like human skin.
Cluck. He shook the pouch, and a few items fell out.
He said, Hidden on him. This must be something super important. Could it be his unique martial art, the Wuxiang Ju? Although I think carrying one's unique cultivation technique on your person is an extremely stupid thing to do. 1 volume of face-changing essentials, 1 volume of character records, and 3 human skin masks. He opened it and said, TCH, no Wuxiang Ju, and no martial arts from the Heart Devil sect either. This face-changing essentials must teach people how to disguise themselves.
Sure enough, it's a complicated miscellaneous study, teaching how to alter bone structure, how to quickly mimic gestures and expressions, how to change voice and tone.
But it's not as miraculous as I imagined.
It still requires human skin masks to truly disguise oneself as another.
What a shame there's no method for making human skin masks. This is a handwritten copy, so Tian Mian Gongzi probably didn't write it in here. Qinger asked. My lord reads so fast, Qinger hasn't even seen it clearly yet. He replied, Read, keep reading. Let me see what this character records is about.
Shen Xiu Hisheng, ranked 7th among the top 10 prodigies of the Great Tang Empire. Kai Yuan, a contemporary Buddhist disciple of Vermilion Bird Temple, captured alive by me in Zhengxiyan Dahan in the autumn of the 18th year of Shangwu, interrogated for over a month, then killed and replaced. Shen Xiu Hisheng, whose secular name is Xin Wukui, is actually a spy for the Great Joy sect, the foremost demonic sect in the Great Tang. He is proficient in both Buddhist and demonic martial arts, and his personality is aloof. Xie Yan.
My lord, why does this Ge Huayu even have a habit of writing a diary?
He replied,
This isn't a normal person's diary. Who writes a diary anyway? The character identities Tianmian-gongzi recorded are probably ones he needs to impersonate often, afraid of mixing them up, so he specifically uses this small notebook to keep track.
3 minutes passed, and he was still reading, fewer than he imagined. This notebook only recorded 3 people, although all of them were influential figures: a scholar, a monk, and a woman. A peerless beauty at that. A beauty stuffing steamed buns in her chest, huh? Chinger was dazzled and dizzy. My lord reads too fast.
He picked up a mask and muttered to himself, Could it be that these 3 masks just happen to be for these 3? Can't tell anything from this. Gotta try them on when I get a chance.
Hold on.
So was Tianmian-gongzi's current appearance his true look after all? The more he thought, the more curious he became. Screw it, he might as well just try.
He moved closer, intending to examine it.
He said, This Tianmian-gongzi always used fake appearances outside. Truly infuriating. Wait, my lord Xie Yan, look quick. This is his true face. It's terrifying. With a face like that, no wonder he coveted your lordship's beautiful appearance. It seems he was once disfigured, which is why his mind became twisted. He said, I have an idea. Now that I have masks and can learn face-changing, the face-changing essentials could totally create a mini Tianmian-gongzi. If I can replace Tianmian-gongzi's identity, I don't know if I can get his unique martial art, the Wu Shangju, but I might be able to figure out a way to try for the Heart Devil Sex martial arts. It's just that the danger's a bit great, and his backing is also powerful. Any slip-up and I could easily be chopped to death. Chingunger, summon the 100 ghosts to help us. We must destroy the body and erase all traces. Hide the fact that Tianmian-gongzi is dead for as long as possible, she replied. Yes, my lord. He continued. He was so hard to kill. Plus, he was constantly changing his appearance. Even if I said I'd killed him, without seeing a body, probably not many would believe it. This plan to replace him needs to be carefully schemed. Half an incense stick later, he said. Tian-san and Tian-wu are here. Chingneller, return to my glabella, she replied. Yes, my lord. Tian-san, Tian-wu asked. Di Zhang, are you all right? Tian-wu said. Did Ge Huayu run away again? Tian-san replied. What we were chasing were all fakes, it seems. Di Zhang captured the real one. He asked. Tian-wu, brother, why don't you guess that I killed that guy? He replied. Ha. So, did Di Zhang kill Ge Huayu? He said obviously. Nope, he ran away. Tian-wu laughed. Ha. Considering Ge Huayu has countless enemies, if he were so easy to kill, he'd have been killed hundreds of times already. He said to Tian-wu, Ge Huayu is a tough cookie. I fought him a few moves, injured his head, but still let him get away. He's piqued my interest now. You guys don't need to worry about chasing him anymore. I'll slowly play with him myself. Tian-san asked. Ge Huayu is extremely cunning, Di Zhang. Do you really not need us to step in? He replied. No need. It's rare to find an opponent who interests me. What's the point if you guys interfere? Tian-wu, what's your relationship with Ge Huayu, anyway? Is he a close friend of yours or something?
Tian-wu explained worriedly. This close friend thing? You could kinda say that. Actually, I come from the Shinmoi sect. I used to be a disciple of Jie Yi, and Pei Yi is Ge Huayu's father. Ge Huayu and I only have that kind of connection. If you say I understand him, it's just understanding Ge Huayu's background. I really don't know his other identities, he confusedly asked. You come from the Shinmo sect. He thought, whoa, can you just jump into this pit casually? Why hasn't this guy been killed by the Shinmo sect yet? He continued. Di Zhang, maybe you're too close to the old ancestor, so you're not too clear on his prestige in the martial world. My joining the Shu Yi Tower has the old ancestor protecting me, so Gi Yi doesn't dare to cause trouble for me, and just has to endure it. Moreover, before I joined the Shu Yi Tower, I abolished all the Shinmo sect's inheritance on me. As long as I don't go around causing trouble, the Shinmo sect master doesn't want to fall out with the old ancestor over this small matter. He laughed and thought, very good. I didn't expect Tian-wu to have such a layer of identity. This increases the chances of me safely disguising myself as Tianmian-gongzi. He said to Tian-wu, I need detailed information on Tianmian-gongzi and the Shinmo sect. Tell me everything you know, Tian-wu.
Birthday, family, relationships, birth chart, everything, Tianwu replied. If you want to track him down, it doesn't seem like you need that much detail. Di Zhang wants. He unhappily said, I told you to talk, just talk, he fearfully replied. Talking is talking, but to talk so detailed like that, it takes some time, he replied. Talk slowly, the night is long. A day later, at Xie Yan's residence, Tianwu tiredly sighed. This Din Zhang really knows how to use people. No wonder Tian-san blames him all the way to his Datong city. This feeling, could it be him? Pushing the door open and saying, You are Ge Huayu, disguised by Xie Yan. He appeared, waited for you for a long time, he asked. Huayu, brother, I just turned against you, and you dare to come back to my doorstep. You're pretty bold, he said. I can escape from your hands once. Naturally, I'll be sure to escape a second time, let alone this isn't the first time someone's hired someone to take my life. Speak. What conditions did that Xie Yan offer you? He replied. Sorry, Huayu, brother. This time the situation is special. He gave me something you couldn't give. The atmosphere in the room tensed up, he said. Don't pretend anymore, Tianwu. I know Xie Yan told you guys not to interfere and let him find me himself. Tianwu sighed. Sigh, as expected. Nothing escapes your ears, he continued. You know my patience. Although I can't beat Xie Yan head on, I'll find a chance to drive him to his death sooner or later. But I remember he and your Xile Guan old ancestor have a relationship. This time, I've come to discuss something with you. He dragged his tone. Relationship. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable being suppressed? I'll spare his life, slowly play around with him, making sure he can only follow me wholeheartedly, and you can also be assured as your commander. How about it? Tianwu replied. If that's what you want, then so be it. He disappeared, saying, Tianwu, brother, we'll meet again next time. Tianwu looked outside and thought, this person is probably Ge Huayu, no mistake. But I faintly feel that something is not right. Could it be? Forget it. There's no benefit for me to participate in this matter. It's better not to think too much. A voice sounded. Tianwu's entrance exam is considered passed. Now it seems that Ge Huayu's mask and Yirong Xiao are also very effective, Xie Yan continued. Anyways, I already decided to impersonate young Master Thousand Faces, so if I can't fool Tianwu, then what's the point of impersonating? Xian Air praises me. Master's acting is superb. That Tianwu didn't realize he was talking to a fake, I reply with a smile. To be the leader of the blood-clad tower, he's not some brainless idiot. Tianwu might still be suspicious, but if he can't find any flaws, his suspicions are useless. You complain, but Master, where are we rushing off to like this? Master, slow down, I reply. The Joyous Union sect, she asks. The Joyous Union sect, isn't that Liu Xingmi's main base? Why are we going there? I reply. I told you. Tianwu is just the doorway. Liu Qingmi is the real key. Plus, it's a good chance to help that old hag Bai Suyuan deal with that plant she made. If I can even hide from Liu Qingmi, then I'll consider going to the lair of the Mind Demon sect. But that's later. Right now I'm going to the Joyous Union sect. I zoom off like the wind. At night, Qing soars in the sky, observing the Joyous Union sect below. Two female disciples are talking. Rumor has it, Elder Bai is leaving the sect. I wonder if it's true. The power struggles up top are not something we outer disciples can meddle in. Better go on patrol. The first female disciple sighs. Actually, I was hoping Elder Bai would become the sect leader. After all, we're not familiar with Elder Liu. The other girl warns her. Do you not want to live anymore? Keep those words to yourself. Seeing the state of the sect now is even worse than when the previous sect leader was overthrown. Elder Liu's cultivation is slightly higher than Elder Bai's. Plus, she has the backing of the Mind Demon sect. The sect leader position will likely fall into her hands. The female disciples continue to chat. The Mind Demon sect is notorious for controlling people's minds. Even within the demonic path, they're considered evil. Nobody wants to mess with them. Elder Liu saying they are a good backing sounds nice, but who knows what they see us as. Compared to the Mind Demon sect, I'd rather be trampled on by the Passion Demon sect. At least I wouldn't have to worry about turning into a puppet. At this moment, Bai Suyuan is sitting in her room, quietly resting her mind, when something suddenly whizzes past. She immediately opens her eyes, gets up, and goes to the door, wondering. I felt something fly by. Was it a bird? Under the bright yellow moonlight, Xinger soars through the sky. The little bird lands on a rocky outcrop, saying, Almost there, Bai Suyuan isn't alone. Most of the Joyous Union sect's disciples are on her side. If it wasn't for Master helping, she couldn't make up the losses. It jumps around on the rock, cheerfully saying, "The layout of the land is clear, I got a rough idea, and I heard a lot of gossip. I will take a break and head back to Master." Suddenly, Xie hears something and perks up its ears. That sound. The little bird lowers its head and looks down, observing curiously. Could there be someone outside? It hops down to a lower perch. Xie remembers what Master said. The Joyous Union sect is known as having the most freewheeling style of the demonic path. This place is perfect for me to study. I have to observe seriously. Xie's eyes are wide with awe, exclaiming, so many people, so awesome. While it is watching, the little bird gets smacked on the cheek. Ouch! Turns out, a group of people are playing hide the sausage, embracing nature with lovemaking. They noticed Xie and struck it, but she wonders, was I wrong? I clearly felt someone was peeping, but when I hit there was nothing there. Is it because I've been too anxious lately and become overly alert? Seeing her distracted, the male says, Elder Gao, the spring night is short. Don't stop. The woman replies with a giggle. You man-eating little goblins? Come here and taste Grandma's power. Xie Yan is also sitting calmly in another place and senses something, frowning as he calls out, Xie. Xie returns with a tomato for a cheek, tearfully saying, I was just watching. Why did they hit me? Xie Yan asks. Why did they beat you up like this? Did you see something you shouldn't have? The little bird is crying and complaining. I saw them doing this and doing that in so many positions. She slapped me and sent my soul flying. Xie Yan is healing her with nirvanic finger while replying, You were gone for so long just to watch this. Xie turns back into her human form, exclaiming, No, I watched that last. Xie completed the mission Master gave perfectly. Xie Yan reminds her, Xie, you don't need to learn these things. Just let things happen naturally. Then he cheerfully says, All right, let's talk business. Tell me in detail everything you heard and saw at the Joyous Union sect. The next morning, Ge Huayu went to the Jiggle Temple, looked up, and said, Jile Temple. He walked straight inside, and the maids all bowed. Young Master Huayu, Liu Xingmei, lay on a chair and said, Nephew is back. She sat up, playfully sticking out her feet, and whined, Making your auntie wait for so long, why didn't you bring the goods back for me? Ge Huayu lowered his head and said, I forgot auntie's instructions. Huayu knows his crime. Liu Qingmei pushed his chest with her foot, pouting, Nephew, why are you acting so weird? Of course he's weird. Because he's Xie Yan in disguise. He chuckled in his head. Weird how? He wondered, Am I exposed? I don't know what Jing Huayu's virtues are in front of Liu Qingmei, so I'll just play it by ear. If things get tough, I'll use the Jingchong evasion to escape. Liu Qingmei stood up and threw herself into Xie Yan's arms, scolding, You scoundrel, it's useless even if you give me a bright smile. Didn't you say you'd keep Xie Yan alive and bring him back for your auntie to taste? Xie Yan lowered his head, playing along smoothly, and said, Xie Yan was indeed cunning and difficult to deal with. The blood-robe tower couldn't help at all. I had to do it myself, and in the end, I could only barely stab him to death. Capturing him alive was simply impossible. He thought to himself, So, she's the one who checked my body. Liu Qingmei slipped her hand inside his clothes, groping, and asked, Where's the jade I gave you? Why didn't you bring it? He replied with a remorseful expression, It was broken by that Xie Yan. I failed auntie's kind intentions, he wondered. The jade pendant. It's probably been shattered by the 100 Flowers painting spirit, right? Me saying that doesn't count as distorting the truth. Liu Qingmei smiled and asked, My good nephew, Xie Yan didn't really hurt you, did he? Let auntie take a look. Hearing this, Xie Yan realized, Oh, so the relationship between these two is that good. She leaned in and praised, I bet my nephew is so handsome that even Xie Yan must have been jealous, right? Liu Qingmei reached out and touched him, saying, Auntie will give you a massage. Before she could get to first base, her naughty hand was grabbed. The space fell silent. The Liu woman still called out in a flirtatious tone, Nephew. Seeing no response, she revealed a lascivious expression and asked, Who exactly are you? Xie Yan opened his mouth to reply, I just wanna... He was calculating in his heart. Liu Qingmei and Ge Huayu are direct aunt and nephew after all. Imitating is too difficult. I'll take a gamble, and if it doesn't work, I'll run away. As soon as he finished thinking, he peeled off the mask and wig and said with a smile, Here's a surprise for you. I have successfully killed Xie Yan, and I have also used the formless art to imitate his martial arts. Now, young master demonic Jade Xie Yan has become one of the identities I use. Liu Qingmei actually believed it, touching his face and praising, "Amazing! As expected of a romantic young man, so charming that even your auntie is feeling spring fever," Xie Yan replied. "Auntie is so popular, aren't you afraid I'll tell my father?"
Hearing this, she was a little suspicious. "Nephew, what's wrong with you? You're so different," Xie Yan thought silently. "Did I say something wrong again?" He imitated her and called out softly, "Auntie." He was still thinking. "That's not right. My old man's fling is flirting in front of his son. It's normal for the son to tease back a few lines. Why is it wrong?"
Never mind. I have to think of a way to fool her. What's said is said.
Xie Yan leaned close to her face and said,
"Now that I'm wearing Xie Yan's face, of course I have to imitate his personality too." Could it be that only my face is pleasing to Auntie's eyes, but my personality isn't to your liking? Liu Qingmei replied shyly, "So that's how it is. I heard that Xie Yan is a furnace cauldron body. It's not strange to say a few jealous words."
Xie Yan cursed inwardly. "I'm jealous, my ass."
Liu Qingmei pounced over and embraced him intimately, saying,
"You still understand me and know how to make Auntie happy. How can Auntie leave you then?
Unlike your old man, he has no romance at all. Nephew is much stronger than him. In every way," Xie Yan stammered and asked. "Really? Really?" he thought in his heart. "It's not what I think it is, right?" "No way," Liu Qingmei happily approached and said, "Of course, nephew is giving Auntie." "Auntie is so greatly surprised. Auntie really can't wait to reward you." Xie Yan gave a forced smile and declined. "Reward what? Auntie is being too generous? I don't need it."
She replied, "Nephew wearing Xie Yan's face has really allowed Auntie to have a good time, wanting to taste how it is." Xie Yan almost turned pale and said, "Auntie, in order to capture Xie Yan, I worked so hard. How about I go back and take a bath to rest and adjust my spirit first?"
Auntie lovingly beckoned. "All right, then nephew must hurry up. Don't keep Auntie waiting, or Auntie will personally help you bathe." Jiklei Temple, Ge Huayu's residence. As soon as Xie Yan returned to his room, he hurriedly closed the door, exclaiming in panic, "Oh heavens, Liu Qingmei plays so wild. How come both father and son want to eat me?"
Sweating profusely, he thought that he didn't understand Ge Huayu's bedroom habits at all, and it would be easy to get exposed when using real guns and bullets. Moreover, Liu Qingmei and Dang Hongchen are probably about the same generation, right? Who knows how old she is now, 60 or 70. But she maintains herself well, like a young woman. Seems like I don't... Xie Yan thought for a bit, then shook his head, yelling, "No way, no way! This young master's pride won't allow it, but if Liu Qingmei doesn't suspect anything and I run like this, all my previous efforts will be wasted." He decided to ignore it, and went into the small world to calm down first, and figure out how to deal with this old hag. System displays. System level. LV2 name. Xie Yan Realm. Peak Hoshin skills. Unlocked origin points. 180, 431, 545 times entered the myriad realms. 4 cooldown finished. Searching for worlds. World discovered. War God. Travel to the War God world. Requires 200 origin points. Activating the myriad worlds travel function. Searching. War God world discovered. Teleporting. Xie Yan looked at the system and praised. Fancy name, huh? But why does it only cost 200 origin points? I'll check it out after I get in. Let's go, let's go. As soon as he arrived in the new world, a glass cup was smashed to pieces with a crash. Wang Meilan shouted loudly, "Chen Huang, how dare you take advantage of someone being unprepared to plot against the old man? Are you rebelling?" Chen Huang replied obsequiously, "Mother-in-law, please calm down. I just wanted to see if I could wake father-in-law up. I didn't have any bad intentions." Xian Fenfen strode in fiercely and slapped him across the face with a smack, scolding,
"You ungrateful wretch, daring to attack my father." Chen Huang covered his cheek and explained,
"His meridians are stiff, causing blood to stagnate. If it continues like this, he will definitely die. I'm saving his life." Just then, Xie Yan appeared and gave Chen Huang another one, scolding,
"You live in trash, daring to talk back?" He pointed and cursed. "If it weren't for the Xie family taking pity on you and having to fulfill the agreement to marry my sister to you, you'd just be a toad in a ditch, you ungrateful bastard. Get out of my sight," Wang Meilan said loudly with a cold expression. "A live-in son-in-law should act like a live-in son-in-law, kneel by Fenfen's feet, and make her happy. Don't you dare overstep your boundaries.
Fen Fen, even though he was her husband, still said without any reservation, Xiao Yan has already invited Miracle Dr. Yan. We don't need you here. Get out. Chen Huang frowned angrily. He retorted.
You're pushing it too far. I've been working like a dog for the Xie family, and this is how you treat me, Xie Yan then asked. What's wrong? Still not convinced. I'm just bullying your good-for-nothing ass. He smirked at him. Chen Huang became even more angry. As he was suppressed, he left and said, blind fools. This Xie family isn't worth staying in. Madame Wang watched him leave and cursed. Rebellious. Rebellious. A live-in son-in-law dares to bite the hand that feeds him. Chen Huang, let's see how you survive after leaving the Xie family. Just then, a voice came from outside. Why so angry? Be careful of internal fire deviation. Wang Meilan and Xie Yan looked over, and it turned out to be Miracle Dr. Yan.
Xie Yan bowed his head and greeted,
Master Yan, it is our misfortune to be laughed at by you.
Yan stroked the beard on his chin, pondered. Then he looked around and suddenly shouted unexpectedly,
This person is none other than Asura war god.
Xie Yan pointed at Chen Huang and said with a forced smile, Master Yan, you must be mistaken. This Chen Huang is just my family's useless son-in-law. How could he be the famous Asura war god? Old Yan still affirmed,
There's no mistake. This is definitely war god. Unexpectedly, the old man knelt down on the ground and said loudly to Chen Huang, War god, please accept me as your disciple.
Xie Yan in the small world was silent,
and the system displayed a notification, War god world.
The youngest son of the Xie family, a grand family in Jiang province, Xie Yan, has successfully replaced the soul.
Xie Yan was a little surprised when he first arrived. It seems like it's another world with a modern setting. What was the original owner doing just now? It looks like he slapped someone. People's voices came from outside. The Wang family of Emperor City has arrived. Wang Xiangtian led a group of followers and said, Xie family, your path is narrow. Wang Meilan smiled and asked, Director Wang, why are you here? Wang Hongqian let out a light snort and also knelt down, shouting loudly, The 3-year deadline has arrived. We respectfully follow the orders of the war god and have come to welcome you back. The mother and daughter Wang Meilan exclaimed in shock, What, Xie Yan just transmigrated? And before he could recover the original owner's memories, a bunch of questions popped up. Rich family? Son-in-law? What the heck is that? An Asura war god? Why don't you just call yourself Lizard Mouth Dragon King? The system is importing memories. Just at this moment, the governor of Jiang province arrives. Madame Wang is wondering, what? It's the governor. I've always wanted to meet him, but couldn't. Today he actually comes to the door to inquire about young Master Xie, she thinks, as he sees more people coming. What's next? Are you calling up the whole menu?
The governor of Jiang province, just like the previous two, said with utmost respect that the war god is living in seclusion in our Jiang province. Yet I, the governor, knew nothing. I am truly at fault. I beg the war god not to blame me. He presents. This is a deed for 1,000 acres of land and properties in Jiang province that I have carefully selected. Today I offer them to you. Please accept them. The old dogs bark loudly. As for the Xie family, daring to mistreat the Asura war god, it is unforgivable. Today all the special privileges of the Xie corporation are revoked, and all members of the Xie family in Jiang province will lose their qualifications as civil servants, and will never be selected.
Wang Meilan cried out in panic, Governor, please have mercy.
Xie Fenfen pointed and scolded Chen Huang. This is all because of your tricks, right? Do you believe I'll kick you out of the Xie family?
Xie Yan is speechless with his older sister, thinking, Hey sis, you're scolding the wrong person. He's already revealed his identity like this. Is your brain malfunctioning? The hand that was pointing was immediately grabbed. Chen Huang frowned and announced, From today onwards, my marriage with you is over. I and the Xie family are cutting off all ties. Miss Xie still stubbornly asks, What did you say? But he mercilessly throws her hand away, arrogantly continuing, 3 years of endurance. After suffering comes happiness. Today I have achieved great success, and no longer need the Xie family. The strong wind like a whirlwind made Xie Yan exclaim, Wow, this aura can even float. This guy is not simple. Suddenly he glanced at Xie Yan and said to him, This attribute? I don't need it anymore, Xie Yan. I've received your care for the past 3 years. Now experience my feelings. Something was struck into his body. Madame Wang and Xie Fenfen were also affected. What is it?
She still couldn't believe her eyes, shouting, Chen Huang, you are the Asura war god.
Chen Huang sneered.
Ex-wife Xie Fenfen. She knelt down and hugged his leg, begging, "Husband, I was wrong. I was at fault with you. Please forgive me." He kicked her away, shouting, "I no longer need to look at your faces." "Get out," Madame Wang tearfully cried. "Chen Huang, for better or worse, my Xie family took you in for 3 years. Even if you don't look at the monk's face, you should look at Buddha's." "Please save the old master," he sneered. "Too late. Didn't you hear my words clearly? I and the Xie family are cutting off all ties." After finishing speaking, he turned and left. The governor of Jiang province turned back and said, "If I knew there would be this day, why did it happen in the past?" The Asura war god is the uncrowned king of the entire underworld. Supported by many people, even I have to look at his face to work, yet you dared to be arrogant because you were favored. Beat, scold, and insult him. He stepped out of the door, waving his hand to announce, "After today, your Xie family will only exist in name, and before long, it will cease to exist."
The Xie family mother and daughter cried, wondering, "Why is it like this? Why?" Xie Yan rubbed his head and shouted, "Don't cry anymore. I also want to know why. You guys still have me. Why does it have to be like this?"
She Little Miss suddenly got angry, blaming, "It's all because of you, you jinx. If you hadn't offended Chen Huang, why would the Xie family be in such a state?" Xie Yan thought in astonishment. What the heck, this mess was probably caused by the original host and those two. She flips her face faster than a crepe. System notification, received 0.01 rage points. Zhai Fenfen received 0.01 rage points.
Wang Meilan received 0.01 rage points. Xie Fenfen wanted to slap her brother, but Xie Yan grabbed her hand. Oh no, she can't slap him.
Shouting, "Xie Yan, you've committed a great crime, and you still dare to block my hand. Do you believe I'll kick you out of the house? Are these people at home having brain issues?"
Xie Yan frowned and asked, "Sis, are you just superficially kind?" Received another 0.01 rage points.
Xie Fenfen received 0.01 rage points.
Wang Meilan, Xie Yan thought, "They're so weird. The malice aimed at me feels so real, but the rage points aren't maxing out." Suddenly, the system displayed a task panel. Loading task. The Chen and Xie families are both wealthy clans in Jiang province, having been close for over 20 years. Originally, Chen Huang, the young master of the Chen family, and Xie Fenfen, the eldest daughter of the Xie family, were betrothed in the womb, agreeing to complete the marriage when they turned 20. Unexpectedly, when Chen Huang was 15, the Chen family was wiped out in one night, and Chen Huang also disappeared without a trace. But in reality, Chen Huang coincidentally obtained the ancient divine book, the 8 Calamities Demon Art. In order to master the demon art, he chose to annihilate his entire family, sacrificing his relatives. In the 5 years that followed, Chen Huang relied on the divine power of the 8 Calamities Demon Art to unify the entire underworld, earning the title of Asura War God. But the 8 Calamities Divine Art still needed one final step to achieve completion. Chen Huang reappeared in Jiang province, choosing to live as a son-in-law in the Xie family, using the demon art's special characteristic to endure for 3 years, finally reaching the light after suffering. Today, the war god has returned to his position, vowing to gradually take revenge and eliminate everyone who once looked down on him. Task announcement.
Within 3 months, resolve Chen Huang, allowing the Xie family to rise again. When the task is completed, you can bring all the power you gained in this world with you, otherwise you will lose everything. After reading the story, Xie Yan cursed Chen Huang in his heart, wiping out his whole family. What an evil bastard, and this is a skill I've acquired.
8 Calamities Demon Art. Hated by gods and resented by demons. Current level 55-0, cannot be upgraded. Current effect. This is the after effect brought by the 8 Calamities Demon Art.
This characteristic of being hated by gods and resented by demons will cause people around the user to involuntarily harbor hostility and despise the practitioner to achieve the purpose of tempering themselves. Xie Young Master pondered. When did I get this skill? Could it be what Chen Huang hit me with just now? No wonder I felt so strange. So, the characteristic that Chen Huang mentioned is this. No wonder the original host's family are all like lunatics.
It can even be transferred to me. Xian Fen Fen cursed. You jinx. His mom was also full of hostility, scolding. You good for nothing, Shen Yan replied. Thanks for the compliment. Walking to the bedside, old Shen thought. Your old man is about to be on the altar, but he still has the strength to curse people. This being hated by gods and resented by demons thing is pretty powerful.
Looking at the original host's memories, Chen Huang had actually helped the Xie family a lot, even increasing the Xie family's power by another level. but the Xie family acted like they didn't see it and just kept scolding and beating him. I wonder if it would have the same effect if it were me. Xie Yan asked. I'm just saying, if I cure the old man, will you change your view of me? Wang Meilan scolded. You rebellious son, what do you want to do to your dad? Xie Little Miss shouted. Xie Yan, how dare you? What are you telling them? Just an experiment. To see how brain-dead you can be. He immediately used Nirvana Finger. Xie Yan stood by the hospital bed, using Nirvana Finger to save Xie Old Master. Wang Meilan didn't know anything and scolded. You rebellious son, what are you doing to your dad? Xie Fenfen continued. Xie Yan, if anything happens to dad, I won't forgive you. This family is really noisy. Xie Yan pointed at the old man on the bed and said, Focus on the point. This daddy is turning danger into safety. Xie Little Miss was still full of hostility, scolding. Why is dad's face suddenly red, his expression distorted? Did you poison dad? The system kept popping up numbers. Receive 0. 01 rage points, Xie Fenfen. Receive 0. 01 rage points, Xie Fenfen. Xie Yan replied, That expression is bliss, you know. Where's the distortion coming from? He thought, This is really forcibly reducing intelligence, but for me, this characteristic is a super rage point spam. Extremely beneficial in a small world, but definitely can't bring it back to the main world. Otherwise, if a Xiantian expert like Sectmaster Big Sis doesn't like me, I'll be screwed. I have to find a way to get the full 8 Calamities demon art. Sheng Old Master sat up and said, I feel so refreshed all over. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Wang Meilan worriedly cried. Husband, you're all better, Sheng Fenfen brainlessly said. It must be that Chen Huang couldn't bear to see Dad suffering and cured him before he left. Xie Yan angrily shouted, Are you blind? I obviously cured him. What does it have to do with Chen Huang? Has your IQ dropped to the point where you don't know how to reason? Xie Old Master scolded. You brat, how are you talking to your sister? Me being healthy has nothing to do with you. It's obviously my husband showing his Asura persona and displaying his divine power to cure me. Shen Fenfen rushed over to curse. It's all because of you, you villain. For obstructing our relationship and separating my husband and me, I can't forgive you. The system continued to notify. Received 0. 01 rage points, Xie Fenfen. Received 0. 01 rage points, Xie Wuji. Received rage points, Wang Meilan. Xie Yan panicked. Oh my, the rage points are rushing in even more than the ghosts in the spirit world. Although rage points are good, how can I keep paying it out? This will really affect my future plans. I have to find a way to make these 3 idiots behave a little. Wang Meilan screeched. Ming, what the hell are you hiding for? You made your sister fall. Xie Yan calmly thought. During the skill interface check, it was confirmed that strengthening spirit nurturing technique is a soul-related technique and not restricted. I can still summon Xingni. Xingjier is Xie Yan's guardian spirit, so she probably isn't affected by the special property. Let's try summoning her. Xingjier was summoned and said, Cuckoo Master, are we back in Shashui City? The little bird immediately sensed the hostility. Shai Fenfen rushed over, cursing. I'm going to kick you out of the family, Qinghader angrily said. How dare you disrespect Master? Xie Yan frowned, stopping her, and said, Qinger, be quiet. Come help me with something. Xie Wuji shouted. You unfilial son, are you trying to rebel? Xie Yan's eyes flashed, coldly looking at them, and said, Old man, I was kind enough to save your old life, and instead of thanking me, you're scolding me. You really think I'm easy to bully? A terrifying layer of yin energy surrounded him. It was the 100 Ghost technique. Thousands of yin corpses pressured the Xie family members. They cried out, Don't even think about pulling any tricks, or I'll kick you out of the house. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? What is this rebellious son doing? Xie Yan snapped back. Kick what? I'm the only breadwinner in the whole family. If I leave, who's going to clean up this dump for you guys? You can barely take 2 steps without gasping for air, or do you guys only know how to squawk like chickens? The more he spoke, the more rage points he received. Gained 0.01 rage points. Xie Fenfen gained 0.01 rage points. Xie Wuji gained 0.01 rage points. Wang Meilan, on the other hand, was a little excited. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed the feeling of abundant rage points right in front of me. Moreover, thanks to the hate god, resentment ghost, the Zhen family's emotional rage points are rich and endless, unlike normal, where they disappear after a while. Xie Yan continued. Old man, you were already on your deathbed. If I hadn't met God early, I shouldn't have saved you. saving me from this mess, Shi Wuji angrily cursed, but he was as weak as a snail, clutching his chest and falling to the ground.
Wang Meilan and her daughter immediately blamed, rebellious son, rebellious son.
Before she could finish scolding, she fainted, along with her husband. Shai Fenfen anxiously called out, "Mom, Dad," she shouted. "Are you satisfied now? You've angered Mom and Dad to death."
Received rage points. No, Xie Fenfen. The rage points from her kept pouring in endlessly. Anger and hostility rose to the extreme. Her bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. But suddenly, it burst. Her eyes returned to their normal color.
Xie Fenfen sat beside the bed, dazed. "Mom, Dad, what happened?"
Qinger wondered. Why does she suddenly seem like a different person? The negative rage points disappeared, and she returned to normal. Xie Xiaoshu worriedly asked, "Xie Yan, what's going on?" He smiled and replied, "I don't know either. I suddenly encountered a big accident and fainted." She staggered and said, "Why do I feel like I haven't slept for 3 days? My body is extremely tired."
Xie Yan picked up Xie Xiaoshu and said, "Then go rest first. I'll have someone send you back to your room." She patted his head and praised, "It's a good thing Xiao Yan is here, or I really wouldn't have been able to control myself." Xiao Yan looked at her with a side eye, thinking, "Just now, she couldn't wait to eat me alive." He turned around and instructed, "Little sister, go get someone to take her back, and rest." Before long,
Xi Fenfen also fell asleep.
Shi Jian said to Qing Brier.
Before they lost consciousness, Father Xi and Mother Xi also stopped generating rage points. It seems like this sister's condition, or the effect of hate god, resentment ghost, is not impossible to break, it just needs conditions. Qinger flapped her wings and replied. Qinger used ghost energy to absorb their yang energy, making them exhausted and unable to think anymore. Is that why?
He patted the little bird's head and praised, "Maybe, but we have to wait for them to wake up and see what happens." "If that's really the case, then Qinger has helped with something big," Qinger happily said. "Help with something so happy."
A moment later, Xie Yan came out after taking a shower and said, "Taking care of my parents and dealing with household affairs took up so much of my time. Now I finally have time to go back to my room and rest." Xing Gaier looked at his strong body and thought with delight, "Master Xie Yan's body."
Xi Xiao pondered, "Now I should think about the mission. Based on the original owner's memories, this world has some existences similar to cultivation techniques, but the intensity is not high. To have an observation corp suppression is enough to deal with them. The main problem is this Chen Huang guy. Maybe I have to practice Flower Finger Sword to have a chance of winning. But with Hate God, Resentment Ghost here, it's not easy to master Flower Finger Sword."
Qinger happily followed Master, thinking, Master Xie Yan is very attractive, even when he's thinking.
Xie Yan looked outside, guessing, "I have a feeling that tomorrow the Xi family will not be peaceful," he ordered.
Qing Gomber, I must go into secluded cultivation.
She looked over and saw the girl making the bed, calling out, "Xie Yan, my lord, Qing Grader is warming the bed for you." He grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up, saying,
"Don't cause trouble. Be good. Take a good look at who she is. Otherwise, they'll just wake up and bother me again. Besides, a ghost like you will only make the bed colder."
The next day, at Chen Huang's residence, a subordinate reported, "War God, the Wang family from Jiang province is preparing to cause trouble for the Xi family. Today, I'm reporting this to you."
"Do you need me to monitor their movements?" Chen Huang, soaked in the warm pool, casually replying. "The Xi family is just small fry, only worthy of my amusement. Why make such a fuss? It's as if I care so much." He grinned wickedly. "If the Wang family wants to go, just let them go." At the Xi family villa, it was still the calm before the storm.
Xie Yan was sitting in his room, cultivating.
The heavenly seal suppressing Chan has broken through. He sighed. Every time I transmigrate into a minor world, I have to recultivate my techniques. It's such a waste of time. And origin points, that 8 calamity demon art can actually be deduced by the system. It's somewhat interesting.
Skill: 8 calamity demon art. God's hate, ghost's resentment. Current level: LV0 cannot be upgraded. Current effect: this is the after effect brought about by the 8 calamity demon art. This God's hate, ghost's resentment characteristic will cause those around you to involuntarily harbor hostility and contempt towards the cultivator in order to achieve the goal of tempering oneself.
Deducing the 8 calamity demon art requires 3,000 origin points. Confirm.
Xie Yan said,
"That's just too wasteful of origin points, even more wasteful than the heavenly demon bliss art from before. TCH, I don't have that many origin points right now. I'll think about it later. I don't need this technique to be too powerful. I just hope the god's hate, ghost's resentment characteristic can be controlled. Otherwise, I'll easily attract hatred when I return to the main world. I've already laid a trap for Liu Qingmei. Making fun of Liu Qingmei is a big joke.
Qingxi flew in and reported, Xie Yan, my lord. People from the Wang family are here to cause trouble, he wondered. What are the Wangs here for? Wang Xiangtian sat arrogantly on the chair and said, Shi Wuji, are you not planning to pay back the 2 billion in goods? Shi Wuji said awkwardly.
President Wang, look at what you're saying, Wang Meilan interjected. Didn't we say at the beginning that the money didn't need to be paid back? Wang Xiangtian replied. At the beginning, the war god was your family's son-in-law, so of course the payment wasn't needed. But now, Xie, the old master, lowered his head and said,
President Wang, give us some time. We can't come up with 2 billion right away. This is karma. This is karma.
Old Wang then said, If you knew this day was coming, why did you do that in the first place? No extensions. Also, Xie Wuji, if you don't bring the money here today, you know the methods of our Wang family. Just at this moment, Xie Yan walked in and said, Isn't this old Wang next door? He continued. Old Wang, you didn't even say hello before visiting. You're so enthusiastic. As expected of the god's hate, ghost resentment effect, as soon as they saw him, everyone became enraged. Wang Xiangtian cursed, Xie Yan, this little bastard dares to appear before me. The war god is magnanimous enough to tolerate you, but I, Wang Xiangtian, won't. Wang Meilan cursed, I get a headache just looking at you.
Shan Wuji also scolded, You rebellious son, who allowed you to come out?
The system started counting. Received 0. 01 fury points from Wang Xiangtian. Received 0. 01 fury points from Shi Wuji. Received fury points. Wang Meilan. So many points is also great. But Xie Yan started to get a headache, thinking, I don't really want to deal with this. This god's hate, ghost resentment is just a mockery aura. As soon as I show up, it directly pulls all the hatred onto me.
President Wang sat arrogantly on the chair and said with a smile, Old Xi, if you're willing to let me teach this good-for-nothing kid well, this payment is not without room for negotiation. Hearing this, the Xi couple were overjoyed. Old Xi hastily replied, Really? It's this rebellious son's good fortune to receive President Wang's teachings.
Then Old Xi turned a glare at Xie Yan, his expression changing to disgust and impatience, and shouted loudly, Rebellious son, quickly kneel down before President Wang and admit your mistake.
Xie Yan curled his lips slightly, smiled coldly, and replied indifferently, Really, sorry, my leg bones are too stiff, I can't kneel down. At this moment, he thought to himself, I have to quickly find out what conditions will negate the god's hate, ghost's resentment effect, otherwise I will always get hurt when the Xi family acts like this. Instantly, the atmosphere in the reception hall fell into silence. President Wang's expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, Old Xi, you're a really failed father. This kind of mongrel doesn't even listen to you. Hearing this, the Xi couple's expressions became ugly, and they broke out in a cold sweat in panic. The two forced a smile while explaining. Old Xi said in a sorrowful tone, I don't know how to teach my son. And Madame Xi hurriedly added, President Wang, you can deal with this rebellious son as you please. We definitely won't say a word.
At this moment, President Wang raised his head slightly, his lips curving into a tyrannical smile, and ordered the 2 bodyguards beside him. In that case, Wang Wu, Wang Qi, teach this young master Xi a lesson. Just don't play him to death. Wang Qi and Wang Wu rushed towards Xie Yan, raising their fists like the fangs of a hungry tiger preparing to pounce on its prey. But Xie Yan still remained calm and composed, muttering to himself, Still not done. Are you going to get physical? He said with a cold smile, tilting his body to easily dodge the punches. And at the same time, he grabbed Wang Qi and Wang Wu's wrists and lifted them up with ease.
Just like that, Xie Yan spun around, easily swinging the 2 bodyguards around in a circle. Xie Yan flung the people like an athlete, casually and skillfully throwing a ball. The 2 bodyguards of President Wang flew out and crashed heavily into the wall, cracking it, he taunted. Did you ask for my opinion? Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, Wang Zong was anxious and tense, roaring, Xie Yan, you dare to fight back, get him! He directly ordered his subordinates. The bodyguards immediately took action, each displaying swift and dangerous moves as they pounced on Xie Yan. In an instant, a storm of fists flew towards Xie Yan. He smiled, saw his opening, and deployed the heavenly canopy Zen tremor. The shield enveloping his body reverberated at Xie Yan's command. The golden shield then exploded violently, sending Wang Zong's bodyguards flying. Before long, the reception hall became a collapsed battlefield, with Wang Zong's bodyguards lying scattered about, feebly gasping for breath. "Xie Yan, you dare to touch my people!" Wang Zong roared furiously. Even Xi's parents were dissatisfied and angry with Xie Yan's behavior. Old Master Xi questioned loudly. "What do you think you're doing?" Madame Xi gritted her teeth and scolded. "You're going to drag the Xi family down with you." At this moment, the system screen displayed the multi-stream value received. Xie Yan frowned irritably, muttering to himself, "Guys, I've already displayed incredible martial prowess. The least you could do is show some surprise to match the normal reaction, right? This is just plain silence. There's no pleasure or satisfaction at all." With all of Wang Hongqian's subordinates defeated, he couldn't help but show his face. With a sullen expression on his darkened face, he gritted his teeth and said, "You little bastard, you don't want a toast, but you want a forfeit." He stepped forward. Xie Yan ignored Grandpa and Grandma Xi trying to appease him. Lighten his mood. "Wang Zong, don't be angry. Don't need to be angry with this rebellious son." Mrs. Xi also hurriedly said to Xie Yan, "Rebellious son, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize to Wang Zong?" Just like that, he started circulating his qi, his thin body instantly becoming burly and massive. He challenged with imposing manner, "I am Wang Hongqian, the seventh generation successor of the ever-victorious first. How dare you show off your petty tricks in front of an expert?" After finishing speaking, Wang Hongqian punched towards Xie Yan with sinister eyes and murderous intent. But Xie Yan's heavenly canopy Zen tremor parry didn't even require him to lift a finger to defeat him. Wang Hongqian's body flew and crashed so hard that the wall cracked. He trembled and collapsed to the ground, biting his teeth and barely saying, "What, Xie Yan? I thought the Wang family's ever-victorious fist was so powerful. Is that all there is?" Xie Yan curled his lips into a mocking smile. Even more unexpectedly, the Xis actually sided with Wang Hongqian, worrying themselves sick, and were dizzy. "Wang Zong, are you okay?" And Mrs. Xi scolded Xie Yan mercilessly. "You brat dares to hit people. The Xi family can't accommodate you anymore." One wanted to kick him out of the family, the other wanted him to kneel down and admit his mistake. Xie Yan glanced sideways at the Xi family couple, who were bristling with dissatisfaction and constantly criticizing him, thinking to himself, "Brainwashed by force, so pathetic. Their sense of danger and intelligence have also disappeared. Fortunately, I'm too nice to calculate. Otherwise, I would have buried you all already." Thinking this, Xie Yan summoned the Asura Qing hair to appear. An explosive surge of demonic energy burst forth. Ordinary people like the Xi family couple could see that cold, oppressive demonic energy, let alone a martial artist like Wang Hongqian. They were so shocked that they froze on the spot. Countless ghostly figures of the black and white impermanence appeared, floating towards them. For the Xi family couple, they were simply separated and controlled in one place. But Wang Hongqian was in an even worse state. He was grabbed by the wrists by the two impermanences, with one pushing him from behind, forcing him to kneel in obeisance. Old Master Xi cried out in alarm, "Wang Zong, why can't I move anymore?" And Mrs. Xi was no less bewildered. "You brat, are you playing tricks?" Xie Yan directly confirmed confidently and decisively with Qing Shi. The Asura behind him smiled cheerfully. Then he slightly raised his hand, his fingers drawing a straight line, controlling the impermanence to repeatedly slam Wang Hongqian's head into the ground while he was still kneeling. He yelled in pain, "Xie Yan, I want you dead. Rebellious son, you want to rebel? Hurry up and release Wang Zong." Old Master Xie angrily yelled at Xie Yan on Wang Hongqian's behalf. Mrs. Xie's aura was no less, scolding, "Accursed child, how could the Xie family have a troublemaker like you?" The system's electronic screen suddenly appeared, recording the rage points received from Wang Hongqian, Shi Wuji, and Wang Meilan. "Stop yelling. Even if you scream your throats raw, you'll have to kowtow to me 100 times. Xie Yan smiled coldly. The black and white impermanents were very cooperative, making Wang Hongqian slam his head harder and harder. At this time, the Xi family couple became even more indignant, constantly cursing Xie Yan. "Rebellious son, I'm going to kick you out of the house. You jinx. You're ruining the entire Xi family." Hearing this, Xie Yan raised an eyebrow, turned and replied, "You guys stop being noisy too. You can't do anything right. You're just dragging me down." The Asura Qing Shi hovered on his shoulder, softly saying, "Master, these two are about to turn into the weak state like before." Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled mockingly. The next step is the key to verifying whether their brain dead can be cured. He looked at the Xie family couple sitting limply on the ground, looking like terminal patients, but still not forgetting to scold people. It was old Master Xie. "You unfilial son, I. His wife panicked when she saw this and called out, "Honey!" The system continuously announced the rage points received from Wang Hongqian. Seeing this, Xie Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xi's parents aren't providing any more points. Just like that, the Xie family couple seemed to suddenly wake up to the present, and the anger at this moment completely disappeared. Instead, they looked around with bewildered and confused eyes. Mrs. Xi looked at Wang Hongqian with confusion, asking, "What is Wang Zong doing, Xiaoyan? What happened, mister?" she asked. It's okay. Lao Wang came to exchange feelings with me. I'll have the people below take you two back to your room to rest." Xie Yan smiled gently, while helping Xi's parents. "Is Xiaoyan really okay? I feel so uneasy," Mrs. Xi said in confusion. And Mr. Xi looked around in confusion. "These are all Wang Zong's bodyguards, right? Why are they lying motionless on the ground?" But Xie Yan still maintained a professional smile on his face and replied, "It's okay, I can handle it. I'll take you back to your room first." Some time had passed, and Xie Yan with an easygoing face was still looking at Wang Hongqian, who was continuously kowtowing in a prostrate position, his head continuously banging on the ground until it bled. He was panting tiredly. The reaction of Xi's parents can prove that Xingxia can resolve the resentment and grievances of gods and ghosts, so why is this Lao Wang still scolding me to give me rage points? Xie Yan asked in a low voice. The Ashira Chinger thought for a while and realized, replying, "Xinger knows the reason why Lao Wang has a stronger body than Xi's parents. A bit more won't reach that delicate border point." Hearing this, Xie Yan suddenly circulated his energy, and the sinister aura of the yin spirit began to surge. He said, "So that's it. It seems old Wang has practiced some kind of technique, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident in charging at me. If a few yin ghosts have no effect on him, then let's throw a bunch at him and see." Xie Yan directly summoned more yin spirits to pounce towards Wang Hongqian. He screamed in agony. After being in a daze for a while, Wang Hongqian wearily opened his eyes and realized something. "Not good. You're finally awake, old Wang. How do you feel now?" Xie Yan knelt on one knee, looking down at Wang Hongqian as he asked. Qingxia, the spirit flame ghost beside him, giggled with amusement, as if preparing to scare him. "Xie Yan, what kind of demonic technique is this? Why can't I move?" he asked Xie Yan in confusion. But Xie Yan ruthlessly conjured a small yin spirit to cover his mouth. Xie Yan coldly replied, "Did I let you ask? Think about your situation. You're at my mercy now." Hearing this, Wang Hongqian immediately changed his tone to a subservient one, saying, "Xie Yan, I am, for better or worse, the head of the Wang family in Jingcheng. Spare me a path to survival, and I will absolutely not make things difficult for the Shen family anymore." Seeming dissatisfied, Xie Yan asked in a low voice, "Old Wang, is this how you beg someone? You have no self-awareness at all?" Beside him, Xingxia enthusiastically directed the yin soldiers. "Inhale, exhale, everyone hold him down. I ask you something, you answer it. I want you to do something, you do it. Now you have to flatter me and buy your life from me. Take back your rich and powerful attitude. You only need to know one thing. I can send you to your death with just a flick of my finger," Xie Yan said coldly. The electronic system then appeared, retrieving the origin, Wang Hongqian's fear emotions. "Understood," Xie Yan asked Qingxia indirectly, manipulating the yin soldiers to make things difficult for Wang Hongqian. He replied anxiously, "Understood. I understand, Xie Yan. Young Master Xie, please take back your magical powers and spare my life." "That's more like it," Xie Yan smiled with satisfaction, seeming to indirectly tell Qingxia beside him to stop the torture. She pouted a little unhappily, but still obeyed him, saying, "Oh, we haven't completely buried him yet." Xie Yan stood up straight, looked down at him, and asked, "Then tell me, why did you come to my house again? Did Chen Huang send you?" "It was my idea. Now that the war god has returned to his position, every figure with a bit of fame wants to curry favor with him, and your Xi family is the best gift," Wang Hongqian replied. "Before I came, I reported to the war god's subordinates. The war god said he wanted to keep the Xi family around to play with slowly." Hearing this, Xie Yan and Xing'er each had a different reaction. Xing'er angrily said,
What a terrible personality. Xie Yan only smiled coldly, saying, "He's got the patience." Playing slowly. In his heart, he secretly thought, "But that's good too. If he really came to kill us, I would have no choice but to take the entire Xie family, young and old, and run away. Only this mindset of playing slowly will give me enough time to level up."
Wang Hongqian crawled up, hugging his knees, looking extremely aggrieved, and continued,
"It's not like I'll be the only one coming, young Master Xie. I'm just a bellwether. A great man doesn't hold a grudge against a small one. Please spare me, okay? But the death penalty can be waived. The living penalty is hard to escape. I want you to secretly report to me and monitor Chen Huang's every move."
Hearing this, Wang Hongqian looked up at Xie Yan, rummaged through his pockets, and hesitantly replied, "Young Master Xin, don't make things difficult for me. How can I monitor the war god?"
"Then, I don't know, you figure it out yourself. According to your plan, after leaving the Xie family, you'll go and take credit with him, right?" Xie Yan said calmly, causing him to worry even more, and he quickly replied, I wouldn't dare, young Master Xie. I really wouldn't dare."
Xie Yan held a jade green pill in his hand, and replied, "No. I want you to pretend that you succeeded in harming the Shen family. Not a word about me can be said outside."
"Isn't Chen Huang wanting to see how the Xie family is tormented? Then let's follow his wishes and give him a good show."
Xie Yan handed the suspiciously steaming pill to Wang Hongqian. He panicked and stammered, What is this?"
"What else could it be, poison? It can control people. Anyone who dares to betray me, I will make your internal organs rot, wail for 3 days and 3 nights, and then die," Xie Yan replied to him, while silently handing the pill to Qing'er, who directly shoved it into Wang Hongqian's mouth, smiling as she said,
"Go in." He choked and coughed. Confused, Xie Yan turned around and continued, "Those other bellwethers, old Wang, I'm leaving them to you. Next, you figure it out carefully. How can you both satisfy Chen Huang and not cause any real damage to the Xie family? Qing'er, use the ghost bewitching mind technique to erase the memories of these guards." Hearing him say this, Qing'er immediately replied,
"Understood." After a while, everything was settled. Xie Yan stood by the door, looking at the sky outside, thinking.
The special effect of the god's hatred and ghost's resentment only works when they meet face to face, as long as he doesn't see me again. In the short term, Wang Hongqian won't suddenly have a brain fart and cause any trouble. Next, there will be peace for a while. I must quickly enter the realm of flower finger swordplay. He called Qingfar and said, "I want you to help me cultivate a technique."
"Huh. Doesn't the master usually not want Qing'er to disturb him when he's cultivating?" "Why do you need Qing'er's help this time?" Qing'er asked. Then suddenly Xie Yan gently turned her head and replied, "Yes, I need you to help me cultivate flower finger swordplay."
Xie Yan looked at Qing'er and thought, with the god's hatred and ghost's resentment on me, I can't find any other girls to cultivate with except for Qing'er. Qing'er's eyes widened in surprise. Flower finger swordplay with Qing'er.
At this time, the sunset descended on the Shen family villa, echoing Qing'er's naive voice, asking to do it with Xie Yan is only a ghost like Qing'er. Is it really okay?
Before, Qing'er and the 4 sisters together could help the master. Now only Qing'er. It's not good. Hearing her say that, Xie Yan still smiled and persuaded. Let's try it first. Anyway, there's no girl now who can bypass the god's hatred and ghost's resentment. At this time, he secretly thought in his heart. Flower finger swordplay requires a large amount of rouge energy. Qing'er alone is indeed a bit thin. But ghosts are more pure than humans, and rouge energy is also purer than humans.
Slowly grinding can accumulate a lot over time.
Qing'er felt that it was reasonable and replied, All right, Qing'er will try her best.
Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned back and took a deep breath, which made Xie Yan feel strange, so he asked, Qing'er, what are you going to do?
A small burst of smoke, a cloud of white smoke, enveloped Qing'er's entire body, but very quickly, the pure white smoke gradually dissipated. Qing'er, the flame ghost, in a new and unique appearance, she was wearing clothes similar to the flame ghost Hongxue, both seductive and a little casual. Qing'er winked and called Xie Yan, Master.
Didn't I tell you not to imitate her, brat? Do you want to piss me off? Xie Yan scolded angrily, decisively knocking Qing'er on the head. Qing'er's outfit instantly reverted to normal, and she hugged her head, whining and explaining like a warm dumpling. Qing'er's skills aren't as proficient as the other sisters. I was afraid I couldn't help you, master, so I wanted to try learning Madam's appearance.
Xie Yan pinched Qing'er's cheek again, replying with a clearly displeased tone. It's not like I need Xie Yan's tricks to seduce me. He was about to say more, but ended up sighing in annoyance. Forget it. Explaining is too much trouble. Just stay here obediently and don't do anything. I'll take care of it. Okay, Qing'er replied, pouting. Only then did Xie Yan let go and picked up his phone. Qing'er hugged her chubby cheeks, rubbing them to soothe the pain, while lamenting Qing'er's uselessness, needing Master to take action. What are you looking at, Master? Xie Yan didn't stand on ceremony and replied. Interesting scenic spots in Jiang province, new movies, and restaurants with a decent atmosphere.
Hearing that, Qingseeker found it strange and asked, Aren't you cultivating anymore, Master? Or are you preparing to relax first? Xie Yan casually replied while scrolling through his phone. No, I'm preparing for cultivation.
After I finish preparing the itinerary, we'll go on a date. As Qing'er spoke, Xie Yan flashed a gentle, soul-stirring smile, causing Qing'er to be caught off guard and blush. Then she showed a joyful, eager face like a glutton, about to be taken to a free feast. Her face flushed with delight to the point of drooling. Xie Yan slightly looked up from his phone, looked at Qing'er's dazed, silly appearance, and felt strange, so he called out, Qing'er. Qing'er's soul burst out with patches of pink dust. Xie Yan frowned slightly in suspicion, reached out with 2 fingertips to touch it, and then suddenly realized in surprise. The rouge qi is that fast. Qing'er. You, Xie Yan, was about to call her again. But at this time Qing'er was already immersed in her little happiness, her soul drifting like floating on the sea, not hearing Xie Yan at all, and murmuring with a smile. Dating with Master. Xie Yan languidly looked at Qing'er's immersed appearance, reached out and pinched her cheek and said, Qing'er, you can't even handle this much. I haven't even used my real skills yet. What should I say to you? So hopeless. Although Qing'er's cheeks were pinched wide, she hadn't come to her senses, and happily replied with a smile, Qing'er is hopeless.
Hearing that, Xie Yan also sighed helplessly. Well, let's see how I deal with you tomorrow. At this time, the distance between the two was very close, so close that Qing'er finally came back and recognized the breath exhaling on her face, no one else but Xie Yan's handsome face. Qing'er involuntarily exclaimed loudly, Master is too close.
Qing'er's face was flushed like a drunkard, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and fainted, causing Xie Yan to be caught off guard. Qing'er, wake up a bit. Qing'er's soul was drifting in the 9th heaven of happy paradise, answering, It's real, I have no regrets anymore. The next day, with the identity of the young master of the Xie family, Xie Yan booked the entire amusement park so that he and Qing'er could spend time alone. Throughout the whole process, Qing'er was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling every second. Xie Yan really used money to book the entire amusement park, from the roller coaster to the Ferris wheel. There were only 2 people.
An amusement park date couldn't be without a cinema, so he also used money to buy it out.
That day he and Qing'er watched a movie affectionately. In a deserted place, Xie Yan and Qing'er played from morning to evening. Then a special romantic show began. An art show creating a heart shape from water jets, illuminated by colorful lights. Qing'er that day was really happy, to the point that her mouth was smiling throughout the whole time of enjoying the romantic atmosphere with Xie Yan, and continued to radiate rouge qi. At night, Xie Yan returned to the room to check the rouge qi collected. Only Qing'er. As expected, the speed is very slow. At today's efficiency, it will take at least a week to enter the flower between fingers style. All right, he muttered to himself. I don't know how long Wang Hongqian's side can last.
At this time, Qing'er suddenly appeared with a curious look, asking Master, Have we finished cultivating now? Xie Yan glanced at her and replied, Although there is true qi condensing, it hasn't taken shape yet. It's still too early.
It seems that the atmosphere of a real-life situation is not stimulating enough. I need to increase the intensity and speed up the progress. Thinking to himself, Xie Yan suddenly raised his finger and lifted Qing'er's chin. Immediately blushing, hearing his next words made her feel even hotter inside. Tomorrow we'll play something even more exciting.
Hearing that, Qing'er finally couldn't stand it anymore and transformed into her beast form, while blushing and exclaimed. The next day switched to a scene of picturesque scenery, with water, both nostalgic and familiar, yet with a sense of novelty. Those who are destined will meet even if they are thousands of miles away. Those who are not destined will still be distant even when face to face.
It takes 500 years to cultivate being on the same boat, and 1,000 years to cultivate being in the same bed. Together at this time, Xie Yan, in a simple dark hanfu, even drifting and sinking in the ancient costume scene, he suddenly reached out to a young girl and said in a deep voice, "This humble one is Xie Yan, a scholar on his way to the capital to take the exam. A graceful lady is a gentleman's good match. I have fallen in love at first sight with you, miss." Seeing that, Chinger, in the form of an ancient costume girl, also reached out and took his hand.
"Today I am destined to share a boat with you. May I ask if you could?" Xie Yan didn't even finish his lines when Xingxer impatiently replied, "I'm willing. Xingxer is willing." The beautiful young couple exchanged amorous verses in picturesque scenery, as if in their own world, completely oblivious to the crew members on the riverbank who were looking with annoyed eyes. Each and every one of them showed a dissatisfied attitude. Is that idiot crazy? He's directing and acting all by himself. Who knows what he's doing? I don't know why I get annoyed when I see that name. No way. Who told him to be richer? He even hits people. I heard the fan director didn't want to accept his order, and he really beat up the fan director, Lawless. And the director was beaten by Xie Yan and bandaged like a mummy, sitting in a wheelchair. Hearing the crew member say that, he wasn't angry at Xie Yan, but instead spoke up in indignation. "Don't talk too much. Do your work properly." Young Master Xi still has a few more scenes later. Quickly prepare the props and costumes for the next one. But in his heart, he secretly said to himself, "This young Master Xi is too evil. I can't provoke him. I can't provoke him. Why did I have a conflict with him before? Did water get into my brain?" A moment later, Xie Yan flew to the director's location as if riding the wind. He also cautiously asked, young Master Xi, what script do you need behind Cowherd and Weaver Girl? Hurry up and do it. I'm in a hurry," Xie Yan directly replied without thinking twice. In his heart, he secretly affirmed, as expected, violence is the best method. Break the resentment of gods and ghosts. Normal, intimate love, with an unchanging external environment, will find it difficult to provide enough rouge qi needed to create various romantic atmospheres and constantly stimulate the excitement of the other party. Therefore, Xie Yan thought of the most famous couples in mythology. The first scene is Cowherd and Weaver Girl, with Xie Yan's cowherd lines. "If you two are to be together for a long time, why must you be together morning and night?" The next scene is Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, a pair of lovers with a sad ending, together for life until death. That's why I specifically sought out a film crew to create this for me, to embody the divine resentment and ghostly animosity.
This isn't easy, probably because I've played so many couples, from happily ever after to one person in the light and the other in the dark. If I could add a deadline to this love, I'd hope for 10,000 years.
But since I have money and fists, I managed to get it done with a bit of coercion and persuasion. And of course, the most classic and romantic lines are a must. "Rather than the heavens, I choose you."
With a professional team working together, things progressed rapidly. 2 days later, the results of stimulating Qingrier and her rouge energy began to appear.
Xie Yan accumulated rouge energy, so he could now circulate qi to use the Huajian sword finger technique, bending and extending as he wished. A thin, long finger, infused with true qi, was no different from the sword shadow of the azure blade.
Slicing through the electronic screen dummies, the system displays the level. System, Level 2, Name, Xie Yan, Realm, Hodician Stage 6, Skill Comprehension, Huajian Sword Finger, Current Level, Level 3, Origin Points,
over 700,000. Xie Yan looked at the screen face with satisfaction and sighed in relief. The Huajian Sword Finger is successfully mastered and upgraded to Level 3. When I transmigrate into a minor world later, I won't have to go to the trouble of finding beauties to recultivate the Huajian Sword Finger. I was really worried that one day I'd transmigrate to a world without women. Then I'd be screwed.
Qinger's spirit floated like a lazy cloud beside Xie Yan. She said happily, "Qinger is very satisfied these days." Hearing this, he also laughed and said, "There are still many classic scenes to play. Let's save them for later."
Now there's another problem. I can't keep developing the characteristics of divine resentment and ghostly animosity. I have to wait until I return to the main world. Otherwise, big problems will definitely occur.
Xie Yan opened the system interface, observing while stroking his chin and thinking,
"But deducing the 8 disasters demonic art requires too many origin points. Now I don't even have enough to upgrade the Huajian Swordfinger to Level 4. It's a pity that the characteristic of divine resentment and ghostly animosity has to be in the front to be effective, otherwise I could do a live stream like in the spirit world, the origin points would directly explode. But with this characteristic, it's very simple to get origin points, just wander around outside, and I can bring back a bunch. So it's not the key lies in Chen Huang. If he wants to be a protagonist, who pretends to be weak to deceive others, show off and posture, then why not be a big villain boss? That pawn Wang Hongqian should be moved.
Xie Yan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, these 2 days, putting shoes in that film crew also tested it out. Qingke actually doesn't carry the characteristics of divine resentment and ghostly animosity. He gently rubbed Qingge's head and said, don't act cute anymore, Qingge. There's important business. You take a trip to the imperial capital for me, deliver a letter to Wang Hongqian, and conveniently monitor him to see if he follows the words in my letter. I can't meet him directly, to avoid divine resentment and ghostly animosity erupting and messing up my plans.
Qingge also happily accepted. Okay, just leave it to Qingge. A moment later, in the imperial capital, Great Marsh Wang family, Qing Hongxi entered Wang Hongqian's son to deliver Xie Yan's message. He saw this and hurriedly reported, Young Master Xie, these days I have always been working according to your instructions. Chen Huang does not know the actual situation of the Xie family. The other party listened and nodded in satisfaction and replied,
very good. Next I want you to eat up Chen Huang's forces within 2 months.
Wang Hongqian hesitated and said, Young Master Xi, this is completely impossible. But the other party only handed him the letter and whispered, No, everything is possible. I have written the specific method in the letter. Just follow it, and my guardian spirit will always be by your side to help you, as long as you avoid facing Chen Huang directly. No one in this world can stop you. Wang Hongqian heard this and felt somewhat at ease in his heart. Although everything was very worried, he reluctantly accepted and replied, All right. Instantly, Qingge's spirit left Wang Hongqian's eldest son's body. He woke up and asked blankly, Dad, why are you here? However, Wang Hongqian only bowed his head helplessly and replied, The method is too terrifying. Our Wang family seems to have no choice. Xie Yan's residence was very peaceful at this time, to the point of being a bit bored, so he wrote down some ignorant lines of script.
Once upon a time, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. Master, I'm back.
Qingling Flame Ghost returned and met Xie Yan, and asked with a relaxed mood, How is the matter going?
It's progressing smoothly,
Qingling replied confidently. With the strongest assistant Qingshag'er helping, old Wang silently beat Chen Huang's subordinates until they cried meow meow. Then he forced these people to cultivate the heavenly demon Extreme Bliss Art. Old Wang decisively blew up a few to kill chickens to scare monkeys. The others became honest.
Just like that. Beat people to transmit skills, then beat people to transmit skills. Before long, Chen Huang will become a lonely commander. Qingling happily concluded a report to Xie Yan.
Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled with satisfaction, rubbed Qingge's head as a reward and said, You did a good job, but Qingge still needs to continue monitoring. She also enthusiastically accepted and replied, Okay, what did Master buy? Qingge looked at the large wooden barrel and wondered. Xie Yan, just like that, took out a cat-shaped head to show her and replied, I ordered someone to make toy clothes, preparing to wear them to stroll around for fun. Qingge looked at the cat head and happily replied,
Wow, so cute.
At this time, Xie Yan calculated.
Origin points are not enough. Only relying on the points of the Xie family. How long will I have to wait? I should still go out and harm others.
I also think it's very cute, Xie Yan replied to Qinghe, at the same time thinking, on old Wang's side, he is still concealing from Chen Huang that he has been manipulated very badly. If the news spreads outside that I'm going everywhere, I'm afraid Chen Huang will suspect old Wang, so I should still disguise myself before going out to work. It's funny, but whatever. I've tried it these days, the characteristic of divine resentment and ghostly animosity, except for not having an effect in a remote medium. Even if I change my image, I can't escape it. I might as well take advantage of it to get origin points. The next morning, Xie Yan disguised himself as a fox spirit, observing while muttering,
There are so many people, I don't know if the lords like this little tiger. Xie Yan stood on a towering building. Suddenly his momentum jumped off and fell down like an arrow.
Below the building, the city's people were busy and bustling, when suddenly an explosion of smoke like an earthquake erupted, causing the people to panic. Something fell down. It's a meteor. The smoke and dust billowed like mist, making the figure of the expert become blurred. The city's people began to clamor, gathering to watch. It seems to be a person. Is he okay? Didn't fall to his death. Regardless of whether he's dead or not, he's most hateful for damaging public property. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing a tall, fat, mysterious figure. So there's this tiger spirit, striking a seductive pose, winking at the crowd, and flipping them off with its middle finger, which instantly ignited the people's rage. This tiger is just begging for a beatdown. I want to punch him so bad. If you want to beat up this perverted tiger, we're practically siblings from different parents. And just like that, the city's citizens gathered into flocks and hordes of furious people, shouting slogans, "Brothers, get him! Sisters, let's go!" The masses chased after the tiger spirit. Meanwhile, in the park, a group of 3 friends were chatting on a bench. Check this out. There's a perv in a furry suit running around outside, and people are chasing after him to beat him up. Looks like it's happening right here. The girl next to him giggled innocently.
But the outfit's kinda cute. What's so perverted about it?
The guy next to her chimed in. It's probably all staged anyway. Who knows if it's real? Xie Yan, in his tiger suit, suddenly dashed past them. The 3 friends were stunned in place for a second. Then they went into a mad chase, cursing furiously. I've never seen anyone who deserves a beating this much. You damn pervert! Stop right there so I can beat your ass. Before long, the sky was painted with the colors of dusk. The angry mob was completely exhausted, and they started to realize how weird this was. What am I even doing here? I'm crazy. I must be out of my mind. I skipped work for a tiger. I'm so screwed. Xie Yan, still in his tiger suit, danced happily, saying, Yeah, this feels great. I can even practice my introductory Jinghong Dun while I'm at it. I've earned over 100 origin points already. Which group is this chasing me? I've lost count. Alright, time to wrap it up. With that, Xie Yan dashed away from the furious crowd behind him. Sadly, a human's energy is limited. Even with the Shen Hengi Yuan trait, it can't give me origin points every second. You'll wither after a few runs, and you won't recover without some serious rest. Right now, the most a normal person with strong emotions can squeeze out is 0.1 origin points. Then their heart turns to ash. This also means it's hard to find a flock of sheep that constantly provide them. So I gotta switch locations tomorrow. Half a month later, Xie Yan's chaotic antics finally caught the attention of the TV news. Recently, a mysterious tiger person has appeared in Jiang province, causing civil unrest, traffic jams, and all sorts of stampede incidents. The tiger person is incredibly agile, treating gravity like it doesn't exist, and can quickly traverse between tall buildings. Xie Yan watched the news, muttering to himself, I was wrong before. The information network in this world is nowhere near as developed as in the Tongling world. The effects of Shen Hengi Yuan only work face-to-face. Most people can't generate extreme emotions towards strangers, even if someone's acting weird. As long as they're not killing people on the street, people will just laugh and walk by. But still, I did get quite a few origin points during this time. In the past few days, besides leveling up Huajian Jianjihe to level 4, Jinghong Dun and Tianma Ji Lezong have also successfully broken through. I got so many origin points. Should I see if I can level up to level 5? Xie Yan opened the system interface. Remaining origin points, 35,000 plus. Skill mastered. Huajian Jianzi, current level. Level 4. Skill mastered. Tianma Ji Legong, current level. Level 6 breakthrough. Other skills mastered. Jinghong Dun, current level. Level 3 breakthrough. Let's give it a shot. I still have a month left on the mission. Anyway, I should be able to deduce Banan Mogong, Xie Yan said as he tapped the system interface. Instantly, a red notification popped up. Insufficient conditions, unable to level up. Xie Yan looked at the screen with disappointment, saying, Just like when Nipai Zihi was leveling up to level 4, I didn't meet the requirements. He rubbed his chin, pondering, What conditions am I missing? Do I need to go back to the main world to level up? Well, if I can't level up Huajian Jianzihe, I'll just have to deduce Banan Mogong then. Xie Yan tapped the system interface, and it displayed, Deduce Banan Mogong, cost 3,000 origin points, confirm. Xie Yan directly pressed the Yes button. System. Deduction successful. Skill introduction. The so-called Banan is the evilest of evils in the world, the suffering of suffering, the greatest disaster in listening to Buddha's teachings. Only by rooting the characteristics of Banan into the soul, seeing the truth of destroying one's nature, and entering the demonic path from the Buddhist path, can one find a path to survival? Current level. Level 0.
Xie Yan looked at the interface and exclaimed in surprise. Judging from the introduction, this technique seems really brutal. I have 500 origin points left. Let's see how many levels I can raise it. Huh? What the heck is this?
A red notification popped up. This skill is extremely incompatible with the host's personality. Forced cultivation will deplete the host's original nature. Each level up requires even more origin points to fill the negative effects. What the hell kind of explanation is that? Xie Yan ruffled his hair in frustration, saying, I gotta level up even if it's a waste of money. If I go back to the main world with this Shenhengi Yuan on me, I'll get killed by Liu Qingmei. Xie Yan, with tears in his eyes, pressed the yes button, but looking at the short-lived level up, Xie Yan couldn't hide his disappointment. It only leveled up one level, and 300 points aren't enough to level up again. This sucks. Luckily, the origin points aren't spent. As expected, I can unleash the Shenhengi Yuan trait at will, but it's not like Chen Huang who can pass this martial art to others at will.
Sure enough, the evil trait doesn't require cultivation at all, just sit and absorb it. As long as you can draw out the anger of others, your own power will increase, but the level I'm training at is low, the increase is extremely small.
At this moment, Xie Yan turned on the TV, rubbing his chin and muttering, I have a month left on the mission. Should I get bolder with collecting origin points? Like using my real face to go out? As long as he can see the news, if Chen Huang isn't an idiot, he'd have already started to suspect the tiger person's identity, right? After all, the traits of Shenhengi Yuan are so obvious, you seeing me means I don't have to hide it anymore. Anyway, I already had Qing say hello to Wang Hongqian a few days ago. The plan over there won't be affected. At this time, in another horizon, an ancient and magnificent courtyard suddenly echoed with the angry voice of a man. Wang Hongqian, what did you say? They're all made. Ran away.
Wang Hongqian knelt on one knee on the ground. Facing the man, he replied respectfully, War God, great, sir. Maybe these subordinates played too hard, created too much, they completely collapsed. Even the assets under their names are abandoned. Now they don't know where they're hiding.
Chen Huang's face darkened, and he angrily yelled, Wang Xiongtian, I think you've been played. Then he directly ordered to a black-clothed subordinate behind him, Luo Hu, use your power to find the Xie family, especially that Xie Yan.
The subordinate hesitated for a moment before replying, War God, according to our intel, that Xie Yan is currently parading in the city center.
Chen Huang found it hard to believe, asking, Parading? The black-clothed subordinate replied, Yes, and I heard the parade is extremely ostentatious. It seems he has no intention of hiding himself at all.
Right now, Xie family's parade stretches across the city streets, causing traffic jams. It's both grand and arrogant,
causing the surrounding people to curiously gather around to watch. Which young master from a crazy family is parading? Don't they know this will cause traffic jams?
I don't know who's backing them, but just thinking about it makes me angry, but I can't move an inch.
Xie Yan was on a massive parade vehicle, dressed comfortably, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. My lord, if you want to sunbathe, you should find a more relaxing place. Why come to this noisy place? Hearing Chinger's soft inquiry, Xie Yan bluntly replied, Chinger, you don't understand. What I'm enjoying is the feeling of them wanting to hit me but not being able to. Moreover, I'm doing this because I'm waiting for someone. Once he arrives, I'll take him for a stroll.
Xie Yan suddenly sat up straight as he lowered his sunglasses. Xing Yan looked at the man appearing in mid-air opposite him. He smiled and greeted, Chen Huang, long time no see. Chen Huang coldly snorted, replying, Xing Yan, I bestowed the godly hatred upon you, but not only did it not make you repent, but you're actually enjoying it.
Repent? You're the one wearing a brain-dead halo, actively attracting others to bully you. How can you act like I'm the one at fault? Xing Yan calmly accused, replying, Not bad with your words, but I don't want to play with you right now, Chen Huang said while gathering his energy, blue light flowing out like silk. Therefore, Xing Yan, die for me, Chen Huang shouted, his chi infused with blue light, full of killing intent, rushing towards Xing Yan's parade vehicle. Boundless calamity of 8 torments.
Xie Yan was momentarily stunned, looking at the dazzling light that erupted.
The blue light queue enveloped the parade vehicle like hellfire, burning everything. The white smoke billowed upwards. The sudden explosion shocked the surrounding city residents, who panicked and fled. The immortals are fighting. The parade is about to explode. Run!
Chen Huang, standing in the billowing smoke, said domineeringly. After being burned by the hellfire, neither ascending to the heavens nor descending to hell, not entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, a hateful thing like, you should have such an end, killed Xie Yan.
Next, I have to find the remnants of this Xie family, Chen Huang muttered as he calculated, his foot just touching the ground, when suddenly, a 5-colored beam of light shot out from the billowing white smoke.
Chen Huang was shocked, unable to control his voice. Xie Yan. How could you? Xie Yan used his qinggong to literally run away. Slightly turning his head to look at Chen Huang with a hint of playfulness, he smiled provocatively. Are you only allowed to have fortuitous encounters and no one else?
Ah, Chen Huang, you little brat, I give you 6 words, Xie Yan shouted with an imposing aura. At this moment, Chen Huang recognized that the 5-colored light had turned into 6 words. Chase me, you idiot. All right, if you like playing the mouse running around, then I'll play with you, Chen Huang watched, and said with a cold laugh.
He had originally intended to surround the young man with his powerful henchmen, but Xie Yan was simply too strong.
And after finding out that it does not work out, there are increasingly fewer people trying to stop Xie Yan, and Xie Yan become a ray of colorful light and say, that will be his end of the road.
Xie Yan told him,
don't say it out loud, because he misses him a little bit. And day after tomorrow would be the end of the 3-month deadline. Therefore, Lao Wang's task has been completed. It is time to settle the score. On the other end of the line was Lao Wang was listening to Xie Yan on the phone, and he was listening to what young Master Xi was saying. After hanging up, Lao Wang sighed and said, this day has finally come. But from behind him came a voice asking, what day are you talking about? Suddenly, a shadowy figure of a man appeared behind Lao Wang, gradually approaching, and Lao Wang suddenly recognized and asked, are you war god Asura? Immediately, Lao Wang knelt down and bowed his head before him, saying, war god Asura has come, I did not know, please forgive me.
War god Asura looked down with disdain and said that, it is nothing.
This time, he came specially without telling anyone, because he had something private to find Lao Wang.
War god Asura glared with great anger and questioned Lao Wang, see who he just called, because War god Asura heard the 2 words, young Master Xie. Seeing this, Lao Wang said hurriedly that, war god, you are busy with official duties. Maybe it is because of fatigue that you misheard. This subordinate wanted to remind his family members to wash their hands, even though he said that. But War god Asura did not calm down, but became even more grumpy, and said that, Lao Wang means that he misheard. After finishing speaking, War god Asura ordered Luo Hu to bring Lao Wang's phone over to him. In that silent room, only Lao Wang and Jian Shengtu Luo were present, along with his 2 brothers, further amplifying the fear. After ordering Luo Hu, he didn't leave immediately, which infuriated Zihan Shentu Luo, who said, Luo Hu, are you deaf? A faint smile on a man's face caused everyone to feel bewildered as he said, how could they be deaf? They're doing a great job. The reason those 2 aren't acting isn't because they're deaf, but because they heard Tian Ma Luo Luo sounding so tense.
But it's simply because they don't dare. The 2 behind him were furious and cursed Wang Lantian, calling him a son of a bitch, not understanding why he was treating them this way. Wang Lantian responded to those being burned, if I didn't burn them, would they obediently help him buy time? He's not that stupid. Immediately after, those being burned exploded with dazzling orange light, with glimpses of Zihan Shentuluo's figure before the explosions. After the explosions, Wang Lantian immediately jumped from the 3rd floor, since it had been blown apart in a very flamboyant way. He then landed with ease, carrying an air of great composure.
He turned his head back and said, Chen Huang, no matter how high your martial arts are, you definitely won't escape from here.
Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lantian was surprised by something and exclaimed, what? Impossible? With an extremely bewildered and irritated expression.
Suddenly, the figure of Jian Shentu Luo, who was also Chen Huang, appeared from the explosions. He said to Wang Lantian, you didn't think this could destroy me, did you? Everyone below stood frozen, clenching their fists, feeling happy, angry. And then Wang Lantian said, today is the day Jian Shen dies. Xiang Lantian waved his hand and revealed to him, Xiang Lantian knew he would come today, so he did this.
Then he clenched his fist and continued, 1 or 2 people definitely won't do, but you think only 1 or 2 war gods betrayed you?
Everyone below was extremely angry and said to Lao Wang, you called them here today to rebel against Jihan Shen, and Lao Wang initially lured them in, without saying they'd be fighting Xie Yan. Then they continued to curse him for being crazy.
Lao Wang angrily pointed directly at someone below, causing them to explode, and said, "Shut up, all of you!" Wang Lantian angrily pointed and questioned those people, saying, "Who are they afraid of, Chen Huang or him?"
Hearing Lao Wang say that, they cowered in fear and all listened to Lao Wang, rushing up to fight Jiahan Shen Tulu. Zhan Sheng Tuluo stood above and said with disdain, "They're so stupid to want to help this kind of worm deal with him." And he was preparing to unleash a move with a blue light radiating from his hand.
With just a flick of his hand to unleash the move, everyone was swallowed by his attack, revealing an extremely horrifying scene before their eyes, with blue light engulfing everything. All the figures, after being hit by the attack, looked extremely terrified. Their eyes and mouths seemed to be emitting an extremely strong light, and indeed, not long after, precisely just a few minutes later, they exploded into a massive explosion on a building.
Seeing this, Lao Wang remained stubborn and ordered the people below to continue rushing up. "These 2 explosions can't kill Chen Huang. Keep going, all of you, go for it."
As soon as they rushed up, they were once again blown to smithereens, with everything around them flying everywhere.
The explosion was so big that people far away could clearly see a round ball of fire growing larger and exploding on the other side of the hill. Explosion. Yan Giqing was saying to Dao Ren, "Why don't you help Lao Wang and his crew?" He replied. "Why should I help? The power of Chen Huang's subordinates is nothing good, so isn't it good to let them bite each other?" he continued.
"It's just that I guess Lao Wang can't hold on. I've also practiced the Lu Ba Nan Mo Gong, and I know very well that this kung fu is very strange, let alone Chen Huang's Ba Ban Mo Gong is higher than mine. If they really fight, this guy is even harder to deal with than Tian Mian Gong Zi. If it weren't for Lao Wang relying on numbers, he would definitely be defeated. Still need to exercise a little. Prepare.
The mutated demons, after being exploded, appeared, along with a figure, a certain man with extremely horrifying red eyes, and he said, "Wang Zhao Zhan Shen should be welcome." Standing on the other side of the path was the figure of Xie Yan, waiting for Qin Huang, and said, "You've come." Qin Huang continued to Xie Yan. He was still worried that Lao Wang would lead Chen Huang's subordinates to directly kill Chen Huang's life. "It seems that your life is also very tough." Chen Huang was angry when he heard that, and he said, "If they just rely on them and want to hurt him, then Xie Yan is looking down on him a bit." But in the end today, Xie Yan also showed up. Xie Yan continued to say with a contemptuous expression, "Of course, for better or worse, you are my son-in-law. The 2 of us brothers have lived together deeply for the past 3 years. It would not be right if I didn't even show you my face." Chen Huang was bored when he heard that because he saw that things had come to this point. Did Xie Yan think that mentioning the past would make him angry? Then he continued to spread his hands very arrogantly. Because around him were all mutated beasts, he boasted. He also made some good things, and very much looks forward to Xian's reaction when seeing them. Those mutated demons were the ones who were hit by Chen Huang's move,
and they were still growling silently, but you could tell they were seething with hatred for Chen Huang, wanting him to release them, vowing to haunt him even as ghosts for daring to harm them. To this extent, Chen Huang, still arrogant, said, "Xie Yan, what do you think of my masterpiece?" Seeing those disfigured demons, Xie Yan thought to himself, "Scumbag, the power of the 8 disasters demonic art transforms people from a genetic level into another species, turning them into beasts that follow your orders and can't control themselves. The scariest part is that the transformed still retain their consciousness, forced to watch themselves turn into something that's neither human nor demon." So, Chen Huang used this method to counter the self-destruction of the heavenly demon blissful art?
Not bad.
After changing masters, he could no longer sense the traces of the heavenly demon blissful art on them. I know this trick too, but I really didn't expect it to be so bizarre when used on humans. After assessing everything, Xie Yan quickly made his move and said he thought Chen Huang was a total psycho. Meanwhile, Chen Huang reacted just as quickly when he saw Xie Yan attacking. He also raised his hand and launched his own attack. On one side was Chen Huang, on the other side was Xie Yan. The 2 sides exchanged blows with terrifying power, almost shattering everything. And just as expected,
Xie Yan's attack was something extremely powerful, piercing straight through Chen Huang's blue light. Revealing itself within Chen Huang's pupils, a crimson light manifested in Chen Huang's eyes.
But Chen Huang was no pushover. He dodged Xie Yan's attack with just a turn of his head. After dodging the attack, Chen Huang thought to himself, although I knew Xie Yan had his own lucky encounters, who knew he knew such a wicked martial art? Suddenly, a red light pierced through the left side of Chen Huang's chest, and that was Xie Yan's attack. Only now did Chen Huang realize that this move could curve and bend as desired. After being pierced through the left chest, Chen Huang lowered his head and said, "Such potent force! Even hot weapons can't break my body, yet Xie Yan pierced right through." He raised his head with bloodshot eyes and said, "Too bad, you don't know the profundity of this divine art. This little injury is nothing to me," Xie Yan angrily thought to himself. How is he okay with such a big hole in his chest? None of the 5 nanas I know have this. I wonder which of the remaining 3 nanas it is. Immediately, Xie Yan unleashed another slash at Chen Huang. Chen Huang dodged every strike and said arrogantly, "A few more slashes won't do anything." Chen Huang stomped heavily on the ground, adopting a posture as if preparing to unleash some kind of move. As expected, Chen Huang unleashed the flawless 8 disasters, starving ghost disaster, and said, "It would be impolite to only receive without giving back, Xie Yan. Taste the flavor of a myriad of ghosts devouring you." The face of a ghost with Chen Huang's appearance appeared on the inside, the jaw appearing extremely large and terrifying like a celestial bureaucrat, Zhen Chan. And then he officially unleashed his attack decisively. Xie Yan was still thinking that the starving ghost disaster brings forth demonic energy, condensing it in the palm of the hand and pouring it into the enemy's body, corroding them in a continuous attack. The damage of this move mainly comes from the eroding demonic energy, so Chen Huang wasn't countered. Chen Huang smugly said, "It's just to avoid his counterattack he can't possibly break my defense." The light of the technique flashed, creating extreme surprise because of the strange martial art, strong offense, and strong defense. Then he thought of something else, which was to try attacking his spirit. Xie Yan was a little surprised by this stance. Chen Huang wants to use the Buddha before Buddha after move again, but what about this move for me? Speaking of which, suddenly a voice shouted from afar, "That bastard Chen Huang! We finally found you!" This Chen Huang not only smashed things up, but also turned people from the great families into this. Is he trying to destroy the foundation of Jiang province? Around them were also curses. "Chen Huang, you're so bold, Chen Huang, there's no place for you to stand in Jiang province anymore." Xie Yan was extremely surprised to see the crowd shouting so loudly, not knowing when these people came, but looking at this attitude, he knew that they hated Chen Huang more than demons and ghosts. From afar, Chen Huang shouted, "What are you doing here? This place is very dangerous." The crowd pointed guns at Chen Huang and said, "Leave. If Chen Huang doesn't give me an answer today, I won't leave." Chen Huang pointed to the sky, reciting a Buddhist mantra. "Before Buddha, after seeing no Buddha, there is no Buddha in the world. I become the Buddha." The light suddenly stopped flashing. Xie Yan couldn't help but be surprised to see this, because it could be compared to the central celestial Ziwei true incantation. But unfortunately, it's ineffective against him. Seeing the light appear, the crowd all knelt down, terrified, and said, "The Buddha descends to save the world, Buddha. Your disciple carries a heavy karma. What should I do? Please give us guidance." Chen Huang recited the Buddhist chants, "Buddha is not in the world, I am in the world. Buddha does not save people, I save people. The Buddhist Dharma saves people in no other way. Put down the butcher knife to become a Buddha. Your lives are heavily burdened with karma. Only in the next life will you see the Western paradise of ultimate bliss." Those servants heard this and looked at the guns, repeating the paradise that Chen Huang spoke of. Afterwards, these guys said their goodbyes till next life, each pointing a gun to their head and committing suicide, blood splattering all over the small space. Xie Yan mused, "Buddha before, Buddha after. Disaster is a type of mental attack. Using Buddha light to turn oneself into a Buddha, that's some demonic technique." Then he said, "My Buddha is rooted in compassion, saving all living beings. Chen Huang is here encouraging people to commit suicide. He's just spouting heresy." Chen Huang retorted to Xie Yan, unrepentant, not following the Mingdang's instructions. "Today I'll let Xie Yan know what's called boundless Buddha law." Xie Yan shouted, "Hey you, have you been acting as the Buddha for so long that you've forgotten who you are?" He unleashed his ultimate skill. Flower intertwined sword finger, white flowers wither. "You like advising people to commit suicide? Then I'll send you to the Western paradise." Chen Huang was caught off guard, his body turned pink and cracked. From his side, he sighed and said, unexpectedly, his Buddha before, Buddha after, had no effect on Xie Yan. Chen Huang exploded, his body flying into hundreds of pieces. Streams of water and rose petals flew out. But this guy calmly said, "It's okay, we still have plenty of time." He can still slowly play with Xie Yan until Xie Yan has nowhere else to go. Then Chen Huang's head slowly disappeared in a flash of light.
One guy, kneeling on the ground, saw the scene and cried, "His Buddha ancestor is delivering him from the world. Don't leave him behind."
Then he collapsed to the ground. Xie Yan thought, "The 8 disasters demonic qi can indeed be converted into flower-intertwined true qi for use. Although the conversion rate is a bit low, it's better than having to use nirvana every time I use 100 flowers wilting just to recover."
Then he felt something was suspicious, that even when Chen Huang died, he still looked happy. He must still have some ultimate skill he hasn't used.
A noise behind him startled Xie Yan. A head suddenly teleported from behind.
Xie Yan was stunned when he realized Chen Huang was gradually returning to his original form. Chen Huang had returned as if nothing had happened, his eyes burning with endless red light. 8 disasters, 3 calamities, foulness thriving calamity kindling, 3 calamities nirvana seed birth. He said like a madman, "The battle just now was just a trick, and once again I meet Xie Yan." Xie Yan thought in confusion. That ultimate move is borrowing a corpse to return the soul to revive. He had no idea about the appearance of this ultimate skill, and he coveted it. Then Xie Yan accumulated power and said to the guy, "You revived. Why didn't you run away immediately and dare to come back in front of me to show off?"
Like showing off so much, then I'll kill you again. Xie Yan unleashed his flower-intertwined sword finger, 100 flowers wilting. But that ultimate skill had no effect on Chen Huang. The scene became eerily quiet.
Chen Huang's confident, cunning face appeared. Xie Yan's move is useless. His worldly change comprehension calamity has seen through that strange finger energy of Xie Yan. It will no longer be effective against that insidious god.
Xie Yan's face grimaced. Worldly change comprehension calamity is equivalent to 12x refinement, or some godly sacred benefactor level characteristic. Not being defeated by the same move twice, plus borrowing a corpse to return the soul, 8 disasters demonic art. I haven't even learned it yet. He's truly invincible. If it were someone else,
even a Xiantian expert of the main world, facing this, Chen Huang in a short time wouldn't know where to start. But unfortunately, I'm the one who understands the 8 disasters demonic art the most in this world. Except for Chen Huang, Xie Yan suddenly showed a confident smile.
Chen Huang still swaggered provocatively. "Xie Yan, quickly obediently surrender, and hand over the mysterious cultivation method on your body, so I can let you die comfortably. Otherwise, you'll be like those guys who have fallen. Wanting to live is impossible. Wanting to die is also impossible." Xie Yan put his 2 fingers together and responded to the attack from Chen Huang with an ultimate move.
Already decided the victory or defeat, isn't it a bit too early?
Xie Yan's thoughts at that time spoke volumes. 8 disasters demonic qi is the origin of all divine powers in the 8 disasters demonic art. Without demonic qi, no matter how strong the divine power is, it's useless. And the source of demonic qi comes from other people's anger towards him, so Chen Huang used that beast to bring those people here. Then Xie Yan restrained his flower-intertwined sword finger, 100 flowers wilting,
while Chen Huang still sneered provocatively and said,
"Xie Yan, wasting your effort. This move of yours can no longer pose any danger to me."
Suddenly the trajectory of the ultimate move changed,
passing through the surrounding beasts. Instead of aiming at Chen Huang, he was stunned by Xie Yan's actions. All around were just rose petals in the wind.
Chen Huang glared at Xie Yan and thought to himself that he must have realized that these people could restore demonic kin for him.
But the most powerful part of the 8 disasters demonic art lies in being able to absorb the opponent's anger emotions generated during battle to restore demonic qi. In other words, as long as Xie Yan doesn't die, he'll have a constant source of abundant demonic qi.
Xie Yan will never be able to defeat that demonic fiend. Chen Huang was delighted with his thoughts and felt a special sensation when demonic qi was generated from people's hearts. Suddenly he was startled to realize that no demonic qi was being generated, meaning Xie Yan had no anger towards him. How could this be, when even if he had a mind as pure as water, he couldn't be unaffected by the godly hatred ghost resentment?
Xie Yan happily replied that Chen Huang's newly recovered body originally had no demonic qi, and the surrounding supply was also destroyed by him. How long can Chen Huang now play with Xie Yan? He unleashed his move. Chen Huang was caught off guard, feeling extremely bitter, and taking the hit from Xie Yan.
Panic-stricken, he spun around, desperately seeking crowds, for only then would he have an abundant source of demonic energy and no longer fear this Xie Yan.
Xie Yan smirked triumphantly as he gathered the nirvana finger, taunting Chen Huang. "You were so boastful before, but now you're running with your tail between your legs?" He subconsciously thinks that Xie Yan's efficiency and converting other people's resentment into his demonic energy, is still not comparable to Chen Huang. Unleashing 100 flowers withering several times in a row has already hollowed out his 8 disasters demonic chi, and now he still needs the Nirvana finger to help. A series of rays pierced through Chen Huang's body, and he could only scream in agony, his mouth agape, and eyes unable to close. He cried out miserably, "No, my demonic energy, it's all gone, Xie Yan. Why don't you feel anything towards me?"
He blamed Xie Yan for not being affected by the 8 disasters demonic art, which was supposed to be impossible. His body cracked even further. Xie Yan approached and said,
"I see you as nothing more than a clown. What feelings could I possibly have? As for God's hatred and Ghost's grudge,
sorry to say, I also know the 8 disasters demonic art, and I've grasped the 5 weaknesses within it, so God's hatred and Ghost's grudge won't work on me. By the way, when I practice, I don't need to slaughter my entire family." Xie Yan gathered immense power in both hands. Xie Yan unleashed the power and bid farewell to Chen Huang, after which his body officially faded away.
After the battle, Xie Yan wondered why the system hadn't notified him of mission completion even after killing Chen Huang. Could it be that he wasn't dead yet? "I think I figured out why the system hasn't notified me yet." Then Xie Yan turned around and saw the old guy was still alive and trying to get up. Xie Yan rushed over to help him up, using the Nirvana finger to heal his injuries. He asked Xie Yan. He just said that Chen Huang has been eliminated, and he is safe now.
They looked back at the battlefield behind them. The old guy then asked, "Is War God dead?" The forces in Jiang Province that he led were more or less orderly, but now that he's dead, won't Jiang Province be turned upside down? Xie Yan comforted. It's not just Chen Huang who's dead. All the hidden families colluding with him have also been wiped out. Now all that's left are small fry. Deal with them thoroughly and eradicate evil. The old man wondered. If that's really the case, then the remaining evil remnants in Jiang Province are indeed not to be feared. But the person talking to him is Xie Yan, right? Or rather, it seems that there is nothing to hide. At this point, it is true, I am not a person from this world. To be precise, I am not a person from Jiangqing's complicated and chaotic underworld forces, colluding with each other to do bad things in both black and white, and officials shielding them. These things, the Xie family has always been watching. That's why the Xie family started a big plan, intending to eliminate the families colluding with the underworld forces and restore peace to Jiang Province. But Chen Huang has demonic skills. Without solving him, the Xie family's plan cannot proceed. Then he opened the secret method, causing me to come to Xie Yan's body and complete the great cause. However, the price to summon me is that they no longer remember this matter, and even Xie Yan may lose consciousness and just fall asleep. Now that my mission is complete, I will not stay in this world anymore. But the Xie family is a hero and should receive good treatment from you. We will not meet again in the future. Xie Yan was grateful for the actions of the savior, even though he didn't know what to call the great god. But he was the real savior of Jiang Province, the real living Buddha.
Chen Huang died completely, and with a promise to the governor of Jiang Province, the Xie family will naturally rise again. The host's mission this time has been completed, and the reward is 2,000 yuan points. After 10 seconds, you will be transferred back to the main world. Please prepare. At the Paradise View, where Ge Huayu lived, Xie Yan was quite satisfied. The harvest is not bad. The mission rewards plus what he collected himself add up to more than 3,500 yuan points. Originally, he didn't lack methods to save his life, and in terms of killing power, the flower between sword fingers was stronger than the 8 disasters demonic art. He upgraded the flower between sword fingers to the 5th level before. The system didn't believe he was coming back to the main world, and even said that the conditions were not enough for him. But life is full of pain. The notification shows that the conditions are still not met. Xie Yan asked the system angrily, "What exactly is the condition? If the flower between sword fingers doesn't work, then upgrade the 8 disasters demonic art to the 5th level." Still not enough. Xie Yan scratched his head. The 5th level of the 8 disasters demonic art is probably Chen Huang's level. Chen Huang had to become his son-in-law and endure enough humiliation in the Xie family for 3 years to reach this level. This is the threshold that must be passed to achieve great success in the 8 disasters demonic art. He originally thought that he could just use the system to pass it, but now it seems impossible. Is the 5th level of the flower between sword fingers the Xiantian realm? Could it be that the system can't take me past the realm, And I have to break through Xiantian myself to continue upgrading the flower between sword fingers? How should the flower between sword fingers be raised to Xiantian? I vaguely remember that it can't simply rely on closed-door cultivation in the secret book in the book collection pavilion. This only talks about the basics, not how to break through. At that time, I thought it would be natural. But now it seems it is not that simple at all.
Xie Yan had to wait for a chance to go back and ask Yu Hongyan.
But before that, he had to release Qing'er and exploit her. Calm and peaceful.
The world is difficult, and only this feather duster in hand feels a little warm. Xie Yan slumped back to his room,
when suddenly a voice outside said, "Nephew, are you done bathing?" This is the technique that Auntie just comprehended. I haven't tried it with my dear nephew yet. Quickly let Auntie in.
Xie Yan then whispered to Qing Fener, "Liu Qingmei is here. Hurry back to my glabella." Qing Fener also reminded him to be careful.
He went outside to open the door. Liu Qingmei smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Auntie. Good nephew. Have you been waiting long?" Liu Qingmei approached. Let Auntie take a good look at this face. Immediately after, she revealed a look of surprise.
Xie Yan switched to his spiteful monk grievance ghost mode.
His words were very inviting, but they made people feel like they didn't want to get near him.
He stepped forward and lifted Liu Qingmei's chin.
"The night is long. If Auntie doesn't seize the moment, how can you bear it?"
She immediately moved away, feeling like something was off, and even thought he hadn't showered properly. Xie Yan pouted. "What are you saying, Auntie? Your nephew burned incense and bathed quickly. My clothes are intended to give Auntie the best experience."
He hugged her and asked if he smelled good.
Liu Qingmei pushed him away, changing the subject. "I have serious business to discuss with you." In her heart, she felt that Xie Yan's face was dull and boring, and she even wanted to punch him a few times. On the surface, Xie Yan put on a sad face, but in his heart, he was already overjoyed. "Finally, I don't have to flirt with this old woman anymore. Shenhen Gi Yuan, all hail."
Liu Qingmei asked him, "Now that good nephew has replaced Xie Yan's identity, how are you preparing to deal with Bai Su Yuan?"
Her expression darkened. "This woman is too annoying. I wish she were dead."
Xie Yan replied, "Calm down, Auntie. Before we completely secure the Bliss Pavilion, we still need to be careful. After all, it won't be long before the inheritance. We've been plotting for so long, we can't have any mistakes. I will stabilize Bai Su Yuan and the demonic passion sect. After Auntie becomes the sect master, you can deal with Bai Su Yuan however you want," he added. "If nothing unexpected happens, after Auntie inherits, I can even use Xie Yan's face to roam around the demonic passion sect, maybe even learn the sect's secret martial arts manual." Hearing this made Liu Qingmei extremely happy. She said, "There's another matter I want to discuss with you." Xie Yan hesitated and asked her what else there was. Worried in his heart, could it be that she still desires my body, and I have to activate Shenhen Gi Yuan again?
She vaguely asked him to guess.
Then she took out a letter, and Xie Yan asked, "What is this?" "It's a letter from Min to me." Liu Qingmei said, "In the beginning, when I wasn't acquainted with your father, I had a brief affair with Xu Min. Ever since I followed your father, I've been thinking about how to tell him about this. After all, Xu Min and your father are like my previous half, always caught in the middle, having to hide it. If your father really finds out, it would create an opening, so it's better to be clear. After thinking about it, I still want to ask good nephew to say a few good words for me in front of your father. I'm just a little girl. Thinking from a different perspective, he has already taken Xu Min's woman, maybe he won't mind, right?" After hearing Liu Qingmei's words, Xie Yan could only sigh.
This Liu Qingmei really is afraid that the world isn't chaotic enough. Before Xie Yan could answer, Liu Qingmei continued, "Don't be fooled by Xu Min's upright appearance. He's actually extremely vulgar, writing a love letter with all sorts of crude words. Do you want to read it?" "Read it to Auntie in bed." Xie Yan immediately activated Shenhen Gi Yuan. Seeing her off, Liu Qingmei's face immediately turned angry,
and finally left in a huff. After she left, Xie Yan couldn't help but have a headache. Liu Qingmei can show her loyalty to other people, but why insist on sleeping with his son? With that, he ordered Qingshi to deliver a letter to Bai Su Yuan, to meet her and sort out the recent nonsense.
He wrote a small piece of paper and gave it to Qing'er to take. Who knew Qing'er would swallow the paper, forcing Xie Yan to pinch her cheek to make her spit it out. At the octagonal pavilion near Daedong City, Xie Yan suddenly appeared behind Bai Su Yuan like a ghost. "Bai sect leader, who are you looking forward to? Besides me, no one else will come," she asked. "What tricks did you use?" As soon as I returned to my room, I saw the letter you left, but no one entered the room. Xie Yan. Xie Yan didn't care much. As long as the communication is effective. I'm here to inform you that there's been a change in this operation. The candidate to seduce Liu Qingmei has been changed to someone else.
Bai Suyuan didn't understand. Change the person. Let alone whether Liu Qingmei is suspicious and hard to deceive. Right now, besides me, who else can lure her to the Dadong City auction house? Okay, Xie Yan said. You don't need to worry, I already have the best choice. It will definitely be more effective than you going in person. With that, she left, leaving Bai Suyuan worried.
Leaving Bai Suyuan's side, Xie Yan continued his search for Tiansan and Tianwu. After all this back and forth, the conclusion is still that Liu Qingmei has to die. Tianwu didn't say much, agreeing readily. Xie Yan explained. People from the Heart Demon sect and Bai Suyuan will deal with her. You guys just need to guard the entrance. Don't let her escape. Tianwu told him to rest assured. Xie Yan exchanged a few polite words and then left.
On the way, Xie Yan chatted happily with Qing Bir. Don't let Tian San's large and clumsy appearance fool you. He's actually pretty good at playing the zither. Does Master Xie Yan want to hear the zither? Qing Bir can learn how to play. I don't want to have demonic sounds poured into my brain. Hearing this, Qingzir retorted, Master is too much. Maybe Qingzir has a natural talent, and can play even better than the big, clumsy Tian San. Who knows? The two of them chatted happily all the way. At the same time, outside the Paradise Temple, Jie Yi stood on a rocky peak.
Paradise Temple! We've finally arrived! I wonder if my son Huai Yu can use Liu Qingmei to toy with Paradise Temple in the palm of his hand. If he succeeds, he can help me compete for the position of sect leader in the Heart Demon sect later. Until the next day, Xie Yan also leaked the news that the Grand Exchange was about to hold an auction, reaching Liu Qingmei's ears, and added that there were rare treasures from many countries. Hearing this, she was curious. I wonder what my good nephew wants now.
I don't know if this brat knows how to be shy, but he said he wanted his aunt to relax. If she takes a fancy to anything, Huai Yu will definitely give it to her. This is a bit of Huai Yu's filial piety. Well, I'll take a look then, but if my good nephew wants to show filial piety to me, she paused, looking a bit speechless. I think I can guess what she's planning. Just as expected, she emphasized. Besides what you just said, there are many other ways to be filial to me. Then, recalling yesterday's face, this face is completely different. Then I can only use my god-awful acting to get rid of this thought. What else can I do? No sooner had she said that than Liu Qingmei recoiled in fear. Wait, is something wrong with me? In the future, nephew, you better not come to me with this face. Are you sure it's better to come less, or not at all? Her face turned pale. She herself didn't know why Xie Yan's face always made her feel disgusted. It really is strange.
Suddenly, something flew in from the window. Luckily, the male lead dodged it, so he wasn't hurt. It seemed that its destination was Liu Qingmei. It was a communication talisman from the Heart Demon sect. But why would someone from the Heart Demon sect come at this time? She quickly understood and told Xie Yan to go down the mountain with her. Because his father has come out of seclusion early and is already near Paradise Temple, we must go meet him quickly. Jie Yi's arrival was the unexpected variable in the key moment of the male lead's plan. That being said, his old man came straight here to see Liu Qingmei after finishing his seclusion, so it seems he really misses her. With the two of them joining forces, especially Jie Yi, who is famous among the Xiantian experts, if we continue with the original plan, we might crash and burn.
That woman's brain seems to be only so-so. She only sees the feelings of her good nephew. What's wrong, nephew? Are you jealous of me, haha? At most, we'll roll around tonight. Such a shameless woman.
Xie Yan didn't mind, and even chimed in, leaning close to her ear and saying,
That works too, but if my dad came all this way, then, as his son, I also want to give him a little surprise.
Then he whispered something that I couldn't hear clearly.
Arriving at Sunhuan Town, the Paradise Temple's villa,
the vice-sect leader of the Heart Demon sect, Jie Yi, seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, only seeing Qingmei but not Huai Yu.
Liu Qingmei quickly leaned close to him and hinted, Just met, and you miss your son. Why don't you miss me more? After not seeing each other for so long, your fiery temper is getting more childish. You must be spoiled by these two, father and son.
She also said that her good nephew said he wanted to give Jie Yi a surprise, so he would show his face later. I really don't know what this kid is planning. Seeing these two being lovey-dovey makes me extremely uncomfortable. I wonder how Xie will react when he knows the truth. Xie Yan was not to be outdone. Standing on the roof and witnessing everything, he thought to himself. Sure enough, Xie doesn't care about the relationship between father and son, and Liu Qingmei is really messy.
But at the same time, it also shows that he doesn't have too much feeling for Liu Qingmei. He's simply taking the public bus. Then it's easy for the male lead. Otherwise, when a man wants to use a private car instead of a public bus, he will definitely have the desire to monopolize. Definitely not the attitude that Xie has now.
It's a pity that Liu Qingmei doesn't understand men's hearts, and really thinks that Xie and his son are crazy about her.
While pondering, Xie suddenly shouted, "He has discovered the male lead hiding here. Who's eavesdropping? Want to die? Ouch, I just wore the sect leader's sister's aura-concealing jade pendant, and I was discovered immediately." The senses of a Xiantian expert are really too sharp.
When the two fathers and sons reunited, Xie kept praising Xie Yan. His martial arts have indeed made great progress, infiltrating within 3 xiang before being discovered by me, so that's very good.
He's probably thinking this is a surprise. Looking at his son's new appearance,
he probably thinks he killed Xie Yan, the demon jade young master, whose beauty was legendary, and turned him into just another skin for his son to wear, huh? He's got a keen sense, almost right, just one look, and he figured out the cause and effect, that Bai Suyuan and the demon sentiment sect are colluding to deal with us. But Xie Yan also said that after I killed him, I would replace him. Now Huayu is Xie Yan, and Xie Yan is Huayu.
Xie's face grew more mysterious, a somewhat eerie smile spreading across it as he asked, "You don't intend to use this identity to deal with the demon sentiment sect, do you? But I heard that Xie Yan mastered the sect technique called the Heavenly Flower Sword Finger of the demon sentiment sect. And the flower sword finger requires a handsome man to perform. Didn't he say that Huayu's appearance isn't beautiful, but that he can't imitate the flower sword finger? So how can you maintain the disguise to the end?"
"Don't worry about that, old man.
Huayu's faceless art is so magical. Just the flower sword finger. How could he not be able to imitate it?"
"You'll see when we demonstrate it in the courtyard. If Xie can't see through any flaws, then there shouldn't be any mistakes." No sooner said than done. He sent a pair of brothers who had some fame in the Jianghu, both at the 8th level of the acquired realm, to fight together. They could even put up a fight against someone in the innate realm, but against Xie they were killed instantly and controlled with a secret technique. This is just perfect for his son, Huayu, to practice a bit. How could this even compare to the main character's treatment? He doesn't even need to beat around the bush, just directly use the Zhongqi Lin. On the other hand, the opponents used the Heavenly Crown Vibration Meditation, which is a unique technique that Xie Yan personally improved based on the Heavenly Crown hand. It not only has super defensive abilities, but can also form a countershock to injure the enemy. What move will he use next? Although he deceived Xie, they are still father and son, Xie Yan doesn't know Huayu's small habits when he was alive, so more contact would easily reveal flaws. Therefore, he must take this opportunity to show a different personality from the past, so that it will be easier to explain any future slip-ups. Then let's use the flower sword finger. The two big guys also unleashed the Yue Yunpeng to receive the attack. Standing outside witnessing the entire battle, Xie couldn't help but exclaim, "The imitation isn't bad, but this flower sword finger still hasn't reached the level of bending and straightening as desired, and is easily dodged by body techniques." Liu Qingmei directly asserted that he was no match for the two puppets.
But what neither of them expected finally came.
Xie Yan used the faceless art as a foundation to combine all kinds of techniques he had collected, creating a new technique himself,
called the Limitless Eightfold Calamitous Beast Tribulation. What a novel name. With this one move, he sent the two guys flying. Not only that, but he also made them land in the form of fat pigs. Xie Yan thought, "Limited by my own strength, this move doesn't have the same power in the main world as it does in the small world. At most, it can only transform them for a few minutes. It can only be considered a control move. But that's enough. For experts trading blows, victory or defeat is decided in an instant."
Xie stood outside with his mouth agape, asking,
"How could my Huayu have comprehended this heretical move? Ha ha! Isn't it beautiful? Beneath the rouge is white bone. Within human skin are all beasts. This is deliberately playing crazy as planned." Xie Yan deliberately added, "The flower sword finger, when practiced to a deep level, can make the person killed turn into flowers flying all over the sky, a gorgeous and moving death."
Just like that, Xie also thinks that his son has an unstable state of mind because he has suffered some kind of blow. Just as planned, He thought that he had given Huai Yu to Liu Qingmei, in the hope that he could use Liu Qingmei to temper his sexuality, but it seems that he is too immersed in the body. It is because of his relationship with Liu Qingmei that he has begun to feel confused and difficult to escape. What kind of bewitching tricks did this slut Liu Qingmei recklessly use on his son from the Blissful Joy sect?
So the male lead easily received Ge Yi's origin point of shock. Easily. Ge Yi actually offered his origin point to the male lead. But he also doesn't know what he is thinking that he is so surprised.
Xie Yan said to Liu Qingmei, a member of the Blissful Joy sect, that at the moment, the plan is at a critical moment. The son must return to the temple to sit in town, slowly consider, and guard against all kinds of details.
As he spoke, he clasped his hands and asked for leave. Furthermore, your father, you probably still have to discuss important matters later, and the son is not convenient to disturb.
Liu Qingmei smiled charmingly.
Please call me. Didn't you say that my virtuous nephew would also come to discuss important matters today? The three of us must have someone who is good at speaking. Maybe we can discover even more wonderful ways to play.
Gan Yi heard this and was furious, shouting, "Nonsense!" causing Liu Qingmei to tremble, and she could only exclaim, "Ge Lang?" Then Ge Yi turned to Xie Yan and said, "Huai Yu, go to work, and later I will give you some pointers on martial arts." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "It seems that Liu Qingmei hasn't done anything, and the son has planned the entire operation. Oh, it can temper Huai Yu. This woman is a bit too comfortable." Then Ge Yi turned to Xie Yan and said, "Huai Yu, go to work, and later I will give you some pointers on martial arts." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "It seems that Liu Qingmei hasn't done anything, and the son has planned the entire operation. Although it can temper Huai Yu, this woman is a bit too comfortable." Then, at the Blissful Joy Temple, Xie Yan summoned his spirit beast. Then he sat on the chair and sighed. "I managed to pass Ge Yi's door with some close calls, but the old man conveniently created a mess, and it's troublesome to support Liu Qingmei."
Then the spirit beast flew over and perched on his shoulder, chirping, "Lord Xie Yan, stroke Chinger some more, happy mood, say." Maybe you can think of a way, Xie Yan thought. That's stroking a cat, but an owl doesn't seem bad either.
In terms of combat power, with Shui Yilu, Tianshan, Tianwu, the Bliss sect, Bai Su Yuan, plus my support, we'd be evenly matched against Ge Yi and Liu Qingmei. Maybe 2 against their 8. That's bad. Xie Yan pondered and said,
he added, frustrated. Although it would be fine if the demonic sentient sect and the Xiantian sect arrived, the key is that it's completely unnecessary to go this far for Bai Su Yuan and Liu. He thought, Ge Yi is the vice sect leader of the Heart Demon sect. Kill Liu Qingmei. Then Bai Su Yuan can help me resolve the aftermath. If Ge Yi dies, can our demonic sentient sect rely on not provoking a major enemy to compensate for the loss? Only a fool would do that, he said while petting the spirit beast, enjoying itself in his hand. Should I just abandon Bai Su Yuan and not get involved in this anymore?
Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait, that's not necessary. No matter how close I am to someone, I can't neglect my son, Qinggater. His spirit beast was confused why he wasn't petting it anymore, so it turned around and asked, "Lord Xie Yan."
Then Xie Yan smirked, his eyes flashing red. "I just need to change the plan a little, and see if you guys will choose your old flame or your own son." He released the spirit beast and gave it a task. "Qinggrainer, listen up. Help me deliver a letter to Bai Su Yuan." Hearing this, Qinggrainer flapped its wings and replied, "Leave it to Qinggrainer."
Somewhere else, Bai Su Yuan was running anxiously. She thought, "I just received news that Ge Yi is coming in person. This is troublesome."
She immediately thought of Xie Yan, who had been missing for the past few days and couldn't be found anywhere. The worst thing is that this little brat ran away. If the demonic sentient sect doesn't get involved, what should I do?
Suddenly, the letter that Xie Yan sent appeared right in front of Bai Su Yuan, surprising her. Good. She read the letter while thinking.
A code, that's right. Xie Yan's letter. This kid always uses anonymous methods to deliver messages to me. He really is unpredictable.
After sealing the letter, she hurriedly destroyed it, then thought about what was in the letter.
He knows the plan, knows something is coming. The plan has changed, telling me I don't need to go to Datong City anymore. He has a way to kill Liu Qingmei at the Datong City auction hall himself.
Xie Yan sat in a restaurant, saying to Tianshan and Tianwu, "There's a variable in the plan to encircle and kill Liu Qingmei. The demonic sentient sect and Bai Su Yuan won't be coming anymore," Tianwu hurriedly asked. "Won't be coming anymore." Then, Tianwu added,
"It's probably because Ge Yi is coming in person, right?" It seems the plan has to be cancelled. However, Xie Yan didn't think so. He said, "Don't worry, Liu Xingmei will still come that day. You guys continue to prepare to kill her." After hearing such an impossible request, Tianwu couldn't help but shout, "Killing Liu Qingmei in front of Ge Yi. This requires extra money." But immediately after, he quickly added, "No, it's not a matter of extra money or not anymore." Tian-san on the side echoed, "Without Bai Suyuan and the demonic sentient sect backing us, this can't be done. But there's no need to worry too much. The one who really wants to kill Liu Qingmei isn't Nangong Yi, nor is it someone from Shui Yilu. As for who it is, we'll definitely know when the time comes. We just need to go with the flow and give that person a hand. Besides, Ge Huayu is really a wonderful person. It would be a pity to kill him. Xie Yan still wants him to live a little longer and enjoy the pleasure of playing with him." Xie Yan also requested Tianwu just continue to maintain the previous relationship with young master Tianmian and tell him to treat it as a final bit of tenderness for a close friend. The two of them were silent for a moment after hearing these words, and then turned to discuss it with each other. "Di Zhang's work style is always unpredictable," Tianwu asked naively. Immediately, Tian-san reminded him, "Don't speculate recklessly. He has his own plans. We just need to follow them." Tianwu was also a little curious. Besides Bai Suyuan and the demonic sentient sect, who else wants to eliminate Liu Qingmei? Even with the intelligence network of their Suyilu, they haven't heard anything. It seems the water is very deep. In a few days, the grand auction in the capital will begin. They used disguise techniques to transform into Ge Huayu, and invited Lao Cha Delige and Liu Qingmei to go sightseeing together. Servants outside were constantly inviting customers to the auction. The space inside looks quite lively, and the preparations are quite thorough. Liu Qingmei looked around, and all she saw were priceless gold, silver, and jewelry. Not only are there these kinds of treasures, the auction also provides services such as bathing and massage. You can do whatever you want. This girl is really enjoying herself. After a brief explanation, Huayu took the initiative to excuse himself. "Farewell, Tianwu. I'll go check the auction list this time. If there's anything valuable, I'll grab it first." After he and Tianwu reunited, they immediately got to the main issue. "Brother Huayu, you and I are in different positions now. For you to appear in front of me so openly puts me in a difficult position. Shui Yilu claims to never refuse anyone who comes." Accepting any kind of business? Why would you want to refuse him like that? But if it's just a simple business transaction, then it can definitely be discussed. If it's about killing Xie Yan, then it's best not to tell Tianwu about this. Even Shui Yilu wouldn't dare to accept it. I don't know what kind of background Xie Yan has in his eyes. It's just that the person Huayu wants to kill isn't him, but Great Elder Liu Qingmei of the Bliss sect. So that's the situation. Before this bold declaration, Tianwu was stunned after hearing it. He couldn't believe his ears. Is it Huayu's heart demon sect always supporting her, saying he calculated everything but didn't expect Di Zhang to say there was someone else, and it was Ge Huayu? This move is really deep. I don't know if this is his own idea or the vice sect leaders. If he tries to stop it, then Tianwu is helpless. However, Ge Huayu will convince his father, even have him take action, and at that time, the Blood Cloak House will coordinate and take action, settling all old scores. Tianwu quickly accepted the case. At the same time, he requested that Ge Yi participate as well, or at least not interfere, unless he wanted to be besieged by two Celestial Realm experts. When Huayu returned, he no longer saw Liu Qingmei with Ge Yi. Ge Yi quickly said that she couldn't sit still with all the treasures around, so she ran off to look around. Then, the two of them, father and son, decided to have a drink together. Facing this suggestion, Huayu quickly refused, saying, "I have a worry. I don't know if I should say it or not." Ge Yi was silent for a moment after hearing this. If he's asking, just spit it out. Huayu said that recently, besides him, she was secretly contacting someone else, and every time he asked, she would gloss over it and evade his questions. Finally, he recently discovered a big secret, and that was a love letter, and the handwriting was that of Zhu Min. Moreover, Liu Qingmei claimed to be practicing dual cultivation with Ge Huayu, honing their sexual energy, but was actually using the Joyous Union sect's secret dual cultivation technique to absorb his essence. Luckily, he realized it early, but she still keeps pestering him. Hearing this, Ge Yi quickly wanted to examine his meridians. He originally thought that Huayu was being seduced by Liu Qingmei, but he didn't expect the matter to be so serious. As expected, his kidneys are a bit weak, but fortunately it doesn't affect his foundation, just needs some self-cultivation and adjustment. But that's not the main point.
It's true that Liu Qingmei has a big influence on them, but he fears she's a person of Zhu Min, which is detrimental to the Gies family.
And it is indeed suspicious. Although Ge Yi has his calculations, he can't touch her right now. He needs to wait until everything is stable before investigating her. But he fears it will be too late. His son has a plan that can immediately reveal whether Liu Qingmei is loyal or treacherous. He waits until the royal feast is cold and gives Ge Yi a nudge. Us doing this might be a little hasty, but it's also good. I'll act according to Hua Yu's plan. At the sauna, is this strength to your liking, esteemed guest? Yeah, it's super comfortable. Oh, nephew is here. The technique here isn't bad. The massage tools also work on my innate body. Wanna try it? What good is just a massage? I have an even more enjoyable way. I wonder if Auntie is willing. This place is crowded and complicated. Why not find a quiet and secluded place? Maybe in the wilderness? Nephew's getting playful, huh? At night, in the outskirts of Datong City. My plan is simple. It's just to have Ge Yi stay at the venue on some pretext. I'll take Liu Qingmei to a place where there's no one, and then give her a beating. According to what I told Old Man Jay, if under normal circumstances I beat Liu Qingmei, she'll deny everything to the death, and we'll just be stirring up trouble.
But about 4 or 5 miles outside of Datong City,
other than me and Liu Qingmei, there is no one else. At this time, if I beat her in an emergency situation, she will have the intention to kill me to silence me. But in reality, the best place is the underground room of the Datong auction house. Unfortunately, I can't say that to Ge Yi. According to Ge Yi's understanding, in a narrow space like the underground room, Xie Yan is in the guise of Ge Huayu. Standing looking into the distance, Ge Huayu thought to himself, Liu Qingmei would be stupid to kill Ge Huayu. It wouldn't clear her suspicion at all. Only outside, Liu Qingmei killing Ge Huayu would be more in line with common sense, so I can only take a step back and plan the next move. Fortunately, I have God's hate ghost's resentment, which in theory can attract Liu Qingmei's hatred. If Liu Qingmei is innocent, then that is fine. But if she really has a problem, then it can be resolved immediately. Haha. But how can I let her be innocent? He was standing thinking when Liu Qingmei came over and called him. Nephew, I didn't expect you to like places like this. She came from behind and hugged him. But Auntie likes it too. He hurriedly pushed her hand away and stepped away from her. She took a step back and asked, What's wrong, nephew? Is this some new game of yours? After pushing her away, he turned around and said to her, I'll be frank, bringing Auntie here today isn't to find pleasure, but because I have something I want to ask Auntie. You have something you're hiding from me, right? Hearing him ask, Liu Qingmei looked at him and replied, Is there any part of Auntie's body that you haven't seen? What could I possibly hide? Hearing her say that, he pulled a letter from his chest. Auntie, do we really have to say it directly? I'm asking you, do you recognize the handwriting on this letter? Of course I know it, isn't it? She hesitated. Without waiting for her to finish, he pointed his finger and stopped her. Shut up! Things have come to this point, and you're still pretending. How long do you plan to hide the affair between you and Zhu Min? Then he thought. With my current realm of the 8 disasters demon art, God's hate ghost's resentment can gang up or fight solo, and when specifically targeting one person, the mocking effect is even deeper. Even those with innate talent will feel uneasy. Their intelligence will decrease, and they'll only want to kill me. Hearing him question her, she was silent. What affair, you? What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that she didn't admit it, he put the letter back in his chest and said, Fine. If I can't get a result by asking, then I'll give this letter to my father. We'll see how he handles this then. He smirked, thinking, Can you still hold back? Hit me. As expected of a Xiantian, but how long can she last? Hit me, come on, hit me. By now she couldn't hold back anymore, veins throbbing on her forehead. Stop right there. Then she launched her attack at him. Aha, this old lady will smack you dead with one palm. The move struck him head on, rupturing the space around him. Struck by the attack, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was sent flying backward, thinking, Cough! Too intense. A Xiantian expert, her furious palm strike might not have done much, but it directly shattered my heavenly official Zen-suppressing talisman, which hangs with my national soul title. True Chi, Star Core instantly. I really am a whole major realm below her. As he hit the ground, she attacked again. Die, I'll crush you. A giant palm was about to slam down. He stared directly at the incoming attack, not dodging, just watching it and thinking, heh, this just makes the show even more realistic. A mouthful of blood for your life. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, "Bitch! Don't you dare harm my son!" Hearing that, he smiled, thinking, looks like the convenient old scumbag finally can't sit still anymore.
Xie rushed forward with an attack, shouting, "As expected, you harbor ill intentions towards the Ge clan, bitch. Have I spoiled you too much, huh?"
The strike decimated a section of the forest, lighting up the entire area. Liu Xingmei dodged the attack. Just now, she had been standing mid-air, looking down at the father and son. Ge asked, "Ge Lang, why would you?" As he spoke, she paused, sighed, then continued, "What did I just do?" Hearing her ask as if ignorant of her own fault, Ge angrily retorted, "If I hadn't come, wouldn't my son have been beaten to death by you?" At this, Liu Qingmei brought a hand to her forehead, wondering, "Me? No, that's not right. What exactly happened to me just now?" Then she asked him, "Nephew Huayu, are you all right?" Seeing her anxiously ask about him, Ge Huayu sat on the ground, clutching his chest, and said, "What? Seeing my father here, you're pretending to be innocent again?" He thought to himself, looks like a huge stimulus will restore her sanity and resist the God-hate, ghost grudge. But me? Activate? Anyway, activating God-hate, ghost grudge doesn't cost any effort. And as long as she holds resentment towards me, my 8 calamity demonic chi will be endless. Even my nirvana finger can be temporarily saved. God-hate, ghost grudge, activate again.
God-hate, ghost grudge, activate again.
At that, Liu Qingmei's rationality was once again overwhelmed by anger. She furiously roared, "Ge Huayu, today either you die or I perish, God-hate. Ghost grudge has reached 80%.
As she spoke, she unleashed her technique, Elysium Pagoda Body.
Her entire body was enveloped by a gigantic form. Die, die, die. He and Ge Yi stood watching her form the new technique. Geng Yi also launched a counterattack, telling him, "Huayu, step back, 6 desires consumed, 4 demons manifest. Elysium Temple has the Elysium Pagoda Body, but my Heart Demon sect also has. The Heart Demon invades the Nether, Hidden Demon manifests, massive demons surrounded her."
Xie Yan stood watching the two fight, chuckling to himself, "Haha, gods are fighting again. Don't know who'll win or lose, whatever. Heart Demon sect fighting Elysium Temple involves the demonic love sect."
Thinking that, he turned around and looked behind him, saying, "Brother Tian Wu, and this one, Tian San, my father has already made his move. Aren't you guys going to hurry up and lend a hand?"
Hearing him call out, Tian Wu stepped forward and said, "The Blood Robe Tower is on the job, Brother Huayu. Rest assured, Tian San also came out. As long as we find an opening, we'll strike."
Liu Qingmei fought while wondering, "Why am I fighting Ge Lang? No, Huayu, something isn't right." She yelled, "Quickly stop, I can explain." Ge Yi heard her and spoke up. "Liu Qingmei, you are no match for me. Don't even think about using flowery words to make me go easy on you. If you truly want to explain, then immediately undo your Elysium Pagoda Body and seal your meridians. Only then will I listen to what you have to say." Hearing him, she formed a hand seal to dispel her technique.
"All right. This matter is incredibly bizarre. I'll suddenly have a flower pattern appear on my forehead."
She was startled. "This is the bone-melting blood sea toxin." Tian San attacked her instantly. Struck by the move, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Blood Robe Tower, Ge Yi. You even invited Blood Robe Tower assassins." Before she could finish speaking, Tian Wu attacked again. "Hehe. It's been a while since I killed a Xiantian," Tian Wu said with a hearty laugh. Subtle shadow serpent strike. Liu Qingmei fell. So it wasn't that Ge Huayu was strange, but that you two, father and son, conspired to kill me. But she didn't want to lose so easily, even if this old lady dies. "I'm taking you all down with me." She clasped her hands together. "Elysium Pagoda Body, explode for me." Seeing her actions, Tian San and Tian Wu were surprised. She's about to self-destruct. The other worldly ones roared, "Humph! Blood-clad tower! Who told you guys to move?" Boom! With a deafening explosion, a section of the forest was blown to smithereens, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. "You son of a... I'll be back for you sooner or later." A streak of light pierced through the dust cloud and shot away. Catching sight of the light, one of the otherworldly ones realized, "Astral projection. From the Elysian convent. We fell for it. Liu Qingmei used self-detonation, abandoning her body to let her true spirit escape.
Heavenly Five emerged from the smoke.
Gazing in the direction the light had fled, Liu Qingmei even practices astral projection. The speed of her true spirit is like lightning. We can't catch up over such a long distance. Heavenly Three also flew out from the dust cloud. As long as she finds a body to possess, in less than 50 years, Liu Qingmei will regain her pre-celestial strength. Heavenly Five, ranked second, looked into the distance, continuing. To practice this move, she must have prepared a suitable true spirit vessel beforehand, maybe 3 years, and she'll be back to full strength. Looks like the Gi family and his son are in for some trouble.
Heavenly Three suddenly turned his head, looking behind them. Wait a minute, Liu Qingmei clearly escaped already, so why is she turning back to target Ge Huayu? Her true spirit is weak and powerless. Does she have a death wish? A ray of light hurtled toward Xie Yan, who was standing in the distance. Liu Qingmei's astral form. Gods detest, demons begrudge. 100% homing in on Xie Yan. Kill you dead. Xie Yan, in Ge Huayu's form, calmly raised 2 fingers and thought, killing a pre-celestial expert from the outside isn't easy. Too bad I've got hacks. And gods detest, demons begrudge. That's some top-tier taunt skill. Whether you're human, ghost, or soul, you gotta come at me, even if it means dying.
Flowery finger sword. 100 flowers wither. A beam of pink light shot from the tip of his finger, piercing through her astral form. Where do you think you're going, Liu Qingmei? Liu Qingmei's astral form vanished in midair, leaving only fluttering petals. Xie Yan stood with one hand behind his back, withdrawing the other.
Anxious, Ge Yi rushed over to him, calling out, Huayu. Seeing him, Xie Yan immediately said, I'm fine, but the situation was too urgent. I had to go all out. I didn't expect to actually kill Liu Qingmei.
Hearing him, Ge Yi immediately said, It's good as long as my son is okay, and turned his face to look to the side. Under the circumstances of true spirit leaving the body, the combat power is greatly reduced. This cheap woman doesn't think about running away, but only wants to kill you.
She didn't know you were hiding your strength, and had already learned the flowery finger sword to the 100 flowers wither realm.
Really looking for death, he breathed a long sigh. It's just a pity that the pawn Liu Qingmei is dead. The plan to recruit the blissful convent may have to be abandoned. And those 2 from the blood-clad tower, if it weren't for their sudden move, I might not have been able to capture Liu Qingmei alive. Hearing him say this with indignation, Xie Yan spoke up. Actually, they were just acting out of kindness. Who knows if Liu Qingmei had any tricks up her sleeve?
Hearing Xie Yan say this,
Ge Yi said, It's good that you have that thought. Every step and footprint, relying on your own efforts to achieve your goals, is truly a feeling of accomplishment. Xie Yan was about to continue, when Ge Yi shouted, But how many times have you said these words? If you can't break the shackles yourself, then of course your father has to give you a hand. You've given up the chance of demonic thought empowerment. And there won't be another time. You must listen to me on this. No acting recklessly.
Xie Yan also refused to give in, and said loudly, Xie Daoyun of the Enchantress, Abode, Qin Xinzi of the Demonic Passion Sect, these 2 women both relied on themselves to advance to pre-celestial. Is Ge Huayu, a dignified man, not as good as a woman? He thought to himself, no good. If things get hairy, he'll directly tie me up and take me back. Then I'm done, and could only show off his Oscar-level acting skills. Oh well, he continued. What's more, father, I am your son.
If I can only advance to pre-celestial by relying on demonic thought empowerment, wouldn't it make people laugh at the tiger father having a dog son? How can you not know how precious this opportunity is? It's just that your son has looked up to you since he was little, determined to follow in your footsteps, to become an unparalleled expert, even without demonic thought empowerment. I can definitely advance to pre-celestial, and will definitely not let you down. He patted his chest and said loudly. Hearing him say what was in his heart like this, Ge Yi continued, Huayu, how can your father not understand your determination? You must come back with me. You have been consumed by your own determination, you damn genius. Continuing on your own in a muddled state will only lead to qi deviation. I cannot just sit idly by and watch. Huayu, I won't harm you. Don't let down your father's painstaking efforts. Seeing that even after saying this, he still wanted him to return, he thought to himself, this isn't good. Ge Yi's desire to bring his son back is too firm. Normal persuasion won't work. I have to give him a strong dose of medicine to make him give up on this idea.
Thinking this, he lowered his head and said,
Father always thinks of everything for me. Your son is deeply moved. Hearing him say this, Xie Yan immediately said, "It's good that you understand. We'll immediately—" But before he could finish his sentence, Xie Yan hastily interrupted him. "But I don't agree. Don't you understand, Father? Your son will absolutely not accept a pre-celestial who advanced through external force. It's not perfect." Hearing him say this, Genyi raised his hand behind him, preparing to give him a slap, acting recklessly. "How long do you want to be willful? If you can't achieve perfection, then you might as well die." He continued. His words stunned Genyi. "Pre-celestial has become my obsession. If I can't break through it myself, then what's the point of a bright future? Even if you knock me unconscious and bring me back, forcing me to do it will be useless. I'll have ways to die during the demonic thought empowerment ritual." Hearing him open his mouth and talk about death, Genyi shouted, "Why you? You're crazy." "Not crazy. Can't survive. Your son knows that Father is doing this for my own good. But my mind is made up. If I can't advance to pre-celestial on my own, I'd rather die," he said calmly. "From a young age, Father has always been my pride. I always thought that one day I could become your pride. The people of our Guerre family must be stronger than the previous generation. How can we go backwards?" Hearing him, Genyi reached out and called out, "Hua Yu." Then he breathed a sigh and continued, "It seems that in the end, it's my fault. I'm too strong, making it too difficult for Hua Yu to follow." He patted Xie Yan on the shoulder and laughed. "You're really a stubborn brat, but you're worthy of being CT's descendant." Hearing him say this, Xie Yan thought to himself, "Sorry, your Gin family has already gone extinct. All right, I'll give you 2 more years. If you still can't level up, I'll personally drag you back to the sect. Thanks, Dad, for fulfilling my wish." He stared straight into the old man's eyes. Chinger asked him in a fluster, "Ah, Xie Yan, my lord, what happened to your face?" Hearing her question, he said, "It's nothing. I was worried the aliens would suspect me, so I deliberately ruined my real face under the mask. I figured if the worst happened and I had to tear off the mask, I could still talk to them. But who knew the aliens wouldn't suspect me at all? I overestimated him. With that little bit of cunning of his, he'll probably die at Shu Min's hands, sooner or later." Chinger happily flew beside him and said, "Lord Xie Yan is so thoughtful. But my lord is too reckless. What if the aliens didn't listen and insisted on dragging you back?" Hearing her concern, Xie Yan raised a finger and said as he walked, "Qingbrayer, you still don't understand men. A man is only moved by 2 things. First, a true bro willing to take a hit for him. Second, his own kids looking up to him like he's a god. Especially since the relationship between Old Catfish and his son isn't that bad. So the aliens will be even more touched and shed tears, letting me go free." Hearing his explanation, she was so surprised that her mouth dropped open in an instant. "My lord understands people's hearts so well. Amazing!" Enough talk. Before dealing with Liu Qingmei, I sent a letter to Bai Suyuan. She's probably waiting for me at the foot of Mount Guanyin right now. Let's go find her. Yes, let's go. In a pavilion. Head Bai is really early. Didn't you say to come in the morning? Xie Yan walked over and asked. Bai Suyuan heard his voice and turned her head to say, "What exactly has Demon Jade done? One moment you send a letter telling me there'd be a big move tonight. The next moment a Shantian expert is fighting outside the outskirts of Datong City. My people were afraid of being exposed, so they didn't dare get close. But they could see from afar Liu Qingmei using the Paradise Floating Corpse body technique to fight someone. After the fight ended, they went to check, and there were no traces left." Hearing her say that, he raised a hand and said, "The process doesn't matter, as long as the result is good. As for the result, Liu Qingmei is dead, and the people of the Heart Devil sect are done for. You can happily become the new head, aren't you happy?" Hearing him say that, she was shocked. "What? Liu Qingmei is dead? But the people I sent to check didn't see the body. Is she really dead?" Xie Yan turned to leave. Before leaving, he turned his head and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. In short, my mission is complete. Later, someone from the Emotion Devil sect will come to talk to Head Bai. Head Bai, don't forget the promise you made in the beginning." With that, he walked away into the distance, leaving his back to Bai Suyuan. She watched his figure leave and said, "This Demon Jade is really unpredictable. He actually does what he says. He keeps his word. The Emotion Devil sect having such a cunning talent is truly enviable." Let's go back. I'm going to ask Sect Leader Sis for some tips. "My lord, slow down," Xingsheng'er said in fear. Xie Yan stopped and looked at Xingsheng'er, who was dizzy beside him, and said, "I told you to go back to my glabella, but you wouldn't. Do I need to use Nirvana finger on you one more time? Although not fully conscious, Qingshi still replied, No need, I just want to fly with my lord.
Fine, he put his hand on her head. Anyway, the matter has been resolved. We're not in that much of a hurry. I'll run slowly with you then. Hearing him say that, she jumped up and pressed her cheek against his. Oh, my lord is so good. Qing'er likes my lord the most. Knowing is enough, let's go.
As he jumped and moved, he wondered, I seem to have forgotten something. If I can't remember it, it's probably not important, never mind it. Elsewhere, it's been a long time since I've fought a Xiantian expert. This battle was quite refreshing. On the way back to Datong City, Qing Tianwu asked Tiansan, What are your plans? Hearing him ask, Tiansan said as he walked, Now that Earth Treasury has discovered me, staying in your Datong City is meaningless. I'm preparing to return to Jiangling. Speaking of Earth Treasury, I feel like I've forgotten something but can't remember. Something must have happened between Earth Treasury and Giwayu, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence that we met at the same time. No, that's not it. Tianwu suddenly remembered something.
He shouted loudly, Where's the promised 500,000 taels? That little bastard Giwayu hasn't paid me yet. The shout in the middle of the mountains startled the birds, who quickly flew away. Many days later, at the Emotion Devil sect, Hong Yan said in astonishment, Who knew Liu Qingmei was such a slutty person? Compared to Dang Hongchen, they're truly two extremes. Seducing two enemies is one thing, but for father and son to enjoy her together, what a lecher, shameless. The reputation of the demonic sect has been ruined by people like her.
Xie Yan also said, It's thanks to Liu Qingmei playing it big that I was able to seize the opportunity to sow discord between old Catfish and his son, causing them to kill each other.
We didn't even waste a single soldier or weapon, we just reaped the benefits.
She also acknowledged and replied, Amazing, amazing. This time you two have done a great service. What do you want as a reward? As long as it's not too much, Sis will give it to you, he replied. It's my duty to strive for the sect, especially since Sister Yu has already given me a magic treasure. If I ask for more, it'd be too much. It's just that my flower interstice sword finger has been stuck at ancient tomb. No matter how much I try, I can't get past this threshold. I've been rushing back here all the way to get Sister Yoon to give me some pointers.
Hearing him say that, she said, That's right. After 100 flowers fall, it's equivalent to water spirit. With this time, as long as you break through ancient tomb, Xiantian will be within reach.
His eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Then, Sister Yu, quickly tell me what to do. Suddenly, she hesitated and said, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. The Flower Realm Swordfinger was created by Sect Master Wen Dingjun himself. Because its cultivation prerequisites are extremely harsh, aside from him, very few have ever managed to master it, so there's no widely spread experience to follow. For you to cultivate it to the withering of 100-flower stage is already extraordinary talent, truly blessed by Sect Master Wen. Different core cultivation methods have their corresponding advancement techniques. What works for others might not work for you. I don't know much about the Flower Realm Swordfinger, so I probably can't help you, he said, a little disappointed. I can't believe even Sister Yu can't help me. Am I destined to be stuck at the 9th Hutian layer forever, without the fate to reach the Xiantian peak? Is this truly the destiny of a handsome young man?
Then she smiled and said,
Seeing you look so glum is certainly a fresh sight.
Don't be disheartened. Any core cultivation method will have records related to advancement. If it's not in the Flower Realm Swordfinger manual, you could try looking in the scripture depository. After all, the Flower Realm Swordfinger is a self-created technique, so perhaps Sect Master Wen Dingjun recorded something in his other books. She gently patted his head.
If you don't find anything, there's no need to rush. You're already a cultivation genius. You'll break through naturally. It's just a matter of time. Hearing her words, he happily replied, I guess that's all I can do. Thanks for the comfort, Sister Yu. Before leaving, she continued, I'm giving you a break. Make sure to get some good rest. It's also a good chance to urge old horseman Qiu Danshan to write his books. He asked, Sister Yu, that last part was the real key point, wasn't it? As he walked towards the scripture depository, he mused, Only peerless handsome men can cultivate the Flower Realm Swordfinger. Asking Sister Sectmaster was definitely asking the wrong person.
Qing'er also appeared. She said,
From what Sister Sectmaster implies, besides that Wen Dingjun, there's probably no one else who can help your excellency, he said. Wen Dingjun was the 48th generation sectmaster. He's practically an antique by now. Looks like I'll just have to listen to Sister Sectmaster and go to the scripture archives to look for clues. Hopefully, this senior Wen liked to write autobiographies or something. Just like that, he arrived. The elder asked, "What did you say you were looking for?" He said straightforwardly, without hesitation, "Notes related to the Flower Realm Swordfinger by the 40th generation sectmaster Wen Dingjun. I'm not looking to grab all of them." He replied, "Wen Dingjun, you say? There are no specialized books specifically about the Flower Realm Swordfinger, only miscellaneous writings related to him." He nodded repeatedly and said, "Then please, elder, remove the restriction so I can borrow them and take a look." He burst out laughing and said, "You're a smart one. Follow me. This bookshelf is dedicated to a series called Flower Realm Casanova. I've already removed the restriction. You can take your time to look." He looked at the pile of books, eyes wide and mouth agape, and said, "So many." "Well, then I won't hold back," the elder asked. "How's your little ghost girl doing? Why didn't you bring her here?" He replied, "Elder, your imposing aura scared her off, plus she did something wrong and doesn't dare to come meet you," he said. "Is that so? I was even preparing to teach your little ghost girl some ghost spotting techniques," he said. "No need." Then he plopped down to study the books. This one seems to be a record of when Wen Dingjun traveled Jianghu years ago, encountering countless beauties along the way and sleeping with a bunch of women. What the heck is this? Training in the snow mountain, trapped with a snow tribe princess in the frozen ice, both naked, warming each other. Returning to the main hall, during an adventure, he met a pair of famous twin sisters, and cultivated/played with the sisters in a great joy hot spring. Junior sister apprentice captured an innocent young girl to test medicine on, and after subduing her, used her own body as bait to detoxify the girl. And there are even positions like that. No wonder he created the Flower Realm Swordfinger. Truly a divine steed soaring on the wind, never heard of a frog. It felt like a very long time had passed. "What time is it now?" The elder sitting nearby immediately said, "It's just past Wu Sang Qi, the exact time for the affection, South Flower Maiden's affection, crazed dragon overturns phoenix," he exclaimed in surprise. "What, damn it! I wasted all this precious time on this trashy book. No, I can't be this degenerate anymore. The Flower Realm Swordfinger is still waiting for me." "Elder, do you have any other books related to Wen Dingjun?" "No more of these Flower Realm Casanova types. I'm looking for clues to advance the Flower Realm Swordfinger," he said. Wen Dingjun was a figure of brilliant talent from the demonic affections sect. His legends are countless. "Are you not going to continue reading?" he said. "A legend indeed. This bookshelf should really be called Wen Dingjun's Pickup Artist Autobiography. I can't learn anything from this, no way. I didn't come here for this Flower Realm Swordfinger. I don't need a pickup artist manual. Elder, don't lead me astray." His expression suddenly changed. He said, "Xie boy, the Flower Realm Swordfinger is Wen Dingjun's most cherished masterpiece. One could say he poured his heart and soul into creating it. If you don't thoroughly understand the man himself, his life, how can you grasp the profound meaning of the Flower Realm Swordfinger?" "All right, kid, another book for you. The manual for the Flower Realm Swordfinger is hidden in this very bookshelf. I'm allowing you to borrow it to read, but you must not pass it on to anyone else. You'll have to find it yourself, slowly. If you read through all of it and still gain nothing, then it can only be said that you lack comprehension. In that case, just admit you're unlucky and switch to another core cultivation method. I think the yin demon art would also suit you very well. After all, your potential is high. No matter how bad things get, there's a limit." He put on a somewhat confident expression and said, "Thanks, no need." That evening, he and Shinger studied the book. He said, "This writing style is truly excellent, but it's a pity I can't show it to Sister Sectmaster." She also said, "That eccentric old man really doesn't have a filter. No matter how your excellency looks at it, it's all vivid romance," he said. "The elder who passed on the technique surely wouldn't intentionally deceive me. Who knows? There might actually be a secret hidden within the Flower Realm Casanova romance novels. I'll have to read them properly from now on." She smiled and replied, "All right, Chinger can't help much, so she'll just add some encouragement from her red sleeves for your excellency." In the following days, I started grinding day and night. By day, I painstakingly read Flower Realm Casanova, and by night I urged old horseman Xie Yan to write new books, specifically the Grand Great Ethics series. using Liu Xingmei as the prototype.
The response was decent, and a large group of loyal readers even gave me full marks. Sister Yu marveled when reading Qingmei's tale.
And as for the clues for the Flower Realm Swordfinger, I really did manage to discover them.
Qinger yawned lazily and asked, "Your Excellency, how many times have you reread these piles of books already? Why are you starting from the beginning again? That eccentric old man isn't actually messing with you, is he?"
He said, "I've studied it countless times, and now I almost know it by heart. Finally, I discovered a detail I overlooked. Wen Tingyun's consistent viewpoint throughout the entire thing is women. Although Hua Gin Jilt Sa is a Bible for picking up girls, it vaguely divides the beautiful women in the world into several types. Different beauties provide different rouge energy. And maybe the key to ascending to Xiantian doesn't lie in oneself, but in those beauties who provide rouge energy," she exclaimed admiringly. "Wow, this is basically all romance novel stuff. But you still managed to see the clues, Master Xie Yan."
He stroked her head and said,
"The clues are there. Next, I need to find a beauty who can help me ascend to Xiantian. It's time to say goodbye to the sect leader and go traveling." He also told Yu Jiji about his plan. She was a bit surprised and said, "You're leaving already," he replied. "Thank you for your care, Yu Jiji. I found a method to upgrade the Hua Gin swordplay to Xiantian. Now I must travel across the Great Han and seek my opportunity." Hearing him say that, she happily replied, "If that's the case, then go ahead." Oh right, Qin Xinzi sent a letter earlier, saying she'll be returning to the Mao Ting sect today. Are you sure you won't stay and reunite with her? He waved his hand and said, "No need. I just called a carriage, and it wouldn't be good to keep them waiting too long. I'll be going first." Then he zoomed off. She watched after him, puzzled. It's just to catch a carriage. Why use such amazing internal energy? Just then, Qin Xinzi returned, and she greeted, "Shifu, I'm back." She ran over and hugged her Shifu, then said, "How is it? Any new intel on Xie Yan? No news for so long." "Could something have happened at the Paradise sect?" Yujiji replied. "Xinzi still doesn't know. He's already resolved the matter of the Paradise sect, and now he wants to travel across the Great Han to ascend to Xiantian."
"If you came back a little earlier, you could have met him," Xinzi blankly replied.
"Huh? I just saw a rainbow streak past. Could it have been him?" Then she angrily thought, "He actually ran away," she muttered. "Titsk. I was planning to give him a new position during tonight's dual cultivation."
Looks like he doesn't have the blessing. Xie Yan had already left, panting. "Damn it, I thought I saw someone in the sky when I left. I didn't have time to confirm if it was Qin Xinzi or not, but I'm running first," he said to Qing Bier, who was following behind.
"Cluck, cluck, cluck, I'd rather die than be caught by that Qin witch. Otherwise, it'll be a session of draining my back dry. I'm already falling apart. I won't meet her until I ascend to Xiantian," Qing Shir asked. "So, Master Xie Yan, who exactly is the beauty we need to find?" he said. "Analyzing according to the rules I extracted from Hua Gin Jilt Sa. Different types of beauties can provide different rouge energy. Passionate beauties like fire provide dense rouge energy with an offensive quality, which can be quickly converted into Hua Gin True Qi. Gentle and refined beauties provide calm and continuous rouge energy, which is very beneficial for cultivators who aren't good at flirting to break through. To reach Xiantian, you need a flower on a high mountain, a top-tier beauty who is pure and divine, and cannot be defiled. Her rouge energy is indescribably pure, and very suitable for targeting virgins.
Only by conquering her heart can you obtain the rouge energy. For a long stride forward, Qinger was dazed. "Oh, passionate, gentle, divine. I don't understand at all. How are we going to find them?"
He said, "Don't worry, I already have some clues. But since we rarely have free time, there's no need to rush." He regretfully thought, "It's a pity that sect leader Ugg clearly understands me. Her mentality is also aloof and superior. Otherwise, she would really be the best choice."
"Where are we going? How about visiting the original host's parents in his hometown?" Qing Zhao's face contorted. So fast. Are we already meeting the parents?"
He said, "I didn't feel it when I first took over the original host's memories, but now that I've personally encountered these things." On the way, she kept asking, "Are we there yet? Not yet? Are we there yet? Not yet? Are we there yet? Not yet?" he said in his mind. "The original host's hometown is a remote village. Are you trying to kill me? It's probably 18,000 miles away from the Ma Ting sect." Again with that question, Master Xie Yan, he replied, even before she could finish. "Not yet. They had crossed arid deserts and freezing snowfields, and he was out of breath, she said. No need to say more, I know. We're not there yet.
He encouraged her. You've worked hard. This is probably your first time traveling so far, right? She replied. Chinger isn't tired. It's you who has worked hard. He finally realized. Now, I finally understand the strength of that Qin witch, to be able to dig out a treasure like the original host in this remote corner and bring her back to the Ma Ting sect. What luck and perseverance that must have taken. No wonder she ascended to Xiantian. From outside, Wang Tuilan's voice came in. Xi Langjun, I baked some special peony cakes. I've come to share some fresh ones with you. They're still hot.
Would you like to try some? He replied. Thank you, Wang Jiji, he thought. We're almost there anyway, and I even ran into a tourist caravan on the road.
She grabbed his hand. He encouraged her. You've worked hard. This is probably your first time traveling so far, right? She replied. Chinger isn't tired. It's you who has worked hard. He finally realized. Now, I finally understand the strength of that Qin witch, to be able to dig out a treasure like the original host in this remote corner and bring her back to the Ma Ting sect. What luck and perseverance that must have taken. No wonder she ascended to Xiantian.
Wang Jiji got off the carriage and said to him, Little guy, you're really a blockhead. Oh well. If you ever figure it out, you can come find me anytime. I'll always leave the door open for you. He was somewhat pleased, thinking, This Madame Wang is the recent widow of Fupeng City. Xi Laozhuang is actually a character too. She lost her husband young, but she managed to hold on to her husband's businesses, and she's running them prosperously.
She's the standard for a strong woman.
Qingruohe jumped up and down behind him, saying, Don't listen, don't talk about the main wife.
Qingruohe can also suppress this old Wang.
Everything else is fine, but Master Xie Yan's rouge partner must be an incredibly beautiful beauty.
He muttered. Chinger, what are you thinking about from morning till night? She replied. If she comes along, there will be people running over to bother you. It's so annoying. Suddenly, there's a knock on the carriage. Here comes the attention seeker again. Zhu Feng sighs. Qing Shi, he's just a single dude trying to get hitched. Gotta sympathize with him. Zhao Biaotu is making a fuss outside, forcing Zhu Feng to stick his head out and ask, Zhao Biaotu, here to discuss the affairs of the world with me again.
He says, a softy like you, who hasn't seen the world, doesn't understand the darkness of life. Zhao Jia is just here to give you a crash course. Ahead is the lair of the Wu Ying encampment. No matter how dense you are, you must have heard of this bandit group that does every evil imaginable, right? Be a good boy and hide in the carriage. Don't cause trouble for Zhu Jia, and don't even think about seducing Manager Wang. Your death is a small matter, but if anything happens to Manager Wang, 10 of your lives won't be enough to compensate.
Suddenly, he tears open his shirt.
Only a brave and capable man like Zhao Jia can protect Manager Wang's safety. He thinks to himself, is the sect leader watching me? Just as he's striking a pose to show off his muscles, Chinger suddenly flies over and punches him hard in the face.
Fifth brother clutches his face in pain. Ouch. Why does my eye hurt so much all of a sudden? I'm going blind. Which bastard ambushed me? Now he got Wang Jiji to notice him as he wanted, but she exclaimed, what's he acting up again?
Xi Langjun, don't listen to his scare tactics. I've been keeping an eye on this Wu Ying encampment for a while now, and they've been quiet lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen this time to pass through. In her head, she wonders confusedly, what's wrong with Zhu Biaotu anyway? Not only is he not going against Xi Langjun, but he's acting like a madman. Could it be? Is it because of us?
Xie Yan says, of course I trust Wang Jiji. An Ming, get some rest. It's almost over, so we should get going early, she replies. That's right, I'll go inform the others.
He lies sprawling on the ground, wailing, Manager Wang? But she looks at him with a hint of avoidance. Bao Zhao Biaotu. After you go back, you should go to the temple to burn incense and invite a master to take a look. He looks at Xu Feng and says, you Yi surnamed brat, just you wait. I'll be back, Qingruohe says angrily. He ran away again. Qingruohe hasn't sucked all of his yang quine dry yet. If I really sucked it all dry, this guy would be a cripple. She asks Xu Feng, my lord, these two come every day. Don't you find it annoying? Xu Feng replies, since we're riding in their carriage and eating their cakes, we shouldn't complain about these insignificant flaws. She continues, all right, the most important thing is that my lord is comfortable. Then next time Qing Fer will suck less of their yang qi. Waiting and not seeing Xu Feng reply, she calls out, my lord. Xu Feng says, damn, looks like something happened up ahead. Someone is welcoming them, It is the people of Wu Ying encampment they were talking about. I opened this mountain. I planted these trees. If you want to pass through here, you must leave behind a toll. Wang Jiji's people tremble and exclaim, Wu Ying encampment, these ruthless murderers who don't blink an eye, we're done for, we're done for, we're doomed. Wang Jiji also wonders, Wu Ying encampment, I clearly inquired carefully, how did we still get blocked? But Zhu Biao too is not at all flustered, and rides forward on his horse, saying, What's the panic? Was Zhu Jia here? What is there to fear about these small bandits? Although he's so fierce, he's also a little scared, thinking, the Wu Ying encampment are all extremely fierce mountain bandits. The chief leader is at the 4th level of Haoqian, the number 1 or 2 expert in this area. I'm only at the 3rd level. Fighting recklessly won't have good results. I can only find an opening for Manager Wang to run first. After thinking it over, he orders, Charge for me. The horses that got hit by the falling logs collapsed on the spot. From within the smoke and dust, a voice rings out, I planned this for so long just to wait for you fat sheep. Want to run? No way. It's the leader of the Wu Ying encampment, he orders. Capture the woman in the center carriage for me, she's in charge, and can be exchanged for a lot of money. Kill everyone else. Zhu Biao too stands there shouting loudly, Anyone who dares to come near, Zhu Jia will turn him into a headless ghost. Then he says, Wang Jiji, manager, don't be afraid, I won't let anything happen to you. In just an instant, he launches something towards him, seriously injuring him. They immediately come forward to capture people. The boss killed a small team earlier, and there wasn't even one woman. This time we have 3, he says. The oldest one can be exchanged for money, and the other 2 can let the brothers enjoy themselves. Thank you, boss. The soldier happily replies. Zhuo Biaotu lies there. Save me, Manager Wang. Xie Yan finally appears. Xu Feng says, I'm in a hurry to get on the road, please make way. He sized him up too, thinking, he's kinda weird. I couldn't even sense his presence until he was this close. Could this guy be a master? Xie Yan told him. Of course, if you don't want to give way and insist on being a bully, then I can't really say anything. I'll just have to get my hands dirty, the leader thought. Everyone is scared when they see blood. This guy is smiling all confidently, and his clothes scream rich family. Even if we can kill him, we'll bring a lot of trouble. This is too much trouble. He humbled himself and said, Yes, I didn't recognize you. I didn't know this convoy was under your protection. We'll move aside. He secretly regretted. It's a pity to let these women go, but the business we did before wasn't a loss. Gotta be careful to live long. My gut tells me not to mess with this guy, he said. Release them all. My subordinates misunderstood everything. Brothers, let's go. Xie Yan was stunned. He thought he was going to get to save the day, but the hell, why aren't you following the script? After being released, Wang Shiji ran to Xie Yan. Lang Jun, I was so scared, but Xie Yan was cold and didn't care too much, he said to the leader. Dude, you know how to read the room. That adaptability is impressive, Xie Yan thought to himself. Such a crafty character with such good observation skills. Why be a bandit instead of something better? The leader replied. I wouldn't dare. I am just a hillbilly trying to make a living, the leader thought. This person just will not leave me alone. He is relentless. Looks like I really hit a tough one here. I have to get rid of him. Once I get back, I need to look for a new hideout. Xie Yan retorted. Bullshit. Where would the common folk get money for you to rob? And you only rob the rich. Is their money free? Xie Yan thought to himself. Then robbing from you makes sense, the leader replied. You're right, Gongzi. I'll take my brothers and live in the mountains from now on. Xie Yan thought to himself. This guy's so slippery, he doesn't leave any loose ends. Xie Yan provoked him. I'm saying, you're an evil dude acting all virtuous, don't you think it's ridiculous? But the leader stayed calm and replied, You're right, Gongzi. I'm just a crude guy with itchy hands and feet. So Xie Yan laid his cards on the table, blurting out, Then let's do things the old-fashioned way. Xie Yan activated Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment. He told the bandits, You guys really want to beat me up, don't you? Life is short. Don't suppress your desires. Come on, don't hold back. The bandits were shocked and gaped at him. When Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment reached 80%, they started attacking him with their weapons. We treated you with respect, but you're a real jerk. You're pushing it too far. Our boss really can't stand this punk. Exactly. Why pretend to be good when you're evil? It's unsettling, Xie Yan retorted. Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment. Activate. And Xie Yan raised his hand. Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment. I won't be fooled by punks like you. You dare to kill and rob people with such a small group. You messed with the wrong person. The bandits charged at him. Kill him. Die by my blade. Skin him. Break his bones. They were all blown away. Qinger happily cheered with her hands raised. He. Seeing the bandits easily defeated, Wang Zhangyi and Zhu Biaotu hugged each other and said in unison, Xi Langjun, so handsome. The bandit leader sat on the ground in the distance, wondering, why did I attack him without thinking? Something's fishy. He scrambled away and ordered his men. The situation's not right. Retreat. Seeing him try to escape, Xie Yan activated Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment again. He looked at him and said, You think I'm letting you go? And thought, Divine Hatred Ghost Resentment is such a great skill. Messing with these scumbags is killing two birds with one stone, and the system doesn't have to worry about me failing to boast anymore. The bandits charged at him again. Kill him! Die by my blade! Ouch! And they were blown away again, shaking the entire forest. The system notification popped up. Receive 0, 01 points of fear from Guidaoju. Receive 0, 01 points of fear from Guidaoju. Receive 0, 01 points of admiration from Wang Tuilan. Receive 0, 01 points of admiration from Wang Tuilan. Receive 0, 01 points of worship from Zhaoji. Receive 0, 01 points of worship from Zhaoji. Zhuji. After a while, the bandits were beaten to a pulp. Looking at them lying all over the ground, Xie Yan said, You guys have arms and legs, strong bodies. Instead of serving the great Han, you become bandits. How could you be so foolish? Xie Yan thought. I'm already exhausted. My stamina sucks. The bandit leader pleaded in fear, Wait, I was wrong. I won't be a bandit anymore. Spare my life. But Xie Yan struck him down. Too late. Be a good person in your next life. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seeing everything was over, Wang Tuilan ran towards him coquettishly. Xi Langjun, you're so powerful. She tried to hug him, but Xie Yan dodged, causing her to fall flat on her face. Seeing her fall, Zhuji anxiously cried out, Wang Zhangui. Xie Yan calmly looked at her on the ground and said, Wang Ji, now that the bandits are taken care of, let's hit the road. Seeing Xie Yan say that, Wang Ji, aka Wang Kuilan, starts acting all seductive on the ground, saying, Who knew Lang Jun was so brave? Single-handedly wiped out the Black Mountain stronghold, saving this body from deep water and scorching fire. This body wishes she could repay you with herself. Qinger, in bird form, keeps pecking her head, peck, 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 making her freak out and wonder, Ugh, why does my head suddenly feel heavy and my feet light? And why is it so cold? Xie Yan has to reach out and stop Qinger, saying, No need, Wang Ji. I'm already grateful for the ride. Let's just call it even. At that moment, Zhu Ji hesitantly steps forward and says, Xi Gongzi, thank you for your help. Otherwise, our entire caravan would have suffered casualties. This old Zhu has eyes but couldn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't hold it against this brute. Qing Kur is still perched on Wang Kuilan's head, not wanting to leave. This causes her to be both confused and afraid. Xie Yan goes over, snatches Qingxir off her head, then turns to leave. He says, Chief Xiao, don't mind me so much. Wang Ji got such a scare. Hurry, and get her back on the carriage to rest. Hearing him say that, Zhu Ji is stunned, pointing at his face. Huh? Me? Wang Kuilan, without Qing Bonner on her head, face plants into the ground and passes out. Once he's on the carriage, Xie Yan lifts the curtain and watches Zhao Ji carry Wang Kuilan away, saying, I'm such a good guy, caring about single dogs. Qingxir, also sitting on the carriage step, looks out and says, Do you think they'll make it? After Lao Wang saw Master's charisma, would she even still care about Chief Zhao? Hearing her ask, he reaches out and ruffles her head, saying, So, you don't know about love, but you're a little demon. Always trying to matchmake people. Seek her in the sea of faces 1,000 times. Unexpectedly, turning your head, that person is standing right under the fading light. The carriage departs, leaving the Black Wind Stronghold gang lying scattered on the ground. Like that, another 4 or 5 days pass, and they finally arrive at Xi Family Village. Luckily, he didn't encounter any more trouble. Along the way, I'm about to say goodbye to Manager Wang. Seeing him about to leave, Wang Kuilan tries to hold him back. Xi Langjun, you saved me, but you're leaving just like that. Really not considering joining my Wang family. I wouldn't mind you taking concubines. Hearing her say that, he replies, Xi Mao has lived a comfortable life, loving freedom. I can only disappoint Wang Ji's good intentions. Zhao Ji walks up to him, bows low, and says, Xi Gongzi, thank you for saving our lives. I don't know how to repay you. This old Xiao can only wish you fair winds and smooth sailing. I only hate that I'm not a daughter, so I could repay you with myself." Hearing him say that, Xie Yan is disgusted, quickly raising his hand to stop him. "No, even if you were a girl, I wouldn't need you to repay me with yourself." Qing Seer tilts her head and says, "Master Xie Yan's beauties. He eats both men and women." Then, Xie Yan turns, waves, and walks away, thinking, "Those two are interesting. I wish them happiness." The two of them watch his retreating figure, waving and weeping. At Xie Family Village. According to the original owner's memories, this is Xie Family Village, the place where he was born. Xie Yan walks up to the front of a house and stops, looking at it. Seeing him not open the door and go in, Jinger wonders, "Why is it Master Xie Yan going in? Are you scared now that you're close to home?" "No way." Xie Yan answers her, thinking, "Even though I transmigrated, the original owner and I look the same. Maybe we're just different versions of the same person, in parallel worlds. If that's the case, then the original owner's parents and siblings are also my family. Blood relatives I've never met." Suddenly feeling a little shy. Isn't this? Suddenly, a voice catches his attention. Two people standing in the distance see him and say to each other, "That person, that face, isn't that him? I thought he'd never come back here." Seeing the two of them talking about him, Xie Yan wonders, "What's going on?" Qing Xingxir acts like an adult and asks him, "Is Master Xie Yan wanted by his in-laws?" Suddenly, the other person shouts, "Big news! Xie family's second fool, who was snatched away by a woman, is back." Others hearing that chime in, saying, "Old man Xi's ancestral tomb must be smoking. The dumbest son found his way back. We thought Xie family's second had been sold and resold countless times, but who knew he was still alive? As expected, beautiful people are always lucky. I'm so jealous." Hearing them say that, Xie Yan is speechless. Qing Jer yells, "Where is Master Dumb at all? You people are lying, lying." Seeing her react so strongly, Xie Yan speaks up. The original owner wasn't dumb. He was just a little naive because he hadn't experienced much. These people are just jealous of my beauty, don't mind them. Is that so? Guess I should meet them once. Saying that, Xie Yan reaches out and pushes open the gate. Xinger is happy. The ugly daughter-in-law is finally meeting her in-laws, Xie Yan thinks. I guess this is also helping the original owner fulfill a wish. Otherwise, why would I have bothered traveling thousands of miles here? In the original owner's memories, his family is extremely special. The gate is slowly being pushed open by Xie Yan. The people inside are shocked and stunned when they see him, Xie Yan, you unfilial son, second brother, cousin. Xie Yan's little female cousin runs out. It really is his brother. Together with Xie Yan's parents coming out to where he is. Xie Yan's mother weeps, rolling up her sleeves and saying, "You unfilial child, you still know your way back? This old lady has to break 3 of your legs to see if you still dare to run away from home for love." Xie Yan's father also cries, saying, "My rebellious son broke my heart. Wife, beat this good-for-nothing half to death, and leave him with just enough breath. No need to break the 3rd leg." Xie Yan's aunt comes out to stop his mother, saying, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's a happy occasion that Xiao Yan could come back. Don't scare him, you stinky brat. Aren't you going to admit your mistakes to your mother?" Xie Yan's uncle also comes out to stop his father and looks at Xie Yan, saying, "You stinky brat, you're due for a beating. If your older brother can't bring himself to do it, then let me beat you. After that, throw you in the ancestral hall to repent, and don't give you any food." Xie Yan's little female cousin happily runs out and hugs him. "Wah, wah, wah, second brother, you're too much. You disappeared without a word. I was so worried about you." Xie Yan's cousin also comes out and pats him on the shoulder. "Yan Di, after you left, the house turned into a mess. Luckily, you came back safe and sound. That's all that matters." Qingber looks at Xie Yan's whole family reuniting and stands to the side, weeping. Oh, as expected of Master Xie Yan's family, beauties everywhere. Qingber is indeed an ugly daughter-in-law in Xie manner. Xie Yan thinks to himself, the original owner's family bond is really good. The people threaten him with scary things, but in reality, they are all very happy, because he is back. Xie Yan looks at his mother pinching his ear, asking, "That's right, where's Ran Ran? Is she out?" After asking, he thinks to himself, the original owner has a younger sister named Xi Ran, and they have a very good relationship. How come I haven't seen her, even with such a big commotion? Hearing him ask about their daughter, his father cries, saying, Ran Ran, ha ha." Seeing him like that, Xie Yan quickly asks, What happened? My mom lowered her head and said, "It's not a bad thing, really," Dad sighed. Xing Xuan came out and said, "You just got back, so you don't know. 3 months ago, an old nun who could fly, claiming to be from the Liantai Am, saw Zhao Ran and said something about her outstanding aptitude and affinity with Buddha. She left some gold and then forced her to go." Hearing this, Xie Yan was shocked. Liantai Am? And thought to himself, Liantai Am, along with Chu Xinjai, are two of the 3 main Orthodox Buddhist institutions of the Great Han. But his dad, hearing this, angrily scolded, "Bullshit! My good daughter doesn't want to be a nun. Those nuns are just forcing sales. Who cares about their few lousy coins?" Xie Yan, hugging his cousin, said blankly, "Isn't that a nunnery? Ran wants to become a nun. Qing Granger, next to him, touched her hair. Huh, then she won't have hair." Xi Zhuan glared at him and said, "Xiao Ran is much better behaved than you. Even when she leaves home, she knows to send letters back. The nuns are a bit overbearing, but they're good to Xiao Ran." Xi Yan's cousin, still hugging him tightly, looked up and said to him, "Actually, third sister's hair is still there. But Liantai Am is 10,000 miles away in Luoyang, so it's hard for people to feel at ease." "Really?" Chinger nodded. That's good. How can a beauty not have hair?" Hearing her say that, he thought to himself, "That's right. Speaking of which, Shi Daoyun also came from a Buddhist family, and she didn't shave her head either. Maybe she cultivates with her hair. I'll visit her in Luoyang when I have the chance. If my little sister isn't living well, I'll find Sectmaster Big Sis and demand her back." Xian Yan's aunt, holding a fan, came over. "Actually, this is a good thing for Ranran. After all, I've heard people say that this Liantai Am is a very powerful great sect." "Let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, there's still a big happy event in the family. Your brother and the daughter of the wealthy Peng Cheng family are becoming a couple. Good news is coming soon," his uncle also said. "Zhao Yan, after your brother settles down for life, it's your turn next." Qingzir, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Huh? Does Master have to get married too? Just pretend you didn't hear anything?" He whispered to her and held out his hand. "Congratulations, congratulations," Xie Xuan's parents shouted. That's right. Love at first sight, infatuation at second glance. They'll be getting married soon." Hearing his sister say that, Xie Xuan hurriedly said, "Little sister." His uncle and aunt said in unison, "Xiao Yan." His mother hurriedly stretched out her arms to stop them. "Little uncle, wait." His father quickly turned to him and said, "Xiao Yan, you guys go play somewhere else." The others left, leaving his mother with her hands on her hips, saying, "When Xiao Yan was tricked away by that woman before, he must have suffered all kinds of blows and hardships. Isn't talking about this adding fuel to the fire? This little uncle is really, Zhao Yan just got back. Why bring up the annulment?" Xi Yan's uncle heard this and laughed, scratching his head. "Oops, look at my mouth. Wasn't it just because I was too happy? Big brother, sister-in-law, don't mind it." And his aunt said, "The old man is relieved now. The crazy butterflies and bees outside will definitely target the newly returned Zhao Yan. We can't just never mention it. We'll talk about it later." A child who suffered outside can't suffer at home too. Chinger and him stood behind the pillar, eavesdropping on the adults' conversation, and said, "Master, although they guessed completely wrong, your in-laws are too loving." He frowned slightly and replied, "I heard everything," and he thought to himself, "I was wondering why they didn't ask me what I experienced outside. Turns out they all think I'm a cabbage that was tricked away and then abandoned, afraid of mentioning my painful past. All right, this isn't bad either. At least I'm not being forced into marriage. I won't mention Shinzi for now, to avoid them thinking I can't accomplish anything and end up encountering a demoness again." A few days later, at Xingyan's residence, hearing a loud noise outside, he wondered, "Why is it so noisy?" He opened the window and looked down at the gate. A group of matchmakers were standing there fighting in front of his house. "Damn you, Wang matchmaker! So shameless! That girl has a face as big as a plate. And you still praise her for being beautiful?" She's madam looked. "This Miss Lai's figure, you can tell at a glance that she's easy to give birth, guaranteed to give you a handsome grandson like second young master. She's old master. Ms. Zhang is proficient in both literary and martial arts, beautiful as a flower, a perfect match for Shi Lai Er." "Hey, don't refuse." His parents had to stand in front of the gate to prevent the group from rushing straight into the house and kidnapping him.
Everyone, my Xie Yan doesn't want to get married for the time being. Please go back. You are trespassing into a private residence. If you don't leave, I'll call the guards.
He, my precious daughter, can go to the living room, can go to the kitchen, can endure loneliness, can establish brilliance, absolutely is the one and only candidate to be a daughter-in-law. Xinger witnessed the fight below and exclaimed, "Heavens, just like those eyeing master." He propped his chin and replied, "My family is both rich and beautiful. Being eyed is normal. But if it hinders daily life, it's hard to do." And he thought to himself, looking at this situation, my parents must have been helping me block rotten peach blossoms for a long time, but they still couldn't block them. Thinking this, he fanned himself with a fan and went downstairs.
Seeing him, the group wanted to rush in even more. "Second young master! Miss Wang's family played with you when you were little. Do you still have an impression? Second young master Xie. This servant has loved you for a long time. Please accept this servant." His father had to use a big stick to prevent the group from entering. While blocking, he hurriedly said to him, "Xie Yan, why did you come out? There's nothing here. Go back." His mother turned her head. "Don't listen to their nonsense. You're still very young. There's no rush." His dad looked at him and said, "Xie Yan, you don't need to force yourself. Whatever decision you make, Dad will support you. We don't mind if you stay single until you're old. Your happiness is the most important thing." Hearing his parents caring and worrying about him like this, he went to hug their shoulders and said, I understand. Leave this place to me to deal with. You guys go rest." The crowd outside the door saw him come out and clamored, "Young Master Xie, look at these 8 girls. Just tell Wang Mama which one you like. Even better if you like them all. Young Master Xie, look at me. Xie family's second master. If you don't like girls, there are still other options." Seeing the crowd rushing to cover each other like this, he smiled and said, "Don't rush. I'll talk to everyone properly." He turned on his hate speech machine for 40 minutes. "Everyone, whoever likes me the most, please raise your hand." He smiled and raised one hand high.
The crowd outside saw him like this and stopped to discuss.
"That Xie's second young master is so annoying. Why do I suddenly want to slap him? Why did I come here? Am I crazy? What's going on? I suddenly want to hit someone so bad."
Then the whole group pulled each other away from the gate of the Xie family. "Young Master Xie, of your family's reputation has been ruined. Don't even bother thinking about our daughters. Farewell. What's the use of being handsome? I will not marry you. Stay single until you're old." Just looking at him, you can tell he's a jinx. Let's go quickly. His parents, seeing them bad-mouthing their son, were angry. "What do you mean? Are you playing with our Xie family? What did you say? Dare to curse my son?" The two went to hug him and comforted him. "Son, don't be angry because these kinds of people aren't worth it. What kind of people are they? I don't know how at first they cried and screamed to marry into the Xie family. Why are they suddenly cursing Xie Yan? A bunch of lunatics." Xie Yan smiled and replied, Don't be angry. Getting angry will make you sick." Xinger, next to him, stuck out her tongue and said, "Master doesn't care about you guys, haha."
Xie Xuan walked out from upstairs and asked, "Big uncle, mother, Xiao Yan, why are you all standing here?" Seeing the clothes on him, Xie Xian asked, "Brother, are you going out?" Xie Xuan stopped and replied, "It's Xie Shu's father's birthday. She wants me to go with her to choose a birthday gift. Going together to wish him a happy birthday will also be considered official. I'll be back tonight and bring some snacks back for you and little sister." Saying that, he walked out the door and got into the carriage and left. Xie Yan followed to the door to see him off and whispered, "Men are really foolish when they're in love." Xinger, next to him, asked curiously, "What does sister-in-law look like?" Xinger is so curious. At Pengcheng, the houses were lined up next to each other. Standing beside a large flowering peach tree on the riverbank was a girl. Xie Xuan approached and called out, "Xiao Zhi." The girl, hearing him, turned around joyfully. "Xi Lang, have you been waiting long?" He walked to her side and asked. She gently touched his nose. "I just arrived too. Let's hurry to the Daobao Pavilion. After buying the birthday gift, we can stroll along the lake. I heard the lotuses in the lake are in bloom. A beautiful sight to behold," was Xi Lang. He affectionately put his arm around her shoulder and chuckled, "Xu Xi'er always teases me so. Let's go to the Daobao Pavilion." This inkstone was once used by a saint of the previous dynasty. There are only 2 in the world, and it's considered the treasure of our shop. "Please, Miss Zhu, take a look." Xie Xuan held the inkstone in his hand, examining it, and said, The color, the weight, indeed, a fine inkstone. Hearing him, Zhu Shishuer smiled and waved her hand at him. It's good, but it would be fine if it were a gift for Shishu Lang. But my father is a boor. Giving it to him would be such a waste.
Then she turned to the shopkeeper and said, I'll take this inkstone, wrap it up.
Yes, miss.
Hearing her diss him, Shi Xuan bashfully lowered his head. Shu Shu Shihar, don't say that, I'm so embarrassed, she happily said beside him. Only someone as talented and handsome as Shi Lang deserves to use this inkstone. Let's look at something else.
Suddenly, she noticed something outside and turned to Xie Xuan.
I saw someone I know, Xi Lang. Wait here for me, I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead. What a treasure of an inkstone, the pattern is so beautiful. He sat there admiring the inkstone, unaware that a group of people were watching him from behind.
Suddenly, the shopkeeper came out and said to him, This young master, our shop has lost a priceless luminous pearl. Would you mind if we searched you? Seeing that he was the only one being asked, he immediately wondered, There are so many people in the shop, why are you targeting me?
Hearing him ask, the shopkeeper continued, Everyone else in our shop is a high-ranking official or noble. Only you seem unaffiliated. We are merely making a reasonable assumption. Hearing him look down on him, he stood up abruptly. Even if I have nothing to do with it, an upright tree fears no shadow. Go ahead and search.
Then he stood with his arms outstretched, allowing the people behind him to search his body.
He thought uncomfortably, What's with these people? I have to tell Xiao Shagir not to come to this shop anymore.
Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, Found it! Startling him as he turned around to look,
a servant came out holding a large, luminous pearl, reporting to the shopkeeper. This young master hid it in his hair bun, but he couldn't escape my eyes. Hearing this, the shopkeeper, holding a string of beads in his hand, said, Witness and evidence are all here. Still want to deny it? Tie him up and take him to the authorities. Hearing them frame him like this, Shi Xuan shouted, What? It wasn't me! You're framing me!
Suddenly, 2 people with swords kicked the door open and shouted, We heard the commotion outside. Who's causing trouble? The shopkeeper came out and said, It's Officer Wang. We caught a petty thief stealing something and we're preparing to take him to the authorities.
Hearing this, Officer Wang said, Oh, how convenient that I've arrived. Just hand him over to me to take. Xi Xuan hurriedly shouted, I'm being framed. He was slapped across the face, told to behave himself. At this moment, Zhu Shujoer returned. She was stunned when she saw Xi Xuan being arrested. What happened?
She rushed to stop the people who were about to take Xi Xuan away.
Xi Lang, what are you doing? Release him immediately. But she was stopped by the crowd. Ms. Zhu, we are arresting a thief. Don't blame us for being rude if you come any closer, Officer Wang shouted. This man stole a top-grade luminous pearl worth 500 taels of gold. We're taking both the person and the stolen goods. Don't worry, everyone. Zhu Shuer kept shouting at the side. Wait! Xi Lang is not like that. There must be some misunderstanding. Release him immediately, Officer Wang thought to himself.
This pretty boy is really detestable, causing Ms. Zhu to lose face. Forget it. A pretty boy doesn't deserve Ms. Zhu's protection like that.
Then the group took Shi Xuan away. Zhu Shuer hurriedly ran after him, Xi Lang. At this time, Zhang Yu, the son of Commander Peng Cheng, was painting when someone came to report, Young master, this old servant, has just heard an interesting story. Hearing him, he stopped painting and asked, What interesting story is so mysterious? The man said happily.
You want to hear something funny? That country bumpkin Xi, who became famous at the Peony Poetry Gathering a month ago, was caught red-handed stealing at the Daobao Pavilion. Along with the stolen goods, Zhang Yu put down his brush. You people always make a mountain out of a molehill. Xie Dalang just has a few poetic talents. Stealing a bit of my spotlight at the poetry gathering, there's no need for this.
Hearing him, the man replied, Young master, your status is so high, how can you let a country bumpkin casually touch you? This time, this old servant took the liberty of arranging for that country bumpkin to suffer a bit. He won't be released for at least half a year. Hearing him, Zhang Yu turned around and said, This little matter is up to you to handle, but I remember Xi Dalang is quite handsome and relies on his poetry. People in the city even gave him the nickname, Xi, the Jade Tree. Hearing him, the man bowed and asked, Does the young master mean that jade needs carving to take shape and a great tree needs felling to become timber? Should I greet the prison warden, break Xi Jiadalang's limbs, and disfigure him? Zhang Yu smiled and continued, Let my benevolent heart help the jade tree through a little tempering. At the Zhu residence, Fu Gi rushed in and said, "The family wants to say that Xi Langjun's case is being handled strictly by the commander's office, and they can't interfere." This humble servant tried all kinds of sweet talk, but it was useless. They not only returned the money and gifts, but also warned this humble servant to tell the master not to interfere, or disaster would befall him. Hearing this, Zhu Shuer and her father were shocked. What? How could this be? Zhu Shuer turned pale and thought,
The commander's office? Why is the commander's office involved in this? Could Xi Lang have offended someone from the commander's office? That's it. It must be. At the peony poetry gathering a month ago, Xi Langjun overshadowed Zhang Yu of the commander's office, earning the top spot in the poetry gathering. Other than that, Xi Lang has had no contact with anyone from the commander's office. It must be him.
Hearing her father sighed and said, "Then things are even more troublesome. Zhang Yu is the son of the commander, always acting arrogantly. Even the prefect turns a blind eye to him."
If that's really the case, this father can't help Xi Da.
Hearing her father, she asked worriedly, "Then what can we do, Xi Lang?" "That's right." Xi Lang said his cousin was accepted as a disciple by the Liantai Temple. The Liantai Temple is a righteous sect.
Perhaps we can seek help from Liantai Temple. I must go to Zhilao village. As she was talking, she swayed and fell. Seeing this, her father hurriedly supported her. Zhu. Then he handed her to the maid and said, "You're too tired, you should rest. Leave the rest to me." Then he thought, the Liantai Temple is far away anyway, and I don't know the specific situation of Xu Da's cousin. I can only do what I can, but I can't tell Zhu this. He sighed inwardly.
Zhao Shuni wearily lowered her head and replied, "Yes, it's been hard on father to work so hard for us too. Xi Lang, please don't let anything happen to you." Xie Yan was playing chess with his cousin in the courtyard of the Xi family. He looked up at the sunlight above him and sighed. "The sun is nice today, shining brightly." His cousin, while looking at the chessboard, said, "Big brother hasn't come home again last night. He's already staying out overnight before even marrying. That's not good." Chinger was sitting on her head, making her wonder.
"It's clearly sunny. Why do I feel cold?" Xing Yan turned his head towards the entrance and said, "How lively! Someone's coming to the door again. Who is it?" Hearing him say that, she wondered, how does second brother know someone's coming? My head feels so heavy. Ching'er also looked towards him.
"You'll know when you see." With that, Xi Yan stood up and walked to the door. Chinger hurriedly flew after him. "You'll know when you see." Chinger left her head, and Xi Yan's cousin wondered, why is second brother suddenly hot?
Xi Yan walked out and asked his parents and aunt and uncle, who were talking noisily with the person who had just entered the house,
"What happened to me again?"
Seeing him, his aunt hurriedly said,
"Xiao Yan." She ran up and grabbed his sleeve. "Xiao Yan, quickly call Rancher back. Your brother has been framed."
Wah. Seeing his wife like that, his uncle pulled her back and said, "The Liandayam in Luoyang can't save him. She's too far away. Don't make things difficult for the child."
Hearing her husband say that, she covered her face in his chest and cried loudly.
His mother comforted her and turned to him, saying, "Xiao Yan, don't mind her. It's nothing serious." His father also said, "We'll handle it. Go back and rest."
Seeing that everyone wasn't planning to tell him, Xi Yan asked again, "What exactly happened? Tell me."
Xiao Yan. His mother was about to tell him but stopped. Seeing this, his uncle spoke up. "Don't hide it anymore. It's better to have more people helping to think of ideas. Tell Xiao Yan." Half an incense stick later, Xi Yan knew everything that had happened.
He angrily said, "Our family isn't short of money. There's no reason for elder brother to steal other people's things. The Chu family's intelligence definitely wouldn't be wrong. It's mostly because elder brother made enemies with the city lord's son at the poetry gathering, and he's taking the opportunity to frame him." His father sighed and said, "I'd rather he really stole something. If he was just locked up, we could save him with money." His uncle raised his hand and said, "Now that it involves the city lord's son, money can't solve the problem at all. The only plan now is to wait for that young master Zhang to calm down." His aunt collapsed into his mother's arms and cried loudly,
"Wow, my poor son." Hearing his uncle say that, Xi Yan spoke up. "Calm down? Then how long do we have to wait? That's enough time for me to run to Luoyang and call Ran back. Let's not even talk about what kind of status my little sister has at the Lian Dayam, or whether we can borrow the Lian Dayam's influence. The time it takes to go back and forth, big brother alone in the prison won't be able to endure it. Just leave it to me." With that, he turned and walked away,
leaving everyone in shock as they stared at his back.
His father didn't believe he could save his cousin and worried that he would cause trouble, so he hurriedly said, "You brat, don't cause any more trouble. Don't act rashly," his aunt also said.
Xie Yan, Aunt appreciates your good intentions, but don't act rashly. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, he unleashed his power, enveloping everyone, and slightly turned his head, saying,
"It's been so long since I came back, and I forgot to tell you all that I actually encountered a fortuitous encounter outside. I'm now a disciple of the Moting sect, and my status isn't low. You all know the Moting sect, right? It's a great sect equivalent to the Lian Diam. Elder brother's matter isn't a big deal. I can easily resolve it with my influence."
His power caused everyone to raise their hands to shield their faces. His father was shocked. Xie Yan, you. His mother behind him also spoke up and asked, "Have you really relied on a great sect?" His uncle, hearing him say that, had more hope. "That's great. Xie Yan is really promising. Xuan Rishir is saved." He turned his head and said, "Mom, can you change the adjective?" His aunt hurriedly ran up to him. "Xie Yan," she said while crying.
"Xie Yan must save your big brother. Save Xuan Care. Aunt begs you."
He comforted her.
"Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen." She buried her head in his shoulder and cried, "Wah! I'm going to bring big brother back right away." With that, he flew away.
Chingrier clung tightly to his sleeve and asked, "Master, are you planning to break into the prison?"
Because he was going too fast, the wind slapped hard against her face, but she still continued. "That's good. It's best to change identities. An identity to take the blame for the Shinmon sect, City Lord's son. What a bunch of hateful people. When the time comes, we'll turn them into ash."
When he stopped and landed on the ground, Chingrier was dizzy. He looked at her spinning in his hand and said, "Chingrier, I've discovered that you're getting more and more cunning, but the main world isn't as simple as the small world. The waters are much deeper, and this matter involves the imperial court, so being too rash will lead to disaster. Even if I can disregard what happens to me, I can't disregard my family. After all, Big Brother has been judged to be a criminal. Unless he disappears from this world, the imperial court will still investigate. A monk can run but can't escape the temple. You can hide for a while but can't hide forever. The imperial court has layers upon layers of talent, and that's not a force I can contend with right now." With that, he used Nirvana finger on his shoulder and patted Chinger's head. Hearing him speak, Chinger understood. "So that's how it is. Then we have to find evidence to prove elder brother's innocence and clear his name." Then Xie Yan looked up and continued, "It's not that simple. The other side is good at playing tricks and won't leave much of an opening. Otherwise, it would be simpler to just find someone to beat elder brother up than to crookedly frame him and lock him up in prison. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, I've never liked fighting for victory or defeat within other people's rules. It's too passive and too stupid." "Then what should we do?" Chinger didn't have any clues at all. "Of course, we'll go through the back door." He looked at her and replied. In Pang City, people bustled back and forth on the streets. Xie Yan and Chingher stood in front of a large mansion. "Is it this place?" Hearing him speak, Chingher glanced slightly to the side and said, "So it's going through the back door, finding someone with connections." Chingher thought that at least the Moting sect was one of the 9 great demon sects. "Of course, I've got the connections I need." After some build-up, Sister Fengzong saw that the time was ripe, so she gave me a list of contacts in various places within Great Han for the demon sentiment sect, saying that in the future, when I encounter trouble in the Jianghu, as long as it doesn't conflict with fundamental interests, the people on this list won't refuse my requests. Conveniently, Zhao Han, the prefect of Pang City, is a hidden ally of the demon sentiment sect in the Han dynasty. The list even mentioned that he has some connections with immortal Wu Ling. At this moment, Xie Yan had already entered the Pang City prefect's mansion. Zhao Han looked at him sitting in front of him and said, "I've long heard of the demon sentiment sect's young master of the demonic jade, Xie Yan. Meeting you today, it's clear that your talent is well-deserved. Elder Wu also mentioned you to me, praising the sect leader's heir of the demon sentiment sect, young master Xie, as having limitless prospects." Hearing him say that, Xie Yan replied, "I dare not accept such praise. Elder Wu is too kind. I'm here today with a request, hoping that Prefect Zhao can assist me," he thought to himself. "Immortal Wu Ling praised me." Zhao Han picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Oh, I wonder what it is." Xie Yan also opened the lid of his teacup and said, "It's like this. A few days ago, my cousin went into the city to stroll around with his future sister-in-law, choosing gifts for his future father-in-law. when suddenly someone accused him of stealing and quickly locked him up in the dungeon. I know very well what kind of person my cousin is. He's an honest and upright scholar. How could he do something like stealing? Moreover, the Xie family isn't short of that bit of money. My future sister-in-law then sent people to investigate and found some clues.
After half an incense stick's worth of time, after listening to him tell the whole story, Xiao Han said, "So that's how it is. Commandant Zhang has worked with me for many years, and I know him quite well. If this matter was caused by his son, he probably doesn't know about it. Young Master Xi can stay here, drink tea, and rest for a while. I'll send someone to the Commandant's mansion to ask about the situation, and there will be results soon." Hearing him agree to help, Xie Yan stood up and bowed.
Then thank you very much, Prefect. In his heart, he thought, isn't the Prefect the highest official of a city? He needs to ask the Commandant whether he can release someone. This is a big problem. Zhao Han lowered his head and continued. That brat Zhang Yu is indeed a bit overbearing, but his father is actually not bad. Oh, what do you mean?
He stood up, turned, and looked into the distance, saying,
Commandant Zhang was a heroic figure when he was young, making many contributions on horseback for the imperial court. It's just that he failed to break through to the immortal realm. The imperial court, considering his merits, passed on the imperial secret technique, the celestial confinement art, converting him into a pseudo-immortal. Although he's not as good as a true immortal, he far surpasses the 9th level of the acquired realm. Unfortunately, due to the special nature of the cultivation technique, he no longer has a chance with immortality. Even as a pseudo-immortal, he is like a stabilizing sea needle for Pang City. Even without doing anything, he can reassure the common people and suppress 9th level of the acquired realm cultivators like me. He chuckled. So that's how it is. Xie Yan replied after hearing this, and thought to himself, reassure the common people? More like oppressing the common people. No wonder the Commandant is so arrogant. The Prefect's cultivation is a bit lower than his, so he can't suppress him. But the Prefect's words don't seem to imply subservience to the Commandant. Perhaps these two have a relationship of mutual assistance and caution. Saving my cousin shouldn't be too difficult.
At the Commandant's mansion, Pang City Commandant Zhang Jihe slammed his hand heavily on the table, glared at his son, and said, "You're too reckless.
You acted rashly without investigating the forces behind that, Xishuan. Now it's all good and well. They've come knocking on our door."
Zhang Yu raised his hand to his forehead and said, "Who knew that hick brother of his was actually from the Demon Sentiments sect, and he actually ran back here? Besides, it's not like I did it on purpose. He only has himself to blame for being blind.
Anyway, the person is crippled. Can you handle Prefect Zhao?" Hearing him ask that, Zhang Zihe said, "Behave a little better, offer compensation and an apology, and then hand over the person who planned it and crippled him." Hearing him say that, Zhang Yu worriedly asked, "The Demon Sentiment sect is a demonic sect. If they refuse to forgive us and keep biting down, insisting on taking their anger out on me, what should I do?" Seeing his son's fear, Zhang Jihe said, "So what if it's a demonic sect? My taking a step back is already giving face to the Prefect. Zhao Han wants to punish you? He probably won't fall out with me just for a minor Demon Sentiment sect disciple.
His relationship with the Demon Sentiment sect isn't that good. As for that brat surnamed Xie, what young master of the demonic jade? He's just a junior in the Jianghu. Opposing a Jianghu sect is somewhat threatening, but opposing the imperial court, unless the Demon Sentiment sect wants to rebel, it's not threatening anyone. I understand. I know what to do now."
Zhang Yu replied. Zhang Zhizheng turned his head again and continued. Although Zhao Han is at the 9th level of the acquired realm, he may be able to ascend to the immortal realm, while I have reached the end of my road in this life and can only suppress him for a while. In the future, cause less trouble for me, and don't let Zhao Han tally up all our debts one day. I will. Your son has never stepped on Prefect Zhao's boundary, so rest assured, father.
That's good. Then go meet Zhao Han and that brat surnamed Xi. Zhang Zhizheng waved his sleeves and said,
At the main hall of the prefect's mansion, Zhang Zhizheng raised his hand and said, Lord Zhao, it's my poor supervision of Hu Sheng that caused this evil incident. This must be the young master of the demonic jade, correct? Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. As expected, this blessed land gives birth to talents.
Zhang Zhizheng looked at Xie Yan and praised. Not at all. Commandant Zhang is too kind, Xie Yan replied.
Then, Zhang Zhizheng pointed to his son, who was putting on a remorseful face behind him. I dare not hide it. My foolish son knew nothing about the matter involving your esteemed cousin. It was all those petty villains trying to curry favor who acted recklessly. To shamelessly say it, my son is also a victim. I have brought all those involved here, handing them all over to young Master Xie to deal with." Hearing him say that, Xie Yan said, "So that's how it is. We'll talk about this later." "Can you release my cousin first?" Xie Yan thought to himself. "Trisk, chisk, I'll believe you when pigs fly."
Zhang Zhizheng turned around and ordered the 2 slaves standing over there, "Quickly bring young Master Xishuan here, and all those evil slaves and wrongdoers, bring them all here."
Zhang Yu bowed and said, "This is all a misunderstanding, but it was indeed caused by me. I offer my apologies to the young master, hoping that young Master Xie will forgive me. The evil slaves who deceived from above and below, and those who committed evil deeds are all here." Zhang Zhizheng pointed to the 2 kneeling on the ground. Xie Yan looked at his cousin being carried in by 2 people, covered in blood, and was shocked.
Xishuan was unscathed, his whole body covered in blood. Zhao Han stood up and asked Zhang Zhizheng, "Commandant Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Zhizheng heard the question, turned his head to look, sighed, and replied, "The evil slaves have wicked intentions, hiding it from me, secretly bribing the prison guards, and acting viciously towards your esteemed cousin." Xie Yan still stood silent. "Please be lenient. If you're still not satisfied, I have the deeds of all the servants of this family. I can give them all to you, young master." Xie Yan stood still, looking at his cousin lying on the stretcher, unsure if he was alive. He then turned to the official and said, "O Lord Zhang, my cousin has truly been well taken care of by these vile dogs." Seeing his attitude, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "Young Master Mo Yu, my father was kind enough to hand over Steward Zhang, who has served at our commander's residence for more than a decade. For you to still act so passive-aggressive, you really don't know what's good for you." Seeing his son's outburst, his father quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't talk nonsense."
He then looked at Xie Yan and continued, "Young Master Mo Yu,
please forgive him. Old Zhang has taken care of my son since he was a child, and their relationship is very deep. But what's wrong is wrong. Old Zhang's life or death is now up to you, not fate. As for your cousin, my commander's residence is willing to pay for his medical treatment and do our best to save him. Are you satisfied with this arrangement, young Master Mo Yu?" Hearing this, he stared back and repeated, "Satisfied?" This made the servants kneeling on the ground shiver in fear, their bodies drenched in sweat, not daring to utter a sound or move a muscle.
"Look at how those bastards from the 8 disasters demonic art are doing. They quickly transform from human to monsters, squirming and crawling on the ground, screaming, 'No, don't, it hurts so much, it hurts so much.'"
Xie Yan waved his hand and glared at the official. "Looking at my cousin's condition, does Lord Commander really think there is still goodwill between us?"
Zhao Han was horrified at his move and thought to himself, "What kind of evil art is this? It can turn a person into something that is neither human nor beast, so grotesque. The reputation of young Master Mo Yu is certainly well deserved." Zhang Zhizheng was also shocked, thinking to himself,
"Troublemakers never cease. Those of the demonic sect are indeed a bunch of reckless people."
"Lord Prefect, please have someone carry my cousin to the back courtyard first." Saying that, he waved his hand, and a green flame engulfed the wicked servants who had attacked his cousin.
Hearing this, Zhao Han immediately ordered, "Someone, quickly prepare a temporary room and a bed for young Master Xishuan, and then find the most famous physician in the city to come here immediately." 2 people rushed in and carried Xishuan out of the hall. Then Zhao Han continued,
"I can understand young Master Xi's emotions, but on Zhang Yu's side, he was also deceived by others. Now that the main culprits have been punished by young Master Mo Yu, let's put an end to this matter." Zhang Zhizheng pointed at Zhang Yu in a disapproving tone. "It's all because this brat didn't manage his subordinates strictly enough. From now on, I will definitely discipline him more and teach him how to be a person."
Hearing his father scold him, he lowered his head and replied, "Yes, yes." After scolding him, he thought to himself, "It seems that Zhao Han doesn't want to get involved either. If this brat still doesn't know what's good for him."
Hearing him try to gloss over the matter, Xie Yan's face darkened. "Didn't manage them strictly enough. Do you take me for an idiot?"
He thought for a moment, and then said, "Without the implicit permission of the master, how could a mere servant have the guts to incite officials to brutally attack my cousin? I really don't buy it. Anyone with a normal brain can see that you guys from the commander's residence are sacrificing a pawn to protect a king. But since Lord Prefect has said that this is where it ends, I will give you some face and not pursue it further."
He then thought to himself, Zhao Prefect wants to be the mediator. Then don't blame me, he. With that, he activated the 8 disasters demonic art. Zhang Yu's divine resentment and demonic grudge already reached 60%. The enraged man yelled, Xie Yan, don't fucking take my kindness for granted. What do you mean? Sacrificing a pawn to protect a king. Even if you want to pursue it, what can you do to me? Seeing his son lose his cool, Zhang Zhizheng quickly turned to ask, what's wrong?
Xie Yan stood there, laughing. Ha ha, Lord Prefect, I wanted to be nice, but some people don't appreciate it. Seeing the situation, Zhao Han said, Lord Zhang, young Master Mo Yu is the victim here, and he was just expressing some of his own suspicions. In the end, he agreed not to pursue it further. Your son's a bit too unruly. Zhang Zhizheng sweated and replied, Your care is usually very well behaved at home. He must have been startled by young Master Mo Yu's strange methods and acted a little crazy. Please don't hold it against him, young Master Mo Yu. Saying that, he walked over and placed his hand on his son's shoulder, whispering, What's wrong with you? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Mo Yu. An enraged Zhang Yu glared at Xie Yan and said, Why should I? All I want to do now is kill this bastard. Seeing him say that, Xie Yan spoke up. Young Master Zhang is quite overbearing, isn't he? You can do it, but I can't even say it. You get exposed and immediately want to kill me. Is this the attitude of your commander's residence? But, with your strength, young Master Zhang, to want to kill me, I'm afraid you're not just a little bit short, are you? Zhang Yu's divine resentment and demonic grudge already reached 100%. He lost all consciousness, screamed, and quickly lunged at him. Xie Yan, I'll kill you. This left his father with no time to stop him. As Zhang Yu was about to reach him, he was thrown backward by the all-heavens reversal shock and spewed out a mouthful of blood. He then made another move, but didn't attack him. Seeing this, Zhang Zhizheng quickly said, Stop! He rushed over, but could only hold his son's blood-soaked body. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Xie Yan, you! Zhao Han shouted. Zhang Zhizheng, how do you usually teach your son Zhang Yu even dared to be violent in my prefect's residence? How arrogant is he usually? It seems that I have been too lenient with your commander's residence. But he ignored Zhao Han's words and was busy trying to stop the bleeding by acupuncturing his son's body. Your, he kept calling out. Then he discovered his son had passed away and went crazy. Xie Yan, how dare you be so cruel to my son? Hearing him say that, he calmly raised a finger and replied, What are you talking about, Lord Zhang? Young Master Zhang was the one who attacked first. Are you only allowing your son to hit me but not allowing me to fight back? If you have to blame someone, blame him for being too weak, unable to withstand a casual counterattack from me. Hearing him finish, the veins on Zhang Zhizheng's forehead twitched. Xie Yan, very good. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, conceited, and vengeful, he said and lifted his son's body to leave. I will remember this debt for hurting my son. The Xie estate is right under my nose. From now on, you and your family better not cause any trouble, or the laws of the Great Han have many ways to punish you. Hearing his threats, Prefect Zhao Han pointed at him and said, Zhang Zhizheng, you've gone too far. The laws of the court are not for you to use to threaten people. He glanced back and replied, Lord Zhao, I have already given you the face you deserve. This Xie Yan, since he doesn't want to drink the toast and wants to drink the forfeit instead, I won't be polite anymore. Don't interfere, lest you get hurt in the crossfire. Alright, let's end this today. Zhao Han decided to end everything, but he turned his head and continued, Haha, Lord Zhao. Me not killing this beast right here and now is the greatest respect I can show you. Other matters you don't need to and can't manage. Xie Yan stood there, thinking to himself, Zhang Zhizheng's original hatred towards me has already reached its limit. If he can't get revenge on me, he will get revenge on the Xie estate. I wonder if I can kill a false celestial. But even if I can, the price would be too great. Either way, killing an official is going to bring a mountain of trouble. Even if I disguise myself as someone else, the court will still suspect me after this goes down. If I want to cut off any future problems, I need to do this legitimately, borrow a knife to kill someone, but this turtle is really good at holding back. He's forcing me to act, he thought, as he watched the guy's back, then said, Lord Zhang, you sure have a lot of power. Even after the Grand Prefect tried his best to dissuade you, you resentfully sent him back, showing no respect to the Grand Prefect. It's truly outrageous. Hearing him, Zhang Zhizheng froze and turned around, raising his hand to attack. You beast! Do you have a death wish? Seeing him like this, Zhao Han shouted, Zhang Zhizheng, you really don't take me seriously. You're actually trying to attack. Zhao Han, shut your trap.
He turned to yell, "What did you say? Say it again." After yelling, he raised his hand to attack. "Die, you beast!" Zhang Zhizhang, how dare you? Zhao Han was blocking in front of Xie Yan, yelling at him. "Get out of the way!" His palm struck Zhao Han's chest, causing him to cough up fresh blood. "No one can stop me today. You beast must die." He sent Zhao Han flying away. Feng Tian 9 styles. Zhao Zhizheng. He attacked Xie Yan. Xie Yan also made a move to block. Heaven's official. Suppress the corpse. Seeing that he couldn't hit him, Zhang Zhizheng withdrew his hand. "You beast, your defense is damn tough. No problem. I'll peel you layer by layer." At this time, Zhao Han stood up, clutching his chest, and said to Xie Yan, "Holy crap! Young Master Yu, this guy is crazy. He's a pseudo-Xiantian. We're no match for him. Retreat now." "Don't worry. I'll report this to the court today and accuse him of assassinating Shengguan and plotting rebellion." Xie Yan turned his head and replied, "Grand Prefect, focus on healing your injuries. Leave this mad dog to me. It's my duty as a good person to punish criminals of the court." Xie Yan turned back and said with a smile, "Zhang, Zhang." Xie Yan created a black sphere between his palms. Feng Tian 9 styles. Zhang Zhizheng held the sphere and said, "Little beast, did you really think I couldn't do anything to your turtle shell?" Xie Yan didn't hesitate and attacked directly towards him, slow first style. "Are you playing Tai Chi or something?" Xie Yan mocked as he attacked. Seeing Xie Yan's move, Zhao Han anxiously said, "Young Master Xi, no, you can't attack with such force with that move." Zhang Zhizheng triumphantly held the sphere in his hand, saying, "It's useless. All your attacks will become my food, and ultimately be used to blow up your turtle shell." Xie Yan's attack was absorbed into the sphere. Zhao Han quickly said from behind him, "Is that the Qi-devouring 8-direction gathering of the Feng Tian art? It can absorb all the energy from the attack. Moreover, even if it doesn't absorb the energy from the outside, after the preparation is complete, the Qi-devouring 8-direction gathering true energy released is 10 times higher than normal. Young Master Xi, your defensive techniques won't be able to block it." Hearing him, Xie Yan slightly smirked, still staring ahead. Then he continued to attack. "Since whether I attack or not doesn't affect him using his ultimate move, then I'll keep attacking." Xie Yan's attacks flew straight towards Zhang Zhizheng. Zhang Zhizheng held out the sphere to absorb all the attacks and said, "Little beast, the harder you attack now, the more miserable you'll die later." Zhao Han anxiously shouted from the side, "Young Master Xi, you can't beat him. It takes some time to complete the Qi-devouring 8-direction gathering. Let's retreat. No need to fight this mad dog now. There's still a long way to go." But Xie Yan confidently replied, "I can't beat him? Grand Prefect, don't underestimate me too much. Even if I lose, I've never been afraid of anyone." "Grand Prefect, later the commotion might be a bit big. To avoid anyone getting hurt, you should evacuate everyone from the Grand Prefect's mansion. Don't let the servants get near this room. Don't affect innocent people. Oh, right, and my sworn brother too, take him away too. I won't be able to control the range of my destruction." Hearing him, Zhao Han ran to the door immediately. "I'll go right away, young Master Xie. If you can't beat that crazy dog, no need to show off like that. Just run away. Wait for me to get out and I'll mobilize troops to surround and suppress this place." "If martial arts were just blowing hot air like this, we should talk about science," Xie Yan replied, and began to attack. Peach blossoms bloomed on his hand, from which a powerful pink force shot out. Zhang Zhizheng widened his eyes and looked at him, shouting. The enormous force shot straight towards him. He quickly held out the sphere to absorb that enormous force. Xie Yan raised his hand and began the second move. Peach petals flew out. 3, 4, 5, 6. Xie Yan attacked him continuously. "Breath of the 8 directions, huh? You can absorb true Q, can't you?" he said as he walked closer. "You want to absorb? I'll let you absorb your fill. I'll let you absorb until you explode," he said, doubling down on his attack. "No," he shouted, terrified as the attack flew straight towards him. "Please, no." He was utterly panicked. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Countless peach blossom petals scattered across the floor. The explosion reached the ceiling, shooting straight up into the sky, with peach blossoms fluttering in the air. As the smoke cleared, Xie Yan stood with one hand behind his back, looking at the figure of Zhang Zhizheng opposite him. His clothes had vanished. He looked down in surprise, seeing that he was unharmed. Xie Yan raised a hand to his chin in surprise, saying, "You're not dead yet. You're tougher than I thought," he thought to himself. As expected of a fake Xiantian, he's not dead, and he still looks like he has fight left in him.
Maybe I went too easy on him. I can't beat him like this. Shocked, Zhang Zhizheng looked up and asked, Xie Yan, what tricks did you play on? Seeing him ask, Xie Yan feigned surprise. So, you're back to your senses, he thought. Is the effect of the Ghost Boost tincture over already? Then, he said, it has nothing to do with me. You just suddenly went crazy yourself. Anyway, you're toast. Xie Yan launched another attack. Seeing the attack, Zhang Zhizheng retaliated. Lower official attacking a superior, striking a prefect,
abusing Teng Zihong, oppressing the people, the strong bullying the weak, endangering Bang Cheng. Xie Yan's attack struck him straight in the head, sending him flying backward. Xie Yan rushed in, landing a series of blows on him. These crimes will have you imprisoned for life. The skull bit down hard on his shoulder. Zhang Zhizheng struggled, flinging the skulls off of himself. Heretical demons, how dare you bully me? A mountain of skulls crashed down on him. He collapsed to the ground. His right hand propped him up against the ground, but then he was half buried under the mountain of skulls, unable to move, only managing to reach out his hand to beg Xie Yan. Spare me, I was wrong, young Master Demon King, I was wrong, Xie Yan. Looking at him, Xie Yan thought, looks like the previous explosion didn't affect GSC's consumption much. Now that he doesn't have true Q, he can't deal with the hungry ghost. He flicked his hand and asked him, spare you. Xie Yan waved his hand down. His limbs were instantly severed by Xie Yan's attacks. If you were me, would you spare me? Xie Yan calmly asked him. Xie Yan sat down in front of him and continued, Prefectural Commander, when you casually ruined so many people, did you ever think you'd end up like this? He thought, I can't kill GSC. Although killing him once is forever, I need to know how Zhao Taishu will react. I can't be charged with killing an official. Then, he spoke again, moreover, I might spare you. But you've committed such a great crime, Prefect Zhao, and the court won't spare you either. In his hand, a move was ready. Prefect Zhao might not act as foolish as before. In short, Zhang Zhizheng alive will be more beneficial to me. But if he's alive, how will he live? He thought. Seeing Xie Yan approaching, Zhang Zhizheng trembled in fear and begged, no, no, no. But Xie Yan launched a decisive attack on his back, blood spurting out. He looked at Zhang Zhizheng lying unconscious below. By crippling your martial arts, you won't be able to do whatever you want. Only by crippling his power can this guy live to wait for his chance to return, he thought, then looked up at the group of Zhao Han's men riding towards them. Next, let's see if this Zhao Taishu crosses the river and dismantles the bridge. After a while, the subordinates finally arrived, flustered, and asked, Young Master Xi, what's the situation? Xie Yan turned around and said with a smug look, Prefect Zhao has arrived. As you can see, this guy has been subdued by me. After examining him, the subordinate reported. Reporting to the prefect, the prefectural commander's limbs are crippled, his dantian destroyed. He has lost the ability to move. Magistrate Zhao happily praised. Young Master Xi truly subdued Zhang Zhizheng with his own strength. As expected of a successor of the Demon Sentiment sect, the reputation of young Master Demon Jade is well deserved. Fortunately, we had your help today, or a great disaster would have occurred. The MC bowed his head in gratitude. You praise me too much, sir, he thought to himself. Very good. It seems this prefect has no intention of kicking the ladder away after crossing the river. It's just that this guy is really hard to deal with. My arm that hit him is still throbbing. Xie Yan feigned exhaustion, and Magistrate Zhao replied, Young Master Xian eliminated a scourge for the court in Peng City. This official will certainly report to the court for commendation and reward. Zhang Zhizheng, lying on the ground in pain, said, Yo, you too. The MC ignored him and continued talking to Zhao. There's no need to report to the court. It is the duty of every good citizen to eliminate evil. Your Honor is making such a fuss. I'm truly ashamed. Haha, this official originally wanted to put young Master's name on the red notice to spread the heroic deeds of subduing the madman Zhang Zhizheng for everyone to know. But seeing his young master doesn't want to show off, then forget it. But among colleagues, we still need to let it be known. Rest assured, I will dig 3 feet into the ground. Not a single blade of grass will escape his name. Zhang Zhizheng was both resentful and angry, but could do nothing, and feebly said, You, bullying people too much. Report. A corpse has been dug out from the ruins ahead. After the autopsy, it was confirmed to be Zhang Yu of the City Garrison Command. It seems that Zhang Zhizheng didn't protect Zhang Yu when fighting with me. Zhang Yu relied on his father's power to do many evil things. His death is due to karmic retribution.
Young Master Xie doesn't need to mind it.
The news reached Jiang Zhizheng's ears, and he passed out. It seems like a blood rush to the head ruptured a blood vessel. Magistrate Zhao sighed. Xie Yan replied,
Two gusts of wind cannot be stained with sin. Take them away. And as long as he has a breath left, he must go to family law. Ed Zhang's mentality is so rushed. No wonder he did so many things involving killing and massacre. Are you plotting rebellion?
That's right, Magistrate Zhao. In fact, I have long admired the martial arts of the imperial court. I wonder if I have the luck to learn a few secret martial arts manuals of the imperial court. Young Master Xie, you don't know. The martial arts of the imperial court are indeed very different from the inheritance of sects, but the two are both the foundation of a school, not something you can learn just by saying so, unless you enter the court as an official. Is that so? Then what can I do, Magistrate? Help me get a recommendation. Xie Yan's words startled Magistrate Zhao. Are you serious?
Kof. Young Master Xie has just entered the Jianghu and doesn't understand some unwritten rules yet. Core disciples of great Jianghu sects are not allowed to enter the path of officialdom, otherwise they will be considered traitors by the sect.
It's because you are an insider that I'm telling you this. In fact, the imperial court also does not like core disciples of great sects like young Master Xie entering the court to avoid a situation where the power is seized by disciples of great sects one day, making the imperial court inconvenient. In short, you understand. So that's how it is. I was being presumptuous. It was originally just a momentary thought. Now that it can't be done, so be it. No regrets. The MC hinted that the adult found his older brother talented and knowledgeable, and the jade tree in the wind was extremely presentable when brought out. The prefect looked thoughtful and said, The beautiful name of the jade tree of the Xie family is indeed something I've heard of. It's just his injuries. As long as he recovers well, this official can also let him be a clerk of the prefectural office. That's great. I heard that Jiang Zhizheng swallowed countless people's good fields and houses. Your Honor should stand in the middle to make a profit. Just confiscate everything to the public, right? Or sell me a few pieces, young Master Xie. You're over the line. Didn't this official already agree to your older brother's matter? What are you talking about, Your Honor? I'm recommending him fairly and squarely. Does Your Honor think I'm asking for a reward? If my older brother is just an embroidered pillow, then so be it. But he has real talent. You won't lose out. Ouch, my hand hurts so much I got injured dueling with Jiang Zhizheng. Magistrate Zhao helplessly replied, Young Master Xie, stop. This time, we really owe the current situation to young Master Xie. Jiang Zhizheng has 1,000 acres of good fields in the outskirts of Peng City. I will use the official name to sell them to the Xie family for 10 wen per acre, okay? After achieving his goal, Xie Yan didn't say much and asked for permission to leave immediately. Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's getting late. I'll take my older brother back first. Wait, Suddenly, Magistrate Zhao's attitude softened in an unusual way and asked, Young Master Xie, how is Elder Wu these days? Does she ever mention my name? Making the MC as if struck by lightning. He was so scared that his face drained of color, he said, Your Honor, could it be that you also have a leg to stand on with our Grand Elder? Magistrate Zhao turned around with rosy cheeks and replied, Xie Yan only knew to give a thumbs up in agreement. What do you mean by a leg? I am just simply admiring, Elder Wu, admiring. Your Honor's taste is strange. I admire you. He began to recount with an embarrassed face. What do you little brat know? Immortal Wu Ling is the head of the previous generation's 5 beauties, capable of captivating cities and states. Even Qing Xuan Yi of Chuqin's High, among the 5 beauties of the same era as her, could not compare, and at that time, even the eldest Princess Di Qing Cheng of the great Han royal family could not compare. It's a pity that beauty is often short-lived. For an immortal, beauty is a burden. Immortal Wu Ling smashed the pot and sank the boat and reformed the yin demon arts. She is still as famous as before heroically. But in the hearts of admirers like us, Immortal Wu Ling is forever the clear moonlight in the sky. The MC thought to himself, is that true? But the more you practice the yin demon arts, the uglier you become. The Grand Elder is still able to maintain this appearance now, so it's possible that she was indeed beautiful when she was young. But do you fanatic fans know that the Grand Elder later fell in love with a not-so-handsome Yagushin? Cough. This official has said too much. Young Master Xie is in a hurry to return, and so it is not convenient to act, young Master Xie. If you don't mind, let this official send a carriage to take you two back. Inside the carriage, Demoness Qing Greater was checking the wounds of a heavily injured person.
His face was covered in blood, and he could not recognize his identity. Xie Yan said, "That old fox prefect knows that I can heal him. Otherwise, he would not consider borrowing a knife to suppress Zhang Zizheng." After a while of treatment, this person's face was revealed. Qingshire spoke up, calling, "Hey, hey, Sleepy Beauty, wake up!" Xie Yan looked at it and said, "Who knew that I would perform exceptionally and directly cripple that guy? The prefect would be secretly happy how much—"
Qingger replied unhappily, "The prefect is too cunning. He actually dared to trick the master into working for free." The MC smiled and said, "It's not considered working for free. We understand each other's intentions, so it's easier for me to talk about benefits with the prefect."
Even so, just thinking about the prefect exploiting master makes Qingger still unhappy. When Qingger becomes more powerful, she will definitely go back and mess with him in a big way. Xian didn't know what to say. When you become powerful, the prefect might already be Xiantian. Spare yourself.
The man finally woke up and said, "Oh, little Yan." He responded kindly, "Oh, you're awake." The guy couldn't hold back his tears and sobbed, "Is this a final flash of life? I can actually see Xinyan's face, but I want to see the cute and enchanting Tutu even more. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm about to die. Why do I have to see a dude like Xinyan? I want Tutu." "Boo-hoo," Xinyan, displeased, retorted. "You're awake, so get up already. Do you know how much space you're taking up? I can't even stretch my legs, little Yan. Is that really you?" "Am I not dead?" Xie Yan didn't reply, but slapped a letter on the guy's face. "Huh, what's this? If you're okay, I'm leaving you to your own devices. Go home yourself. The others will tell you what happened." Opening the letter, it read, "Big Bro is back. I'm going to Luoyang to visit Ron Ron. Don't. Remember little Yan saved me. Wait, you're leaving again? You're not attending the wedding."
Xie Yan turned back, smiled at the man one last time, and said goodbye. "Not interested in the money? I've left it in the carriage. Hurry home." Before the guy could understand, Xie Yan and Qingger vanished. "Money? Whoa, this paper is a land deed." "Right, Bao Zhu sent a letter to Ran Ran saying that I would go to Luoyang to visit her so she doesn't leave Luoyang during this time, little Yan. Are you trying to die? The family head is on the way?"
Qingxier asked naively, "Are we just going to Luoyang City like this, master?" "Yeah, I've been here for too long," he thought to himself. Either way, returning to the Xie state is to settle the original host's karma. Now that the family is healthy, I just need to see how my sister is doing. Besides, I heard there are many beauties in Luoyang. Maybe I can find a chance to level up my flower-wandering sword. Arriving there only until the next morning in Luoyang, the male lead stood in the middle of the bustling crowd walking back and forth in the city, so extravagant that Xie Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of a major Buddhist city, you can find Buddhist disciples and frosted mirrors everywhere." The male lead thought to himself, "Luckily, I took the fetus back. In this soul-cleansing atmosphere, it would probably get super spooked by some monk. The flying eagle from the postal station is faster than I thought. Ran Ran probably knows I'm coming to Luoyang. It will take many days, but I have to find the Lotus Platform Yin first." He looked around and said, "Lotus Platform Yin is the third Buddhist site of the Great Han. Someone should recognize it, right? Where is it anyway?" Several girls saw him and took the initiative to strike up a conversation, saying, "Does this young master want to go to the Lotus Platform?" Yin, Xie Yan turned around and replied friendly, "That's right. Do you ladies know where it is?" The two girls, seeing such a handsome guy, shyly replied, "Today is the Buddha bathing festival. All the ladies in the city will go to the Lotus Platform Yin to release life. If the young master doesn't mind, we can take you there." Xie Yan, knowing his strengths, became even more handsome, making the girls swoon. "Really? Then thank you two ladies. Don't be so polite." Arriving in front of the Lotus Platform Yin, he said to himself, "Fine." Recalling the memories related to Xie Ranran. Besides her beauty relatively representing the Xie family, Xie Ranran's personality is also very impressive. The male lead confidently walked in with his handsome face, attracting everyone's attention. This poisonous tongue since childhood has had face paralysis and always speaks with the flavor of a super yin-yang master. At that time, the original owner was always blocked in such a way that he couldn't say a word. A bitter-tongued young woman. 3 no's. No speech, no heart, no expression. Meeting the person he wanted to meet, Xie Yan thought, how can the Lotus Platform Yin think it has profound Buddhist nature? If this kind of personality becomes a nun, wouldn't it make Buddha so angry that he wants to slap her to death? The girls behind, attracted by his beauty, said, "The front is the release pond, young master. Do you want to do it together?" The guy put on the face of a romance novel male god. and replied, "No need. I just so happened to see the person I needed to see. I can't go with you ladies anymore." "Oh, sorry." Turning around, his face immediately changed, beaming like a flower, and said, "Run, run. Guess who's here?" The girl with the beauty of an angel turned around and said, "Ha ha, I only heard a commotion of warbling orioles. Turns out it's my family's most handsome big bro who finally arrived. With your face plus that irresistible fascination, your little sister has a sentence suppressed in her heart for a long time. Big bro, why don't you cut it off and be done with it? Maybe you can be happy and healthy in the future." The male lead just smiled kindly, thinking in his head, "Oh, you little brat, how can there be such a coincidence in this world of sugar-coated words? As soon as I arrive, I can meet her. Maybe, after receiving the letter from home, this brat has been standing in the most conspicuous place in the Lotus platform, Yin, waiting for me. Xie Yan and the others in the Xie family are completely different. It shouldn't be said that she's not like normal people. A normal yin-yang master may be very arrogant in their heart, but they also have a very gentle side. Xie Yan, the yin-yang master, is an arrogant and not gentle girl who basically doesn't know how to act cute." Xie Yan bluntly turned around and asked her brother, "Have you heard people talk about it? Unless you're old and weak, right?" Xie Yan replied, Ran, it's been so long since we've met. Can't you say something nicer?" "Sweet words only make big bro more complacent. It's better to tell the truth." The guy stepped forward, pressed his head, and said, "Is this your honest word? Aren't you afraid that Dad will break your legs, big bro? Can you not mess up my hairstyle like that? Don't you know how many girls' germs are on your hands?" "What? Is that so? Perfect. I can just wipe my hands. This sharp-tongued little devil clearly loves it when I pat her head." Gran grabbed her brother's hand, her eyes glistening, and said, "Big bro, are you that demon lord young master Xie Yan you've been showing off as?" Xie Yan didn't deny it, instead smiling brightly and admitting, "It's me. Surprised," he thought to himself. Since Yue Ru is a disciple of Lian Taiyin, she'd find out sooner or later, no need to hide it. The MC looked at his sister expectantly. "Your master," but only received a terse reply. "Oh. What do you mean, oh sis? Can't you have a little more reaction than that?" Yue Ru turned away and said, "Master wants to see you." Xie Yan looked puzzled and asked, "Your master?" In a room, she had brought her brother to her master's abode. She called out, "Master, he's here." That master, Yue Ru's teacher, Reverend Zimei, replied. "Yu Ru, you've brought him," the young girl respectfully replied. "It's your disciple's elder brother, Xie Yan." The master turned around, and at that moment, a powerful aura surged out, so much so that the MC had to cover his face. He thought to himself, "What's the deal? Why suddenly suppress me with her innate aura?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "So it is. Young Master Demonic King, I've admired you for a long time. I had heard of young Master Demonic King's reputation, and since Yu Ru also shares your surname and a similar sounding name, I never imagined you were her elder brother." What a surprise. The MC could only force a smile, thinking, "She really doesn't seem to trust me much, huh? This reverend must pick disciples based on looks. In that case, Yu Ru is a perfect fit for her disciple." The reverend then spoke, "In truth, our Lian Taiyin is one of the sects most clearly demarcated from the demonic Dao sects. Our cultivation techniques are utterly incompatible, and we never associate with the Moqing sect. If young Master Demonic King were not Yue Ru's elder brother, you wouldn't be allowed into Lian Taiyin at all." That statement surprised Xie Yan. "So that's how it is. Sect Master's sister never mentioned this to me. But usually, Lian Taiyin disciples would actively avoid me, so this doesn't seem to be the case." Suddenly, Xie Yan's mood plummeted. So it was because of this the MC looked down at his younger sister. Feeling a pang of sadness, the Reverend continued, "Lian Taiyin greatly values renouncing worldly affairs for a mind untainted by the mundane and a pure, righteous spirit. Those with unstable cultivation realms cannot venture outside for training, to avoid being lured by external temptations, which is detrimental to cultivation. However, your Mo Qing sect is the complete opposite. You cultivate through worldly passions and desires, prioritizing your individual will. Young Master Demonic King, if you truly care for Yue Ru, then please stop coming to see her." To avoid disrupting Yue Ru's path to enlightenment, Xie Yan couldn't listen anymore and retorted, "What do you mean by that, Reverend?" Even though I'm a disciple of the Mo Qing sect, I am also Yue Ru's elder brother. How can you prevent close family from meeting each other? Moreover, joining a sect and acknowledging a master should be based on initial free will. Yet you forcibly took Yue Ru, causing us siblings to be separated. Even now, our parents still talk about Yue Ru. Even if she follows Buddha, she's still our Xie family's treasure. Isn't your way of doing things just deluding Yu Ru? Disturbing her path to enlightenment? If cultivating Buddha means you don't even need your own flesh and blood, then this kind of Buddha isn't worth cultivating. The Reverend calmly replied, Young Master Demonic King certainly has a sharp tongue. This humble nun is impressed. This humble nun trusts that Yue Ru has made her own decision, so I will no longer keep her from you. Yu Ru, take the young master to tour Luoyang City. Yue Ru, as a disciple, respectfully bowed and took her leave. Such a quick resolution left the MC somewhat disbelieving. Is that it? We're just done. The two siblings left. In the room, only the Reverend remained. Xie Yan happily chatted with his sister, Yu Ru. Let's go, take your elder brother for a stroll around Luoyang City. Oh, come on, big brother, it's still early, the brothels aren't even open yet. Xie Yan teased. Hey, look closely at your big brother's face. Do I look like I'm desperate for a brothel? No, wait, what kind of person do you think I am, huh? Yu Ru laughed. Haha, inside her room, Reverend Zimei was striking her wooden fish, recalling memories from long ago. Young Master Demonic King Xie Yan, from the Mo Qing sect, is the sect master's disciple. Qin Shinzi, whom you spoke of, is incredibly similar to the demoness who took your elder brother away. I never imagined that the notorious young Master Demonic King was actually your elder brother. Xie Yan, Reverend Zimei, sighed. Yue Ru, you have found your elder brother. From now on, concerning this matter, focus intently on your cultivation. Yue Ru bowed her head and replied, Thank you, Master. The voice resonated. Shi Yu Ru, the cultivation techniques of the Mo Qing sect and Lian Tai Yin are incompatible. You should not interact too much. Take this opportunity to frequently distance yourself from family ties, and diligently seek enlightenment until your six senses are purified and you awaken. Only then can you officially enter the path of Buddha. Shi Yu Ru looked up and asked, This disciple has a few doubts. Reverend Zimei replied, Seriously? A loving father and strict mother, siblings with a bond deeper than blood? That's what we've had for over a decade. But a disciple entering Buddhism for less than 30 months? That time is more valuable than our family? Buddha said, Cause and effect, retribution. You haven't repaid your parents, nurturing. You haven't returned your brother's love. Yet you abandon everything and devote yourself to Buddhism. Won't this karma become an obstacle? And constantly thinking about it is just trapping you and preventing you from breaking through. Isn't this Buddha thing a bit inhumane? Master Zihi said mysteriously. You still don't understand. It's not that your master is telling you to sever all emotional ties and end all karma. It's the process of interacting with each other. You still haven't understood, so your master can't let you out. Wait until your mind is stable and you understand the principles. Then you'll naturally have a different perspective. At that time, even without your master saying anything, you'll think about the karma from before. Out on the street, Li Xinanzheng and his little sister are spooked, Xie Yan said. Don't pay attention to what your master says. We're blood siblings. How can we not interact with each other? Your master is way too conservative. The naive little girl said, Big brother has changed so much. Before, you listened to everything I said and were timid as a rabbit. Now you're arrogant and cocky. Rantran, are you talking about me? People can change, you know? Plus, I've been traveling around, so my perspective has naturally broadened. The male lead said while eating his little sister's candy. Big brother, Ran, said a sentence that made him choke on his candy. Big brother betrayed the demonic sentiment sect? What are you talking about? If the Lotus Terrace and the demonic sentiment sect can't coexist, then for the sake of our sibling bond, why don't you become a traitor? Then I wouldn't have to shave my head, and our parents would be so happy. The Lotus Terrace is great, kind fellow disciples, peaceful and carefree. The demonic sentiment sect, on the other hand, is fighting all over the Jianghu every 3 days. As far as I know, you lied to our parents, who don't understand the Jianghu. If they knew you were causing trouble every day, see if they'd be angry at you or me. The male lead hadn't thought of this. He was speechless. Oh my God, although I don't want to admit it, most of what Ran is saying is true. How am I supposed to tell her how awesome I am, that I never lose a fight? Ran Karan continued. Especially that demonic sentiment sect which, Chu Bantu already wiped her makeup off. That Shinzi isn't a good match. I can't beat her right now, or I would have come to find you already. He could only give a gentle smile and say, Rantran, in my heart I think this girl still has guts. So lovely. What a pity for the sarcastic mouth.
Xie Yan was about to reach out and pat his little sister's head when the little girl said, System notification detected.
Discover a fragment of the system. Please host move forward to collect. Activate the next function to upgrade the system. This big brother is acting strange, Rankaran said. Big brother? The guy replied. Rankaran, where is this? You're asking where this is? You can't even see the big words. Great Han Empire. Worshipping Buddha Tamjia is the greatest.
Giling Temple. There's a system fragment here. 3 Buddhist families proving the way. Great Han. Zhao Ran said. Today is the Buddha Bathing Festival. All the temples in Luoyang are open to the public. Even someone like you can go in and visit. Xi Jian wasn't happy when he heard that. What do you mean, someone like me? You really don't know how to talk.
Fine, then you take me in for a visit.
The 2 siblings began their journey to visit the Great Hero Hall, where they studied morning and night, worshipping the seated Buddha statue. The Arhat Hall, where 500 Arhats are worshipped. The Arhat statues of Giling Temple are famous far and wide. Small Buddhist sects often come to request carved replicas of the Buddha statue. Little Ling Mountain is said to be the founder of Giling Temple, transferring the Lingxi Mountain Buddhist ancestral temple to Luoyang. Rantran was about to continue introducing when Xie Yan interrupted her, saying, Rantran, a Buddha statue is a mountain, so forget it. You just skimmed over the first few at the door. You should at least take me inside to see them. Even though I don't care about Giling Temple, this girl is being too casual with me. Xiao Ran replied. Someone whose 6 senses aren't clean, who lusts after the mortal world like you. Worshipping Buddha will only make Buddha uncomfortable, so don't squeeze in front of the Buddha and offend his eyes. Big Brother was angry when he heard that, but he didn't do anything, just thinking to himself,
this girl, so beautiful, lovely, and cute, why does she have such a mouth? Okay, I shouldn't have had any expectations for you. I'll go myself. You just stay by my side and be a living map. He then grabbed the little girl's hand, originally thinking that going straight to the system fragment would be too suspicious, so he told Xie Ran to take him there, observing and following along. But with Xie Ran's personality, it's better to just go straight there. The little girl shouted, Where do you want to go, big brother? Let me tell you, Giling Temple doesn't worship the joyful Buddha of the secret sect.
Shut up, Xie Yan thought in his head.
According to the system's guidance, the system fragment is located inside here. Rantran, what is this place? Sis, the place you're pointing at is the scripture repository, where the Buddhist treasures of the Giling Temple are kept under guard by 2 great Arhats, those fallen celestial realm guys. If you try to steal anything, you'll be vaporized. The male lead said, That's savage. Aren't Buddhists supposed to be all about not killing? If you're going to steal their treasure, who else are they going to kill?
Xie Yan heard that and started sweating.
Holy crap, good thing I wasn't planning on snatching it and running. He peeked inside and said, I'm just going to stand outside and watch. The monks at Giling Temple aren't going to go all Om Mani Padme Hum on me, are they? As long as I don't go in, no one's going to bother me. Inside the room was a treasure. I can't be wrong about this feeling. It's a system fragment, Xie Yan thought to himself. He pretended to be innocent and asked, What's in that jade box in the middle? It feels so mystical. Xiao Ran replied, Inside is the Buddha bone relic left behind by the founder of Giling Temple after he ascended. By holding this relic, you can communicate and study Buddhism with the founder in the netherworld. But even so, this thing is precious but useless to those who don't cultivate Buddhism. So that's how it is. Who would have thought that a vulgar person like you would also be interested in Buddhism? Every word you say makes your brother angry. Can't you talk properly, Xie Ran? Let go of me, I will X you. The girl was forced to say insincere words. If you are really interested in the treasure, tell me clearly. You have a connection with the Buddha, not that kind of vulgar thing that cannot be tolerated. Well, keep talking. Having a connection with the Buddha is not as good as leaving the demons and entering Buddhism. My master and the abbot of Giling Temple have a very good relationship and can tell you to be a lay disciple of Giling Temple. It is just right to join the later Heavenly Buddhist Association now, and the Buddha bone relic will be taken out for the most outstanding disciples to experience. You can also join in and let your eyes get infected. Ran, do I need to thank you for not suggesting that I become a monk? No need to thank me. Take back the last sentence. By the way, what is the Haonatian Buddhist discussion? Ran, tell me.
The Buddha Bathing Festival is also called the Buddha's Birthday Festival. The first day is Feng Sheng, the second day is Preaching Buddha, the third day is Discussing Buddha,
and the third day is releasing life. Today is the main venue for believers. These days your brother has been flirting everywhere, and you may have heard some news, so I won't say more. As for preaching Buddha and discussing Buddha, it is a chess game between Buddhist cultivators. Large and small Buddhist sects of the 5 dynasties and 4 seas will gather here to participate in the Guiling Temple's Grand Dharma Assembly tomorrow to present the Buddhist doctrines of various sects, referred to as the War of Words. While Buddhist disciples use chanting sutras against people who are injured 15 mental folds. The third day is the best game. Guiling Temple's Sanzai Liantai Nunnery will organize a Buddhist experience once a year. The best people can receive the Buddha bone to participate in enlightenment for 5 days.
The Buddhist sects who come to participate in the Dharma Assembly are all aimed at this, even if they don't get the 7 treasures. Participating in the experience can also temper their state of mind and increase their realm. Lukon disciples use shiny muscles, but nothing happens. It's just that the demonic path, the esoteric school of Dharma, and the upper esoteric school of martial arts also came to join in the fun, causing the Buddha bathing festival to become a mess. Masters spent a lot of effort to suppress them and only allowed them to appear on the day of Buddhist discussion. Therefore, the Buddhist discussion gradually became a battle for treasures between the 2 worlds of good and evil. The male lead thought to himself, I didn't expect to just let them come, but also let them continue to come. If it were Demon Love Sect, they would have beaten the troublemakers until they were crying for their parents and didn't dare to come to the door again. Monks really have a compassionate heart. Ran said, now I am still weak and not strong enough to compete for magic weapons. Wait for me for 2 more years, and I will definitely be able to invite the Buddha bone to give to my brother. Ran, okay? But if you give it to me, I won't give it back when the time comes. You 2 are so cute and heartwarming. It is said that the Buddha bone relic can make people sincerely abstain from desire and not be able to get hard. If you really have the Buddha bone relic, then I won't have to worry about saving your previous integrity anymore.
When I go back, I will also ask my master if there is a sealed ice coffin technique so that your future is safe too. Xie Yan's face darkened when he heard this and said,
Does Ran need to consider being imprisoned in meditation? Otherwise, I'm really afraid you'll be beaten to death.
HMPH. This Ran is really not cute. Won't she really be swept out the door by the Buddha like that? Forget it. I will call Qingrier out for some air.
Qingxier appeared with a not-so-stable mind. Lord Xie Yan.
Qingxier, are you okay? It's okay, except that the endless noise outside makes me dizzy and extremely sleepy. There's nothing wrong.
The male lead held her in his arms and comforted her. That's because chanting Buddhist scriptures restrains you too much. Go back to my glabella later.
Why is the Lord using the mask to stick out his head? Xie Yan replied. There is something I want to take in Guiling Temple. I am preparing to explore the depths of the monks' identities, and I can use it just right.
Qing'er quickly turned into a bird and said, Lord, you don't need to be so troublesome. Let Qing'er help you get anything.
He immediately put out the girl's budding idea. You want to go? I won't let you go either. I'll be screwed if you get transcended. It's okay. The Lord doesn't dislike me, so just rest obediently.
Phew. Next I have to study the silly monk in this Yirong Ji Yao carefully.
The next morning, at the Buddha bathing ceremony on Buddha's descent day, hundreds of monks had gathered here.
Master CMI and Abbot Zihui greeted each other respectfully. Elder Zihui, long time no see. Master CMI, long time no see. I heard you have accepted a disciple with extremely high talent.
The master replied, It's just a little bit of clear comprehension. Her name is Xie Yan, and she has not yet been ordained. It is not as good as the Uyun Shizhi of Chu Xinjai. Her son is already Xiantian.
The master has praised me too much. Everyone knows that the skills of my Chu Xinjai are special, and Dao Yun is just benefiting from the skills. Okay, it's getting late. We should go to Guiling Temple quickly.
Yes. The master turned to Xie Yan and asked, Ran, why are you so restless?
Lil.
Sis was like, Nah, it's nothing. Just remembered I forgot to tell Big Bro that I'm going with Shifu to preach Buddhism today.
Afraid he'll go looking for me. Shifu heard that and said, If Ma Yu Gongzi is smart, he won't cause trouble in Luoyang. Calm yourself and listen obediently.
Disciple obeys. If he really cares about me, he'll rein in that wild personality. I'm at ease about you, but I can't quite figure out that Ma Yu Gongzi. To be safe, you still shouldn't get too close to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Ma Yu Gongzi acts freely and unrestrainedly, As someone from the demonic sect, of course he'll have some demonic nature, but his essence isn't evil. Abbot CMI is probably overthinking things.
Turning around, it turned out to be Xie Daoyun. Daoyun, have you interacted with Ma Yu Gongzi before? You also know a little about him in Kuaicheng?
Xie Yan, seeing this, stepped forward to ask, "Did elder sister and my big brother ever interact?" Daoyun was a bit surprised. Xie Yan Shimei is Xie Yan's younger sister. That really is a surprise. Then can you tell me about Ming Chang? The little girl said with pleading eyes. Of course, Ma Yu Gongzi is a very interesting person, me and Ji Shixiong of the Taishuan sect. In the shadows, the abbess and abbot Zihui Fangzhang were talking to each other. Aren't you most afraid of getting involved with the demonic sect and passion disturbing the Buddhist heart? Why are you still letting your little disciple in Daoyun talk about the Ma Qingzong's Xie Yan? It's all right. Better to guide than to block. Suppression will only ignite rebellious thoughts. As long as Shinran's Buddhist heart is firm, one day she'll naturally see herself clearly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, and finally, the ceremony officially began. The giant Buddha statue symbolized the entire Buddhist sect. Along with the 3 sect leaders standing at the front, Abbot Xuanqing appeared with a radiant glow. The disciples below eagerly discussed. The pure lapis lazuli bead is as bright as the moon. Wisdom will increase. His appearance is like the golden Buddha manifesting the golden crown. The sermon is about to begin. Both Ranhui and Yu Yun were focused on the ceremony. The abbot spoke. Spirit Mountain Great Buddha, majestic Dharma appearance, guiding the cool breeze in the heaven and earth, passing through the pennant branches, praying for blessings, good, good, neither is nor isn't. The presider slowly opened his eyes. The green branch not moving isn't the wind not moving, but the heart. It is the abbot master's heart that is moving. Everyone turned to look at the monk in the distance. Which house's monk is this? Not only is he late, but he dares to be so arrogant. A mysterious monk, exuding an overwhelming aura, said, "Great master, you've been caught." A man was standing in the middle of the aisle. The monks sitting on the floor wondered, which house's monk is this? Xie Daoyun looked at the man and guessed. Seems like Dharma Master Sheng Xiu. Xie Yan, hearing this, leaned over to ask, Dharma Master Sheng Xiu is a master of which sect? The beautiful girl quickly replied to Xie Yan's younger sister, Dharma Master Sheng Xiu is one of the Kaiyuan Tenjunji of our Daqiang Empire, Ming Empire, and Dahan, although his martial arts cultivation hasn't reached celestial immortal, she continued. But his profound research into Buddhism has earned him fame throughout the world. The Datang Emperor personally bestowed the title of Dharma Master. Dharma Master. Sheng Xiu left Zhuwu Temple to travel the world for many years. Who knew he'd come here today? The beautiful woman continued. I wonder what high-level argument this Dharma Master Sheng Xiu will bring today. Abbot Xuanqing calmly said, The pennant branch hasn't moved, the wind hasn't moved. It's just that this old monk's heart is moving, so that's how it is. Qin Wuke thought to himself, Sure enough, my previous prediction was correct. No matter how high the martial force of the main world is, the means of communication aren't as developed as the modern world. They're still only at the stage of discussing and researching Buddhism. Some classical Buddhist ideas and complex cases haven't been born yet. Sheng Xiu remembered the scene of kneeling before the Buddha statue and continued to think. In the original world, because I received too much welcome from women and couldn't stand it anymore, I went to a temple to cultivate my character for a while. Although I didn't officially shave my head, I still followed them all day, chanting Buddhist scriptures and listening to Dharma assemblies. I still remember that a certain master praised me for being intelligent and clever. Playing the role of a monk is nothing difficult at all. The young man thought further. Now to examine the differences between the Buddhist Dharma of this world and my old world. The groups of little monks were all looking in one direction. Abbot Xuanqing spoke. You are Sheng Xiu Dharma, master of the contemporary Buddhist Zixiao Temple of Datang. The young man clasped his hands respectfully and said, That's right. After leaving Datang, this poor monk traveled to Dahan. Passing through Luoyang, I heard that a special Buddhist ceremony would be held on Buddha's birthday, so I came to visit. The old monk sat solemnly on the boulder and said, I've heard of Dharma Master Sheng Xiu's name for a long time. Today I have the honor of meeting you. A lotus flower was created from small pieces of stone, old abbot continued, inviting him to the lotus platform to study Buddhist doctrines together. Qin Wuke stepped onto the lotus dais and sat properly, thinking to himself, to condense matter from nothing and make it fly so steadily, no wonder he's the abbot of Guiling Temple. using a stone lotus flower to lift me up, the young man said. Goodness. Someone spoke up. Respected abbots, masters, this humble monk has a question he can't resolve, I hope, to receive an answer before the lecture on Buddhism, to clear away my doubts, the young monk continued. Just now, I heard Dharma Master Shen Shu say that the wind moves the branches, only the heart is swaying. But I don't know how to interpret that, Dharma Master Shen Shu thought to himself. Have these people never even heard the story of the benevolent man moving the heart? Xuanqing Abbot quickly responded to the young monk's words. The Buddha speaks of prajna, yet it is not prajna, therefore it is prajna, he continued. It is also said that form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Dharma Master Shen Shu, am I correct? Qin Wuquei thought to himself, Master, can you speak human language? He laughed and replied to the old monk. Correct, yet not entirely correct. The so-called mind creates phenomena, the mind transforms the environment, the mind encompasses all Buddhas, and beads assist in attaining the Tao. Therefore, one should observe the nature of the Dharma realm. All things are created by the mind. Then he thought, forget it. Modern Buddhism is so inclusive, many interpretations are different, nothing I say will be wrong anyway, I'm just taking advantage of playing with words, talking a little more. Xie Yan and Shen Daoyun, standing below, expressed their admiration. All things are created by the mind, so that's it. No wonder he's Dharma Master Shen Shu. But the mind encompasses all Buddhas. The young monk wore a somewhat bewildered expression. Dharma Master, this humble monk still doesn't understand. The young man quickly explained to him. Then this poor monk will tell you a story. One day, 2 monks came to a small river. A woman was about to step into the water. The 2 monks saw a young girl on the riverbank who also wanted to cross the river, but she didn't want to wet her clothes, so she hesitated. A young monk carried the girl across the water. One monk saw this and immediately stepped forward to help, carrying the girl across the river. After reaching the shore, the girl expressed her gratitude to the young monk. The other monk didn't understand. Men and women should not touch each other, let alone a Buddhist disciple acting in such a way. Aren't you afraid of violating the precepts? Xin Wuquei continued to tell. He replied, I have already reached the shore, but you are still in the water. The young monk wore a surprised expression. I have already put it down. Why are you still so attached? The monk standing in the middle of the lake then said, This humble monk understands. Thank you, Dharma Master, for your guidance. A voice echoed from somewhere. Absurd. A monk with an extremely fierce face appeared, and he strode forward. Supreme Esoteric Sect, Great Master Wu Ji. The young monks were shocked to see the man who had just appeared. Supreme Esoteric Sect, Shi Daoyun, became vigilant. It's actually Great Master Wu Ji of the Supreme Esoteric Sect. In previous years, the demonic monks of the demonic sect only appeared on the 3rd day of the Dharma debate to cause trouble, but they've arrived earlier today. The fierce-looking monk suddenly approached a young monk and asked in a threatening tone, Put it down, I ask you. Why do you cultivate Buddhism? The young man was frightened into a daze. He panicked, put his palms together, and replied, The Supreme Esoteric Sect is for cultivating the Arhat fruit, transcending the mortal world, without desire or want. The tall man sneered when he heard the answer. Ha ha, ridiculous, he continued. You want to seek the Arhat fruit, which is having the desire to seek. If you have the desire to seek, how can it be considered putting it down? Can you answer me? The young monk trembled and said, this, Dharma Master Shen Shu thought to himself upon seeing this. The meaning of cultivating to attain the Arhat fruit. Isn't this the teaching of Hinayana Buddhism? Could it be that everyone in the main world cultivates Hinayana Buddhism? Great Master Wu Ji of the Supreme Esoteric Sect spread his arms wide and said loudly, Humans are humans, Buddhas are Buddhas. How can humans abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires? What you call cultivating, maintaining the precepts, and being without desire is completely impossible to cultivate into fruition. To become an Arhat, one must admit that being human is nothing, like me, without any scruples, only following the desires of my heart, finding the pure, limpid wisdom I within greed, hatred, and delusion, the 3 poisons, 3 purges, and 3 fires. That is what is called the true Dharma. A phantom of Buddha's head appeared. Xuanqing Abbot spoke up. Great Master Wu Ji, this statement is wrong. We cultivate the Dharma, not cultivate the Buddha. Because cultivating the Buddha is for its sake that we cultivate the Buddha, and cultivating the Buddha is like what this old monk just said. The Buddha speaks of prajna, yet it is not prajna, therefore it is prajna. The man said angrily. Nonsense! Ridiculous! Xie Yan, the Shenshu Dharma master, smiled inwardly, completely not understanding what they were talking about. But he could confirm that the Buddhism practiced by the main world's orthodox and heretical factions was Hinayana Buddhism, focused on self-salvation. In that case, I only need to ask Abbot Master Qin Wuke. This old monk has already answered Great Master Wuji's question, does Shenshu Dharma Master have any objections? The young man quickly replied to the old monk. People are people. Buddha is Buddha. But he continued in a firm voice, Buddha was originally a person, and people can also become Buddha. The people present were bewildered upon hearing this. Buddha was originally a person, and people can also become Buddha. The young monks also began to stand up in protest. How can humans become Buddhas? Nonsense. What Shenshu Dharma Master? He doesn't even understand basic Buddhist principles? Are you really a Buddhist practitioner? Upon hearing this, the great Master Wuji of the Supreme Esoteric Sect laughed out loud. Haha, well said, Shenshu. Everyone says my Supreme Esoteric Sect is a demonic sect, but in my opinion you're even crazier than I am. You want to become the Buddha ancestor himself. But I really admire you. Cultivating Buddhism requires that kind of craziness. The man with a panicked expression was muttering, Buddha is a person is a Buddha. Are Buddha and people ultimately equally lowly or equally noble? Could it be that livestock, only livestock, are existences that accommodate the true myriad dharmas, myriad things, myriad phenomena? Another person couldn't contain himself and cursed. What bullshit is real? Non-matter is a dead object. Only dead matter is eternal in this world. Dead matter is the only sovereign in this world, he shouted. I've realized it. The existence of thought is a sin. We are all sinners. I am Buddha. I will do whatever I want. Don't be deceived by Shenshu's temporary words. Quickly chant the calming mantra with me. The others also couldn't contain themselves and began to curse and speak nonsense. This is blasphemy against the Buddha. This Shenshu is misleading the public with his seductive words. He only has a false reputation. Shenshu, you disgrace the title of Dharma Master. Shin Wukui calmly said, Amitabha, Amitabha. He thought to himself, according to the teachings of Hinayana Buddhism, there is only one Buddha from beginning to end. Note. No matter how hard people try to cultivate Buddha, they can only cultivate to the Arhat stage. Of course, they can't accept it when I suddenly bring up the Mahayana Buddhist idea that people are Buddha. He thought further, but it feels like these virtuous and eminent monks have realized something from my short statement. Great Master, indeed a great master. Suddenly, golden lights appeared around the stone lotus platform. Does the abbot want to cause trouble for me? Xuanqing Abbot asked the young man, Shenshu Dharma Master, do you want to become Buddha? Qin Wukui calmly replied, cultivate according to nature. If I can become Buddha, then I become Buddha. If I can't, then I don't. He thought to himself, how did the great master answer me at the beginning? It must have been about the same. The two monks continued to exchange. Why does Shenshu Dharma Master want to become Buddha? To liberate all living beings from the suffering of birth, old age, sickness, and death. The dialogue continued. If people can all become Buddhas, then do the masses still need you to save them? Is the Buddha nature hidden within the masses in need of Dharma to guide them? Abbot Master seemed to understand. I understand. The young monks below still hadn't calmed down, shouting excitedly, Shenshu is insulting the Buddha. What punishment does he deserve, Abbot? Don't spare this degenerate. Xie Yan's younger sister, Xie Daoyun, worried. Daoyun Geiji, according to you. The beautiful girl quickly reassured her. If these words were spoken by an ordinary person, of course, I would consider him a blasphemer of the Buddha. But I see that Shenshu Dharma Master speaks with certainty, as if he has realized some truth. I don't know why, but when he says this, I secretly feel a bit moved. Xie Daoyun continued. It's just that this speech from Shenshu Dharma Master has had too profound an impact on all living beings. It's completely impossible to continue preaching Buddhism now. A nun was extending her hand to save those who were suffering, and came here. Suddenly, a stream of light flew over the heads of the monks. Yu Mumu Yu, from the nun's hand, was holding a luminous orb, seeming to emit a wave of light, a mind-clearing sound, and clarifying empowerment. The waves spread everywhere, calming the young monks. Phew. This sound makes one feel pure in body and mind. What were we doing, Amitabha, Amitabha? They looked up at the clear blue sky. The minds of all living beings are in chaos. Continuing to preach Buddhism is no longer meaningful.
In Xuanqing Abbot's hand was something glowing, he said. If Wushang Mizong had arrived a day earlier, then instead, a luminous carpet was flying from the distant tower.
It was a kasaya, wrapping around Abbot Master's body, he said. Let the Buddhist debate begin. At that time, the monk said, the Buddhist debate begins before everyone here. No matter which faction you come from, as long as you feel you have a unique insight into Buddhist Dharma, you can come forward and participate in the trial. But today is a study and discussion of Buddhist Dharma, not a competition of martial arts and cultivation. So Xiantian cultivators cannot participate. As long as you perform well in the trials and persevere to the third gate, you can receive a moment of enlightenment from my monastery's Buddha bone relic. The final victor can experience the Buddha bone relic for 7 days. Hearing this, the monks showed excitement. One said, the Buddha bone relic, the Buddha treasure of Guiling Monastery. It is rumored that wearing the relic allows one to communicate with Guiling Monastery's founder, the Crossing Heavens Arhat, in the netherworld, to prove Buddhist Dharma. The other added, even if we don't win this year, we still have the opportunity to gain enlightenment. A heaven-sent opportunity cannot be missed. Up above, the abbot invited, Xie Yan, Shen Shu Dharma Master. Please bow your head, Amitabha, Amitabha. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking, as long as I get to the third gate, I can touch the relic. Then the chance to obtain the system fragment is even greater. At this time, Master Wuji spoke up. No matter how difficult it is, we disciples of the Wushang esoteric sect are not afraid, and will never retreat. Tuo Wangsheng. Your teacher will take this opportunity to see how far your cultivation has reached, the old monk above said. The Dharma debate trial is about to begin. Please everyone step back 5 zang to avoid being implicated. Xie Yan was ready. He wondered, I wonder what the first trial will be. Now Tuo Wangsheng approached him from behind and said, Reverend Shengshu, your understanding of Buddha is very special. This humble monk likes you very much, but the ultimate winner of the Dharma debate must be me, Tuo Wangsheng. Dharma Master Shengshu smiled and said, this humble monk is looking forward to it. At this moment, Xuan, a disciple of Guiling Gaisi, reminded nearby, you too, Master is about to open the minor realm of intent. Please be quiet, don't talk so much, especially senior brother Tugo. I hope you can restrain your mind a little, otherwise it will not be easy to enter the dream to participate in the trial. He smiled half-heartedly and replied, Monk Xuan, only your mom is so talkative, talking too much or too little. My mom and your mom are both nothingness, Xuan replied. Xie Yan, thinking to himself, senior brother likes Xuan of Guilingxi. Oh, it seems his personality is quite Buddhist. Above, Abbot Xuan Qingfang yielded everything to the two of them. At this moment, Zihui began to speak. It makes no difference whether this soul incense is brought out to be used sooner or later. The rising smoke leads the soul around the hidden treasures. The soul-guiding incense of Chu Xin Jai takes everyone into the minor realm of intent. To receive the trial's difficulty within, the Elmwood Mokujo of Tailian An awakens those who are deeply immersed in confusion. The Kasaya of Giling Kasi proves the theme of the trial. Shining into the world, thinking. The theme of today's trial is the 8 sufferings of life and the 8 difficulties of hell. Xie Daoyun asked, with a look of surprise, the 8 sufferings of life and the 8 difficulties of hell. Zhao Miao sat there calmly and thought, are these Buddhist treasures? It seems I can really feel the mysterious meaning. No wonder it's the world master. Although the Hinayana Buddhism emphasizes self-salvation and is not as great as the Mahayana Buddhism, it is still amazing to research it to this extent. Why do I feel like I can't stretch out my limbs, and my whole body is curled up into a ball? So what is binding me? What's going on? I've turned into a baby. He slowly woke up and realized that he had changed. He smiled triumphantly and thought, I get it. The 8 sufferings of life. The first suffering is the suffering of being born. This must be an illusion, simulating the 8 sufferings. This is so boring. And it still retains the consciousness of the participants. So doesn't that mean we know from the beginning that everything is fake? Then what's the point of challenging it? So sleepy. The brain capacity of a child is not fully developed yet. Thinking nonsense a little bit makes me want to sleep. So annoying. Every moment of life passed by. Xie Yan quickly moved on. Okay, growing up again. His consciousness was still there. And he said with surprise, "This illusion is really amazing. I've grown from a baby to this size in the blink of an eye." Then he had another younger sister. He wondered, "I don't know what kind of trick this is, after all. Logically speaking, if it is some kind of mental attack, I should have some resistance, right? It seems that this illusion only lets me personally experience the growth process at a few key points, and the rest is just time that Jukong stuffs into my memory." At this moment, the younger sister walking beside him suddenly fell, he said in the illusion. "This kid's body is too weak." Saying while thinking, "Although it's just stuffed memories, it's also very real. At least I genuinely feel sorry for this free younger sister. It's a good thing I have the Nirvana finger. One finger is enough." Of course, he couldn't do anything in the illusion. In an instant, he was standing before his little sister's grave, thinking sadly, "Isn't Nirvana just some kind of immortal art that grows in the soul? I could transmigrate through small worlds and even take things with me. It's just a simulated trial, so why isn't it working? More importantly, I can't sense any connection with the system, and I can't even summon Shinganer." Outside the illusion, everyone was immersed in their own trials, when suddenly, Wang Sheng woke up. His master happily said, "The first one to break through, as expected of my beloved disciple." Xuanqing said, "Your trial was a bit too easy, wasn't it? My disciple didn't even break a sweat getting through." The old monk calmly said, "The meaning of the first trial, the 8 sufferings of life, is to see how sentient beings choose when they experience life again, with all its love, hate, and grudges. Will they sink into it, or will they wholeheartedly seek enlightenment? After seeking enlightenment, many temptations will assail them, leaving them floating between the mortal world and enlightenment, unable to escape. Only those who wholeheartedly seek enlightenment and firmly believe at the final moment can break through. The way of your supreme esoteric sect is to prove the Tao through killing. Anyone who disturbs your pursuit of enlightenment is killed without mercy. Killing lovers, killing family, killing colleagues, killing masters, killing the world. This may indeed solidify the will to seek enlightenment, but it is still a demonic path." Wu Ji said, "Demonic or righteous, if it can lead to becoming an arhat, then it is a good path. Your Buddhist teachings are still too narrow, too narrow, too narrow." "Haha," Zi Hui, looking annoyed, said. "This Wu Ji is laughing too arrogantly and noisily." Xuanqing then said, "Since the first trial is arranged to be the 8 sufferings of life, it's not surprising that the supreme esoteric sect would break through first. But with their personalities, it will be difficult for them to pass the second trial, the 8 hot hells." Zi Hui continued, "Enough, you should worry more about your own disciples. Today's Buddhist debate trial is a good opportunity, but unfortunately, Dao Yun is already at the immortal level, and a small illusion has no effect on him." Xuanqing Fengzhang, "Your esteemed disciple, Xie Yan, is exceptionally talented, yet it's difficult for him to break through." The monk again said, "This old monk understands Xie Yan. Don't think too much about it. Why don't we talk about when Shen Shu Fashi will break through and in what manner? That's what this old monk is curious about." Xie Yan's expression was truly awful. What the hell was happening to him? Zi Hui Fengzhang asked in surprise, "Is a Shen Shu worth Xuanqing Fengzhang's attention?" He replied, "This old monk wants to see if Shen Shu Fashi, who preaches that everyone can become a Buddha, is any different from the other sentient beings in this trial." Zi Hui then said, "It's just one more evil monk spouting nonsense. What's so strange about it?" From Miao Shitai now spoke. "All the monks and nuns of the great temples and small shrines in this trial ground were chosen to become monks from a young age, even Wang Sheng, of the supreme esoteric sect. It shows the enlightenment in their hearts. Even if life could be relived, they would still choose to seek enlightenment as before." But look at Shen Shu. In the small illusion, he is already almost 20 years old and has not yet become a monk. Enough to see that this person has heavy distractions in his heart. The old monk continued, "No rush, this is only the beginning. Shen Shu Fashi has just come into contact with our great Han's Buddhist debate. It's not strange how he behaves. In this old monk's opinion, Buddhist debate uses enlightenment to break through realms. If Shen Shu Fashi shows no sign of enlightenment, does it mean that he has seen through the 8 sufferings and returned to the original station, enjoying the impermanence of the human world as a simple mortal?" Inside Xie Yan's illusion, he was in a difficult situation. He sighed. "What the hell? I can't summon the system. I can't contact Shingear. I can't cultivate any martial arts. How am I supposed to break through this trial? Little sister died young. Father passed away early. Mother had to remarry because of the rain. Even though I know it's all fake, we still shared over a decade of memories. It's impossible not to be moved. What hurts the most is that no matter what I do, I can't change this tragic fate. I've probably guessed what this illusion wants to do. It wants me to experience the feeling of a broken family, and then gain some kind of enlightenment, right? Too bad I'm not a real monk. I just feel an unspeakable sadness in my heart. I'm not going to think too much about the philosophy of life after my father dies and my mother remarries. Wang Kai, what's wrong with you? Wang Kai is going too far, not even sparing the dog. The second young master was born sick. He probably won't live long. Luckily, he was born into a wealthy family and can extend his life with money. In the room, the young man sat there thinking, this body is so weak, I can't even get out of bed, let alone anything else. I didn't expect this illusion to go down the infinite loop route. This is troublesome. If I don't have any experiences related to Buddhism, will I be stuck here forever? Isn't this making things difficult for me? A demonic genius like me, who seeks revenge immediately or within 5 years, even if I understand all kinds of Buddhist principles, telling me to sincerely follow enlightenment? Nah, can't do it. Third life, he was an orphan beggar. Fourth life, he was a weak, old man. Fifth life, died in an accident. Then came the sixth life, and Xu Feng was still confused. He thought, motherfucking hell, when will this damn illusion end? Is the Buddhists' malice towards mortals this great? Is this getting out of hand? Buddha says all living beings suffer, but didn't say it's this bad. Erasing every chance to change one's life from birth. What the hell is there to play? People aren't puppets on strings. Push forward according to a preset script. FCK, the 8 sufferings. My fate is mine, not heaven's. Just then, a familiar girl's voice rang out. Xu Feng. Master Xi. A green light shone straight into his head, and naturally his soul ejected itself. Qing Ni hugged him tightly, crying and saying, Wah, you finally answered me. This little world is too abnormal. The moment you entered, I was involuntarily kicked out, and could only watch you constantly reincarnate. He asked, So you've been by my side the whole time? She replied, Yep, like watching a 5D movie. You were so miserable, running into all sorts of unfortunate adventures every life. Qing Ni is too dumb, only realize now that you were actually bound. Luckily, you heard Qing Ni's voice. He patted her head to comfort her. Qing Ni, it's lucky you were here this time, otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to break this situation. Reunion over, he observed everything and said, The targeting of this illusion is too strong. Even if I can understand the helplessness and impermanence of the 8 sufferings, I can't honestly accept fate, let alone accept transcendence. Therefore, back on Earth, although the Grandmaster praised me for being clever and quick-witted, he didn't mention ordaining me into Buddhism. I can't be like Buddha, smiling generously saying the world is empty, so I can't become Buddha. Those bald donkeys know how to play. I was too careless. Luckily, Qing Ni woke me up, Qing Ni said again. Although you have temporarily escaped this little world, you can only maintain this soul-separated state. You still can't get out. He continued. That's enough. Buddhist studies care about transcendence. Now all that's needed is for that artificial body to stay in the illusion. And my soul has regained freedom. It can also be regarded as half-transcendence, created from non-genuine means. When those involved are confused, outsiders are clear. After breaking free from the interference of loss, the theme of the 8 sufferings of life, this large-scale, repeating trap is no longer effective on me. The pre-designed life trajectory, unable to escape the prearranged fate, the final ending, can't be resisted. Everything amplifies the impact of birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hatred, and separation on people. Transcending the mundane in the real world is already difficult enough, let alone this kind of hardship mode. Unable to see through, unable to transcend, endless reincarnation. Life is impermanent. But for me, unbreakable fate does not exist. False, false. Everything is illusion. Only I am real. If everything is fake, then let's break free. Outside, Zihui observed his illusion and sighed. 6 cycles of reincarnation and still wallowing? Looks like Shen Shu hasn't comprehended a thing. Same for the monks. Abbot Xuanqing said. This old monk thought Dharma Master Shen Shu would have something extraordinary. Not expecting. Then, Master CM, I exclaimed. Wait, Abbot Xuanqing, Dharma Master Shen Shu is about to break through. The illusion inside him gradually dissipated. Abbot Xuanqing said again,
a firm and unwavering heart for Buddha, seeing through the emptiness of the mundane. This is a sign of someone about to break through. But then Xie said, from beginning to end, Dharma Master Shen Zhu showed no intention of seeking Buddha. Sin M, I said. Just now, we felt that Dharma Master Shen Zhu had sunk, and now suddenly he is about to break through. While the other monks and nuns were still in the illusion trying to escape it, Xu Feng had already broken through and escaped.
The three abbots were stunned, Xuanqing thought. 5 lives of sinking, comprehended in an instant, worthy of being the contemporary Buddhist disciple of Zhaoji Temple. Xie felt strange, thinking, really broke through, but why do I not understand a bit?
Standing outside, Xu Feng asked in bewilderment. Dharma Master Shen Zhu had no signs before, and suddenly broke through? Dao Yun smiled and replied, Dharma Master Shen Zhu's Buddhist Dharma is profound. Perhaps the previous 5 lives looked like he was sinking, but in reality he was hiding some Buddhist principle that we don't understand, so he accumulated, and then burst forth in enlightenment in an instant, surpassing others who worked hard to seek Buddha. Xu Feng slowly stood up, thinking, as expected, as long as the spirit transcends, I can regain clarity.
The system also appeared and reported the origin points received from the people around him when they witnessed him. He sighed, thinking, origin points are also appearing. It seems I've really returned to reality.
Xie Yan glanced around, feigning surprise, thinking, whoa, they can live stream this. Good thing these guys are all faceless. Seems like they haven't noticed Xing Yai deep in my soul either, or my cover would be blown.
At that moment, Wang Sheng approached and said, impressive, Reverend Shen Zhu. This humble monk has never heard of your method for breaking through the trial.
The boy asked,
Amitabha, Amitabha. May I ask, how did Brother Wang Sheng break through the trial? Thinking, this demon monk has some skill, I almost bit the dust. Barely made it through by relying on Qingshi to forcefully break free, while he did it all on his own.
He replied,
this humble monk only seeks the result, not caring for the process. What does it matter if life is full of 8 sufferings? Kill everyone who stands in my way, and a great path will naturally appear beneath my feet. This is the Buddhist philosophy of my supreme esoteric sect, unlike those useless fools who can't pick it up or put it down. Aside, who knows, maybe Reverend Xie Yan will end up kneeling right here in this gate. Haha, Xie Yan overheard and thought, achieving enlightenment through slaughter isn't a bad path, actually. Too bad I can't kill innocent people. But from a Buddhist perspective, as long as there's enlightenment and understanding, the trials have value. Even though I'm as dense as a rock, at least I grasp the key points. Reverend Wang Sheng used the wrong method and got lucky with the result. I wonder if it's a good thing or not.
Which temple is this monk from? Looks like he's deep in it. He's going to be done for, isn't he?
He suddenly saw a monk looking extremely pale right then and there. Awakening abruptly, tears streamed down from his eyes.
The abbess tapped the wooden fish, saying,
trapped, beyond saving. The mind gives rise to karmic anger. Recite the Heart Sutra to imprison it.
Sweep away distractions. Solidify the Buddha heart. The monk bowed his head and said, many thanks for the abbess's guidance. This disciple is reborn.
Seeing this, the boy thought, this is the true form of Buddhist debate, right? Discovering what's lacking, making up for what's lacking, transcending what's lacking. Hertrong, the eldest brother from Giling Temple, is it? Looks like he's about to be done for too. He turned his attention to Xie Yan, and Wang Sheng spoke again.
I told you he wouldn't make it. No matter how high a righteous cultivator's cultivation is, as long as he can't put down that stinking morality of his, he won't achieve enlightenment in 10 lifetimes. Xie Yan disagreed, thinking to himself, no way, Xie Yan is the eldest brother. After all, his understanding of Buddhism must be really high. Normal people in this situation lack comprehension and fail the trial.
But he definitely has a great enlightenment coming.
Xie Yan opened his eyes,
instantly changing. An intense aura burst forth from him.
Xie, seeing this, exclaimed,
Xie Yan has entered a state of epiphany. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He's finally made a breakthrough. Congratulations. Xuan Qingfangzhang laughed and said, ha, destiny. This is also the result of accumulated daily cultivation.
CIM, I said. We righteous Buddhists who achieve enlightenment are few and far between. Most fall into imprisonment without release, Xie Fangzhang replied. That's all right. Going through this is like prescribing the right medicine for the illness, unlike the demonic sects that waste all the implied meanings.
On the contrary, Reverend Shen Zhu's performances are beyond expectations. Yet within reason, CMI Shitai continued, Reverend Shen Shu is indeed a rare person, falling into the 8 sufferings yet resisting them, transcending at the last moment. Perhaps he truly has profound Buddhist teachings and is enjoying it within.
Xuan Qing spoke. The soul-calling incense is about to burn out, please. CMI Shitai, prepare to strike the hammer to awaken the mind, she replied. This poor nun understands. Finishing her words, she struck the hammer a few times to awaken the mind. Qing Ti Lake irrigation, echoes resounding everywhere. The monks awoke, asking, Is this the past life or this life? Am I still alive? Who is buried beneath the golden earth now? The old monk said, The first trial is over. One from Little Heaven sect, one from Great Wisdom Temple, one from Jiang An Hall, one from Green Lotus Temple, one from Tuyu Village. Xie Yan sat back down, looked around and thought, So few from the righteous path passed. Small sects are either left with just one person or completely wiped out.
5 from Giling Temple, 4 from Chu Xin Hermitage, 4 from Lotus Platform Hermitage, 7 from Supreme Esoteric Sect, along with Reverend Shen Shu. The monk continued,
Those who passed, rest for a moment before continuing to the second trial.
Zi Hui Elder invited everyone to light incense. The second illusion has begun. This time, Qingjir had already pulled Xie Yan out of the illusion.
The girl quickly grabbed his hand and called out, Xie Yan, Master, this little one did her mission well.
Xie Yan completed it in an instant, gasping for breath as he said,
Well done, Qingjir, the girl asked. Master, are we leaving now?
He replied, It'd be boring to just leave like that. Although I don't get along with the 8 sufferings illusion, these 8 calamities are actually pretty interesting. There's some subtle resonance with my 8 calamities demonic art. Perhaps due to the effects of the 8 calamities demonic art, even after transcending, I can still control my body in the illusion. Everything is in my grasp. If those outside can watch me live stream, then I'll happily put on a show for them. Inside the illusion, ghastly corpses clawed their way up, wailing, We hate you! We're not content!
Come to hell with us! Countless shapeless corpses surged from the sea.
Just then, a Kakara staff smacked the head of a demon, wielded by none other than Tu Wangsheng. He roared, Come on, this little monk ain't scared of ya. If this illusion hadn't sealed my divine powers, I would have wiped you all out long ago. These things are totally unkillable. The best bet is to bail from this dead water zone ASAP. Is there even a shore here? Outside, the monks observed. Looks like Monk Tu Wangsheng is about to crack. Can't blame him. These ghosts are relentless. Looks like the unsurpassed esoteric sect is going to have a tough time passing this trial.
Grandmaster Wuji shot them a threatening glare. Xie Yan observed and commented. Morons, Dao Yun chimed in. Definitely lacking brain power. Fighting the demons endlessly, not noticing the boats just spinning in place. Senior brother Shu Yuan wasn't moving an inch, instead being pushed around by the lone boat by the evil spirits. Xie Yan turned to look at Shijue and said,
Dao Yun continued. The demon-subduing staff in Monk Tu Wangsheng's hand is a weapon of pure aggression. Senior brother Shiju is chanting scriptures, using his Buddhist nature to isolate the effect of negative karma as much as possible. Zixu watched and remarked, Beings are summoned by evil karma, falling into the dark depths of hell to suffer endlessly, unable to hear the Buddha or the Dharma. That's the first calamity. It's rare that Shijue can maintain his Zen mind in such a karma-ridden place.
Master Sime added, Keep it up, and the demons will push him away from the sea of suffering. The old monk looked surprised and said, I wasn't worried about Shinjue at all. On the contrary, Dharma Master Shengxiu has once again exceeded my expectations.
The other two asked, What's Dharma Master Shengxiu doing? This poor nun has presided over Buddhist debates for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen this. Inside the illusion, Xie Yan nonchalantly used his staff to row the boat, reciting poetry as he did, utterly poetic. As soon as any demons surfaced, they were instantly crushed, disappearing into the illusion. In the sea of bitterness, Xie Yan said casually, The scenery ain't bad. Compared to the 8 difficulties demonic art and the boundless demons here, it's all small fry.
Qingji asked from within him, My lord, I can't see any sign of the shore at all. Is this place boundless? He said calmly, Nah, that's impossible. There's definitely a shore.
At worst, we'll just spin around in this demon river a few more times. These demons look scary, but their characteristics are pretty interesting. If you hit them hard, their retaliatory force on the boat is even stronger. If you gently tug on them, they can be directly pulled underwater.
Look, aren't we here already? A horde of demons slowly approached him from somewhere.
Elder Zixu said in astonishment. Accumulating karma by following the waves, following the flow. Although there were some obstacles, he finally made it to shore.
Tu Wangsheng, who swam ashore, was seriously injured and probably had no strength to continue. Dharma Master Shengxiu, on the other hand, was way too relaxed, completely unaffected by the resentment and karma, turning a blind eye and even actively seeking the shore. His Buddhist Dharma is too profound, Master Sime also said. Excellent. This person's wisdom and potential are clearly capable of bearing great responsibilities,
Monk Xuanqing said. Let's continue watching his performance later. Moving on to the second calamity, Xie Yan had now transformed into a little rabbit, he said. After reaching the shore, I seem to be constantly transforming into various animals to experience their short lives. Is this the beast calamity?
But it also feels incredibly fresh, way better than any VR experience.
What's this? A big cat. He went to the edge of the lake and looked down. Oh, a tiger's so cute. I'm so hungry. There's a rabbit in front. Gotta catch it and eat it.
Shi Daoyun outside felt amused, laughing and saying, Looks like Dharma Master Shengxiu is having a blast. From the beast calamity, he moved on to the calamity of being blind,
and then being deaf. Then he was blind, deaf, and mute.
Xie Yan separated his soul and said, Oh, all 5 senses are gone, living as a crippled beggar for life. Is this supposed to be some kind of extreme hardship training? If I encounter this kind of torment, I'll just pull my consciousness out. No matter how much suffering there is, I won't feel it. I'll just leave my body in the illusion to maintain a smiling face forever.
Qing Shi then took his hand and said, Xie Yan, Master, it seems like there are people putting on a show over there. Let's fly over and watch. Outside, Xie Yan couldn't help but say in surprise, Someone isn't throwing steamed buns, but a pile of dung. Dharma Master Shengxiu still smiled, and Shi Daoyun said, No matter how tragic, he always smiles serenely like the Buddha, indifferent and peaceful. This person is naturally Buddha-like, realizing that the body is just an ugly skin.
Switching to another tribulation.
This time, Xie Yan was given a life of great wealth and longevity, living for over 500 years. He happily enjoyed it, saying, It really is trying to enjoy over 500 years, but even in happiness, there's a bit of boredom.
Now a servant girl beside him asked,
Master, would you like to go out and have some fun? He looked excited and replied, Let's go, Elder Xinhui said helplessly.
Dharma Master Shengxiu, Nun Shumi couldn't bear it and said, Damaging pure customs.
The monk laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, Dharma Master Shengxiu really knows how to bring surprises to others.
He, inside the illusion, had separated his consciousness, hovering in the air, and said, The scene in this little world of consciousness, everything that should be there and shouldn't be there is exactly the same as in reality. Look, Qing Shi said shyly. So lewd. I'm dying of embarrassment.
Aren't you afraid that Abbot Xuanqing outside will get angry and directly disqualify you for doing this, Master? He replied.
With the realm of the 3 grandmasters outside, they probably have long realized the principle that red powder is like white bones, so they won't care too much.
Actually, I mainly want to see how real the world in this little world of consciousness will be. Whether it can help me cultivate the 8 calamities demonic art. Unfortunately, it seems that although it also bears the name 8 calamities, the difference between the two is still very large. There's no way for me to make up for the remaining 3 calamities, but on the contrary, I can use the resonance of the 8 calamities demonic art to secretly absorb the power of the magic treasures that the monks outside use to create this world of consciousness.
The premise is that I must break through first, otherwise I won't even get a bone to pick.
I also don't know which calamity I can grasp as the power of this magic treasure intensifies. After the power of the magic treasure is absorbed, the world of consciousness will naturally be destroyed, which can be disguised as me breaking through first. It's time to return to reality.
Immediately he broke out. Abbot Xuanqing said, Dharma Master Shengxiu actually broke through first. His profound Buddhist Dharma makes people admire him. Zihui sighed. It seems that Dharma Master Shengxiu has entered the realm of self-preservation, extinguished a lamp. Shumi followed. Buddhist words, Buddhist language are not used. The heart is as hard as stone. The body is motionless. Good. Thanks to this, he also received points of adoration and praise from everyone around him. The monks and nuns were also very surprised, wondering how Dharma Master Shengxiu broke through like this, and was even the first of this gate. He is worthy of being a Dharma master whose realm is many times higher than ours. Xie Yan lowered his head and said, "Good, good," he said in thought. "I can clearly feel that the Hungry Ghost calamity has produced a slight subtle change. It seems that the power of those magic treasures has fallen on the head of the Hungry Ghost calamity."
Is Xie Yan monk experiencing the Hungry Ghost calamity? Can the Hungry Ghost in the world of consciousness be projected into reality? After the Hungry Ghost calamity is strengthened, can the Hungry Ghost calamity be used as food? The Hungry Ghost born on a monk who is wholeheartedly devoted to the Buddha is the best delicacy. If I can swallow them all, the power of the Hungry Ghost calamity can advance another step, but in this place, I can't do anything different. What a pity.
Xie Yan, after resisting for a while, completely pushed the Hungry Ghost calamity out,
Although he was a little tired,
but he successfully broke through. Xie Hui said again, "Good, good, Xie Yan has finally passed the Hungry Ghost calamity." Nun Shumi continued, "The 8 calamities of hell, this calamity is the most dangerous. It is extremely difficult for Xie Yan to resolve the nature of the Hungry Ghost and restore his human form." Xuan King then said, "The Hungry Ghost cannot see the Buddha, cannot hear the true Dharma, and has the heaviest karma. Xie Yuan's repeated debates on Buddhism have failed here. Finally, today he has swept away the clouds and broken through the obstacles. He truly has the realization that I expected. Xie Yuan has achieved it."
At this time, Xie Yan came to talk. Xie Yuan has finally left seclusion. This humble monk saw that when Xie Yuan woke up, his body shone with golden light, implying the truth of Buddhism. He has probably gained a lot. He said modestly, "Good, good, I thought this gate was difficult. It was rare that this humble monk overcame his inner demons and barely passed the gate. I didn't expect the Dharma master to break through even faster than this humble monk."
Xie Yan replied, No, this humble monk just took a shortcut and didn't experience the most dangerous Hungry Ghost calamity." Xie Yuan asked in surprise, Is it possible to break through without experiencing the complete 8 calamities? Xie Yan replied, "The Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Fundamentally, there is nothing. Where can the dust alight?" Xie Yuan suddenly realized something and said, "This humble monk understands. Dharma Master Shenshu's casual poem contains such wisdom of Buddhist principle." Xie Yan thought blankly, What do you understand? I just made up a sentence, and I don't even understand it myself.
Time is running out. The others don't seem like they will be able to break free. I feel like the 3rd round is just me and Xie Yuan left. Alright, if I'm not considered an outstanding performer with this, then I don't know what is. The system shard isn't getting away,
Just as he was thinking that,
a burst of yin energy came from behind him. He turned around to see, oh damn, did this rebirth dude run into a starving ghost nest? Karmic debt! Divine Grace Dharma Master saw the miasma radiating from the starving ghosts, and thought to himself,
"The starving ghosts. Contamination of his consciousness is too severe. Even if Lin Shi's Buddhist heart is firm, he can persevere and gradually break free on his own. But Rebirth's cultivation philosophy is completely tied up by the starving ghosts. I'm afraid he's about to kick the bucket." Shen Shu and Grandmaster Wuji stood watching the horde of starving ghosts attacking Tuang Sheng.
Grandmaster Wuji thought, Trisk, this guy really is a starving ghost manufacturing machine, wanting to swallow him whole in one gulp.
He frowned, and his subconscious told him,
the Rebirth Supreme Esoteric Sect takes cultivating the 100 desires of the mortal world to prove the Dharma, accepting all the despicable aspects of oneself, and then striving to experience the deep thoughts of the inner demon of desire in order to seek one's own transcendence and great enlightenment. The second Buddhist school of the righteous path is actually aimed at the Supreme Esoteric Sect. The path we take is to cultivate demons and desires, and the 8 difficulties of hell will dig deep into the dark depths of the practitioner's heart. For disciples of the Supreme Esoteric Sect who have not yet mastered their skills, it is a devastating blow, and they are extremely vulnerable to being devoured by their own desires and inner demons, lost in confusion within.
Wang Sheng was focusing all of his strength and concentration, sweat pouring down like rain.
Abbot Zihui said, "The soul-leading incense is about to burn out, Master Abbess Simi. Prepare the awakening mallet." Hearing this, the abbess responded, She took out the awakening mallet, and a surge of red light appeared. Grandmaster Wuji heard them talking and said with a smile, "What's the rush? Isn't there still incense left?"
The abbess anxiously replied, "If we wait until the incense has completely burned out, I'm afraid it will be difficult for those disciples who have entered too deeply into the dream to escape from the minor realm. Naturally, we must awaken the disciples while the incense is still burning, Wuji monk. Don't act rashly.
He hurriedly looked up and retorted to Master Abbess Chimmy. What are you in such a hurry for? That incense can still burn for a while longer, the abbess advised. Give up, Wuji. Abbot Chuancheng also advised. Wang Sheng's mind is in chaos. Continuing in the minor realm will only cause him to sink deeper and deeper. Zihui also spoke up. This humble nun understands. If your disciple can pass this trial, he will definitely benefit greatly. But if he goes astray and injures his foundation, or even suffers a quitted deviation and goes mad, wouldn't he lose more than he gains?
The Grand Master still insisted. Just wait a little longer. With my disciple's talent, he will definitely be able to break through this trial.
The abbess was annoyed. Wuji, this Buddhist assembly wasn't opened for your family alone. Besides your disciple, there are other monks and nuns who are also in the world of consciousness. Zihui also couldn't tolerate Wuji. You're going too far.
Chuancheng also spoke up. Grandmaster Wuji, why do you have to suffer so?
The old man became fierce. Ha! You think I'm afraid of you? A moment of opportunity. You won't get away with it today. A strange halo radiated from the Buddha statue. Divine Grace Dharma Master turned his head to look. Oh dear, why are they about to fight in the blink of an eye? Is the trial still happening? What will happen to my Buddha bone relics? Wang Sheng looked on blankly, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot, and he looked to be in a lot of pain. The three of them were extremely shocked by the scene. The Grandmaster was also very anxious, and hurried over to check on his disciple.
Zihui said, This person has entered too deeply into the dream, and his bewilderment is too heavy. Quickly wake him up. The abbess was about to strike the awakening hammer. Suddenly there was a loud shout. Don't strike, she also sternly asked. Qi, deviation, and madness. If he doesn't die, he'll be crippled, Wuji. Do you want to see your disciple crippled?
He glared back and replied, Whether he passes or not is his fate. This old monk will bear all the consequences himself.
Shen Shu and the Grandmaster stood watching everything unfold. In another world, Wang Sheng was being torn apart mercilessly by the horde of starving ghosts until his entire body was bleeding. Suddenly, Shen Shu held out his hand and said, Come on, too much is as bad as too little. Let this humble monk share some of the pressure for senior brother Wang Sheng.
Grandmaster Wuji was surprised. This is, Xian Tai asked, observing closely. This Dharma Master Shen Shu can even absorb the hungry ghosts from others. Zihui said. The Zhuge Temple's own Buddhist techniques are amazing, Xuanqing said. The Zhuge Temple's demon subduing heavenly scripture can only transcend them, not absorb hungry ghosts. It seems Dharma Master Shen Shu has gone his own way. A source of power surrounds Tu Wangsheng.
He stood up, weakly saying, Shifu, I finally did it,
old Xuanqing said. The purpose of this demon-subduing Buddhist assembly trial was originally for the monks and nuns to gain insight and improve their cultivation. Tu Wangsheng was able to pass the trial with Dharma Master Shen Shu's help, so what he obtained is naturally considered his karmic affinity. Reverend Mother Shu M.I., we gave Wuji a chance. Perhaps he won't stop you from awakening the masses anymore. How about everyone takes a step back now?
Xintai picked up the awakening mallet, closed her eyes, and said, Today is the Bathing Buddha festival. No fighting in front of the Buddha. Let's put this matter aside for now. She struck the awakening mallet.
The tired Buddhist followers left, some with tears streaming down their faces. Oh, it seems we can't pass the second gate. What a pity. What a pity.
Grandmaster Wuji looked at his disciple, smiling, and said, There's no need to stay here any longer. We can go back, Wang Sheng replied.
Shifu, I barely passed the second gate. How can I give up continuing the trials? He said gently. Our goal has been achieved, and you are seriously injured. Why continue? Wang Sheng was determined. No way. To retreat without a fight, wouldn't that make those bald donkeys laugh at us? How can I continue cultivation?
Yun said, I originally thought the supreme esoteric sect would be like before, failing at the first gate, but I didn't expect them to bring out a Tu Wangsheng, Meng Shiran replied. If it weren't for Dharma Master Shen Shu, Tu Wangsheng might not have passed the second gate, Xuanqing announced. The second gate is complete. Those who passed, Guiling Temple's Xie Yan, Supreme Esoteric Sect's Tu Wangsheng, Zhuji Temple's Dharma Master Shen Shu.
The third gate is not only in the minor intent realm. Those who pass go forward, beginning the final gate. bowing to the Buddha. Abbot Xuanqing said, "You have experienced the 8 sufferings of life and the 8 calamities of hell. Now is the time to gain insight. In so many years of debating the Dharma, very few disciples have reached this step.
This year, 3 disciples have received the qualification to worship the Buddha. This is a great joy for Buddhists."
The final gate is unlike the first 2. Elder Zihui lights the 3rd soul-summoning incense stick, which can allow you to see through your true selves and resonate to activate the Dharma image of the Buddha heart with the Little Spirit Mountain Buddha statue. Dharma Master Shen Shu thought, the Dharma image of the Buddha heart. Could it be like the blissful floating pagoda body, or that central purple star true decree?
Reverend Mother Shu announced, "This poor nun will no longer strike the wooden fish at the final gate. Please pay attention, everyone," Zihui added. "This poor nun is about to light the incense. Please, the 3 of you, prepare yourselves." Shen Shu tensed up. "It's about to begin, but I'm not a real monk, and I don't know if I can generate resonance. The most important question is, what will happen after activation? You should at least explain it."
"I'll just have to improvise." The incense stick has been lit. The light of the Buddha shone brightly. Everyone smelled the scent of the incense. A Buddha appeared before them. Now they looked so small. Some were surprised. Others were delighted. Wang purify your heart and cultivate. So that's it, I understand. Haha, I understand. 3 Buddha statues revolved around him. There was a loud shout, "Stop!" As everything around became increasingly blurry, Wang Sheng seemed to turn into a different person. He spat out blood. Grandmaster Wuji worriedly shouted, "Disciple! You righteous bald donkey! What tricks have you finally played?"
Xuanqing said gently. He was already injured, merely exhausted and unconscious. Grandmaster Wuji need not worry.
But Tu Wang Sheng has also lost the qualification to continue worshipping the Buddha. Grandmaster Wuji, if you don't mind, you can bring him to the meditation room of Guiling Temple to rest. Grandmaster Wuji angrily, "Pui, I don't need your fake kindness. What does Dharma Master Shen Shu think?" Being a master means knowing one possesses faith, discipline, knowledge, wisdom, eloquence, the agamas, and attainment. One should not assume one has attained enlightenment. How does one know if they lack faith, discipline, knowledge, wisdom, eloquence, the agamas, and attainment? Dao Yun observes from above. It seems like Tu Wangsheng is too impatient. Had he carefully savored the Zen within the ethereal realm, he wouldn't have manifested his Dharma image so quickly, Xie Yan asks from the side.
Judging by your words, Senior Sister Shi, the 3rd round of Buddhist debate isn't simple.
My sister replies, "Well, if I told you, where's the fun in that? Let's see if Xi Yuan Shixiong and Shen Shu Fashi can grasp the mysteries within." Then Xi Ran points towards them and says, "At least Xi Yuan Shixiong has already manifested his Dharma image. Although it's unstable, there's still hope. On the other hand, Shen Shu Fashi hasn't shown any signs at all. If it weren't for his outstanding performance in the first 2 rounds, I'd suspect he has no resonance with the Buddha statue at all, and is just a fake monk." Shen Shu Fashi is so focused that he's sweating bullets. Although he still feels a bit strange, if Shifu said we can manifest our Dharma image, then I'll just grit my teeth and persevere.
The monks below are chattering. "Xi Yuan Shixiong, hang in there. Why hasn't Shen Shu Fashi manifested yet? Could it be that Shen Shu Fashi's false speech is not recognized by the divine, and he has karma in his heart, preventing him from manifesting?"
Lao Xuanqing says, "Xi Yuan probably has a slight sense of it, but he's still just short of the mark," Zihui says. "It's already good that he can persevere this far."
On the other hand, Shen Shu Fashi doesn't have a single sign. Shen Shu Fashi then thinks to himself,
Amitabha. As expected, a fake monk like me can't sense anything, but both Tu Wangsheng and Xi Yuan resonated with the Buddha's heart Dharma image, so if I don't, I'll definitely lose, and people will suspect my Buddhist identity. But the Buddha's heart Dharma image can't be faked, so I might as well retreat to advance.
Zihui wonders, what is this golden light? It doesn't look like the Buddha's heart Dharma image. Shifu is surprised. Shen Shu Fashi. This is the 8-fold calamitous devil art, the calamity before and after Buddha.
Suddenly someone says, "Xi Yuan Shixiong, you've manifested first." He replies, "Clear your mind and await me." But the sun shines brightly, and the Buddha descends to save the world. Everyone is surprised. The Buddha light is too dazzling. But why can't we see the Dharma image's appearance? Why is Xi Yuan Shixiong bowing to him? What did Shen Shu Fashi do? Shen Shu Fashi says, Amitabha. Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful, universally saving all beings. The light shines brilliantly throughout the area. Everyone is astonished. What's going on? What just happened? Xie Yan Shixiang's Dharma image appeared and disappeared. After Shen Shufashi touched his head, what exactly happened? Even Shifu is confused. I've presided over Buddhist debates for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such a situation, Zihui asks. Does Abbot Tianqing know what's going on? Lao Tao replies. As expected, Shen Shufashi is no ordinary person. If my guess is correct, he has already understood the essence of this trial, and even had the extra power to enlighten Xie Yan, to prevent Xie Yan from following in the footsteps of the monk Tu Wangsheng. Shen Shufashi clasps his hands together and says, The great Han Buddhist debate is truly well-deserved. This humble monk has gained a lot. This trip was not in vain. He smiles brightly and says, This humble monk concedes. Everyone is shocked. What? Xie Yan tremblingly says. This junior monk feels refreshed after being enlightened by the Fashi, proving that the difference between this junior monk and the Fashi is not just a point or two. Why didn't the Fashi reveal his Buddha's heart Dharma image and intentionally concede instead? He shakes his head. Xie Yan Shixiang misunderstands. This humble monk simply wanted to experience the renowned Buddhist debate. Now that the goal has been achieved, naturally I will not compete with everyone for the great Han's Buddha treasure. Of course, if the abbot allows this humble monk to admire the Buddha bone relic, then this humble monk would be extremely grateful. Xuan King replies, Shen Shu Fashi's mind is clear and his 6 senses are pure. He truly is the contemporary Buddhist of the Zuxi temple. Zihui also says, Amitabha, it seems that our little game has instead made Shen Shu Fashi laugh at us. System notification, received 0.001 points of praise. Abbot Xuan King, received 0.001 points of praise. Shifu ZMI, received 0.001 points of praise. Shen Shu used the Calamity Before and After Buddha to control Xie Yan privately. First, he secretly used Nirvana Finger to eliminate the after effects of the person being controlled, truly completing this performance perfectly. Since whether one wins or loses allows one to touch the Buddha bone relic, it's better to pretend to be forced to retreat, directly taking a step back, which can both increase goodwill, spread Shen Shu Fashi's reputation, and gain origin points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But still, if the world is truly powerful, the Calamity Before and After Buddha, which seems so impressive, can only be used to release a little effect in the small world. If it weren't for a lucky coincidence and the influence of the environment, wanting to control Xie Yan would be a pipe dream, even if it's only controlled for a few breaths. Dao Yun looks at him with admiring eyes. I've cultivated Buddhism for over 10 years, and consider my Buddhist heart to be firm, but Shen Shu Fashi still enlightens Xie Yan. As expected, my layout is too small, and my vision is too low. Hearing a sentence from someone who has read more than 5 years worth of books, Dao Yun has attained enlightenment, Abbas asked. Is that the master's Dao rhyme over there? Xuancheng laughed. His comprehension of the Dao rhyme is clear and unobstructed. Dharma master Shen Zhu must have subtly influenced his cultivation realm. Zihui chuckled. Haha, looks like we owe Dharma master Shen Shu. Thanks for this, he replied. Nah, it's this humble monk's honor. Is Xie Dao Yun seriously just using me as a stepping stone to level up? What a bizarre girl. Just you wait, someday I'll snatch all the benefits. Turning back, Xie Dao Yun was still looking at him with a complex gaze. The halo from the Buddha statue radiated across the sky. Zihui said, Abbot, if Dharma master Shen Shu has conceded defeat, then the winner of today's Dharma debate is Ji Yuan. Xuanqing unequivocally replied. The true winner of today's Dharma debate should be Dharma master Shen Shu. Ji Yuan was taken aback. He asked, Ji Yuan, haven't you figured it out yet? The young monk bowed his head and said, Please enlighten me, master. The third trial is precisely the principle of winning by not contending. He looked bewildered. Winning by not contending. Winning by not contending. The elder continued. Only after ascending to the Xiantian realm can our Buddhist cultivators manifest the Buddha heart Dharma aspect. The 3 of you, at the Harontian level 9 realm, under the influence of the Great Golden Light manifestation and the Lingshan Great Buddha, would mistakenly believe you can also manifest the Buddha heart Dharma aspect. But in reality, because your realms are insufficient, the Buddha heart Dharma aspect cannot be fully completed or manifested.
This trial requires clearly recognizing one's own powerlessness and understanding how to let go to pass.
And Dharma Master Shen Shu clearly understood this. From beginning to end, he did not manifest the Buddha heart Dharma aspect, and even under the influence of the great golden light manifestation, he was able to retain reserve strength to help you escape your delusion.
Xie Yan had an epiphany.
So that's how it is. This disciple failed to see this point, this humble monk. Thanks, Dharma Master Shen Shu, for his enlightenment.
Shen Shu smiled and said, Amitabha, senior brother Xie Yan merely fell into momentary confusion. Even without this humble monk, you would have eventually come to realize it.
He thought to himself, talk about pure dumb luck. Should I thank Buddha for blessing me with such an explosion of good fortune? He turned his head and muttered,
HMPH, all this back and forth praise. So fake. After all that song and dance, didn't Shen Shu win in the end anyway?
Huh. The Grandmaster threw a unique black object towards him and said, Shen Shu, you saved my disciple. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. This is my unique black sandalwood Buddhist beads, a token. Keep it safe. He clutched the treasure. If there's an opportunity, this humble monk will definitely come to visit everyone.
Xie Ruzaozi Wangsheng revealed a sly expression.
Master, are you just leaving like that? He replied. Don't be impatient. It's not often I get to visit. I have to show Giling Temple my methods, don't I? The abbess asked as she walked. Wu Ji isn't causing trouble this year. That's truly rare, Xuanxing said. Amitabha, Amitabha, Xie Hui replied. Abbess Chimi, wasn't he causing enough trouble just now when he was striking the wooden fish? The monks exchanged glances and chuckled. In this Dharma debate assembly, Dharma Master Shen Shu's profound understanding has always surpassed everyone's. Shen Shu even intimidated those Shi monks from the Supreme Tantric sect. Buddhist disciple Zhu Shi is truly worthy.
Xuanxing then said, Dharma Master Shen Shu, the Buddha's Sarira relic awaits you at our temple's pure chamber. Please, disciple, introduce it to Dharma Master Shen Shu. On behalf of Xuanxing, Dharma Master Shen Shu, over there is Guiling Temple's pure chamber. To prevent accidental disturbance from the monks within the temple, our temple has specially designated this valley as a restricted area. Shen Shu looked up with an admiring gaze. As expected, this is an excellent place to comprehend Buddhist principles.
Why are there still 4 Dharma masters around the pure chamber, sitting there in ascetic meditation, also here for enlightenment? But in his mind, he was only thinking about the Buddha's Sarira relic.
Now, there's only one last step, also the most difficult problem I need to solve. After absorbing the system fragment, any item containing it will be damaged. I'm only lent the Buddha's Sarira relic for 7 days. If I damage it, Giling Temple definitely won't just stand by and watch.
The Giling Temple disciple replied to him, These are 4 Xiantian elders from Giling Temple. They choose to cultivate in seclusion here year-round, partly to guard the restricted area, and partly because at night they will also chant scriptures to help those within the pure chamber quickly calm their minds. Dharma Master Shen Shu said, As expected of Giling Temple, the leader of the 3 Buddhist schools of Great Han, what a profound foundation, he pondered. After destroying the Buddha Sarira relic, even if I use Jinghong Dun under the cover of night, it would only take a few breaths to escape the encirclement of the 4 Xiantian elders. But Shen Shu's disguise would also be discarded. What's more, who the heck knows if this so-called restricted area has some enemy trapping formations? That's why I painstakingly won the Dharma debate assembly, to truly confirm one thing. The disciple didn't forget to remind him, we've arrived at the pure chamber. Also, the jade box containing the Buddhist treasure was crafted from the jade Bodhi cushion of our founding patriarch before he ascended to nirvana. It's also considered a treasure of Guiling Temple, so please, Dharma Master, handle it with care. Dharma Master Shen Shu bowed his head. This humble monk understands. Thank you, both guides. The young man quickly pushed open the door and stepped inside, discovering a glowing box. Hopefully it's what I think it is. Otherwise, I'll have to put this system upgrade on hold and find a chance to snag some Buddha relic bone fragments after leveling up to a celestial immortal. The young man gently picked up the mirror, examining it carefully. The system popped up a notification. System fragment, fuse. Xie Yan's face lit up. Just as I thought. The system fragment is a container, not a relic. After all, from the previous 2 experiences, system fragments always came with jade stones, while relics are the remains after a high monk's cremation. He frowned. decisively choosing to fuse. It's just destroying a box with sentimental value. Even if the Guiling Temple isn't happy, they won't do anything to Xie Yan. It'll only lower my packaging and the Buddha favorability points I get, but compared to the system fragment, I'll take the loss. At the same time, Grandmaster Wuji, invisibly tailing Xie Yan's every move, thought, "Good. Very good, Dharma Master." The Guiling Temple definitely didn't expect that after I left, I'd use the Wushang secret sect's non-action embryo infusion to infiltrate again, haha, placing the Buddha relic bone fragments in the treasure hall at the center and setting up a mountain gate grand formation meant there was no way for me to get my hands on it. But because Xie Yan won, it's now been moved to the forbidden area, only guarded by a Vajra-subduing demon minor formation. Even with the 4 great Xiantian experts guarding it, how could they stop me? Although it'll lessen Xie Yan's opportunity, I already owed him a favor. One more debt doesn't matter. It's not like my Wushang secret sect can't repay it. The jade box is turning into powder. To reveal the Buddha relic, Xie Yan was able to comprehend the Buddhist principles contained within the relic so soon after entering. What level of Buddhist principles is causing such a stir in the mind of a Buddhist disciple with such profound Buddhist heart, to the point that he crushed the jade box without noticing? The fine dust vanished, revealing the relic, the Buddhist principles of founder Du Tian Arhat of the Guiling Temple. Although it's far inferior to my Wushang secret sect, if I can get it to ponder for a bit, I might be able to compensate for my own theories. The system announced. Fusing system fragment complete. System upgraded. Current level, level 3. Transcending to myriad realms function enhanced. System level has increased. Current system level, level 3. The transcending to myriad realms function is being enhanced, Xie Yan thought. The upgraded function is transcending to myriad realms, and it's being enhanced. Didn't it always directly complete the upgrade before? Wait a minute, why is there a sudden fluctuation of aura behind me? Someone, Grandmaster Wuji, was unexpectedly discovered, and blurted out involuntarily, "Xie Yan, you?" The old man floated in the air, his body emanating a dark aura. Xie Yan was extremely surprised. Grandmaster Wuji, outside, the 4 old monks shouted to send an urgent message. "There's an extra person in the meditation room who has trespassed into the Guiling Temple's forbidden area." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "HMPH, I carelessly revealed a bit of my aura and was discovered by those 4 old monks." Dharma Master Xie Yan. I see that Buddhist sects of various countries are discussing Buddhist heart and fate among the younger generation. Now that you are so outstanding, you must come to the Wushang secret sect for a while when you have time. As for the Buddhist principles of the Guiling Temple lineage, you can just get a little taste of them. Definitely don't become too immersed in them. Outwardly, he pretended to be friendly, but in his heart he was extremely calculating. Such a Buddhist disciple, he'll definitely become an arhat in the future. Can't let the Guiling Temple snatch him. I must represent the Wushang secret sect to form a good connection with him. He laughed gleefully, "Haha. At that time, I'll let you clearly understand the Buddhist theories of the Wushang secret sect. Alright, if I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave. See you later, Dharma Master Xie Yan." As he asked, he disappeared. "Grandmaster, what are you doing here?" Xie Yan's face turned pale. Did Wuji come to take advantage of the situation and snatch the Buddha relic? How did he get here, and how did he leave? Did he come just to compliment me with a sentence that I am the best among the current generation of Buddhist disciples? As Grandmaster Wuji used his magical powers to fly away, he bumped into the 4 elders. Facing the man who had secretly entered and was caught like him, he laughed, "Ha ha! It seems that the Vajra skills of the 4 guardian protectors of Guiling Temple have improved again." One of the monks, without any joy, replied on behalf of them, "Same to you. Grandmaster Wuji's skill in holding your breath and concealing yourself has also improved. We only discovered you after you entered the meditation room. Do you want to steal the Buddha relic bone fragments today? Was Dharma Master Xie Yan injured?" Wuji began to explain. "Borrow it for a little play. How can that be considered stealing? Besides, Dharma Master Xie Yan has a favor to my Wushang secret sect. How could I attack him?" Then he flew off, quickly escaping, and said proudly with a laugh, "Haha, this year you guys still win 1 round, haha." From M.I. Shitai, seeing what had just happened, immediately speculated he definitely came to snatch the relic, an important treasure of Buddhism. It can't fall into the hands of the Wushang secret sect. Xuanqing Fengzhang immediately corrected that. The aura of the relic is still in the meditation rooms. It seems that Wuji has not succeeded. It's likely that Dharma Master Xie Yan protected it, and even caused Wuji to reveal his tracks, being discovered by the 4 guardian protectors. Zihui Fengzhang, thinking about this, had some praise.
If he was able to protect the relic like this, Xie Yan's martial arts in Wuji's hands cannot be underestimated either.
From the meditation room with a hole in the roof, someone opened the door and stepped out, causing some surprise to the people outside. A familiar figure stepped out calmly. Sure enough, Dharma Master Xie Yan was fine, but why did he come out?
Xie Yan was refined and cultured, holding the relic in his hand, his face unchanged, slowly approaching. Everyone guessed that he must have been disturbed by the monk Wuji, making it difficult for him to find peace.
He said to everyone, "Thank you all for your appreciation. This poor monk has finished appreciating the Buddhist treasure of your temple."
Xuanqing felt puzzled. This little time was not enough to activate the relic's Buddha essence. Could it be that the Dharma Master has not yet comprehended it? Using a humble and gentle tone, he replied, "This poor monk has already received a lot from participating in the Buddhist discussion here, and being able to appreciate the relic is even a great honor. It is not good to be greedy for more. Rather than giving rise to greed and violating the precepts, losing my state of mind, this poor monk would rather give it to someone who needs it more." Afterward, he presented the Sharira to Xie Yan with both hands, saying, "Brother Xie Yan, if I can help you reach the Xiantian realm, then my merit will be boundless." Xie Yan was taken aback by this and couldn't help but ask, "Dharma Master Shengxiu." Shengxiu sighed regretfully. "It's just that the jade box was carelessly, 'We are willing to accept the punishment.'" In his heart, he was thinking, "I already tried it. What Buddhist Sharira? This fake monk couldn't activate it at all. I might as well use this to make up for the mistake and avoid losing too much goodwill."
Abbot Xuanqing clapped his hands upon hearing him confess. "Well said. So it was Dharma Master Shengxiu. Clearly he was just caught in the crossfire, but is willing to take all the responsibility. Alas, such compassion." Wuji broke into the forbidden area, intending to steal the Buddhist treasure. It was originally our responsibility as the Guiling Temple to protect it. Dharma Master Shengxiu is only at the Hutation realm. It's already impressive that he could protect the Sharira at all. How can we blame him? This old monk must thank Dharma Master Shengxiu for protecting the treasure. He immediately shook his head, pretending to be helpless. If only this humble monk was a little stronger. A happy thought immediately popped into his head. "Ha, Wuji caused this trouble and took the blame for me. Even better." The abbot kindly pointed out to him. This old monk remembers that Dharma Master Shengxiu's reason for traveling the world isn't just to understand the Buddhist path, but also to advance to the Xiantian realm. After comprehending the Buddhist bone Sharira, not only can it make your Buddhist heart clear and your realm open, but it can also help you achieve the perfect Buddhist reasoning, meaning everyone is a Buddha. Dharma Master Shengxiu doesn't need to give up this opportunity just because the jade box was destroyed. He squinted and smiled as he explained to him, "It's not because of this. Compared to meditating in a quiet room, this humble monk feels that traveling the world is more suitable for me. Moreover, I have already enlightened during the meditation just now." Shengxiu then clasped his hands together and bowed, reciting some Buddhist philosophies. He is the ferryman, building the bridge of Dharma, crossing the Mahayana river, driving the vehicle to save people from the mortal tribulation. Even Xuanqing had to exclaim, "Well said. The Mahayana way is a vehicle to save people from the mortal tribulation." Abbot Zihui also agreed, musing to himself, "That's right. If everyone in this world were truly a Buddha, all living beings were Buddhas, what a magnificent sight that would be." The nun said with a gentle tone, like an instruction, "I only hope you can practice what you preach in the future."
This time, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, expressing his gratitude. "I will remember the teachings of the 3 of you."
Time is running short. This humble monk must continue his travels.
Watching the figure of a monk who is dedicated to the Tao and understands physics like Shengxiu leave, the monks all felt regret. Abbot Xuanqing put his hands together and chanted several times, "Amitabha, Amitabha." As soon as he left the gate, Shengxiu revealed a smug look. "Very good. Successfully obtained the system fragment, now just waiting for the system upgrade to complete. The Buddhist assembly has been resolved perfectly. I've been a monk long enough.
It's time to return to being Xie Yan and continue searching for the woman who will help me break through to Xiantian. Suddenly, there was a call from behind. Dharma Master Shengxiu, please stop. Not knowing what was happening, he turned around. A pair of small feet landed gently, like a falling leaf. A woman dressed in yellow approached and said, Dao Yun hasn't properly thanked the Dharma Master in person yet.
Dharma Master Shengxiu's heart was full of questions. What does Xie Dao Yun want to thank me for? The young woman Dao Yun then explained.
Throughout this Buddhist assembly, Dao Yun has been observing Dharma Master Shengxiu the whole time and has gained a lot. The most important thing is that after I advanced to the Xiantian realm, I always felt a sense of heavy responsibility but didn't know what to do. When I heard Dharma Master Shengxiu's idea of saving people with compassion, I finally understood, which loosened my realm. Dharma Master Shengxiu is Dao Yun's benefactor, which cannot be expressed in words.
Shengxiu clasped his hands together, acting very compassionate and humble. It is Xi Zhuxi who has high comprehension. This humble monk dares not take the credit. Xie Yan's thought at this moment was, actually, if using the standards of between the flower gallery, Xie Dao Yun would definitely be considered an extremely beautiful high mountain flower.
But what type is she? Let me use the flower gallery's secret art to sense it. He smiled slightly, making a decision. He used the appearance of Dharma Master Shengxiu, quietly channeling his power. Woman, let me see your true face. A gust of wind passed by, and the surrounding air in his eyes turned into a gentle pink, as pure as the young woman in front of him.
Seeing him staring without saying anything, Dao Yun spoke up and asked, Dharma Master, what's wrong? Dharma Master Shengxiu just laughed and said, Nothing, just pitying your fate. She tilted her head, confused by his cryptic words. Even Xie Yan himself was surprised that she perfectly matched the requirements for the advancement of the flower gallery true qi to the Xiantian realm. She looked like a she, dust-tainted lotus, but she had a serene, crystal heart. Going around and around, turning his head, it turned out to be her. He smiled lightly, appraising her. At the octagonal pavilion at the foot of Guiling Temple, a great person was being served tea by two servants. He was Di Xiaoyao, the Golden Jade Prince, the 8th prince of the Han Empire's royal family. An extremely handsome and refined face, generally very good-looking. Then he recited a few lines of poetry. Delicious tea, bitter water, please. Waterscapes, waterscapes, never forget the righteousness of people, pigs. But then he asked himself, I wonder when the person who can enjoy this delicious cup of tea with this prince will appear by this prince's side. Suddenly, the guard beside him pointed forward and said, They're here, which surprised our Jin Gongzi to the point of, setting his eyes far away to see a woman approaching with a monk.
The two were smiling and talking, looking very congenial. Jin Gongzi then changed his attitude, becoming displeased, and turned to ask the guard, Who is the person next to Dao Yun Ferry? The guard immediately replied, It seems to be a Buddhist disciple from the Zuxi temple of the Datang.
Shengxiu Dharma Master had a brief introduction related to him in the group of heroes. Di Xiaoyao's heart was filled with questions and curiosity about them. I heard that Shengxiu has always been traveling into Han. I didn't expect him to be here, and to be so close to Dao Yun Ferry. Although he is a monk, I've never heard of Dao Yun Ferry being so enthusiastic towards men outside. Could it be that she feels something for this monk? Suddenly, there was a call.
Dao Yun Ferry, Shengxiu Dharma Master, which surprised them both, causing them to turn their heads in one direction. This Prince Di Xiaoyao has been waiting here for a long time.
Xie Yan observed everything and wondered, Who is this again? Should Shengxiu know this person? Dao Yun spoke up.
I didn't expect Di Gongzi to arrive so early. Standing beside her, Shengxiu Fashi also nodded in greeting, saying, Pleasure. Seeing Shi Gunyang greet him, he asked himself, Did these two make plans beforehand?
Jin Gongzi smiled gently and replied,
It's a coincidence. There's a Buddhist gathering at the foot of Mount Guiling near Luoyang. Listening to Buddha and drinking tea has a unique charm. Dao Yun Xianzi needn't worry. From afar I saw Xianzi and Shengxiu Fashi chatting happily. Could it be that you're old friends?
Shi Gunyang answered his question.
Although Dao Yun has long admired Fashi, this is also the first time I've met, being able to meet Di Sijiao here feels like a release.
So that's how it is.
It was I who was abrupt. Though his tone was gentle, he secretly rejoiced. Shengxiu is a Buddhist disciple of the Zhuqi Temple of the Great Tang. Unlike Fan Xinzai, who pursues worldly involvement, It seems I was worried for nothing. Next, he turned to apologize to Foshi. I unintentionally offended you. I hope Foshi doesn't mind.
Shengshu didn't mind much and replied, "This humble monk is fine." With just that, he thought, "This little golden guy is a bit interesting. I wonder if it's what I'm thinking." Di Xiaojiao turned to Zhi Gunyang and stated, "Although the appointment is for tomorrow, since we've already met, why not seize the day? I know Fan Shinzai's rules. If Daoyun Xianzi has any doubts about my incarnation as the Ziwei star, please speak your mind." Shengshu was startled by this information. So Shi Daoyun's visit to Luoyang isn't entirely for the Buddhist gathering, but also for the Ziwei star. Is this person her target? Was Ji Yun Dao eliminated? Xie Daoyun and the Gongzi went aside to talk more easily. She questioned him calmly. Ziwei is valued for being the master of the astrological chart, bearing the responsibility of unifying the two paths of good and evil. What makes Di Gongzi believe he's the Ziwei star incarnate?
He lifted his face to the sky, saying smugly, "The great Han has had many Ziwei star incarnations. They are either talents of the era or heroes among heroes. The talents of the era in the great Han are none other than the 5 beauties and 5 young masters, and I am one of them. Recalling the days of battle and the things I have done, everyone knows that in peace I can mediate the disputes between the righteous and demonic paths, and in war I can quell the chaos of the northern barbarians. This contribution surpasses everyone else of my generation. Furthermore, I cultivate the Tengshu Li Longjing of the great Han imperial family. Tell me, what in this world is more indicative of a king's aura than this technique?"
At the same time, he created a blue flame in his palm to show Zhi Gunyang. She was somewhat surprised to see the image of a dragon coiling within the flame.
Jin Gongzi confidently declared, "The current Ziwei star incarnate, if not me, then who?" Retracting the flame into his palm, he leaned in and asked, "Daoyun Xianzi, what do you think?"
She sincerely said to him, "Daoyun believes that one day, Di Gongzi will truly have the ability to move mountains and drain seas. If Di Gongzi truly is the Ziwei star, what kind of Jianghu will you create?"
This Gongzi laughed arrogantly. Looking at her, he said,
"If it's Jianghu, the deputy lord will naturally oversee it together with the imperial court. Everything will have its proper order. I am the creator and promoter of it. Is this answer satisfactory, Daoyun Xianzi?" Shengshu Fashi, standing aside observing the conversation, couldn't help but evaluate. His tone is too arrogant. Shi Gunyang is tactfully refusing.
He already knows Daoyun is very interested in traveling with Di Gongzi, but the appointment is for tomorrow anyway. Is Daoyun seeing Fashi out now? There are still some matters to arrange for the Buddhist gathering. I'm afraid I can't leave immediately. Jin Gongzi laughed heartily and said flatteringly, "Everything will be according to Xianzi's wishes. Then, tomorrow at noon at the west gate of Luoyang, I'll be waiting for you."
Then, he turned to look at the Fashi standing beside him and said, "I originally wanted to invite Xianzi to drink Shuya Yunding tea, but unexpectedly Shengshu Fashi is here too. Please wait a moment, Liu Qing, go get another cup." He clapped his hands and ordered, and the guard immediately obeyed. Shengshu gently declined. "Xiaojiao Shizhu, needn't trouble yourself. Time is running late. This humble monk must be on his way." Di Xiaojiao also feigned reluctance. "What a pity. If we have the opportunity to meet again, Fashi, you must give me the honor of drinking tea together."
He clasped his hands and said his farewell. "Xie has been searching for the Ziwei star. It's truly been hard work. This humble monk wishes Xie success and much gain." She also politely replied.
Borrowing Fashi's good words, the Green Mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers flow on. Fashi will meet again in the future.
As he walked away, his mind was full of thoughts. This Di Xiaojiao says he wants Shi Daoyun to determine whether he's the Ziwei star incarnate. But clearly the drunkard's interest isn't in the wine, he's interested in Shi Daoyun as a person, but that's fine. Although I've never actively pursued a girl before, with my experience from my previous life,
who in this world can resist Xie Yan's captivating smile? Half a day later, Xie Yan thought about it and decided that using Shengshu's identity to approach Shi Daoyun was more appropriate. Xie Yan's identity already has a wife. Pursuing a girl like Shi Daoyun would directly increase the difficulty to hell level, and it wouldn't be easy to escape later. Xingzhi, feeling uneasy, flew back and forth, wanting to ascend to heaven and eavesdrop on his intentions. She asked in confusion, "Wouldn't it be even harder for a monk to pick up girls?" Shi Zhen, like a teacher, had to teach her a lesson. "Haven't you heard the saying, how can one have both in this world? To not fail Buddha and not fail Qing? From today onwards, Shengxiu is a one-of-a-kind romance monk.
Daoyun twice borrowed my momentum to break through realms, and now I need her to help me level up the Huajian Swordfinger and break through to Xiantian. This is mutual gold smelting, the basic principle of cultivation, equal exchange. It's hard to find someone, so even if there are 3 people, I have to go for it. Having someone compete makes me even more motivated. Xie Yan put his arm around Qingzhiyu's shoulders, lecturing the naive girl.
It means taking advantage of the situation.
If no one competes, you don't need to do this stuff. He continued.
Shi Daoyun is innately wary, so I won't release you often. I already have a brilliant method to strike at the enemy's heart. Say goodbye to Ran Ran and let's go. Qingzhi obediently replied. Oh, then be careful, master. In the garden, the branches and leaves were lush and full of vitality.
Shi Ran was sweeping leaves in the courtyard, somehow arranging them into the shape of an ugly person. An image of Shi Daoyun flashed through his mind. Junior sister Shi is incredibly gifted and has an exceptional root of wisdom.
As expected of a disciple chosen by Abbess Chimay, her future is bright.
But from what I know of the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery's severance and separation cultivation method, to achieve true enlightenment, she might have to have a decisive battle with Brother Leng, young Master Xie Yan, in the future, to break through her inner demons and reach a breakthrough in her cultivation. Junior sister Shi recalled Daoyun's words to her. Although it's just a contest to determine a winner, not a life-and-death struggle, it will still sever your personal bond. You must truly consider this, junior sister.
Xie Yan suddenly appeared from behind and shouted loudly, Ran, Ran, little sister! It's been half a day! You keep sweeping back and forth with that broom, completely destroying that person-shaped leaf pile on the ground.
Xie Ran stared at him, completely unamused. He chuckled slightly and announced to her,
I've come to say goodbye. You've been in Luoyang for too long. Since you can take care of yourself, I'm going to continue roaming the world. If you need to find me, just contact the demonic passion sect directly.
Little Ran was about to say something, but stopped herself. She went straight to complaining. You, my elder brother, clearly know that the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery and the demonic passion sect are rivals, yet you're letting me do something that looks like I'm betraying the sect. Are you trying to get rid of me by using someone else's sword? He directly tapped her on the head. Bang. You'd better be quiet, little sister. What are you talking about, killing under the Buddha's feet? But seriously, why won't you leave the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery? You've only been here for a few months, and you're already attached.
The girl pushed his hand away and explained her reason. Because only the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery's cultivation method suits me, and only the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery can help me quickly advance to the innate stage.
Unbelievable. If things go south, let me know. I'm off. Take care of yourself, and don't let the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery trick you.
Suddenly, she called out, Big brother! He glanced over and gave a questioning hum. She lowered her voice and her expression, sweeping the leaves as she asked him, I just wanted to say, if love is in the heart, how can you abandon it? If there's no love, what's the point of abandoning it? I'm sure I'll see through the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery's cultivation method. It looks like it severs familial bonds. But there's a profound secret within. Wait until I enter the world again, and we'll meet in the Jianghu. This was probably her goodbye to him. Xie Yan also replied. Then, let's meet in the Jianghu.
Abbess Chimay, hiding behind a tree, observed them and mused. If love is in the heart, how can you abandon it? If there's no love, what's the point of abandoning it? As expected of Ran Ran, she has already grasped the introductory method of the innate 7 emotions cultivation technique, gazing upon the heart as a lotus, of the Lotus Pedestal Nunnery. In another location, Abbot Zihui was giving instructions to Daoyun.
Although we've basically confirmed that this generation's Ziwei star is Ji Yun Tao from the Grand Profound sect, he hasn't truly awakened yet. We can't announce it to the outside world for now, to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Di Xiaojiao is a member of the royal family, and he nominated himself this time. The sect finds it difficult to refuse. Young Miss Shi doesn't blame us, Daoyun, you understand? The abbot then probed his young disciple. Daoyun, you've already reached the innate stage. To advance further, you'll need to use the love tribulation to temper the heart. Quote,
You've met many talented young men. Have you found anyone you're pleased with?
She answered without a moment's thought. No. Daoyun had always been single-minded in her search for the Ziwei star, and hadn't found anyone to her liking. The sect could only instruct her. A fairy enters the world, reappears with love, and then forgets love. With your talent, you'll surely surpass our recent ancestors and ascend to the heaven-piercing realm. Don't waste this trip. Dao-un will go find a destined partner and put it on her schedule. She only answered that way to reassure the sect, but in her heart she thought, I have no interest in either a mundane trial or a love tribulation to temper the heart. When can I finally return to the mountain, brew some tea, and meditate in peace? The next day, at a pavilion on a lake, Dao-un was enjoying the fresh air by herself. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual on the lake. A dozen or so celestial maidens holding flower baskets descended, flying and dancing around. A dragon boat was slowly approaching, and the sound of a poem echoed from within. Before the courtyard, the peony is beautiful without being delicate. In the deep pond, the lotus is lovely but lacks a certain charm. Only the peony is the nation's pride. Its timely bloom fills the imperial capital. The young master standing at the head of the boat gazed at the woman on the bank. Di Xiaojiao extended his hand and said to her, The lotus is beautiful, but the peony is even more so. In my opinion, this flower is the most beautiful of all. Young Miss Dao-un, please come aboard. Chingerer, standing in the distance, was astonished and praised the display. Wow, what a grand gesture. An innate-level expert controlling strings to make a bunch of 3rd and 4th tier Hushan dancers fly and scatter flowers. So this Di Xiaojiao guy is just relying on his money, power, and connections. This scene is truly top-notch. An ordinary girl would probably fall for it. But the boss said it herself. Xi Daojun has met so many talented young men. Even someone as impressive as Ji Yuntao couldn't win her over. All this stuff is completely useless. In the blink of an eye, Chinger transformed into an owl, flapped her wings and flew back, chirping excitedly. Reporting back to the boss, half a day later, the boat continued to move. Everyone silently observing the surroundings. Di Xiaojiao spoke up. Following the current downstream will pass through Yingcheng in Chu province. We'll switch to land travel at Hanling. The journey is a bit long, we can take our time, he continued. The destination is a place I've carefully chosen. Hopefully Dao Yun will like it, Dao Yun politely said. Many thanks for Di Gongzi's good intentions. Dao Yun is also looking forward to it. Then she looked up at the sky and was surprised, she asked, with curiosity. Why do these birds carry such heavy yin energy on them? Under the water, the fish hurriedly swam away. On the shore, foxes, rabbits, and many other animals also ran away. Xiao Zhao asked in surprise, What's going on? Someone spoke up and replied, These animals suddenly carry a trace of yin energy, and they're all heading in the same direction. There might be something happening up ahead. Xiao Zhao smirked and ordered, Interesting, Liu Qing. Speed up the boat and follow the flying birds and running beasts. This king wants to see what kind of thing is causing trouble up ahead. After one incense stick's time, a very large bird appeared in the sky. Dao Yun noticed it and looked up. Si Jiao called out, Dao Yun Xianzi. She didn't hear Si Jiao's call and continued to look up at the sky. Xin Wuke, sitting on the back of a turtle, appeared and gradually approached the boat. He said, All sentient beings, whether born from eggs, born from the womb, born from moisture, born from transformation, whether with form or without form, whether with thought or without thought, whether neither with thought nor without thought. Xiao Zhao couldn't believe his eyes and asked, Isn't that the monk Shengxiu? Dao Yun also spoke up. He's actually lecturing the birds and beasts. Xiao Zhao thought, Last time I met him, I felt he had an extraordinary demeanor. Meeting him again today, he's even more handsome and divine. Truly a carefree and flawless emperor. Wu Kei opened his eyes and mused, Oh my wonderful. This humble monk was meditating and chanting scriptures here, and unexpectedly, I met an old acquaintance as soon as I opened my eyes. Truly an unexpected joy. Ying Cheng jumped off the boat to speak. Monk Shengxiu, why do these animals have yin energy on them? Xin Wukei replied, This humble monk doesn't know either. It's just that I sensed heavy yin energy here, and fearing it would harm the surrounding living beings, this humble monk rode a turtle, floated downstream, and chanted scriptures along the way to comfort sentient beings. He thought in his head, Bullshit. If it weren't for my 100 ghost technique driving all the animals within 10 li here, where would I create such a spectacle for you to see? Ying Cheng was amazed, but remained calm. Revered monk is truly noble. Wu Kei continued. All right, the surrounding yin energy has been completely eliminated by this humble monk. Meeting his fate. Where do you all want to go? coming all the way from Luoyang. Has this humble monk's lecturing here hindered your journey? Xiao Zhao said slowly. Monk Shengshu can attract fish from all directions and birds from all over to lecture, displaying such a miraculous and divine scene, allowing this king to witness it. How could it be considered a hindrance? We're heading to the radiant ruins outside the city. My big brother is currently sailing to Nanyang, and then we'll switch to a carriage.
Wu Kei asked back, Radiant ruins. This humble monk also happens to want to go there. Would Xiao Zhao Shizu be willing to take this humble monk along? Xie Yan, the lightbulb, asked, Are you bright or not? He pondered. Such a coincidence. But Shengshu is just a monk. Even if he were 10 times more handsome, he wouldn't pose a threat to me.
He looked towards Dao Yun. Moreover, Dao Yun Xianzi loves Buddhism. Perhaps I can use this monk to increase Dao Yun's favor towards me, he said loudly. As long as Master Shen Xiao speaks, there's no such thing as being convenient or not. Get on board. Wu Kui quickly jumped onto the boat. Wonderful, wonderful.
He bowed. Xie Jushi, we meet again. Dao Yun also spoke up. Monk Shenshu's Buddhist teachings are profound. Dao Yun greatly admires them. He sighed in relief. With the existence of a Xiantian master, Qinghai's yin energy has a big flaw. I must use Buddha money, Buddha after calamity, to conceal Qinghai. She's responsible for attracting the monsters. I'm responsible for controlling the monsters, and I also have to predict the time they arrive. This operation is even more tiring than fighting, but the effect is not bad. Worth it to receive 0.01 points of praise from Dao Yun. He glanced at the critters, thinking, Hope those little punks controlled by the pay now get later. Buddha don't piss their pants when they wake up. All the creatures returned to normal, and night fell. Xiao Zhao said, This king had a delightful conversation with Dharma Master Shengshu today. As they say, fine wine for heroes, jade oxen for beauties. This single volume of Buddhist scripture has been carefully stored in this king's cabinet, and it will surely unleash greater value in the hands of Dharma Master Shengshu. Furthermore, this Guanyin jade pendant, when worn, can purify the inner mind and stabilize the realm, making it most suitable for Dao Yun, who has recently ascended to the Xiantian realm. Wu Kui refused. I have done nothing to deserve this reward. This gift is too heavy. I would be ashamed to accept it. He thought to himself, I'm not a real monk. What good is a book of scriptures to me? Xiao Zhao said with a hint of disappointment. Very well, Dao Yun said. What Shengshu Fashi just said is what Dao Yun is thinking. Dao Yun has received the kindness of the emperor's son. After hearing this, he waved his hand. Originally, this king did not consider it thoroughly. It is true that one should not taint the two of you with worldly possessions. However, the journey is long and idle. You two are welcome to visit this king's collection at any time. Xiao Zhao continued. These are some trifles this king acquired while passing by the Datong and Dongxiang auctions, nothing of great value, a source of amusement for the two of you. Dao Yun spoke up. I've heard that young Master Jin is a frequent patron of auctions with a love for collecting. Now that I've met you, I see your reputation is well deserved. He laughed and said, What are these things? This king has a piece of Supreme Emperor Jadeite rough stone, as tall as 7 chi to spare, if Dao Yun likes. You can visit my residence to admire it. Wu Kei, standing beside him, listened attentively. Oh, the word, fairy, is gone already, directly calling her Dao Yun, he mused. Carrying so many treasures, aren't you afraid of thieves? But with the Master Liu Qing here, no one would dare to touch even a hair. He said, collecting is a very interesting game. Besides seeing the story and value of the item itself, watching all kinds of people spend money like water is also quite amusing. He picked up a string of glittering jade beads that resembled a silkworm. This bracelet looks very ordinary, and indeed it is very ordinary, just an ancient medicinal Bodhi seed that was destroyed long ago in amber. But it does have a little value. Xiao Zhao, if you feel that this necklace doesn't have a high value, then why has it become something that you like to store? Xiao Zhao laughed heartily. Ha ha, it was just a moment of boredom. At the Datong auction, there was someone who kept bidding higher than this king. Although this king is not short on money, I couldn't let anyone outbid me, so out of spite, I directly bought this silkworm bracelet at a high price. It's a pity. That auction became a joke. I don't even know who was bidding higher than this king. What a shame. Dao Yun chuckled inwardly. Who could be so unlucky as to go against Emperor Xiao Zhao? She asked. Emperor Gongzi has a straightforward personality. I didn't expect you to have this other side. He laughed and said, "This is my bad habit. I hope Dao Yun won't laugh at me," she said seriously. Then, if a weak person with no cultivation competes with you for a martial arts manual, will Emperor Gongzi yield?
He honestly said, if they are weak, then they shouldn't have competed with this king from the start. But this hypothetical situation doesn't exist. I've seen countless martial arts manuals. Normally, martial arts wouldn't even catch my eye. If such a situation truly occurred, this king would directly give up. Dao Yun lowered her head and smiled faintly. So that's how it is. Dao Yun understands.
Wu Kuei observed the two of them and thought to himself, "Si Dao Yun is truly always testing Emperor Xiao Jiao."
Xiao Jiao turned around and said, I also have a black magnolia herb on the top of the boat, absorbing moonlight. Let me fetch it for you to see. At night, in the cabin reserved for Sheng Xiu to rest, he sighed. Even if Emperor Xiaoyao's talent, appearance, character, and family background are all top-notch, if he were in front of ordinary women, he would be considered a supreme quality man. It's rare to come out and breathe the fresh air.
But the master said that Xi Daoyun is so talented, not an ordinary woman. Indeed, Xi Daoyun is immune to Emperor Xiao Jiao, but this also makes her attack difficulty go up.
He looked into the distance. That's why I say you have to be professional. The next day, Xiao Jiao stood breathing in the fresh air. These past few days, the wind is cool and warm, pleasant. It's truly a good time to enjoy tea and admire the scenery,
he introduced. This Longjing tea is one that I specially left in Luoyang. Today is the perfect occasion to savor it.
Dao Yun tasted it. Green color, fragrant aroma, sweet taste, beautiful shape. Truly excellent tea, he replied. Good tea must have someone to drink with,
she asked back. Then does Emperor Gongzi know that Dahan took a lot of people's efforts to pick the tea? He pondered and said, seriously, what are the odds? Someone of my status, this prince, has to think of everything. If the people are well fed and have surplus grain, wouldn't exchanging this tea for food affect the livelihood of ordinary crops? Everything in this world exists for a reason.
She nodded. Dao Yun understands. Xiao Jiao asked. Dao Yun, although you're a Buddhist cultivator, you're not from the same Buddhist sect as Fantra Temple. I've been wondering about something, she replied. What is it?
He continued. Fantra Temple values the myriad aspects of human life. So after truly being moved by emotions, do you close yourself off and continue cultivating? She voiced her thoughts. Whether or not cultivation involves emotional involvement, it's all training for Dao Yun.
Xiao Jiao. Speaking of which, Consort Yun also mentioned to Fantra Temple that the emperor initially asked her a question. Back then, she asked more than you. Following your heart can only be a disservice to Buddha. What is love in this world? It directly teaches life and death. The infatuation of men and women is simply wanting to be together forever, always together. Even the emperor can't forbid it,
she said. The love story between Master Yun and the current emperor is indeed moving, but such affection is rare, she thought. Moreover, no one knows whether she has truly fallen into the mortal realm or is just treating it as an experience. Wu Kuei chuckled inwardly. Wrong example. Besides Consort Yin, this infatuated emperor also has a harem of 72 concubines to attest to his love for Consort Yin.
He sighed. Oh well, ancient and modern thinking is different. These two probably still think that being truly loved by the emperor is a rare romance. Besides, I absolutely can't bring up any of Xie Daoyun's flaws right now. The atmosphere is good. This is the best time for me to make my move. Xiao Jiao looked at Wu Kuei and asked, why is Dharma Master Sheng Xiu sighing? Could it be that this prince in Dao Yun's conversation has neglected you? He hesitated. It's just that listening to Shi Jushi and Emperor Xiao Jiao's conversation, this humble monk has a question for you two. He continued. It's said that as long as you're with the one you love, you'd be willing to die. Mandarin ducks are said to be the representatives of deep affection. But how would people behave in such deep affection? Xiao Jiao smiled lightly. Interesting. Dao Yun seems to find this Dharma Master Sheng Xiu's question difficult to answer. Xiao Jiao said. This prince thinks that the deep affection of humans is probably even greater than that of Mandarin ducks. Like these two fish in the same boat, even when living on land, they still use their saliva to touch each other when they are most in danger, never leaving each other. This is the expression of the deepest love, Dao Yun repeated. Never leaving each other. She felt thoughtful about Xiao Jiao's words.
He asked Dharma Master Sheng Xiu, what do you think? Wu Kuei thought.
As expected, I knew Xiao Jiao would answer like that. Too bad, you're just pushing Xie Daoyun further away. He grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand. Almsgiver Zhao Zhao, lend me your hand for a moment. He used Zhao Zhao's hand to release the fish. Sheng Xiu felt the fish swimming freely and said, in shallow water they help each other. Daoyun was suddenly surprised when she heard these words. She pondered. In shallow water they help each other, Wu Kuei suggested. Would you two like to hear a little story from this humble monk? Dharma Master Sheng Xiu began to tell. A young woman fell in love with someone at first sight. Every morning she prayed to the Buddha, hoping to meet him again, even moving the Buddha. The Buddha said, if you give up all of your cultivation now, you can only meet him again after 100 years. Only after cultivating for 700 years can you continue your previous life's karma with him. The young woman agreed. In the first 100 years, the young woman transformed into a tree, enduring wind and rain. In the last 90 years, she finally became a large tree, enduring the immobility and the loneliness of being utterly alone. Suddenly, something fell. Until after the first 100 years, a bird landed on the branch the maiden had transformed into, and she recognized it as the reincarnation of her beloved. Just as she reached out to touch it, the bird immediately took flight and flew away. The girl regretfully watched the bird fly away, because that was the only time she would ever see him again. The second life, the maiden turned into a small bird, searching everywhere for the guest bird that once landed on. But no matter how much she searched, she couldn't find him, so she had to patiently wait for another 100 years. When the time came, the maiden glanced at a lake and discovered that the person from this life had become a small fish. One took the sky as their home, the other took the water as their friend. The third life, the maiden again transformed into a small fish. After 300 years, she vaguely realized that she probably had to wait another 100 years this time. But she still waited for their reunion. She always saw him, even though the ending was that the mother bear was eaten while protecting him. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth lives. Until the seventh life, she was born as a human again. Buddha said, you have cultivated for 600 years, cultivate for another 100 years, and you can be with him. The maiden replied, although I miss him every time, we always meet on time, doesn't that prove he has some feelings for me too? Buddha answered, indeed, he also has feelings for you. You transform into birds, trees, insects, and you seek his shadow, and he is also looking for your traces. It's just that your fate hasn't arrived yet. You must cultivate for 700 years to have a result. She lowered her head and softly said, I can continue to cultivate, but it's not necessary anymore. I've always loved him, and I must become his wife for it to be good. In the seventh life, the maiden and her beloved met. They both knew the other was the one they had waited so long for. After 700 years, they finally reunited as humans, but they only looked at each other tenderly and walked further and further away again. After a tragic story was told, system notifications sent in series, received 0.01 points of fondness. Xie Daoyun, the Jin Yu Gongzi, coldly said, this story is indeed touching, wasting 700 years and still not being together. If I were that woman, I would either persevere to the end to be with my beloved, or give up on him from the start. He turned to ask Xie Daoyun, what do you think? She didn't answer. He just looked at Xie Yan and smiled, saying, one should forget everything and start anew. Is that what the Dharma Master thinks too? Sheng Xiu Dharma Master smiled and replied, the feelings of men and women, the great dreams of life, should not be diminished, nor should one be obsessed. He continued, how much love is enough? Xie Daoyun looked into the distance and said, perhaps regarding matters of love, Daoyun used to feel that life was like sailing on an endless sea, searching for a shore. The so-called love only makes one sail slower, wasting an entire life. Why bother being so miserable? Now, hearing the Dharma Master say that if men and women want to achieve fulfillment in love, they should treat it like a dream, which will eventually end. But that dream could also be one night, after many years of sailing under the moon, remembering it and smiling slightly, Xie Yan questioned, wait, what have you realized? Xie Daoyun still smiled and said, originally, Daoyun was always confused about this matter. Now that the Dharma Master has explained it to Daoyun, Daoyun can no longer resist it. It's just that the dream won't affect Daoyun's sailing to the other shore. Sheng Xiu Dharma Master complimented slightly. To have such understanding, worthy of being the Shi layman, it is truly astonishing, using pure love, to utter the words of the patriarch. What is the mind of the younger sister of Fan Xinzhai like? Di Xiaojiao watched the two people chatting happily, thinking, these monks and nuns are so casual about matters of love, are they not broad-minded?
No, I can't let Shengshu lead Dao Yun into the pit. The next day, Xie Yan once again gained 001 points of fondness from Xie Dao Yun.
Then, out of the blue, I snagged another 001 affinity point from Xie Dao Yun. As I sat there cultivating, a happy thought popped into my head. It's day 2, and Xie Dao Yun is still showering me with affinity points. Not bad at all. After observing her for a while, I've realized this girl is a true cultivation genius. Romantic feelings are just shackles to her, but her cultivation technique requires her to overcome this tribulation. The love she's searching for is the most intense passion, the kind of love that's destined. But hey, isn't that exactly what I'm aiming for?
Xie Yan plotted, figuring he'd spend some time acting according to her wishes, brainwashing her into thinking they were kindred spirits before making his move.
He was so confident, he thought he could win her over without even needing the Xie ruins. A month later, on the road, Xie Yan realized reality was telling him he was way over his head. Why is this Emperor Zhao Zhao dude glued to my side? There's absolutely no chance to even take a single step forward. Seeing him sigh, Xie Dao Yun asked, "Does Dharma Master Shengxiu have something on his mind?" He replied, "Well, it's not really a something on my mind kind of thing. This poor monk is just wondering how much longer until we reach the Xie ruins."
Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Oh, right, I've heard about the Xie ruins before, but I don't know much about them. Does Miss Xie know anything?" He mused. "Plus, it's kind of weird. Why did Emperor Xiao Zhao invite Xie Dao Yun to this ruin for sightseeing?"
Miss Xie replied, "Instead of calling it the Xie ruins, it's more appropriate to call it the Xie scenic area. The Xie ruins were excavated by the Great Han government 10 years ago. The mechanisms inside were mostly damaged, and any treasures that could be taken were already taken. Upon entering the ruins, you'll be suppressed by a power similar to a mountain gate grand formation. Deep within the ruins, those below the 8 or 9 heavens of the celestial realm will have a hard time moving around. The suppressive force against experts wasn't as strong as a mountain gate grand formation back in the day, but you still can't fly freely."
Based on later investigations, this place was originally a blessed land used by an ancient sect to train its disciples. It's just that the sect was suddenly destroyed for unknown reasons, leaving only these ruins behind. The exterior of these ruins is unremarkable, but inside there's sunlight, moonlight, stars, wind, rain, snow, and more. It's practically a separate world, Xie Yan thought to himself after hearing this. Just hearing about it feels like the cave heavens in Xiangxia novels. He decided to just treat it as gaining some new knowledge. A few days later, their carriage came to a stop. Dharma Master Shengxiu got out of the carriage and said, "We've finally arrived." Looking at the towering mountains behind the bustling streets, this was the Xie ruins.
Xie Yan wondered. Everyone says the Xie ruins are a famous scenic area of the Great Han, so naturally, many people come here. However, there's a field of pressure inside that suppresses ordinary people, so they can only visit the nearby entrance and admire the scenery inside.
Over time, a small pavilion has been built at the entrance, specifically to do business with tourists.
Besides, even those who are skilled enough to ignore the field of pressure must have the talent and approval to pass through and go deeper inside. It's not that they're afraid of someone coming in to cause trouble, but that they're afraid of accidents happening.
He turned his head and saw Xie Dao Yun and Emperor Xiao Zhao talking.
He released Qing Fair to get some fresh air. As soon as Qing'er came out, she happily chirped, "The master has finally let Qing'er out," he whispered, instructing, "I really couldn't be with you these past few days. Since we're going to stay here for a while, Qing'er, you can wander around on your own."
Qing'er hugged Xie Yan's neck and said, "What's the fun in wandering around? The master is still the most beautiful."
Xie Yan replied, "Aren't I afraid Xie Dao Yun will find out about you? Do you want to die? Be good. I'll spend time with you later when I have time." She sulked and complained. "The master always says that."
Just then, the 3 elders also arrived at the Xie ruins. Seeing Xie Yan, the elders were unsurprisingly suspicious. Over there was Shengxiu, speaking to Qingye.
There's actually a demonic entity troubling Shengxiu. That evening, in Xie Yan's room, sitting on a chair, he sighed. "I walked around town with Xie Dao Yun all day today. It's been so long since I walked this much, my legs are a little slow." Qing'er fluttered around and said, "Let Qing'er massage the master's legs."
Xie Yan happily patted her head and said, "Very good. Qingshi is improving a lot."
Just then, 3 figures appeared outside the door. Xie Yan immediately noticed and said, "Hold on, there's someone outside."
Before he could finish, the two elders flung open the door and shone the demon-subduing sutra into the room.
The demon-subduing sutra blasted Qing Shi away from Xie Yan. She cried out in terror, "Master, save Qing where?" Elder Xie Yan asked. "She calls you master, Shen Shu. Why are you with this filthy thing?"
System notification. Gained 0.01 points of astonishment. Elder Kong Yuan gained 0.01 points of astonishment. Elder Kong Gao gained 0.01 points of astonishment. Kong He Elder. Shen Shu, you even surprised your martial uncles. He recognized them as the three elders of Zhuque Temple recorded in Shen Shu's memories.
And Elder Kong Yuan continued. "You still remember us as your martial uncles," Elder Kong Gao said. "Looks like he hasn't been bewitched by this ghost, has he?" Elder Kong. He stepped forward and said, "First, we must eliminate this filthy bat." Dharma Master Shen Shu quickly stepped in front of them. "Hold up, three martial uncles, wait a sec. This disciple has something to say." "Three martial uncles, please don't eliminate her yet," the elder frowned and asked. "Are you pleading for her, Shen Shu? Could it be you've really been bewitched by her?"
Shen Shu lowered his head and replied, "Three martial uncles, you don't understand," he thought. "They don't have any malicious intent towards me. Or maybe it's the complete opposite, and they're hiding it."
"This is a long story. Can you listen to me slowly explain it?" he thought. "Monks are simple-minded. Qinggarder's spirit body is pure. Maybe I can con them to get through this."
Xie Yan began to tell the story.
A girl lived outside the city, had a home and fields, and was extremely optimistic. Unexpectedly, that city lord Ba, he was tyrannical and heartless, colluding with evildoers, slaughtering the innocent, seizing homes and fields, and raping women. Her old father stood up to him, but was beaten with a stick instead. Her old mother advised him to be kind, but was insulted and taken away. In the end, she hated the entire world. The poor father and daughter lost their home and fields. Who knew that City Lord Ba was really too cunning? He even set people to beat both father and daughter.
The innocent ghost girl returned to the heavens, and this long-standing hatred transformed into a vengeful ghost demanding lives. Just then, the disciple discovered her.
Qinggarder flew over, crying and acting, according to the script. "I am a woman with a hard fate. Luckily, the Dharma Master took pity on me." Sob, Xie Yan recounted. This disciple felt that her background was pitiful, and she hadn't committed any crimes, so I brought her along to try and help her return to reincarnation. After hearing this, Kong He Elder turned to ask, "What do you two think?" Kong Gao Elder immediately replied, "The demon-subduing sutra is only effective against sinister and malicious entities. Perhaps she really is just a benevolent ghost. Otherwise, she would have been annihilated just now." The three elders nodded.
Amitabha, Amitabha. Xie Yan looked at their attitude and thought, Qing Shi's matter seems to have passed for now, but what did the three elders come here for? Could it be that Xian Xiu hasn't contacted Zhuque Temple for a long time and they've come to arrest him? Suddenly, a voice called out from outside,
"Dharma Master Shen Shu." He immediately explained, "These three elders are my companions," not forgetting to whisper, "Qing near, Zhao Zhao layman, and the others are here. You go hide first." Elder Kong Yuan replied, "Open the door. We are not thieves."
Xie Yan then opened the door. Di Zhao Zhao, standing outside, asked, "Liu Qing said you have guests." He turned his head and looked over.
Shi Daoyun was also standing at the door of the room, asking, "Dharma Master Shen Shu, are you all right?" He lowered his head and replied, "I'm fine." Shen Shu coincidentally reunited with three martial uncles and was talking about Buddhist Dharma. The commotion was a little loud, disturbing Zhao Zhao layman's rest. Introducing everyone, this is half an incense stick later. Elder Kong Yuan happily said, "Jade-faced gentleman and divine jade beauty, even in the Tang Empire, I am still a dragon or phoenix among men. Moreover, the power behind them is no less than our Zhuque Temple. Shen Zhu, it's good for you to associate with them more often." He lowered his head and replied, "Amitabha, Elder Kong." He walked in and said, "We still have some things we want to talk to you about." Chinger, holding 4 cups of tea, said, "Chinger has poured tea for the three of you. Please have some." The elders, very satisfied, asked, "A ghost that is so obedient and well-behaved. This is the first time this old monk has seen it. Shen Shu, how long has this female ghost been following you?" Dharma Master Shen Shu replied, "A few months, maybe a year or so. Shen Shu doesn't really remember anymore." The elder then said, It seems that she really is a benevolent ghost, and has never harmed anyone. This old monk can rest assured now.
Xie Yan remembered what Xingshi did before, giving a wry smile without replying.
Elder Kong Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, let's all sit down," Master Shenshu confidently said. "If you're so good, let a bunch of specters come at me."
The three elders chuckled happily, saying,
"That's right. They're truly good ghosts, never harmed anyone."
"We heard you had an outstanding performance at the Luoyang Buddhist debate, even earning high praise from the three grandmasters, Quan Qing, Si Hui, and CMI. Is that true?" Shenshu humbly replied, "Outstanding achievements. Nah, just regular discussions on Buddhist Dharma, that's all. Don't be so modest, Shenshu. We've already heard about your accomplishments."
He said that, but inside, he was totally stoked. He raised his head and continued, "All three great Han Buddhist sects praised me non-stop. It seems my Buddhist philosophy at Zhuge Temple even offered some fresh interpretations. I just worry that my immature theories might offend you three martial uncles." Elder Kong Yuan waved it off. "Go on, it's fine."
Xie Yan, dropping the humble act, launched into a long speech.
The great Buddha spoke of saving all sentient beings from birth, old age, sickness, and death. We who cultivate Buddhism must listen to his guidance, wholeheartedly cultivate, and ultimately transcend the mundane to achieve arhatship. Buddhist scriptures have been passed down for countless years, with various sects and temples spread throughout the land. If this disciple may just say, what if we could share the Buddha's task of saving sentient beings from birth, old age, sickness, and death? After that, he bowed his head and said, "This disciple, however, has done the opposite." Martial Uncle Kong Yuan stroked his chin, asking, "You said the same thing at the Luoyang Buddhist debate too?"
Shenshu lowered his head and answered,
"Yes." The elder looked confused. To present and analyze it in such a contradictory way, yet still receive praise from the three grandmasters. Your three martial uncles are actually more adept at martial arts than delving into Buddhist Dharma. If even Abbot Quan Qing praised your theories, then we have nothing left to question."
Xie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, what a relief. Just as Monk Yi Rong said, the three demon-subduing elders of Zhuge Temple are all martial arts experts, and their Buddhist Dharma cultivation isn't too profound. As long as I don't say anything completely outlandish, scaring them won't be a big deal at all.
Martial Uncle Kong Yuan raised a finger and closed the door tightly. Master Shenshu asked, a bit flustered, "Three martial uncles, what's with this vibe? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Martial Uncle Kong Yuan cut in. "Enough small talk. Time for the main event."
Xie Yan clutched his chest,
his face tense as a drawn bowstring, and replied, "Martial Uncle, go ahead." He then ordered, "There's a major problem nearby. You'd best cut short your travels and return with us to Zhuge Temple." Master Shenshu chimed in. What exactly happened that could be such a headache for all three martial uncles? The three Zhuge Temple elders exchanged glances, and Martial Uncle Kong Yuan began to explain.
"Not long ago, Right Protector Xie Sanmei of the Great Joy Sect attacked one of our branch temples, injuring countless disciples and causing Elder Haiyun's death." Another elder chimed in. "After the abbot received the news, he immediately ordered the three of us to go out and apprehend Xie Sanmei.
But unfortunately, he was clearly prepared. We chased him from the Great Hall all the way across Great Han, but ultimately lost him, the last place he left a trace." He pointed and continued, "Is this very spot?" The elders continued. "So, the three of us searched this town for ages, even entering the ruins multiple times, but still couldn't find him. This place is, after all, on the border of our great Han Empire, and we faced many inconveniences. We had already decided to give up the search and planned to return to Zhuge Temple at the end of the month. But then, wouldn't you know it, we coincidentally ran into you on the street."
Shenshu replied, "So that's how it is," he thought to himself. "Xie Sanmei is one of the right protectors of the Great Joy Sect. He's a master of both poison and cultivation arts. His power is off the charts, beyond the fourth innate layer, and not losing out to Yi."
According to Monk Yi Rong's intel, this monk Shenshu disguise of mine is actually a spy sent by Xie Sanmei to Zhuge Temple. His own guy, Xie Sanmei, shrewd as he is, personally attacking Zhuge Temple. Is the Great Joy Sect about to launch a full-blown assault on Zhuge Temple? Xie Yan continued. "My apologies for troubling you three martial uncles, but here's what I'm thinking. I really don't want to get mixed up in these muddy waters. Besides, Grandpa is busy chatting up some ladies. How can I tag along back to Zhuge Temple with you guys? I don't know squat about Shen Shu's martial arts. My cover will be blown eventually. Gotta get rid of them quickly.
He bowed his head and refused. This disciple is traveling with my companion, Si Jiao Patron, who's planning an extended stay here. Xi Sanmei surely wouldn't dare mess with the great Han imperial family, so this disciple is perfectly safe.
The three elders looked awkward again, saying, well, about that, Master Shen Shu quickly added. Besides, this disciple has a strong feeling. If I can continue to stay by the side of Si Jiao Patron and Layman Xie Yan, I'll soon be able to break through to the innate stage. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next breakthrough will be? The elder, subtly swayed, replied, We who cultivate Buddhism indeed value fortuitous encounters. Since you've said so, we'll just stay in this town then. Wait until you, Xu Feng, have enough power to protect yourself before returning. These words hit Xie Yan like a meteor. He cursed inwardly, I still need to woo Shi Daoyun, and these 3 light bulbs are seriously getting in the way.
He coughed awkwardly and asked, Esteemed uncles, haven't you ever considered that 3 innate realm experts from the Great Tang Empire hanging around here might put too much pressure on Emperor Xiaoyao of the Great Han Dynasty? After all, this is his turf. After some subtle manipulation, the elders decided,
All right then, we'll wait for you at Hulu Town nearby. Once you, Xu Feng, reach the Heaven Realm, come meet us, and we'll return to the Vermilion Bird sect together. After seeing off the 3 light bulbs, Qing Xir happily flew out and said, That was scary. I almost thought I was going to get purified by those baldies. Xing Yan slumped down, relieved. They're finally gone. The next day, Shen Shu, the Dharma master, walked down the street, looking a bit tired, thinking, Emperor Xiaoyao and Shi Daoyun are meeting with local officials. The official entry into the ruins will probably be tomorrow. My headache now is how to transform Shi Daoyun's admiration for me into affection, he snorted. Having Emperor Xiaoyao as a light bulb is already a pain. Suddenly realizing something, Xie Yan turned his head back, looking vigilant, thinking, it can't be that coincidental, right? That night, back at the inn, in the dark room, a wisp of azure aura snaked through the crack in the door. The figure emitting the aura stood beside the bed.
Sheng Xiu, the Dharma master, lit a candle and shouted from behind the figure, Hey! The old man with the goatee chuckled, lifted the blanket, and, finding no one inside, said with a sinister smile, Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten what I taught you. Shi Sanmei turned around to greet him. Xin Wuxi, long time no see. Xie Yan remained silent, thinking, I almost forgot Sheng Xiu's real name is Qin Wuxi. He's addressing me as his disciple. It must be Xie Sanmei. That's right, but he doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions, not even any strong emotions. Or else I would have gotten a prompt. Maybe he just came to say hello. He placed the candle on the table and replied, The Vermilion Bird sect is searching for you everywhere. Sigh, what's going on, Godfather? Old Xie Sanmei shrugged and replied, Don't worry about those 3 bald-headed liars. They can't do anything to me, Xie Yan asked, puzzled. But I heard them say not long ago that you personally attacked the Vermilion Bird sect, injuring countless disciples, and even hitting Elder Haiyun, he thought. Although the Great Joyce sect and the Vermilion Bird sect aren't on good terms, they usually keep to themselves. Why did he suddenly go wild? This isn't like him. What happened? Old Xi gave a sinister smile and replied, What else could it be? He gleefully exclaimed. The old geezer had something I wanted, so I killed him and took it. Simple as that. Xie Yan began to speak, but before he could finish, his godfather shouted, Xin Wuxi, he asked. Wasn't it easy spending all these days in the Vermilion Bird sect for closed-door meditation, huh? Do you remember how much effort I spent before to convince the Baldy to let you out for a trip? You didn't let me down. I'm not going to praise you, but you're quite talented, kid. Someone else might not have been able to sit on the Vermilion Bird sect's Buddha position. Yet being a spy is hard. You've done meritorious service to the sect. If you want to leave the sect later, you can become a monk, or you can return to secular life. This sect and I won't say anything. Xin Wuxi replied, Godfather, I am a disciple of the Great Joyce sect. I won't do anything rash. In his heart he thought, Yeah, right, as if I'd believe that. Since Shen Qixu's sitting on the Buddha position, there's no way the Great Joyce sect would give him up. Xie Sanmei nodded in praise. That's good, that's good. It seems you're very clear-headed. Then, can you help this old man with a small matter? Xi Shan replied. Please tell me, Godfather. The old man cleared his throat and said, I'm looking for an item. I finally found it in Daitong City, but it was snatched away halfway. Finding it again would be too troublesome, so I've been following this person, waiting for a chance to take it back.
But besides an Heaven Realm expert protecting that brat openly, there are also 3 innate realm experts following him in the dark. Getting too close will be noticed, and even following from a distance, I've been shaken off a few times, Shengshu, the Dharma Master, asked.
What exactly are you looking for, Godfather?
The old man conjured an image and ordered, "This item is in the hands of Emperor Xiaoyao. You've probably seen it. I need you to get it and give it to me," Shengshu praised. "You're conjuring objects with qi. Godfather is so skilled."
Wait a minute, this thing looks a bit familiar. Isn't this Emperor Xiaoyao's amber bracelet?
You remembered the unlucky guy. "You're going up against Emperor Xiaoyao?" Xie Yan said.
"It's because I followed Emperor Xiaoyao all the way that we were able to reunite, father and son. It seems Emperor Xiaoyao and I have a real fate," he replied with difficulty. "Godfather, calm your anger." He was a little surprised, thinking, there are 3 innate realm experts secretly following Emperor Xiaoyao, and I didn't even notice it the whole way. He really is an important figure of the great Han Dynasty's royal family.
Xie Yan replied with some difficulty. "As long as Godfather gives the order, Wuxi will go through fire and water without hesitation. But even you couldn't get this thing, so how could I?"
The old man replied, "Of course, I have a foolproof plan. Just follow it. Emperor Xiaoyao is always pursuing Xi Daoyun, and Xi Daoyun, if she needs this bracelet, Emperor Xiaoyao will definitely give it."
He immediately asked, doubtfully, Xi Daoyun would go to Emperor Xiaoyao to ask for something. Could it be that Godfather wants to use Xi Daoyun to take advantage of Emperor Xiaoyao? Moreover, what does this have to do with me?
Xie Yan was indeed a cunning old man. His plans to use a pure variable were too risky and could easily lead to a situation where the fish dies and the net is torn, resulting in nothing being gained. "I will arrange for Emperor Xiaoyao to leave this place, and then attack Xi Daoyun, injuring her and poisoning her with a rare poison that no one around her can cure. At that time, you will appear to comfort her, and then, in the name of seeking help for a cure, ask Xi Daoyun to go to Emperor Xiaoyao to resolve the matter and ask for the amber bracelet. Naturally, he will not refuse."
After hearing this, Xie Yan was silent and said, "So that's how it is. When the time comes, I will use Godfather's unique antidote to detoxify Xi Daoyun, and the amber bracelet can be kept forever."
The old geezer continued,
"Normally, Di Xiaojiao would have ways to deal with regular poison and wouldn't listen to a word you say. That's why I'll use an incurable poison. Just don't cure him in front of him. Find an opening and sneak away to deliver the goods to me."
Xie Yan clenched his fist, thinking,
"This guy is seriously twisted. No way I can't follow his script."
He feigned sadness and said, "Godfather, I still feel like your plan is a bit risky. What if Di Xiaojiao doesn't trust me and doesn't give me the goods? Or what if he hands over the goods but insists on seeing me cure the poison? Wouldn't your plan be useless then?"
Xie Yan grinned and suggested, "I have a better idea." His godfather frowned and asked, "What idea?" He immediately replied, "Help me win Xi Daoyun's heart."
Xie Yan asked, "You want to pursue Xi Daoyun?" he ordered.
"Absolutely not. This plan is top secret, and we can't change it because of your personal feelings."
Xie Yan replied, "Godfather misunderstands. Wu Kui's plan won't require Godfather to put in so much effort. You could even say it'll make Godfather worry less."
The old geezer seemed a bit surprised. He continued, "The details of Godfather's plan will have to wait, but ultimately Godfather will definitely use his strength to fight Xi Daoyun, causing serious injuries. But I only need Godfather to hold back a bit when he makes his move. Just apply a few portions of his strength to maintain pressure on Xi Daoyun and leave the rest to me."
"Moreover, Godfather, think about it. If I can win Xi Daoyun over, it'll be much easier to seize Fan Xin's Hai and even the entire Great Han. If we follow Godfather's original plan, you might offend Fan Xin's Hai and unintentionally create enemies."
Xie Yan asked. "Old man, how is it?" Xie Yan praised. "You little brat, you dare to think that far." Finally, the old man decided. "All right, the plan can be adjusted a bit." He bowed his head and replied, "Godfather is wise."
The old man revealed a hint of cunning and said,
"But Wu Kui," Xie Yan flicked a candle towards his chest as a warning. The old geezer said, "Godfather is reminding you, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." Xie Yan, still in his Shengshu Dharma Master persona, replied, "Rest assured, Godfather." He cursed inwardly, "Xie Yan, you old fart. Luckily, I was always careful to suppress it, otherwise I would have been kicked out of the Heavenly Crown suppressing curse just now, causing a lot of trouble." He continued, Then please tell me the details of the plan, Godfather. A moment later, the cunning old man left. Xie Yan closed the door and said with a bit of fatigue, "This Xie Sanmei isn't following the plan I laid out at all, but it doesn't matter. He's finally giving me time to pursue Xie Daoyun, and that's enough."
This guy is too dangerous. If it weren't for me this time, Xie Daoyun could really have been poisoned to death by him, and that fake Sheng Shu, I'll be strangled to death by him. Thinking it over and over, I should deal with him. This guy's martial arts shouldn't be underestimated. To kill him, I have to take the opportunity.
Xie Yan happily said, "Qinglir, I'm bothering you again this time. Qinglir is very happy to work for you, master,"
he instructed. "I'll write a letter, and you deliver it to the 3 elders of the Zhu Kui temple who left here yesterday." Qingmei wondered. "But Qingmei doesn't know where they are."
Shen Yan replied, "They haven't gone far. Follow the direction of Zhen Hulu and catch up. Even if you don't catch up to them at Hulu town, you can find them." She asked worriedly, "If Qingshare leaves, will it be okay for master to deal with Xie Sanmei alone?" Xie Sanyan laughed heartily and said, "Silly Qinger, if Xie Sanmei really wanted to kill me, your presence here wouldn't do anything. You can find the 3 elders at Zhuke Temple already will have helped me a lot. Moreover, Sheng Shu is a spy, sent by him to Zhuke Temple already sitting on the position of Buddhist. Only if his head is flooded with water will he do anything to harm Sheng Shu." He also added, "Be careful when you leave. You can go through walls. It's best to leave from underground to avoid being discovered by Xiantian experts."
Qinger happily nodded and slowly burrowed into the floor, replying, "Qinger will be back soon, master. Wait for me."
After she left, Xie Yan revealed a fierce expression and said, "Xie Sanmei, want to be my dad? Then let your son be filial to you."
The next day they began their journey. Xian Daoyun turned around and said, "I didn't expect young Master Di to participate in the expansion, change, and protection of Noon City. I didn't know if Zhang didn't tell me." Di Xiaojiao smiled and replied, "It's just that he was urged by the rear. It's not considered a feat at all. Old Zhang just likes to show off." Dharma Master Sheng Xiu lighting the dark behind, listening to this young couple talking.
Young Master Jin said again, "The border is very harsh. No matter how strong the means are, it's only easy to frighten the enemy." Daoyun agreed. Then he turned back and said, "Seeing how much this king only cares about matters related to the court, I almost forgot about the master." "Master, please don't be angry," Shenshu Master replied. "This humble monk has received enough care along the way. Benefactor Zhao Zhao doesn't need to mind."
"This humble monk," he smiled and said.
"Moreover, Shi Layman is still testing Benefactor Zhao Zhao. This humble monk sees nothing."
Di Xiaojiao forced a smile after hearing this. "Hey, it's good that the master doesn't mind." He cursed inwardly. "This monk, I finally made some progress with Dao Yun, and one sentence from him has reset everything."
Again, Shi young lady asked, "The matter of last night's banquet is complete, young Master Digay. Any arrangements for today?" Young Master Jin happily replied. "Thanks for Dao Yun's companionship along the way. Today, the glittering ruins."
He then recounted the excavation of the glittering ruins. Actually, there's a little-known legend. 10 years ago, a farmer, wanting to pick herbs for his sick wife, entered the ruins. The farmer was just an ordinary person. He couldn't see clearly even the illusions on the outside. In his hallucination, he saw only gold, silver, and jewels, more wealth than he had ever seen before. But the farmer wasn't tempted at all. He was only worried about not having herbs to save his sick wife, so he directly left. Unexpectedly, he avoided the traps and became the first person to survive. Afterward, the farmer found the herbs and saved his wife. Then the magistrate found out. The magistrate at the time thought this place was extremely unusual. He reported it to the court along the way, causing attention, and it was ultimately decided that it was the ancient creation flame cave dwelling ruins. Hearing the story, Xie Yan smiled, thinking, "This story tells us that a thread can sometimes save your dog life." If the farmer had been interested, he would have taken some treasure out to sell for money to buy medicine, and there wouldn't be this story. Xie Daoyun, after listening, commented, "The farmer's love for his wife allowed him to escape the bewitchment, resulting in such a satisfactory ending, and also conveniently brought glittering back to the world, starting a new development." Truly a legend that is easy to misunderstand, Di Xiaojiao pretended to ponder, saying,
"This kind of ordinary yet extraordinary love is truly enviable." Young Master Jin laughed and started flirting. "Although this king has seen the scenery here, every time I admire it alone, I feel a little regret, because there is no one beside me to enjoy it together, so that when I look to the side, I can see her smile." he explained to Miss Xie. There are many kinds of love. This king only wants to be with one person who is of one mind. Until our hair turns white. Xie Yan, walking behind him, sneered. Xi Daoyun's views on love are not the same as yours. Classmate Di Xiaojiao, you have no chance. Arriving at the cave entrance, he said, We're here. Let's go in quickly.
Shen Shu Master was a little surprised as he entered, and Xie Daoyun staggered a bit. Eighth Prince quickly supported her, saying, Be careful, he asked, in a situation where he had no strength. His body was floating like that. Perhaps this is the first time you two have encountered this, right? How do you feel? Xi young lady replied.
Never heard of it before. Daoyun feels it is very novel, Xie Yan said. It really gave this humble monk a fright. But benefactor Di Xiaojiao reminded us earlier, so there was no unexpected incident. The prince laughed and explained. That's the logic. After the entrance of the traps was eliminated, the cave walls turned dark, with twinkling rays of light above. They were actually a type of spores, and the gravity of this section of the road was much less than his. If you weren't careful, you would easily float up, giving people the feeling of being in the night sky. He cursed inwardly. Is this monk doing this on purpose, or what? Why does he keep negating me? Di Xiaojiao turned to continue. But speaking of which, you can fly up to the sky in this place. Inside, because of the geomagnetism, even the Xiantian realm cannot fly. Follow me, according to his original plan. This place was originally where he could admire the night scenery with Daoyun, but Shen Shu was also here, making it difficult to make any progress. What a pity. Shen Shu Master then laughed happily, saying, What kind of scenery is at the deepest place? This humble monk is really looking forward to it, Di Wangye then replied. Master can look forward to more wonders passing through the night sky. What greeted them was the magnificent scenery of mountains and forests. Di Xiaojiao held out his hand and said, Welcome to the Xie ruins. Xie Yan looked up in surprise, sighing. As expected, there is another world. You can faintly feel an invisible force suppressing the body, not just pure gravity. After all, you can float, but you can't mention gravitational suppression. Perhaps it is a specialized type aimed at suppressing true Q. This level reduces the magical properties of true Q, and can even suppress Xiantian so they cannot fly. Di Xiaojiao turned to introduce to the beauties. Within 10 zang of this mountain range, gravity has not recovered. Even if you jump from here, it's fine. He struck a handsome pose and suggested. Although newcomers will choose to walk slowly along the stone steps, it is actually more exciting to jump directly down. Daoyun, would you like to jump down together? Xie Yan, truly a glaring light bulb, ruined the romance of the two by wedging himself in between, saying, Let's jump directly. This humble monk wants to try. Xin Daoyun quickly stopped him. Master, don't be so rash. He then replied. This humble monk believes in benefactor Zhao Zhao. This humble monk is going. She young lady is still a little worried. Calling for Master Shen Shu, the monk dove head first, sploosh, right before their very eyes. He landed on his feet. Just as he touched the ground, Shen Shu called out, This humble monk is all right. You two, come on down. Jing Gongzi was still trying to offer the beauty his hand again, but Daoyun brushed past him. If that's the case, then Daoyun will head down first. See you at the bottom of the cliff, Di Gongzi. Missing his chance to hold hands with Shi Gunyang, Ba Wangye sighed. So it seems the Buddhists are all about following their own whims, huh? At the bottom of the cliff, Di Xiaojiao continued his introduction. Beyond here lies this prince's magnificent mountain estate. The terrain gets more complex the deeper you go, so it's easy to get lost. Daoyun must stick close to this prince later, and the same goes for the monk. Shen Shu smiled. Xiao Jiao Shizu, rest assured. Suddenly, his guard noticed something. Xie Yan happily walked forward. This humble monk must venture into those mountains to scout around. Shi Daoyun followed happily behind the two. Di Xiaojiao whispered something to his guard. After listening, Di Xiaojiao turned back to ask, Really? Seeing this? Shi Gunyang wondered. Di Gongzi, is something the matter? He replied, Daoyun, something did indeed come up. In his mind, he calculated. To think, news of another Tengshu Lilong Sutra inheritance stone tablet would arrive at this time. I can't miss this opportunity, but I only just made progress with Daoyun. Should I bring her along? No, that won't do. The Tengshu Lilong Sutra is, after all, a royal family technique. It's not appropriate to let outsiders interfere too much. It won't take Liu Qing and the others long to make a trip. Di Xiaojiao finished his calculation and said, Originally, I wanted to enjoy the scenery with Daoyun, But just now my subordinate sent word that the famous Xiangyun Shuangyu hairpin of the previous dynasty appeared at some auction. Qing Kang is still searching for it to gift to Yun Gifei. This prince must deliver it to His Majesty, he said with some regret. The schedule is too tight. Dao Yun has already come this far with this prince, so it wouldn't be good to continue rushing around. Could you wait here for a few days until I return? Then we can continue exploring together. Xie Gunyang agreed. So that's how it is, Di Gongzi. Go ahead, Dao Yun will wait for you. Jin Gongzi didn't forget to ask, while the monk Shen Shu took out a map and said, Xiaojiao Shizhu, please don't mind this monk. After all, this monk has the permit and map that Xiaojiao Shizhu gifted me. Xiaojiao Shizhu should hurry and attend to your urgent matter. Considerably relieved, Di Xiaojiao said, in that case, the monk can feel free to do as you please. If you find yourself tired, you can rest at the ruins in this prince's mountain estate, which is just ahead. Seeing this, Xie Yan sighed. He actually managed to chase Di Xiaojiao away. Ji Sanmei is truly fearsome. Di Xiaojiao's sudden change of mind proves that someone must have delivered a message to Liu Qing beside him. There's basically no one around, so it seems Di Xiaojiao really does hide many experts by his side. But putting it all aside, if it weren't for Di Xiaojiao's special status, and the many experts protecting him, someone as reckless as Shi Sanmei wouldn't have come up with such a treacherous and risky plan to be alone with Shi Daoyun. He thought again. Although I tricked Ji Sanmei for personal gain, at least I can ensure Ji Daoyun's safety, preventing Ji Sanmei from directly resorting to vile means. Qing Ji has already been dispatched to search for the elders of the Zhuji temple, and hasn't gone far. I just need to wait for the opportunity for the elders to handle this difficult situation. Thus, as soon as Di Xiaojiao left, Xie Yan lowered his head and said, Amitabha. In his heart, he thought that with more than half the pressure gone thanks to Shi Sanmei, there might be an effect on Shi Daoyun conveniently fulfilling his goal. He turned and asked, this humble monk is preparing to continue deeper inside. What are Shi Jushi's plans? Shi Gunyang replied with a thoughtful expression, Daoyun has no plans. Does the monk have any suggestions? Shen Shu suggested. If you don't mind, you could accompany this monk. She immediately agreed. It's rare to be with the monk. Dao Yun will accompany the monk. Shen Shu smiled and said, then let's go explore the glowing mountains in the distance. He thought to himself, Shi Daoyun agreed to travel with me, so that indirectly proves Shi Daoyun treats Di Xiaojiao differently. Oof, my appeal is absolute. With the Di Xiaojiao light bulb gone, maybe I won't even need Shi Sanmei to show up. I might actually be able to win over Shi Daoyun. Xie Yan strolled for a while and exclaimed, I can't deny it. The inside of this relic actually has its own little world. It feels somewhat like an imaginary world. There's no sun, yet there's daytime. I hear there's even nighttime. I don't know what it uses to determine the time. It really is a strange secret realm. This place is probably a fragment of a world. The water in the main world is deep indeed. Besides, all the flowers, grass, and animals weren't brought in by humans. They actually live in the relic here, forming their own ecosystem. What's important is that the animals here are the same as outside. It's truly extraordinary. As he was admiring the scenery, Xie Daoyun called out, Shen Shu Fashi. While looking at the scenery, she asked in a Buddhist tone, It's said that there are 3,000 worlds in the universe. Could it be that one of those worlds appears in this relic? Shen Shu replied, Shi Jushi's words remind this monk of a storybook. This monk once read, he continued, saying, In the sky there exists a world. In that world there are 3 suns, and the 4 seasons don't follow any order. Day and night are chaotic. Sometimes it maintains intense heat for 100 years. Sometimes it maintains extreme cold for 100 years. The people who live there hide underground whenever the heat comes, and actively lose water, turning into a layer of skin. When the rainy season arrives, that layer of skin immediately replenishes with water and recovers, continuing to live, starting all over again. Shi Xiaoji asked curiously, There's a story like that. She immediately grasped the Tao's meaning. I understand, Shen Shufashi. Are you saying the physical body is just a shell? The core of the soul is the most important thing, Xie Yan thought in surprise. I was just saying it casually, and you can actually grasp the meaning. He thought, Shi Daoyun can grasp the reasoning behind anything. She can talk about any topic. If I could become her Tao partner, it would definitely be a very wonderful story. But if I were her boyfriend, Forget about it. Xie Daoyun is toying with good men like Di Xiaojiao. She's truly a top-tier player.
Xie Yan secretly mused, I really don't know how to evaluate someone like her.
The Wanxin sect's cultivation method is truly amazing. Having many suitors is just a practice for them. Once they finish practicing, their cultivation will become god tier, just a lucky break. It's a great method. I think Wanxin sect should be renamed Chad Et sect.
Xie Daoyun recited poetry as she walked. Mandarin ducks intertwine their necks, their love everlasting. But the desires of the mortal world are usually just for a lifetime, while Di Gongzi always aims for a happy life together until old age. She sighed and continued. But in the end, Daoyun will transcend the mortal realm, unable to be together for a lifetime. Of course, when it comes to love, she will fail those who are truly sincere, leaving behind a debt that cannot be repaid. Shi Gunyang turned and asked,
Master, can you give me some advice?
Shen Shu, the monk, pondered silently. It's not that I can't, it's that Xie Daoyun is the problem. Trying to change Xie Daoyun's cold personality. Even if she is innocent, she has still seen through the mortal world. She doesn't care about Di Xiaojiao, or even me. She's just a cultivation machine without feelings.
Xie Yan also sighed and replied,
This humble monk knows the cultivation methods of the Brahma temple. Shijushi forcing herself won't solve the problem. You have to see who has fate with Shijushi. Xie Daoyun agreed. Master is right. It's a pity that, although Daoyun has met many outstanding people, she has never felt her heart flutter for anyone, doesn't know what it means to be moved by love, and doesn't know where the person with fate is.
She looked up at the sky and said, If it weren't for cultivation, Daoyun would only want to live a solitary life with the ancient lamp and the Buddhist scriptures.
Xie Yan followed her gaze and thought, a heart of exquisite jade, the six senses purified, that's Xie Daoyun. She's not suitable for people to tie down. With this kind of demeanor, if you look from afar, her aura is seriously strong, yet it makes people want to pull her down from the altar and be immersed in it.
He contemplated, I'm a good person. I just don't want my heart to be burdened. Hopefully, after I can escape the joyful samadhi, I can do what needs to be done with her and get what I want.
Shen Shu, the monk, smiled and said, Since it's related to cultivation, this humble monk dares not give Shijushi any reckless advice. I will tell Shijushi a story then. Xie Daoyun then replied, Please, master, tell the story, he thought in his heart. The important thing now is to let Xie Daoyun know that the person with fate is by her side. Shen Zhu, the monk, began to tell the story.
A web-spinning spider on the horizontal screen in front of the temple, under the influence of incense and offerings, gradually took on the human form of a spirit entity, listening day and night to the bhikkhuni chanting sutras and reciting Buddha's name, cultivating for 3,000 years, gradually having its own understanding of the Buddha in its heart, until one day, the Buddha came to the temple and noticed the spider. Seeing that it was full of spirituality, he asked the spider a question.
Zhi Zhu, what do you think is the most precious thing in this world?
Zhi Zhu replied,
This disciple believes that the most precious things are those that cannot be obtained and those that are lost.
After the Buddha heard this, he smiled lightly, neither agreeing nor refuting, and only said, Think about it carefully. I will come to find you again. After the Buddha left, a great wind suddenly arose the next night, accompanied by a little rain, each raindrop falling on the spider's web.
The glittering raindrops that permeated the spider's web were the spider's favorite. It's a pity that the beautiful scene didn't last long. The wind blew it away before it even saw the rain.
Zhi Zhu felt extremely lonely and sad when it lost the raindrops. The Buddha came again and brought up that question again. The spider thought of the lost raindrops and believed that its understanding was correct. Zhi Zhu still maintained the same answer. The most precious things are those that cannot be obtained and those that are lost. The Buddha then replied, If you are so determined, then go to the human world and try it out. The Buddha allowed Zhi Zhu to be reincarnated into a noble family, and her parents named her Zhi Zhu. More than 10 years later, Zhi Zhu grew up and became a beautiful young woman.
Until the newly appointed Zhuangyuan Yudian passed the imperial examination, Zhi Zhu was invited to the imperial garden to attend the celebratory banquet organized by the emperor. For him, she saw Yudian and knew that this was the karmic connection that the Buddha had bestowed upon her. Even though the young women there were all there for Yudian, including Princess Ningfeng, Zhi Zhu was not nervous or jealous at all. because she knew that Yundian's final choice would be herself. But, unexpectedly, the emperor bestowed Yundian to Princess Ningfeng and Prince Wang Shu to marry Zizhu. Zizhu couldn't understand. Why is the result like this? Crying day and night, her soul grew weaker and weaker. After the prince found out, he quickly went to visit Zizhu, discovering the flower-like maiden withering away. Prince Wang Shu was heartbroken and shed tears. From the moment I met her by the Shaanxi River, it was as if the spring breeze had blown into my heart. From the moment I met her again in the imperial garden, I fell in love at first sight. If her soul returns to the heavens, then I won't care about living and will follow her.
At this time, the Buddha appeared again and asked, Zizhu, have you ever thought about who brought Yudian, like a raindrop, to your side? It was Princess Ningfeng who brought him. Yudian belongs to Princess Ningfeng, and you only met fleetingly. You won't be together. Prince Wang Shu is the elm tree in front of the temple that you saw that year. He has admired you for 3,000 years, but you have never paid attention to him. Then, the Buddha asked again, Zizhu, I will still ask you, what is the most precious thing in the world? After Zizhu heard the truth, she seemed to have completely awakened and understood the Buddha's parable. She then replied, I understand, Buddha. This disciple knows what is most precious.
Her soul returned to her body, and she gently answered the prince. The most precious thing in the world is not what cannot be obtained and what is lost, but the happiness that can be grasped in one's hands right now. Regret certainly makes people feel frustrated, but the important thing is to grasp the happiness before one's eyes. Xie Yan finished the story, then looked straight at Xie Daoyun, saying, Layman Xi isn't like the sweetheart you see before you.
Lady Xi asked curiously, does the monk want me to cherish and seize the moment?
Monk Shengxiu lowered his head and replied,
those with fate will meet across 1,000 miles, while those without fate will not meet face to face.
Seeing but unable to speak, he thought to himself. Xie Daoyun suddenly said,
I understand. With a joyful expression, she continued, the monk means that the one fated for me is Di Xiaojiao. Xie Yan was so shocked he almost faded away, but Daoyun thought, although young Master Dian's view of love isn't suitable for Daoyun, he comes from the royal family, so perhaps his enthusiasm for personal feelings won't last too long. As a daughter, he is indeed a good choice. Daoyun was wrong. Xie Yan quickly regained his composure and said,
thank you, monk, for explaining my doubts. Daoyun understands. Shengxiu forced a smile and replied, it's good that Layman Xi is happy. In his heart he cursed.
Understands my ass. But outwardly he remained calm and chanted, Amitabha, Amitabha. Xie Yan thought, I'm impressed. A woman like Xie Daoyun, if it weren't for the flower finger swordplay, I wouldn't have developed feelings for her. Although after getting to know her, her demeanor is indeed admirable, it doesn't erase the hurt she caused me. I hope after things calm down, we won't meet in the martial world again. While they were chatting, they didn't know when crimson flowers had appeared all around. Xie Daoyun looked around, puzzled. What is this? Xie Yan also wondered. Why did the nearby plants suddenly become so lush? Lady Xi shouted. Not good, Monk Shengxiu. Let's leave quickly. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Xie Yan somewhat sensed Xie Daoyun's reaction, unless it's exactly as I predicted. From afar, the shadow of the person who caused this appeared, saying, Why are you two in such a hurry to leave? He stepped on the crimson petals, mysteriously holding one up, saying, It's rare to see 100 flowers blooming like this. Why not stay and admire them for a while?
Xie Daoyun stood in front of Shengxiu, saying, He's a heaven realm expert above Daoyun, monk, be careful, Xie Yan thought. It's Shi Sanmei, this guy has finally made his move. He crushed the flower in his hand, smiling. Monk Shengxiu, I remember you, he shouted.
Meeting here today, it seems heaven wants to see you die. He immediately attacked Shengxiu.
Xie Yan, caught off guard, thought in surprise. What the hell? Why is Shi Sanmei attacking me first? The original plan was for him to attack Xie Daoyun first, so I could be the hero who saves the damsel. Xie Daoyun stepped forward, blocking the attack. Shi Sanmei coldly laughed. Fangxin Zhai's Xie Daoyun.
He increased his attack, wanting to defeat both of them.
Xie Daoyun activated Fangxin Zhai's secret sword art, Transcendent Luminous Heart Swordplay, directly shattering his attack, slicing straight down at Shi Sanmei's mask, shattering it. But he showed no sign of panic. Qin Wuke stood aside, admiring. Still the Transcendent Luminous Heart swordplay, but this time it feels completely different from when the sword killed Yan Ji. Sure enough, the difference between the innate and acquired is huge. But of course,
Xie Sanmei wasn't that simple. A cloud of green smoke filled with poison emanated from his body. Enveloping the air, Xie Daoyun quickly covered her nose.
Xin Wuke frantically searched for his figure, unaware that he was right behind him.
By the time he noticed, it was too late. Xie Sanmei's attack was too sudden. He didn't have time to dodge.
Xin Wuke spat out a mouthful of blood, angrily cursing. I worked my ass off controlling the heavenly crown suppressing corpse to prevent it from being triggered, and this old dog changed his plan to screw me over.
In the hazy green smoke, a beam of intense light shone out.
Xie Daoyun had successfully escaped.
She aimed straight for Xie Sanmei, wanting to create an opportunity for Xin Wuque to escape. Xie Sanmei recognized this move as Sword Spirit Incarnation.
Xie Daoyun closed her eyes, concentrating her power to activate the exiled immortal mind sword art, Sword Spirit Incarnation.
Then decisively slashed down.
Xie Sanmei widened his eyes. Xie Daoyun actually managed to hit him.
Xie Sanmei looked at the girl in front of him, praising her.
Xie Daoyun immediately turned and shouted, "Qin Wuque, leave now, I can escape on my own." Instantly, the ground beneath her feet began to crack. Xie Daoyun also quickly jumped into the air. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Xie Sanmei had recovered from who knows when, his resurrected power attacking Xie Daoyun head-on. He said arrogantly,
"Only a heavenly unity initial stage, yet you dare destroy my grass hut, Azure Jade Twin Colossus Meditation worldly form. The younger generation is to be feared, but your talent will only result in a fall. Today I will definitely not spare you."
Xie Daoyun was sweating bullets, the immense power making it difficult for her to resist.
Unsurprisingly, Xie Sanmei immediately blasted Xie Daoyun away.
Xin Wuque quickly stepped forward to catch her. Xie Daoyun was surprised, thinking he had already left. Xin Wuque replied with a smile, "This disaster originated from this monk. How could this monk abandon Layman Xie and flee alone?" Having said that,
he activated the move World-Honored One Earth Treasury Prajna Paramita Manifestation Demon Treasure Wheel Dance. Reciting each line of the incantation, behind the two of them, a dazzling light also appeared, resembling the halo of the 10 Directions Buddhas. Xie Sanmei was dumbfounded, not understanding what this move was, but he still tried to cooperate.
Xie Daoyun turned and asked, "What exactly is this move?" Xin Wuque also answered vaguely. "Giving him a little stimulation will cause him to retaliate. Let's leave here quickly. Are you all right, Layman Xie?" In his heart, he couldn't help but feel lucky. This guy, Xie Sanmei, is quite cooperative, fooling even Xie Daoyun. Xie Daoyun replied,
"The injury is not serious, but this person seems to be proficient in toxicology. Daoyun must quickly circulate energy to treat the poison."
Hearing this, Xin Wuque immediately picked her up, saying,
"Just focus on treating the poison, and I will be responsible for taking you away." He reminded, "This is urgent, Layman Xie. Quickly circulates your energy." Only Xie Sanmei was left standing there, sighing. Fangxin Monastery's Xie Daoyun is very strong. An ordinary congenital initial stage might not be her match. An hour later, Shengxiu Dharma Master and Xie Daoyun had traveled quite a distance. He spoke up, "Let's rest here for a bit."
Xie Daoyun felt very uncomfortable. She coughed a few times. "Cough, cough," Wuque asked with concern. "How are you feeling, Layman Xie?" She said tiredly, "This poison is very difficult to dispel. It may require an absolutely quiet place to be eliminated. I felt a little dizzy just now." Wuque agreed. "Then Layman Xie can rest assured and circulate your energy to treat the poison here. This monk has a secret method that can conceal our aura, escaping detection. There will be no danger for the time being." Daoyun, while circulating her energy to treat the poison, asked, "Does Shengxiu Dharma Master have any clues about the identity of this attacker?"
He pondered. "This person is probably Right Protector Xie Sanmei of the Great Joy Sect. He can be considered a major enemy of our Vermilion Bird Temple. Perhaps he was targeting this monk this time." He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this monk has implicated Layman Xie." She didn't blame him at all. Dharma Master Wuque is Daoyun's friend. Daoyun naturally has to protect Dharma Master's safety. He said in a low voice, "Thank you, Layman Xie, but this person is proficient in both medicine and poison. A heavenly quadruple stage expert. We need to think carefully." He thought, "Deceiving this kind, innocent girl really makes my conscience uneasy. If I didn't deceive her, she really would have been killed by Xie Sanmei. If I think about it like that, I'm actually saving her."
Xie Daoyun muses. Could it be that Daoyun finds his cultivation technique extremely strange, and that he isn't from the Great Han? But his cultivation realm doesn't seem to have reached the 4th level of the acquired realm yet. He only gives me the feeling of being at the 2nd or 3rd level. Wu Kuei sweats upon hearing her thoughts. Could it be that he was injured somewhere before, causing his realm to drop? He inwardly scolds. This damn Xie Sanmei is such an unprofessional actor, getting seen through for faking the beating. Dao Yun realizes. So that's how it is. But even injured, he's still much stronger than me. Luckily, there's the oppressive aura in the ruins, plus the Dharma Master's miraculous techniques. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped unscathed. He worries. Just wondering where this place is, Shi Jushi. Where's your map? Dao Yun thinks. Speaking of the map, Dao Yun accidentally destroyed it during the fight just now. Wu Kei looks at the map regretfully. It's destroyed. This humble monk accidentally left the map behind just now. The terrain of the ruins is complex. Without a map, it's hard to determine direction. Looks like it'll take us a lot of time to get out. But in reality, he had secretly thrown the map away long ago. She comforts. Dharma Master doesn't need to blame yourself. Dao Yun feels that losing the map might be a blessing in disguise. Wu Kuei asks, puzzled. Oh! She thinks perhaps Xie Sanmei also has a map and will use it to search for our escape route. But now that we've lost our map, even we won't know where we're going later, making it hard for him to predict our actions. He pretends to ponder. That makes sense. He's surprised, never expecting to be comforted by Shi Dao Yun, feeling a pang of guilt. Turning to look at her, who looks very uncomfortable, he wonders, she cold. He takes off his cloak and drapes it over Dao Yun. Dao Yun blushes shyly at Wu Kei's action. He looks at her and says, focus on resisting the poison. Don't say anything more, she politely says. Thank you. Turning away, he says, this humble monk will go find some firewood to make a fire and warm up. Half an hour later, Dao Yun says weakly, Wu, the poison is too potent. I've used my inner energy to force it out. But not only is it ineffective, it's being converted into Supreme Yang True Energy instead. Now the Supreme Yang True Energy in my body is too strong, leading to internal chaos and a chilling body. I must quickly. Suddenly, she feels warmth. This warm feeling is... It turns out Wu Kuei is burning firewood to warm her. She calls out, Dharma Master. He turns to look at her and asks, Xie Jushi is awake. Then, he approaches and offers her a bowl of soup. Here, try the soup that this humble monk just made, she says softly. Dao Yun is at the 1st level of the acquired realm. Not eating or drinking for a few days won't cause any major problems. On the contrary, Dharma Master, aren't you afraid Xie Sanmei will chase after us if you make a fire? He replies. This humble monk has ways to deal with Xie Sanmei. For now, Shi Jushi's health is more important. He scoops up a spoonful of soup and brings it to her. Here, give it a try, he says. This humble monk saw that Xie Jushi's entire body was constantly emitting a dense, chilling aura, probably due to a cold poison. So I specially found some herbs with warming effects to make into soup. He smiles. It's just that I don't know how much this medicinal soup will help to eliminate this cold poison. He puts down the bowl and asks, how is Xie Jushi feeling? She says shyly, Dao Yun feels much better now. I've always been resisting the cold energy in my body, but I've always been lacking a bit of fire. Xingshu Fashi's medicinal soup is like helping Dao Yun eliminate the cold energy in one go. Although there's still a bit of minor illness, it doesn't affect the overall situation, he replies. Good, good. He looks into the distance and is surprised. Xie Sanmei came so fast. Haven't we had enough time to develop our feelings yet? He reminds. Hurry up, Wu Kuei says in a low voice. Slowly. It's only just beginning. He pondered for a moment, then zapped a lightning bolt at the two figures. The two quickly dodged to either side. Whoosh! He used all his strength, while Dao Yun unleashed her, one sword, four thoughts, technique, he said, slightly surprised. The immortal extracting mind sword art has already been cultivated to such a realm. That's insane. On the other side, Wu Kuei said, nice one, Xie Jushi. Watch me keep him busy, heavenly demon protecting maiden. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and sprinted off. He asked, surprised. She explained. Xie Sanmei will need some time to catch up to us, so let's just make a run for it. The master's Taoist techniques are too taxing on his mental energy, so we really shouldn't use them. He agreed. All right, she remembered and said. Oh, right, master, he replied. What? She sincerely said. Thank you for preparing that medicinal soup for me earlier. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Well. Half a day later, Dao Yun and Wu Kei had traveled quite far. Dao Yun said anxiously,
Xie Sanmei caught up surprisingly fast. He might have some tracking trick up his sleeve, Wu Kuei agreed with her. It really is strange.
Suddenly, he felt a dizzy spell. He thought, this feeling is Chinger.
Dao Yun noticed the abnormality and asked, Master, what's wrong? He pretended to say. This poor monk tried to use a secret technique to interfere with Xie Sanmei, but unfortunately this monk's strength isn't great, so it didn't have much of an effect. Our strategy for today is still to try and conceal our tracks. This poor monk knows of some strong-smelling herbs which can be ground into a liquid, applied to our clothes, and hide our presence. Shi Jushi, please rest here. This monk will go and return. She asked thoughtfully. Master, are you all right going alone? He spoke up. Don't worry, this time we've run really far, and this poor monk won't be caught so easily. He walked, searching as he went. Xie Sanmei probably won't come back so quickly. It's right here, isn't it? He called out to Chinger. Here, she replied. My lord. He angrily pinched her cheek. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Who did a woman like you manage to piss off this time? She said, pained. Chinger came back on her own, without causing any trouble, so I could return to my lord's side as quickly as possible, she said nervously. Besides, Chinger didn't know if my lord had a Xiantian expert beside you, and was afraid that suddenly appearing would ruin my lord's plans. He reluctantly said, All right, I'll reluctantly accept that reason. So, did you rush back because there's some change on the elders' side of Vermilion Bird Temple? She said gleefully. After the 3 elders received my lord's handwritten letter, they immediately returned. Although they didn't know what it was exactly, they still followed my lord's instructions and waited at the entrance of the ruins for Xie Sanmei to appear, he said in a low voice. That's good then. If that's the case, after I achieve my goal, I can just bail, leaving Xie Sanmei and the elders to deal with the next round, Qing Niller said excitedly. Oh right. There's also another piece of news. The 3 elders told me to tell my lord. About 3 months ago, the great joyful sect master died an unexpected death, and the right protector vied for power. Xie Sanmei failed, was expelled from the territory, escaped the great joyful sect, and his whereabouts are unknown. This news actually started spreading a few days ago, but was previously kept secret by the great joyful sect. The 3 elders had also only just received this news, which is why they hadn't told my lord before. He realized. So that's how it is. No wonder Xie Sanmei was so aggressive with me, and no wonder Xi Daoyun said he seemed to only have the strength of a Xiantian 2nd or 3rd tier. Now he's no longer a member of the Great Joyful Sect, so Wu Kei's Buddhist disciple status holds no meaning for him anymore. He said, Chinger, you've worked hard. Go back into my spiritual space to rest for a bit, Chinger instructed. Yes, my lord. Please be careful yourself, he said tiredly. Without the sect's control, Xie Sanmei could be an uncontrollable ticking time bomb. It's still better to be more careful. Fortunately, he still needs to ask something of me, so nothing should happen in the short term. Wu Kuei, I'm back. This poor monk is back. Shi Daoyun smiled. It's good that master is all right. He also smiled back. Shi Jushi, how are you feeling? But in his heart he thought, Shi Daoyun, oh Shi Daoyun, you truly are a divine immortal who has experienced divine tribulations. Although Xie can use cultivation to cure poisons, Xie Sanmei specializes in medicine and poison, so his poison probably isn't that easy to break. I remember a cold pine forest marked on the map to the east. If we go through it, there will be hot springs, and I can take her over there. Joining forces with Xie Sanmei does have its perks, but sadly he doesn't listen to me. I can't fully control him to do things my way, which is such a headache. My hand, still covered in medicine, accidentally touched Dao Yun's head, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, sorry, Dharma Master. Dao Yun rarely sees someone so absent-minded I couldn't help myself for a moment, she said embarrassedly. Benefactor Shi, please don't laugh at this humble monk. This medicine will become colorless after it dries. Just apply a thick layer on your hands. Of course, you can apply it on your head like this humble monk too. She laughed loudly. Ha ha! Dharma Master, you're so funny! And so, in the days that followed, Wu Kuei and Shi Daoyun helped each other on their journey, occasionally engaging in direct struggles with Xie Sanmei, and sometimes putting on a wave of Oscar-worthy performances, the two of them attacking each other without showing any mercy. I grabbed Dao Yun's hand and continued to flee madly with her. Because Shi Daoyun didn't rest, leading to a relapse of her poison, I indirectly harmed her. Making her like this, I felt very sorry for her. Then on one hand, I cursed Xie Sanmei for being inhuman, And on the other hand, I got closer to her. I carried her on my back and thought, "You're a good girl, logically and emotionally. I don't want you to get hurt. As long as you help me level up my flower finger sword, I'll immediately deal with Xie Yan so he can't get close to you either." Xie Yan watched from afar, slowly saying, "Too slow." Half a day later, the two of them found a hot spring. Dao Yun soaked in the hot spring and relaxed. She suddenly asked, "I didn't expect to find a hot spring, Dharma Master. Would you mind soaking with Dao Yun?" Wu Kuei answered from behind the rock. "The hot spring can help suppress the cold poison in your body. It's best to stay longer," she said embarrassedly. "Dao Yun is rarely so miserable. I didn't expect the Dharma Master to see everything." I hesitated. This humble monk. She interrupted, "Dharma Master, you don't need to apologize. Everything is fate. Dao Yun can experience so many things with Dharma Master. Maybe that's Dao Yun's opportunity." Moreover, Dharma Master also made Dao Yun realize that the destined person is by my side. "Dao Yun should thank Dharma Master," I said in a low voice. "No need to thank me. This humble monk really doesn't need it," she confided. "It is said that love forgets, love ends. Dao Yun in front of me is vaguely ignorant of the world, let alone love. The Dharma Master has shown Dao Yun the way. Why can't Dao Yun be grateful?" I sighed. Xie Dao Yun, if you could understand these things, I wouldn't have to do so much." I looked at her intently. These can also be regarded as her personal characteristics. If I weren't hitting on her, this characteristic would be quite cute, she said with a smile. "Dharma Master has taken care of Dao Yun for so long, you must be sweating a lot, right? Hurry up and go to the hot spring to take a bath," I replied meaningfully. "Benefactor Xie, aren't you afraid that she'll guess that the Dharma Master wants to tell Xie Yan that with Dao Yun here, he won't be able to harm the Dharma Master?" Then she walked away. "Dao Yun will go around and see what it's like, and come back soon." Wu Kei chuckled to himself. "This feeling is right. Xie Dao Yun definitely sees me as a good sister." I rubbed Yao Shu's head. I was startled, and turned around. A centipede was drawing symbols on the ground. I wondered, why did Xie Yan suddenly contact me? I went to the place and said, "It's here, where are you?" Xie Yan appeared behind me and called out. "Wu Kuei," I asked, "why did foster father suddenly call me here? Moreover, this place is so close to Xie Dao Yun. What if she finds out?" Xie Yan replied calmly. "What are you afraid of? If you're found out, just pretend that I'm forcing you. Women are easily fooled. Just deceive them and get away with it." I hesitated, but, he interrupted. "No buts, Wu Kuei. I didn't call you here to listen to your complaints. Too slow. I gave you so much time, and you can't even handle one woman. Wu Kuei, you've disappointed me too much." Dude, I gotta be honest, Godfather's moving way too fast. There's this saying, to accomplish anything, you gotta go through hell and high water first. Xie Dao Yun ain't your average chick, ya know? What if she figures out something's up? Wouldn't that screw everything up? Has this old geezer ever even flirted with a girl before? Ain't no way you get results this quick. And the target he's trying to rizz up is friggin' Xie Dao Yun, no less. Difficulty levels like maxed out. I've got Xie Dao Yun's personality down, so I guarantee I can get her. Plus, the harder she is to get, the better. That way, Di Xiaojiao won't suspect her, he'll suspect me instead. Gotta figure out how to shake him up first. The old man said sternly. "Wu Kuei, have you been a monk for too long? Have you forgotten the style of our demonic sect?" he yelled angrily. "Are you seriously gonna wag your tail like a dog to please a woman? Quit kidding around. If that woman doesn't know her place, then smash her kneecaps and break her bones, grind her into dust, lock her in a birdcage so she can't see anyone but you. Only after she's fallen into despair will she desperately cry for help, and then she can't escape you. Xie Dao Yun, that little bitch, isn't she just playing with men because she thinks she's pretty? If you can't bring yourself to do it, then let your godfather do it. This old man hasn't tasted a woman in ages. And I really want to take care of this jade beauty. I rarely plan things out this far." "Wu Kuei, you gotta remember your godfather's kindness." He angrily slapped the old man's hand away and shouted, "No way!" He gritted his teeth tightly. Is this dude seriously out of his freaking mind? The old man lost his cool. "What do you mean, no way, Wu Kuei? You want to defy me?" He pretended to smile and said, "Godfather, I know Xie Dao Yun's personality really well. She's super strong-willed. If Godfather forces her, she definitely won't accept the humiliation. She'll just kill herself. Wouldn't that ruin Godfather's whole plan?" The old man said calmly, "Wu Kuei, you don't understand much about the Great Joy sect's secret techniques. As long as I steal this Jade Beauty's red circle, she'll only want more after the first taste. How could she kill herself? He couldn't believe what the old man was saying. Godfather, you! The old man yelled. Relax. Godfather just needs to snatch her red circle, take care of her once, and crush all her pride. After that's done, you seize the opportunity to strike. I guarantee she'll be devoted to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man attacked Wu Kuei, said, Wait. Before he could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him. Worthless trash, get out of here. The old man flew off laughing. Ha! He fell to the ground and cursed. Damn it, he wants to go find Xie Daoyun. He chased after him, calling out, Qing Warrior, come out here. Qing Zaker appeared and hurriedly asked, Master, are you injured? He said anxiously. Never mind that. I can't hold that crazy dog Xie Sanmei back anymore. Hurry and go find Jiang Lai to help. Qinger accepted the order. Qinger will go immediately, master. Please be careful, he urged. Hurry up and hurry back. He saw a light shining in the distance. Damn it, that's fast. They're already fighting. He thought, the sock, startling rainbow escape, isn't exactly a Mo Qing sect exclusive technique. If it's exposed, then so be it. Besides, if I have to snipe later, I definitely have to use the sock, startling rainbow escape. On the other side, Daoyun shouted, Xie Sanmei, what have you done to the Dharma Master? Xie Sanmei laughed scornfully. Ha ha, you've got time to worry about him. He's fine, alive, and kicking. You should worry about yourself. Every bit of my Zenki carries poison. Daoyun desperately dodged. The old man spared no effort in unleashing his moves while dodging Daoyun. Accidentally dropping his sword, he quickly picked up the sword. Xie Daoyun. Looks like you've been poisoned pretty badly. Can't even hold your sword anymore, huh? Suddenly, Wu Kuei appeared and shouted, Xie Sanmei, look over here. Xie Sanmei, if you want something, then aim for me. Then, he unleashed a move towards him. The old man was caught off guard by Wu Kuei's move, and then used voice transmission to talk to him. Wu Kuei, stop fooling around. What kind of training are you doing? It can actually ignite the anger in people's hearts. I almost lost my focus. Wu Kuei was shocked. The mind-calming effect of the divine monk's robe is not working. The old man smiled gleefully. Xie Daoyun, you don't have a weapon? What combat power do you have left? Suddenly, a lot of evil qi surrounded Xie Sanmei, and the sword fell from his hand. Turns out Wu Kuei used starving ghost palm. He yelled, Xie Jushi, run. Xie Sanmei said angrily, It's you again, little brat. Daoyun shouted, Monk, focus all your strength on the sword. Then she unleashed the Zhuzhai Jianming Xin sword art. Xie Sanmei was surprised. After being poisoned for so long, Xie Daoyun still has the strength to use this move. He immediately used the Qing Yi Ni Shen Gong, looked behind him, and Wu Kuei's ghost was still clinging to him. He cursed. Damn it, Wu Kuei. This ghost can even absorb my stamina and true qi. Although it has very little effect on me, it keeps spawning, which is really annoying. Just as he turned forward, Daoyun was right in front of him. She launched the Shen Qua Chun Li directly at him. Then, she went to Wu Kuei and grabbed his hand. He was surprised. Xie Jushi, she said softly. Monk, hold on tight. She led him to escape, Xie Daoyun said. Monk, Daoyun has found the location of the exit. As long as we get out of the ruins, I am confident that I can help Monk escape Xie Sanmei's pursuit. Qin Wu Kuei called out, Xie Jushi. He thought this was indeed the direction of the exit. Xie Daoyun found the correct direction so quickly, she continued. Sorry, Monk. The earth escape technique consumes a lot of me. I haven't confirmed the exit of the ruins before, and Daoyun has never used it before. I'm just afraid that Xie Sanmei will find an opening, he replied softly. This is what you should do, he thought. It's great that Xie Daoyun can rely on her own strength to escape this place. With this speed, Xie Sanmei will have a hard time catching up in a short period of time. But this move seems to be similar to the trump card burst of the Jing Hong escape. I wonder how long Xie Daoyun can last. It's a pity that sect leader Shiji's killing intent Jade Pendant can only hide one person, and it won't work with Xie Daoyun. I hope I can rely on the 3 grandmasters for rescue. Xie Daoyun was hit by the move, and she spat out blood. He hugged her in his arms and asked, Xie Jushi, are you okay? She replied weakly, I don't have any true qi left, Monk. Don't worry about me. Keep running. He said, How can I abandon you and run away? Leave the next path to me. You should focus on healing the poison on my back. He looked over and thought, Fortunately, I used the Nirvana finger to observe. Although Xie Daoyun is very seriously poisoned, it is not fatal. It only affects her ability to use her qi. He carried her on his back and ran away. My red light escape is slower and less surprising than Xie Jushi's, but it wins in terms of duration, he thought to himself. Now that Xie Daoyun is so weak, if I sneakily use the Nirvana finger to replenish my mana, she probably won't notice, she said tiredly to him. So it turns out that Monk and Daoyun thought the same way. There is no exit, no direction at all. Still not using Qinggong to escape in order to save life, he replied. Yeah, Shi Jushi, just focus on healing the poison, don't talk anymore. Thank you for helping me. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it. Ugh. He fell to the ground, throwing Xie Daoyun off. He hugged his aching chest and thought, damn it. Why is my chest hurting so much? Did Ji Sanmei poison me? He stood up and approached her. Shi Jushi, are you okay? He saw her lying motionless and thought, if you don't circulate your qi properly, you will be subjected to the collision and coma. Too bad. But there is a chance to use the Nirvana finger to stabilize her injury. Suddenly his chest ached again. He said to himself, damn it, Nirvana finger is not working anymore. Shi Sanmei was catching up at this moment, and he shouted, this way, huff huff. He carried her on his back and ran, thinking, damn it, what kind of poison is this? Why can't I get rid of it? He uncomfortably spat out blood. He said, damn it, can't breathe anymore. He struggled to crawl slowly to her, calling, Shi Jushi. At this moment, someone suddenly called him, Wu Kuei. It turned out to be Ji Sanmei, he said. If you're so good, keep running, he asked. What did your foster father do to her? He replied, we are father and son, Wu Kuei. You should understand me. Why do you even need to ask? Your father didn't want this either. Who knew you would be so stupid? Hurting this father's heart. So your father had to poison you with insect poison to make you more honest. He stomped hard on his hand. He had no strength left, thinking, Shi Sanmei's insect poison even has this. Nirvana can only restore the physical body, but it can't eliminate foreign objects in the body. No wonder it doesn't work. He continued, Wu Kuei, you better be obedient, or your foster father will let that insect eat your heart and then destroy your abdomen. Xie Daoyun suddenly woke up at this moment. She launched an attack towards him, shouting, go to hell. He easily blocked it. You dare to sneak attack me, my strength. It's a pity. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. He sent her flying away, and she crashed heavily into a tree. She was very weak, with no strength left. He could only watch and do nothing, he thought. I must get rid of this insect poison. I can only mess up those insects in my heart and catch it, then deal with them. If the three monks still don't come, I can only reveal the existence of the Nizi board, give up all plans, first save myself, then save Xie Daoyun, then exhaust myself with Shi Sanmei. But Xie Daoyun woke up just now. Maybe she woke up because she was hit. Anyway, I used the Nizi board to help her stabilize the poison. She is not as weak as she normally would be. Maybe she heard the conversation between me and Shi Sanmei. But I've already prepared for it. The exposed identity of a spy is even better. He smiled sinisterly and approached. Daoyun, now I will first deal with Xie Daoyun, and then slowly teach that unfilial Wu Kuei a lesson. At this moment, 3 monks descended from the sky. He looked up and said, Zhu Kuei Temple. 3 of them shouted, Ji Sanmei, you won't escape this time. 3,000 yellow demon gods, Zhufu formation. The 3 of them set up a formation. He was overjoyed. They finally arrived. He shouted loudly, Wu Kuei, it seems that you have completely betrayed your father. That bald donkey Shen Shu is not a Buddhist of yours at all. He is just a spy, a traitor, completely sent by me to Zhu Kuei Temple. From the beginning to the end, you have only been selling your lives for a traitor. Unexpectedly, they replied, Shi Sanmei, do you think we will believe you? If Shen Shu is a spy, would he come to inform us to surround and kill you? Ridiculous. He continued, yeah, you guys are really stubborn. I have a lot of evidence here. I'm afraid you won't believe it. The 3 monks looked a little confused. He was still confident at this moment and said, Bald donkey, if you dare, release him, and then you can explain clearly, right? He said to everyone, this place is dangerous. I'll take Xie Jushi away from here first. She muttered softly. Master, the master should run away first. I'm too seriously injured. Saving me will only drag you down, he replied. What are you saying? When in difficulty and danger, Xie Jushi didn't abandon me, right? Can I abandon Xie Jushi at this time? Cough. Moreover, you have probably heard what Ji Sanmei said before. I owe you an explanation. He hugged her and flew away. She said, Master, don't say any more. After we get out of here, Daoyun will definitely listen to the master's explanation. He said, I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have a chance later. He explained, Master, the elders of Vermilion Bird Temple thought that this poor monk was an orphan who lost both parents. Seeing that I had some wisdom, they didn't send me down the mountain to be adopted by a normal family. At the age of 4, they directly shaved my head and brought me into the Buddhist sect. I lied to Master. 20 years ago, I was picked up in front of the Vermilion Bird Temple. Master is wrong. I am not a Buddhist. Even if I converted to Buddhism, the ancient lamp is still on me. But in the end, I was still swept into this whirlpool. I deliberately led you and me into this relic. My adoptive father forced me to seduce you, forcing you to exchange the amber bracelet of Emperor Zhao Zhao, which was sealed by Bodhi seeds. I was poisoned by him, and I couldn't refuse this absurd request at all. I implicated you, making you suffer so much.
She listened and chuckled softly. The Dharma Master was forced by the rebel. It was not his intention. Moreover, along the way, he was on the same boat with Dao Yun. Dao Yun understands the Dharma Master's character.
He hugged her in his arms and replied, "You don't understand. I am the rebel."
The 3 monks called to him,
"Shen Shu, take Shi Jushi away a little. We have to collect the formation."
Xie Yan was bound by the formation, thinking to himself, "This damned formation? If I hadn't left the sect and my realm was reduced, I would have broken it long ago." "Calm down, Emperor Zhao Zhao was sent by me. He has nothing to do with this plan. As long as I break the formation and run away, and continue to use the seriously injured Shen Shu and Shi Daoyun to coerce Emperor Zhao, I can still get the bracelet and Bodhi, and my realm will be as before, so I haven't lost yet." Biu Hui shouted.
"Shixzhong, be careful," the monk replied. "Don't worry about me. Maintain the formation." He said, "Dream on." Unleashing a move, Biu Gao said. In order to break the formation, he did not hesitate to cut off his own arm. "But you are not our opponent," Xie Yan said. "But if you cut off one arm, you can grow another one." The 2 sides fought fiercely. Biu Gao was hit.
Biu Hui shouted. "Shixzhong," he said.
Xie Yan, ridiculous. The person who cuts off an arm is digging his own grave. The monk releases a move. 18 Arhat divine hands. A series of golden lights soared into the sky. "Amitabha, Amitabha," he said. "HMPH. There are only 12 Arhats here. If there were really 18 Arhats, I would definitely not be able to resist. Now it's my turn to make a move." Biu Yuan said. That was Biu Hui replied. "Xie Yan's poisonous essence," Biu Gao said. "Shixzhong, go. That guy is about to self-destruct." "It's too late," Biu Yuan shouted. The 3 monks suddenly said, "The self-destruction of the Jungian essence is equivalent to abandoning all of one's cultivation, but the effect of the poison is too strong. As expected of the essence of poison power that has been condensed for more than 10 years, you 2 quickly form a Dharma formation and activate the Arhat breath-holding technique," Biu Yuan said. Arhat breath-holding technique. Once deployed, sitting in meditation, outside objects cannot interfere. "But what about Shen Shu and Shen Yu Mairen?" Biu Gao replied. "Sigh. Things have come to this point. Even our lives are hard to guarantee. If we don't quickly use our skills to resist the poison, I'm afraid we will be caught in one fell swoop by Xie Yan." Biu Hui called. "Cough, cough. Shixzhong is out of the battle." The 3 people meditated on the ground. Biu Yuan said, "Now Xie Yan is also weak. Wait until we detoxify. We will definitely not spare him." He held the Jungian essence in his hand and said, "I have been refining poison for more than 10 years, and it is not easy to cultivate Jungian essence. If all the power is self-exploded, you may have a chance to be okay. But if I do this, even if I am still alive, my cultivation will be lost, and I will become a useless person. Giving you a little more will not delay you for another 2 hours. Too bad those 3 Baldies are in Vajra indestructible state right now. My previous cultivation wouldn't have been enough to kill them. Next, I need to find that rebellious son first." His face showed obvious anger. He still carried the child on his back, dragging each step, thinking, "My husband Poison has relapsed, and, with Xie Yan surrounded and attacked by the 3 grandmasters, does he have time to care about me?" He suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Xie Yan. Slowly approaching with a face full of resentment, he said, "Shu Wuke, I've finally found you. Now let's settle the score." "Shu Wuke, things have come to this. Your father still wants to praise you. You were clearly in the relic the whole time, yet you had the means to inform those 3 Baldies to come back and find me. It seems your skills have improved," she said. "Xie Yan," he asked him, "what did you do to my martial uncles?" He replied, "I killed them. Don't hope they can come to save you. Moreover, your identity as a spy has been exposed. Even if they really come, Whether they kill or save you is uncertain. He frowned, thinking, that's not right. Xie definitely doesn't have the ability to kill those three elders. Perhaps he just used some means to temporarily escape from them, but Xie must have paid an extremely high price. Although he's now full of vigor, the oppressive feeling he gives me is no longer the same as before. He said, stop making up stories. You clearly paid a huge price to barely escape. Right now that your body is heavily injured, instead of escaping quickly, you dare to come find us. He replied, Shu Wukui, it seems you're mistaken about something. He launched an attack at him. He shouted, the one who should be running away is you.
Xie Yan used all her strength to block in front of him, she said.
So what if I'm seriously injured? I can still crush you like an ant.
He stepped forward to support her.
Benefactor Xie, please don't take action anymore, she replied.
Master, he only has the strength of the first level of Xiantian now. Before I could finish my sentence, she was sent flying away, he said to her.
My son and I haven't finished fighting yet. I can't be disturbed by an outsider like you. He angrily used all his strength to hit him, yelling, Xie, I'm going to fight you to the death. He replied, Zhu Wukui, are you still acting? I think I finally understand why you betrayed your father and the sect. It's all because of this woman.
Very well. Today your father will eliminate that thought from your mind.
He controlled the poison worms in his body. His heart ached, and he groaned, clutching his chest.
He approached and said to her, you think Sheng Xiu is a good person? In fact, he has always been a spy for the Huangxi sect. The reason our sect is on par with Zhuge Temple is all thanks to him.
She replied, I know. His face was slightly uncomfortable, and he asked, HMPH, this makes me unhappy. He shouted at him, Xie, please spare. Benefactor Xie, I can still help you get the bracelet. He continued to control the poison worms, saying, you dare mention the bracelet to me. This is your punishment for ruining my plan. He crushed the jar containing the queen worm. His heart ached even more. He rolled back and forth on the ground in pain. He laughed happily and said, the queen worm is dead, and now the larvae will gnaw at the position in your heart. In the last 3 days you will die in agony. He clutched his chest, thinking, damn it, it really hurts. I want to use Nirvana finger too much, he continued. In these 3 days you will taste the extremely painful taste of the world. Doesn't it hurt? Wriggle to the end, and welcome a desperate death.
He thought in his head, but I have to endure. I must endure.
Drag out the time until the 3 elders arrive. Moreover, in this desperate situation, it is very likely that Xie Daoyun will provide me with Rouge Qi. As long as I advance to Xiantian, even if the 3 elders haven't arrived, I can torture this bastard Xie to death. He approached, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up. You have called me adoptive father for so many years. I can also give you a chance. Bringing him before her, he said, Wukui, now you will personally destroy Xie Daoyun's appearance, torture her cruelly, and I, as your father, can immediately heal you. He looked at her, thinking, I have to act. I have to buy time. Damn it. Why hasn't the Myriad Realms transmigration system finished upgrading yet? He threatened. Wukui, do you know what to do? I'll step aside a bit, giving you space to perform. He slowly raised his hand to her face. She just closed her eyes in silence. Suddenly, blood spurted out, splattering on her face. She looked up at him and called out, Shifu. She saw that he had used his hand to remove the poisonous worm from her heart. He said, this life of mine, Wudake, was given to me by my adoptive father. The grace of nurturing is greater than the sky. The kindness of my adoptive father is as heavy as a mountain. Wudake will never forget it. But today I will cut my blood and flesh to return this life to my adoptive father. From now on, I am no longer Shenshu, nor am I Wukui. I am just myself. He flung the poisonous worm away. He turned around and said to her tenderly, Daoyun, I will not let you get hurt. She whispered, I have always believed in Shifu, and I still do now. I believe in you. He said, Xie Daoyun, are you really just messing with me? He pointed and yelled, Idiot, do you think you can escape from me like this? It's just the difference between being eaten alive by worms and bleeding to death. He held her in his arms, saying softly, Daoyun, I have never risked my life for anyone else in this life, until I met you. Take a nap, you're tired. If you can open your eyes again, it proves I've won. If not, then this body of mine will accompany you in the yellow springs.
She closed her eyes, leaned her head against him, and fell into a coma.
He let her lean against the rock wall, thinking, I still haven't received the rouge energy. I've been holding back, acting all along, just wanting to upgrade to the Xiantian realm to mess with Xie Yan, or to buy time until the three elders arrive. But it seems the three elders aren't coming yet, and there's no hope for my Xiantian, not only harming Shi Daoyun, but also making myself suffer so much. I don't need to hold back anymore. I can't take it anymore.
He kept rambling behind him, not hesitating to destroy his own heart to catch the poisonous worm. You won't live much longer now, HMPH. If you had gotten rid of this indecisiveness of yours earlier, why hide it? Wouldn't you have been able to pursue Shi Daoyun?
He unleashed a move on him, shouting, It's too late now. He used the Heaven's Crown Zen Tremor to block his attack. He was a little surprised and asked him, What move is this? Wu Kuei replied, I've said it before. I'm not Wu Kuei, nor am I Shen Shu. You've been acting as my father for too long, Shi Sanmei. Let's have a life or death duel with your grandpa. I've never seen this method of healing before. Where did you learn it from? HMPH, why should I tell you, Shi Sanmei? Anyway, it's the Heaven Flower Sword energy. It might not be very effective normally.
True energy moving through the body, congealing into form, gathering man's vices, destroying spirits.
It's not a technique from the Vermilion Bird Temple, nor is it from the Great Joy Sect. Wu McKay, you've learned so many new things. My abilities are not just this, watch this, crooked as you wish. What did he do to his heart? My heart's pounding, this sucks. It exploded. Giving up all your old martial arts and choosing new moves to attack? Interesting. Is this how you deal with this daddy, Wu Kuei? After hearing what this daddy said, he didn't rush to reply. Looks like he's getting ready to keep fighting with his cultivation arts. It's like this with you, wasn't it? Because you were pushing me around? With one palm, he used up all his true Qia, Tianguanzhen. Chan couldn't resist at all, but as long as I know I won't die instantly, I can heal infinitely. Trading blows with Shi Sanmei won't be a loss. What the heck? He can still fight back. 50 Nirvana origin points consumed, only covering this instance of damage. Not good. Shi Sanmei's speed is too fast. Long-range guerrilla tactics, I'll be the one to lose out. Only by getting close to him, trading blows for blows, will I have a chance to defeat the Wanzi Diao Ling Tuan Qi Chengbing. System notification. 50 Nirvana origin points consumed, only covering this instance of damage. Neither of them was willing to give up in their fight. System notification. 25 Nirvana origin points consumed, only covering this instance of damage. Origin points were continuously drained. 43 origin points consumed. 34 origin points consumed. Another 50 origin points consumed. Taking advantage of Wu Kuei's origin point drain, he launched a strike that sent him flying. HMPH, Wu Kuei, you braggart. You talked about a decisive battle, a fight to the death, and this is all you've got. You think this, overdrafting your life force to stay undead, can actually stop me? Ridiculous. If one strike won't kill you, then 10. If 10 still won't, then 100. Can you really still fight me? Oh right, now that Jia Hao's dead, what about my Bodhi seed? What the hell? System notification. 50 Nirvana origin points consumed. This time it was drained, and you're still not dead. If I don't get to engrave a memorial tablet for you, how can I rest in peace? Your life force still hasn't been completely drained. After consecutive battles with Shi Daoyun and Vermilion Bird Temple, my stamina is shot. If I don't leave now, he'll just drain me dry. But still, he's just post-celestial 9th layer. Die. Wu Kuei, drop dead. Die. Just die already. Continuous punches fueled by that cultivation art. Haha, let's see if you still want to fight. What the hell, Mother Schaefer? How are you still standing? You thought I was dead? Nah, it's not over yet. Let's keep fighting. Why don't you dare to fight back anymore? Are you scared of me? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why isn't he dead yet after I beat him to a pulp earlier?
Can't wait any longer. This is weird, but I gotta run first, or I'm screwed.
Shi Sanmei, you're running away. You said we'd fight to the death, but you won't escape me. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, I will chase you down. Isn't that what I said? I've caught you now. You still want to escape? Let go. Let go of me. Aren't you afraid that killing me will hurt yourself? My head already has a big scar. What's there to be afraid of? You've beaten me black and blue? It's time for me to return the favor, right? You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? I am an innate stage 4th level expert with a renowned reputation. How could I be killed by a mere postnatal stage 4th level junior like you today? No way. I can't die here. Impossible. I don't believe it. But in the end, he was strangled to death. Haha, I won. I survived. He's really dead. I've consumed too many origin points.
The 3 grandmasters sure ran fast.
Qing Beer is tired from flying. My limbs are tired too.
Oh, over there it seems to be Xie Yan, milord.
Milord, what's wrong with you? Is that Chingayer? I'm okay. The wound has already recovered, but I feel very tired. Extremely tired.
Chinger has never seen my lord so miserable before. Boo-hoo!
As expected, even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. But if Nirvana Finger had just touched me, the one lying over there would be me.
Right, Chingfager?
When you came here, did you see the three elders? Xie Sanmei escaped their encirclement and pursuits. The time fighting with me was about an incense stick's worth, but they still haven't arrived.
Did Chinger see them on the way here? The three elders turned into small statues on that rock, not moving at all. Are they okay?
Maybe they're fine. Qingtire feels that the yang energy in the three elders' bodies is as strong as tigers and dragons. That's good then. Maybe it's some kind of family martial arts technique. That Xie Sanmei is really powerful. To be able to force the three elders to become like that, this guy can be considered the strongest opponent I've encountered so far. The characteristics of the flower amidst the sword finger are too obvious. I have to dissect this corpse. What does my lord want to do?
Completely destroy the traces. Put Zhang's hat on Lia's head? Whatever. Anyway, I can't let others find out that it was Xie Yan who killed him. Why not use 100 Flowers Withering to get it over with quickly?
The corpse is evidence. Turning into flying petals can't prove that Xie Sanmei was killed by me, so I have to keep it. Ooh, Qingmei understands now. That's how it is. Hey, my lord. Open another cave. Xie Sanmei has been dealt with. Next, wake up the beautiful woman. Recount the heroic posture that milord used to beat Xie Sanmei. Chinger, you're wrong.
First of all, you shouldn't say that I'm completely unscathed, Qingbiller. Showing off is a terrible move. It only ruins the good impression the divine beast left on Xie Daoyun. Objection.
The biggest problem is solved. Now it's time to return to square one. Xie Daoyun, what am I going to do with you? This is the first time I've tried to pursue someone, and it turns out to be the right person. But disagreements lead to enlightenment and shared life and death. What a difference. The whole experience is just not amazing.
From a Buddhist perspective, maybe you returning the karma to me would be right. Why am I the one encountering difficulties in the end?
Xie Daoyun, you're such a troublesome woman. Why is it so difficult to get some of your feminine essence? Master, what should we do now? I've already done more than half of what I can. Only directly confessing is left. I have never confessed my love before, and even if I did it clearly, Xie Daoyun might not accept it.
The best way to deal with this situation now is to just leave. Otherwise, after she and the three elders wake up, I don't know how to explain. After the great battle with Xie Sanmei, I wasn't injured at all. Moreover, my identity as a spy has been exposed. It's too dangerous to keep lying. Better to run first for safety.
Anyway, he's dead, and he even saved everyone before he died. But if you just leave like this, what about the beauty, Master? Have you given up on flirting with her? Qingburker, you don't understand. After I heal her injuries, we can leave a letter somewhere and then go, Master, if you're leaving, why leave a letter? Even if we leave, we have to make it clear. Leaving without making it clear will make Xie Daoyun misunderstand and think that Shenshu is still alive, and she will search for Shenshu everywhere, which would be too much trouble for her, delaying her cultivation. Better to directly extinguish that thought for her.
That's right. Anyway, the beauty is very naive
and might actually do something like searching for you all over the world just to make sure of your safety.
Oh, Chinger, is that okay for you to write a letter like that? Chinger thought that the master would write very affectionately, but it turned out to be so simple. Why don't Chinger add a few strokes for you?
No need, let's go. Really no need. Qingfar has been watching a lot of love poems recently. Let Qingfar try one last time. As expected, the three elders have turned into bronze statues. Amazing. This inscription is too dazzling, Master. Let's go quickly. Goodbye, Xie Daoyun.
Xie Daoyun, by the time you see these words, I'll probably be far away.
Has your body recovered? Was the antidote I took from Xie Sanmei effective? Xie Sanmei is dead, and in order to kill him, I used a Huagong Tu Zihi Bu Yuan secret art, and was poisoned by the extremely toxic stone of forgetfulness. Because I don't have much time left, I'm preparing to go to a quiet place to seek enlightenment. I am a Buddhist disciple of Zhu Kui, yet I am not loyal to my sect, and I am the adopted son of Xie Sanmei, also unfilial to him. Returning to the Buddhist gate is still a heart of suffering. I'm about to die. Please tell the three senior uncles that you've been delayed in your cultivation because of me. Don't look for me anymore. Let me walk the final path alone.
The days of leaving the sect will be spent traveling around, which is probably the most relaxed moment of my life. Being able to meet and get to know Daoyun is a blessing of 3 lifetimes.
Shen Shu's journey will end here. hoping for peace in the next life and a safe journey onward. You should let go of your feelings. Xie Daoyun. After waking up and seeing the letter left by Shen Shu, Xie Daoyun burst into sobs. Why? Why am I crying? The monk is so carefree, I should be happy. Why am I so hurt? Why do I feel so heartbroken? You should let go of your feelings, Daoyun. In my whole life, I have never risked my life for anyone, so when I met you, Cultivator Xie, why not cherish the person in front of you? Tears fell. Daoyun placed her hand on the words and cried loudly, calling out the name. Fashi, is this love? Xingare. Listen to me. You're a falcon-headed cat demon. Stop trying to sound like a chicken. Oh, what's this? It's so pretty, my lord. Is this the rouge energy of the Jiaoling flower? So beautiful. It seems your Huajian swordplay can be upgraded now. This is a cause for celebration, so why do you look so sad? This love is still in her memories. She's just feeling a bit down for the moment. You don't need to understand. Qing Shenger will always be a falcon-headed cat demon, and that's that. That's right, it's better to let go of these feelings. As expected of a heavens chosen from the Fanoxin temple, breaking through again not even a year after ascending to the heavens, his true Q is like a vast ocean turned into a river. The Fanoxin temple's cultivation methods are indeed miraculous. How wonderful! Such a young Xiantian second-level cultivator. I fear he is the #1 of our era. No.
Shen Shu, is he really like what Shi Sanmei said? A spy from the Dahuaximen? Based on what's in the letter on this stone slab, I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. If Shen Shu hadn't died this time, who knows? He might have had a chance with the Shen Yu beauty. What a pity. Even though Shen Shu was a spy from the Dahuaximen, the fact that he informed us to surround and kill Shi Sanmei, and that he ultimately killed and ended things with Shi Sanmei, is still true. Shi Sanmei already left the Dahuaximen, and Shen Shu cut ties with him completely. That doesn't really prove anything, but since he's dead, I believe Shen Shu finally fully awakened. We should still go find Shen Shu. If we can save him, we will. If we can't, then we should bring Shen Shu's remains back to the temple for the abbot to decide what to do with them. There's no time to delay. Shen Shu probably hasn't gone far. We should set off right away. Oh right, take Shi Sanmei's corpse with us too. Wait a moment, the Shen Yu beauty is still in the process of ascending. Let's set up a defensive formation around her to protect her, and then we'll leave. How wonderful. At this moment, Xie Daoyun remembered the moments she spent with Shen Shu, when the two of them played chess. Why are you so sad? If you have something on your mind, feel free to tell this humble monk. Daoyun's thoughts were scattered, and she couldn't calm down. The mind is like a bright, clear mirror. Light up the lamp on your lotus entirely. She could easily do it before, but now Daoyun only felt bitterness, not understanding anything. Fashi, how can you enlighten me? Shijushi shouldn't ask this humble monk, but should ask herself. This humble monk's journey ends here. The rest of the path, you can only walk on your own. Daoyun cherishes the tears falling from Daoyun's eyes. Farewell, Fashi. Outside the relic, there's that damned fake news again. In the future, this Wang will definitely catch that little thief who spread that nonsense and give him a good thrashing. Wasting so much time, I don't know how Daoyun is now. Hopefully that monk Shen Shu didn't try to seduce Daoyun while this Wang wasn't there. Reporting to Wang Ye, the relic's guard said, What did you say? We need to go in there quickly and see how Daoyun is. Xie Daoyun. Di Gongzi, I'm sorry I'm late. What's going on? Daoyun has her hair styled up. Isn't that how married women style their hair? Daoyun. It's all my fault for being careless for a moment, falling for the lure the tiger from the mountain trick, causing you to worry like this. Don't worry, I'll send people to find Shen Shu Fashi. There's no need, Di Gongzi. Fashi doesn't want to be disturbed. Daoyun had traveled with Di Gongzi for some time and learned a little about him. Now, Daoyun needs to return to her sect to consolidate her realm after advancing to the second layer of the immortal realm. This trip ends here. Daoyun. Did something happen between you and Shen Shu, the Buddhist monk? This prince values divine beasts greatly, but knowing that Daoyun suffered implication and danger because of him, I was somewhat dissatisfied. Before coming to see you, I wanted to advise you further, but now I realize it seems to be of no use anymore. This prince always felt that Daoyun was kind, and always the same, but my intuition tells me that you have changed. No one doesn't change, Di Gongzi. Then, is Daoyun's change related to Shen Shu? Hearing this, Daoyun remains silent, not answering this time. After Daoyun returns to her sect, if anything unexpected happens, she probably won't come down the mountain again. I understand. Xie Daoyun has completely fallen for Shen Shu, the Buddhist monk. This prince is not a fool either. If something doesn't belong to me, why bother going through the trouble of trying to get it?
If I can't get it, I won't beg or snatch it, monk. It's a lost cause. What you gain, you'll lose. Dao Yun. Let us bid farewell here, Di Gongzi. Dao Yun takes her leave. Goodbye. Take care.
Your Highness, please forgive this subordinate for speaking frankly. If Shen Shu is no more, why doesn't Your Highness seize the opportunity? You don't need to say any more. Being abrupt would be disrespectful to the dead, and would show that this prince doesn't know reason and is shameless. If Shen Shu were still here, perhaps this prince would still have some chance to compete with him, but now that he is dead, it will make Dao Yun never forget him in her heart.
This subordinate still doesn't understand.
If you've ever tasted it, you'll understand that in the end, you can't compare to the dead. Besides admitting defeat and giving up, what other choice do I have?
Shen Shu, you've made Dao Yun's heart grow cold and made this prince lose love. I hope you can really be resurrected, so that this prince can compete with you properly.
Finally, I've finished analyzing Xie Dao Yun's rouge energy. I didn't expect it to take so much of my time.
Under normal circumstances, doing it step by step, it probably would not be possible to advance to the immortal realm until 1 year of cultivation of the flower between swords technique. But I have a way. The system panel.
System notification. Xie Yan. Postnatal 9th layer realm. Skill grasping development. Original points 561, 264, 049. Number of Zhu Xian myriad realms evolutions is 5. Universal dimension traveling art is upgrading. I remember having 67,000 original points before. Fighting with Shi Senmei cost me 1,000 original points. So tragic, but all of this doesn't matter. My flower between swords technique finally has enough conditions to upgrade.
What's this? Why is it like this? Why is the rouge energy entangling me?
Just now, the rouge energy turned into a beautiful woman and entered into Master's body. Is Master trying to practice some technique? How about Xing Javer? Move aside for a bit. No need. You can just stand guard for me here.
Yes, Master. No wonder it's the key to breakthrough for the immortal realm impact. This round is enough. What's wrong? Did something break just now? Did something shatter? What's wrong with me? Why does it feel like I'm about to be stretched out? It's even more uncomfortable than the first time I advanced. So uncomfortable. Master, what's wrong, Master? A swirling tornado on the ground wants to sweep away everything.
Xie Yan barely managed to raise his wounded hand. On the system panel,
your cultivation realm has leveled up again. Current realm. Initial stage of the celestial realm. The battered and weak Xie Yan said, if it weren't for the Nirvana finger, I'd be a goner.
Qing Ji hurriedly flew over, teary-eyed, asking,
Master, what happened to you just now?
Xie Yan quickly used his inner energy to heal her. You silly girl, Qingir, take care of yourself first, you're all cracked. Qing Ji tried to dissuade him. It's not like Qingir doesn't feel pain, it's just a little uncomfortable. Master, don't waste your inner energy. Anyway, as long as Qingir isn't reincarnated, I can't die.
He brought his face close to hers, saying, Nirvana finger doesn't consume inner energy, and what's the waste in using it on my Qingshire? All right, you go into my Yintang first. I need to see what happened. Qingxi's eyes lit up. Okay. Then Qingshire won't bother Master anymore.
Shen Yan released his energy. He had many unanswered questions. Breaking through to the celestial realm caused such a big commotion, and hurting himself when Shen Daoyun leveled up. That shouldn't be happening. But finally, he was at the initial stage of the celestial realm. After careful contemplation, the acquired inner energy in his body had completely reached the purest form of innate inner energy.
One of the characteristics of innate inner energy is its vigorous vitality, just a little, can be converted into seemingly endless acquired inner energy, not afraid of consumption, not afraid of long battles, can fight for a long, long time. For others, like some idea before, if they wanted to play like that until their inner energy was exhausted, now he didn't feel any shortage at all, and simply used innate inner energy to condense sword energy with an even darker color. In the depths of the forest, he released his innate inner energy. His face looking very pleased, rushed forward and shot straight up into the sky, level with the moon.
Transcending a major realm is extraordinary. Innate inner energy forming a sword energy directly crushed the 100 Jade Sword rain of acquired inner energy, but using only innate inner energy was quite energy-consuming and couldn't be done quickly. Therefore, celestial realm experts rely on the characteristic of vigorous vitality, converting endless acquired inner energy to fight, always leaving a sliver of innate inner energy in their dantian. Back in the ruins, Xie Daoyun, wanting to use her superior strength to fight against Shi Sanmei,
was forced to only use innate inner energy, draining herself, causing mental fatigue, and ultimately leading to unconsciousness. He didn't know how Xie Daoyun was doing now, but with the cultivation methods of the Brahma Heart Monastery, who knows? She might be able to use this unfinished romance to level up to the second stage of the celestial realm. One of the characteristics of celestial realm inner energy is this flying height. Unfortunately, he still hasn't learned the light body technique of flying through the air, so the speed of going up this hilltop is quite normal. Faking it is enough. But if you really talk about speed, it's not even as fast as using the startling rainbow escape to run. He should find a chance to get the book on the square circle flight to learn more. Perhaps he understood a bit about the effects of innate inner energy. Now let's see the power of the 5th level of the Floral Swordfinger. System displays skill information. Mastering Floral Swordfinger, current level, Rouge entry to the Tao. Sword Genesis Spirit 1/4. He tried using the skill Rouge entry to the Tao. Sword Genesis Spirit. Floral Swordfinger. Sword Genesis Spirit, come forth. First one, Floral Genesis Spirit. This time it consumed more than half of the innate inner energy in his body. But it was worth it. He looked up at the Genesis Spirit. Worthy of being the 5th level of the Floral Swordfinger, it could be martial arts, but it's already immortal cultivation. Are you done, Genesis Spirit? Manifest. Speaking. The characteristic of the first one, the Floral Genesis Spirit, is determined based on the Rouge energy absorbed when leveling up to the celestial realm. Xie Yan braced himself and asked, "So this Genesis Spirit is modeled after Xie Daoyun." Although the Genesis Spirit doesn't have intelligence, it has pre-programmed combat instincts, no need for active control. But it can also change his intentions into actions. As long as he recognizes something as an enemy with a thought, she will automatically launch an attack. After the Genesis Spirit takes form, it doesn't need to consume his inner energy anymore, and it can also absorb energy from the air to recover, keeping itself in peak condition. The Genesis Spirit moved, forming a web-like mass of threads. The Genesis Spirit's attacks are very strong. Each move doesn't require him to unleash the 100 flowers all spiritual. Plus, it can convert energy from the air to recover itself. Unless the opponent can completely destroy the Genesis Spirit in one go, otherwise they will face its relentless attacks. In a sense, it's actually more powerful than him. If he wants to stop, all it takes is a thought. The Genesis Spirit went around the mountaintop. He and her embraced each other and danced a romantic dance. She definitely won't miss the second move. The Genesis Spirit, created by the 5th level of the Floral Swordfinger, is not martial arts. The reserved prototype is different. But due to the special nature of the prototype, a kind of exclusive characteristic will be produced. Like right now, Xie Daoyun's primordial spirit is actually Buddha type. Being around her for too long will make your desires disappear. Everything is emptiness. In combat, the enemy will give up after fighting, the desire to fight will get lower and lower, and finally completely stop resisting. Pretty OP. If it weren't for the system bringing a special rank 2 boobs grade to the level 5 Flower Petal Swordfinger, waiting until level 6 of the Great Completion Realm, the primordial spirit could produce some kind of mysterious connection, preparing for all the actual strength, and not just fancy stuff on the outside. Moreover, if the primordial spirit's strength continues to grow, the corresponding flower petal primordial spirit can also synchronize to the primordial spirit's power. This is totally an ultimate soft rice king, riding coattails kinda god-tier technique. Wen Tingjun is awesome for being able to create this martial art. As long as I collect potential-filled beauties, or Rouge Chi, invincible beauties of great merit, using them as primordial spirit templates, I'll be OP when I reach level 6. And I can even create 3 sets of Flower Realm Prime Spirits. I have to save a spot for young Madame Shinzi. If you have a Saintess, you must have a Demoness. But first, I need to get her red powder chi to condense it. I'll figure it out when I get back to the sect. Alright, gotta reel it back in. Primordial Spirit Dispersion 1/2. The heavenly innocent chi in my body will always be occupied. Even if I use all the Nirvana fingers, I won't be able to recover. He retracts the Primordial Spirit, immediately lying in the palm of his hand. Such a perfect, innate technique is a perfect match for me. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. Crap. Those electric arcs are clinging to his arm, then start spreading throughout his body. It's exploding again. His body shatters, creating an earth-shattering explosion, creating a big pit in the ground. Suddenly, he appears with a thin cloth covering his body. Thank goodness he had the Nirvana finger to save his life. Anyone else would be dead for sure. What the heck just happened? I've exploded twice in a short time. Unless I've gone berserk. How can using this system to level up cause me to go berserk? Wait, System, I get it now. Normal cultivation accumulates day by day, develops step by step. The body and technique have an adaptation process, and realm advancement is also a natural progression. But I used the system to level up the technique. Chest first broke through the realm, and my body was instantly filled with a large amount of true Q. There were clues to this before, but this heaven-sealing gatekeeper martial art itself must have the characteristic of physical body strengthening. Plus, it was all acquired true Q before, so it wasn't clear. But today, acquired Q was elevated to innate Q has transformed in nature, and the flower petal sword finger martial art is not the same as the Fang Sin Tri's inherited mental cultivation technique that Xie Yan cultivates, and does not have the characteristic of strengthening the physical body, so I can't quite withstand my cultivation being forcibly upgraded to innate by the system. The physical strength of a first-level innate expert is definitely not weak. Controlling innate true Q is like a kid playing with a knife, but you must pay close attention, do not be careless, otherwise it will explode like just now. With the Nirvana finger, I'm not afraid of exploding. But the problem is that I'm leveling up to innate, the force is like that. The original points of the Nirvana finger are doubled, no amount of original points is enough for me to use. In the end, the physical body is too weak. Looks like I need to find some pure martial arts to train the physical body. Only when the body is strong can it match this OP innate true Q. Sorry, horsey. That is, all my techniques now, even if they are useful, mainly focus on cultivating true QI. There is not a single one for physical body training. I indeed have a lot of meat, but this meat is the foundation for building true Q. Just a little true Q like that attacks and defends. It is inevitable that I will lose one thing and gain another. He looks at the last piece of cloth on his body. Yep, nothing left. From this perspective, in order to maximize the attack power of the flower petal sword finger, I should also go find a martial art to train the physical body. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he looks at something. The system reports. The Myriad Realms time travel function has completed the upgrade, opening the second type of transmigration mode. Xingjiao flies and shouts, Xie Yan, I just borrowed a pair of pants. Xie Yan is still engrossed in reading the information. After upgrading the function of traveling through the myriad worlds, has activated the second transmigration mode. System, aren't you really going to explain to me the difference between these two transmigration methods? System board, please select a transmigration mode. Myriad Realms soul replacement, physical body descent. The young man is extremely angry with this system, and Xingshore, standing next to him, asks, My lord, what are you doing? He smashed the system and replied to her, It's nothing. Just now the commotion was too big. Let's go a little further, to the nearest town. Chinger smiles brightly and replies, Okay, then wait for Chinger to borrow another set of clothes for you. This garb is barely passable. You guys take this boar and borrow some clothes with it. The two black and white impermanences, with the boar heads on, followed Xingshir's order. At Gourd Town, Gourd Inn, Xie Yan was lying down, reading the system panel. Soul replacement. Physical body descent. Before, I would transmigrate through myriad realms into a minor world to replace the consciousness of the original Xie Yan, using their body to complete tasks in that world. This fits the idea of soul replacement. The prerequisite for this kind of transmigration is that the world must have an original Xie Yan for me to replace. I am Xie Yan, and I am also this Xie Yan. No matter how you look at it, I'm Xie Yan. Physical body descent means exactly what it says. My physical body will transmigrate to a minor world like this one. This world probably won't have another Xie Yan. Maybe this new transmigration mode is preparing me to enter minor worlds where no Xie Yan exists. If that's really the case, then my martial arts might be directly brought into the minor world. I wouldn't need to cultivate again and waste origin points. System, is that right? He angrily grabbed Xinger's head. The system seems to have no intelligence at all. Fighting and leveling up consumes half of my origin points in one go. Now that I'm an immortal, I can try this physical body descent to transmigrate to a minor world and earn some points. Show me the minor worlds. Randomly search for a world. Discovered the Overlord world. Transmigrating to the Overlord world requires 1,000 origin points. Initiating the Myriad Realms transmigration function. Searching. Discovered the Overlord world. Proceeding with transmigration. Physical body descent mode. Confirmed. Xie Yan flared up again. So expensive. Is it the system's rampant inflation? Or is this physical body descent expensive? Or did Xinger accidentally punch him in the face? Xie Yan grinned deviously.
I've already advanced to the Xiantian realm. What's there to be afraid of? Transmigrate me now. In the Overlord world, Yan was sitting and training on the sandy beach, sweat dripping down, soaking her clothes. She sat in the middle of the beach, dizzy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. A missile was falling from the sky. She utilized her inner force, evergreen flowing sky overlord fist. The missile's fire and the girl's inner force collided. Her clothes were torn to shreds like a beggar's. A voice came from the aircraft. To be unharmed under the missile attack of the Strategic Regime Patrol aircraft, not bad. As expected of the successor of the Sky Overlord first. What a fierce martial artist. Let my military Dao killing fist experience you. Military Dao killing fist. Shark bullet. She was not to be trifled with either. Evergreen flowing sky overlord fist. The shark and the missile collided, creating a classic battle, sand flying everywhere, turning the sky white. She was pushed back far away, creating a long trail. Whoosh! Military Dao killing fist. I am the Black Assassin Society's gold-ranked assassin, Kalos. He stood proudly. Since you know my identity, you should know why I've come for you, right? She wearily said. I never imagined that one day I would be hunted down by a Class B martial artist with limited numbers worldwide. Who wants to take my life again? House Fujita. He cracked his knuckles. Snap, crackle, pop. Yan. Just because you're the heir to the Heavenly Whale Overlord first, tons of people are already gunning for you. Just remember, I'm the one who's going to end the Heavenly Whale Overlord first legacy. Kalos. Army slaying fist. Third form. Fierce warhorse charge. Yan counters. Heavenly Whale Overlord fist. Second form. Life sweeping the seas. The ground rumbled, her feet struggling to stay planted. He threw a punch, and Yan blocked with her arms. That dude grinned. Just a C-rank fighter with some willpower, yet you can block my move. The Heavenly Whale Overlord fist is indeed something. Army slaying fist. Second form. Jilin combo. I've been curious about the defensive power of the Heavenly Whale Overlord's first for ages. Just how strong is it? Heavenly Whale Overlord fist successor, how long can you last against me? He already made her spit up blood. 1 minute, he punched her arms. 10 minutes, he jabbed his elbow into her spine. 10 minutes, he punched her straight in the gut. The match is still going on with intensity. 29, 30 minutes, she collapsed onto the sand. The fighter shows no sign of stopping. Haha, you actually lasted 30 minutes. No wonder the Heavenly Whale Overlord fist is known for its defense. Seriously thick hide. You're a genius and a hero. No more, no less. But now she's panting. Phew. She clenched her fists, head bowed, and said, Sorry, Xiao Zhao. He glanced over. Suddenly, something flew towards him. The fighter quickly blocked it, sliding a long distance on the sand, his feet desperately trying to grip the ground. He looked at the scorch mark on his hand, surprised. Who is this? Xie Yan suddenly appeared, playing the knight in shining armor. He answered the fighter. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm the one sending you to meet your ancestors, he cursed inwardly. I've been secretly observing for so long, and the system didn't issue any tasks, so I can only play the hero saving the damsel. Yan's face was covered in wounds, her eyes filled with hope. Then she weakly asked herself, Is someone here to save me? Before her was the figure of a young man, incomparably indifferent, yet extremely valiant, she thought. In this isolated island, how could I meet an expert who was willing to save me? Could this be? She said haltingly, not finishing her sentence, only seeing Xie Yan using his hand to control his technique, ready to continue the counterattack, continuing the act of a hero saving the damsel. The assassin's face turned pale, recognizing the evil god's power. He managed to turn around in time, nimbly dodging a dangerous blow from his opponent. His mouth kept muttering curses. Damn it, why is there such a fallen fighting style here? The move he just dodged suddenly changed direction, turning back unexpectedly. The assassin immediately realized something was wrong, and since it was about to attack him, he said, Not good. His strong arms quickly crossed each other, forming a shield to defend himself. But even though he tried his best, the bald dude was still pushed back dozens of meters by Shi Gongzi's move, his feet scraping against the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing that he could withstand this blow, even Xie Yan couldn't help but crack a smirk and praise him internally. His reactions are super quick and steady. There's zero trace of true Q inside this guy's body, yet he managed all this just with physical strength. That's seriously impressive, but what the heck is evil god's power? In this world, only those who endure hardship can cultivate true Qi. At this point, Xie Yan started formulating theories about this new world. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Mission 1.
protect the successor of the Heavenly Might Overlord first, Xie Yan, and safely escort her home, becoming a member of her family.
Completing the mission grants origin points as a reward. Failing it means no new missions for the current world.
After a quick read-through, Xie Yan immediately noticed how different this was from before and cursed the damn system. What the heck, this mission is super weird. And why is it mission 1? Does that mean there's a mission 2, a mission 3? Also, shouldn't failing a mission mean getting nothing? Why is it suddenly no new missions? Instead,
snapping back to reality, he looked up, and something instantly caught his eye. Suddenly, the assassin from the Black Fiend Society unleashed the Zhao Jun's Dao Slaughter Fist, a core fusion impact, clenching both hands together like a hammer, plummeting down like a giant missile. Seriously, the sheer aura of that attack was terrifying.
Xie Yan smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. This young fella has no martial ethics, trying to sneak attack me while I'm distracted. But his quick mind had already seen through the opponent's attack method, and he thought to himself, got it? This world's techniques all create illusions, looking super scary but just for show. He used the Heavenly Official's Quaking Cicada to block the guy's move. In that scene, both techniques unleashed immense aura, clashing together like two colliding bombs. Young Master Xie, after that strike, he snorted, then affirmed inwardly, I've tested it. The illusions of this world's techniques aren't like the main world. They don't have full destructive power. It's like some kind of will is projected into them, almost like special effects. The real destructive power still comes from his physical fist.
Oog. Xie Yan, standing on the sidelines, was affected by the destructive power of their clash to the point she had to cover herself.
Xie Yan finally used a reversal shock move to send that burly assassin flying, and even though he took a serious hit, he only spun a few times in the air before landing, still able to stand firm without being knocked out.
Xie Yan looked at him smugly, then secretly marveled with interest. To fully absorb the force with just his physical body, and even turn the recoil into damage against himself, the martial arts of this world are truly magnificent. However, because Heavenly Official's Quaking Cicada can only command post-heaven true chi, it's already insufficient for my current cultivation realm. Relying solely on defense, even with its unique breakthrough properties and my sturdy national spirit, it's still powerful, but the countershock damage had a slight flaw. Suddenly, his phantom form channeled true Q, soaring into the air, all while thinking, if Heavenly Official's Quaking Cicada's countershock had used pre-heaven true chi, he would have been crippled, if not outright dead, just now. Xie Yan's series of actions utterly bewildered the guy, leaving him gritting his teeth, his face contorted in fear. Instantly, young Master Xi pointed his finger, unleashing countless streams of force, like thousands of sharp arrows, hurtling towards the enemy. He also casually added, "All right, I'm done playing with you." From above, his technique rained down, thick and dense like a torrential downpour, leaving absolutely no escape for those who faced it. The assassin was surrounded like a fish in a net, with no way to escape, because he was already injured from the previous attack. This time, he stood alone, helplessly enduring this bizarre technique, to the point his clothes were torn to shreds, and blood couldn't be held back anymore, gushing from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. This is what kind of immense evil thought. Too strong. This sharp tool just shatters all willpower. He's not demonized, but he's at least at the level of a family-style fighter, L rank. At this moment, clutching his heavily injured body, he mumbled to himself. Recalling the brutal image of his opponent, he had to reaffirm, no, it's more than just fear. Xie Yan didn't hold back for too long. To save time, he directly launched his final move, the flower between fingers sword art, 100 flowers wither, towards the assassin. This move was a guaranteed hit, leaving the guy no shred of hope to retaliate. His fate was sealed as an A rank. This was the assassin's final judgment of him. At this moment, his body was covered in countless red cracks. Boom! With that, he shattered into a myriad of flower petals, dissolving into Xie Yan's technique. His end was not a whole body. Young Master Xi even generously bid him farewell. Bye-bye, 100 flowers wither, using post-heaven true chi, sending you to the heavens. I guess that counts as showing you respect. Xie Yan, who had been watching the entire fight, was filled with questions and admiration. Pink-colored energy attacks, and in just one strike, he turned someone to dust. No flower petals. Such an eerie power, he must be a fallen fighter tier. But the fallen fighter tier I've seen before, their appearances were hideous, faces distorted, and their whole bodies exuded a brutal and chaotic aura. But whether it's appearance or demeanor, he's completely different from the fallen fighter tier, in my impression. Who exactly is he? In her eyes, she only saw a dashing young man, as graceful as a flower, utterly handsome. His presence overwhelmed her. Standing behind him, she cupped her hands and bowed, showing sincere gratitude to the stranger. "I am Xie Yan. Thank you, sir, for your assistance. May I know the name of my benefactor?" Xie Yan didn't turn around immediately. Suddenly, he channeled true Qie to conjure a flame on his finger, then slowly probed her. "You seem a little scared of this," Xie Yan, caught off guard by the question, stammered. "No, not at all." Looking at the girl behind him, he secretly assessed the situation. Saving her is easy, but becoming a member of her family, that's not so simple. What kind of messed up mission is this system giving me? Ugh, fine. First I need to cook up an advantageous identity. He casually showed off a bit of his power, then began to weave a tale, recounting a poignant story. There once was a person who lived from childhood in an ancient forest deep in the mountains, relying on his master, never having contact with the outside world, until one day, his master broke through space and ascended, leaving him all alone in the entire Xianmen. He then descended the mountain and came to the outside world, only to painfully discover that he was completely separated from it all. Though he possessed unmatched power, the world seemed to misunderstand it. Without a home to return to, he was left to live in solitude on a deserted island until this day. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan asked with surprise, "You are?" He put on a pitiful expression with his handsome face, saying, "My name is Xie Yan, the last sword immortal in the world, also a homeless and pitiful person without relatives." The girl was extremely curious about the term sword immortal, but also puzzled. She had never heard of a sword immortal sect in the fighting world, unless it was a fallen combat inheritance. Shi Gongzi confirmed with her. "That's right." Then he inquired with concern, "I see your injuries are not light. Allow me to use some immortal magic to heal you first. This immortal art is called Nirvana Finger." He placed a finger imbued with magical power on the forehead of the young woman, who was still bewildered by this strange person. In an instant, the immortal magic spread throughout Xie Yan's body. She could feel a warm energy flowing from within, and she could sense her injuries and bruises gradually healing. It was the first time she had experienced such healing, and she blushed with a bit of shyness. Looking at her body, which was completely free of any marks, she exclaimed in admiration, "My injuries have completely healed in an instant." Seeing this, Xie Yan was very satisfied with his technique, and he cheerfully asked, "So, is this immortal magic different from what you usually call evil spirits and deities?" Xie Yan gratefully clasped her hands and affirmed, "I believe that you are not a fallen combat practitioner. Please rest assured, Xie Yan is not an ungrateful person and will definitely not report her benefactor to the government." Hearing these words, he was so dumbfounded that he was speechless. In his heart, he was screaming, "But miss, do you still think I'm some kind of fallen combat practitioner?" The young woman asked him casually. "Thank you, Xie Yan, for saving me. I don't know how to repay you. Is there anything you require?" Seeing her speak so thoughtlessly, even he froze for 5 seconds. Xie Yan didn't know how to answer, so he asked back, "Require something?" At this moment, she spun around and exclaimed, "Ah!" slapped herself on the face, and blamed herself. "Xie Yan, you low IQ idiot." Asking that is just making things difficult for Xie Yan. In this awkward situation, Xie Yan gently tucked her hair behind her ear and made a bold decision. She suggested, "If Xie Yan doesn't mind, you can stay at my house for a while." She thought to herself, based on what he said, Xie Yan said he had no home to return to and no relatives, so I'll just invite him to stay at my house first. Hearing this idea, Shi Gongzi was overjoyed as if parched land had met rain, and he was extremely excited. "This girl is very understanding. It seems like my mission has hope." He clasped his hands to show politeness and accepted the offer. "Then I'll have to trouble Gunyang." To leave the small island, the two of them darted off like arrows. While leading the way, the young woman introduced to him, "This small island is where I usually come to cultivate. The speedboat is docked on the south beach. Xie Yan, please follow me." Suddenly, Gunyang stopped, an event that made her so perplexed that she couldn't speak. The speedboat was more than half submerged in the water, and black smoke was rising all around. She immediately declared, "Cross must have blown up my speedboat." She immediately pouted with a pensive look, a bit disappointed, and thought to herself, "Do I have to swim back from the sea?"
But that would be impolite to Xie Yan. Unexpectedly, Xie Yan, who was floating in the air behind her, proposed, "Shangguan Xiaoji, there's no need to worry. I can fly you back." Hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh." But the scene changed, and she was running on the water, while he was flying alone above. Immediately afterward, Xie Yan smiled slightly at the girl in front and thought, "This girl is shy again, not letting me hold her, and running back on her own. But the physical strength of the martial artists in this world is really terrifying. They can actually step on the sea and fly. It seems that the system is still somewhat reliable. I'm lacking in physical martial arts training, so it immediately brought me to this small world to train my body. Moreover, according to what that assassin said, the Heaven's Whale Overlord Fist that this Shangguan girl cultivates is the strongest. Does that mean it's the strongest martial art in this world? Looks like I have to snatch it." Xie Yan was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that the person in front was also observing him. She secretly assessed. "The person behind me has the strongest body among grade S combatants, with the highest level, and a speed about to surpass the speed of sound. He can step on the Qi Shizhong to walk, but stepping on yin-bursting clouds to fly is very impactful, and definitely cannot be as silent as Xie Yan. She glanced at the movements and made a judgment.
Shangguan recalled the magnificent battle scene from earlier. If I used the evil god's power to fly around, there would be a pink aura burning around, and the commotion would not be small, which is not suitable for the current situation.
Could it be that Xie Yan is really not a fallen combat practitioner? Looking at him moving so gently and blending in with the birds without scaring them, it really makes me want to dispel my doubts.
Suddenly, while blending in with nature,
Xie Yan suddenly realized something. Wait, it seems like I've overlooked something. Suddenly, at that moment, a small bird gently landed on his head. Like a stopping point, he also stopped and began to think. Saving a life is a classic goodwill situation. Even if there are some mistakes, it shouldn't be this calm. Why isn't Yuandian reminding me? The assassin before was also hostile towards me, but the system's Yuandian didn't remind me either. The bird was also frightened.
It turned out that he was making the little bird peck at his head. A little angry and feeling old, he scolded. I've been in this small world for more than half a day and haven't gained a single Yuandian. Is there a problem with me, or is there a problem with the world, or is the system malfunctioning? To answer him, the system displayed an explanatory message. This type of physical body descent is due to the lack of prestige of the alternate world host, only completing missions to obtain Yuandian. If I can retrieve the reliable system, but if I can't scan anything, this type of physical body descent is useless, and the system cannot help. So he turned around and plucked a handful of feathers from the poor bird, sending it a little closer to heaven. The system popped up another notification for him to choose. The physical body descent can be selected to retain the harvest at any time. As long as the old task is completed, a new task will be issued. Until the task fails, the host can choose to return immediately. Xie Yan directly turned around and cursed. "Return my ass! I just got here and my butt hasn't even warmed up yet." He stroked the little bird's head and calmly calculated. You can return at any time, and there are many tasks. Even if you fail, you can still retain the harvest. If that's the case, it's a pretty sweet deal, and this soul-snatching method isn't too shabby.
Suddenly, a notification pulled him out of his thoughts. "Mr. Xie, we're here." Looking up, Xie Yan saw a new world scene that he was about to experience. Extremely magnificent and brilliant. This was a bustling and prosperous city, with bright lights everywhere, and tall buildings lined up in rows.
Shangguan Yan led him to a place full of traditional charm but not cramped. He stood from a distance and looked around. She came to the door and turned back to introduce, "Mr. Xie, we're here. This is my home, the Heavenly Whale Dao Sect." As soon as the door opened, the Shangguan girl shouted into the house, "Xiao Jiao, I'm back." She ran inside to find someone. Leaving him alone, Xie Yan was curious. She has a younger sister. A little girl with a very unique style of dress also ran out of the house in a hurry, saying to Shangguan, "Sister, sister, you're finally back." Shangguan Yan opened her arms to welcome her little sister, and said sweetly, "Xiao Jiao, thank you for your hard work at home."
When her sister wasn't home, she was set in her heart that she will receive a big hug from her sister, so she greeted her with a smile. But unexpectedly, the girl jumped straight past her, leaving her sister petrified, unable to believe what had happened.
Xiao Jiao ran straight to Xie Yan. She seemed to have the ability to split herself, standing on this side and then that side, looking closely and excitedly chirping, "Wow, my sister went out to cultivate and brought back a handsome guy. I'm Shangguan Zhao. Handsome brother can call me Xiao Zhao. Are you my brother-in-law? The suddenness of the situation caught Xie Yan off guard. She suddenly stopped, observed carefully, and said, "After looking at it a few more times, I realized I was too shallow. You can't just use handsome to describe him. It has to be the ultimate beauty of a 3,000-year-old pretty boy." Suddenly, from behind, Shangguan Yan taught her younger sister a lesson. "Xiao Zhao, how many times have I told you? As a successor to the Chengsheng lineage, you have to be more careful.
You can't get rid of the sin of being obsessed with men even if you're reincarnated." This little senior sister is really ruthless. The move she used to teach her junior sister was dazzling to those around her. One move crushed her younger sister to the ground. After finishing, she looked up and smiled sweetly as if nothing had just happened, and calmly explained to him, "Mr. Xi, I apologize for that. Xiao Zhao's personality is just like that." "Mr. Xi, please rest first. Let me tidy myself up a bit, and then I'll entertain you." The Shangguan girl turned and left, still dragging her little sister who was unconscious on the ground. Just as she was about to be dragged away, Xiao Zhao also raised her head and innocently asked for his opinion as the future brother-in-law. "I will be cooking later. Is there anything you want to eat?" Thump, thump, thump. Yan Ji took action again, warning her younger sister not to call him brother-in-law, and then turned to Xie Yan and said embarrassedly, "How rude." Xiao Zhao still provoked a beating, saying, "Ah, don't slap yourself in the face. Xiao Zhao is disfigured. How can I find a boyfriend in the future?" The two sisters bickered back and forth. Xie Yan couldn't help but nod and assess that the two sisters really had different personalities. But Xiao Zhao's body was also well trained, but her brain had problems, and her face was thick. When he came to observe a gym, a giggly voice chatted with him. "Master Xie Yan, we're back in the modern world." Luo Yan ghost Qinggoler was sitting next to him watching him try out some dumbbells, so she commented a few words, and he also responded to explain to her, "Yes, the level of science and technology is modern, but in terms of strength, it may be more powerful than the small worlds we have been to. The training equipment of this Taoist temple is very ordinary. It seems that the cultivation method of the heavenly whale overlords first has other secrets." In an instant, the dumbbell was crushed and deformed by the force of one hand. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "So brother-in-law, brother Xi is a sword immortal." Suddenly, Xiao Zhao, without any clothes on, ran in wearing only a bath towel, and said with a smile, "When I was taking a bath with my sister, I heard about it. Brother Xi, where is your sword? Can it really fly? This girl is so innocent." Ah, Shangguan Zhao, like a beast of prey watching its prey, pounced and asked, "Young Master Xi, your magic weapon must be hidden in your clothes, right? Let me find it." He was panicked by the girl, and could only stand there in a daze. Dong. 1. The big dumbbell fell straight on Xiao Zhao's head. This was a sign that Yan Ji had arrived again. She immediately scolded, "Shangguan Zhao, put on your clothes properly and go out." "Do you know that it is very impolite to do this? If people see everything, who would dare to marry you in the future?" Xiao Zhao immediately retorted, "Sister, you said he's not my brother-in-law, so what's wrong with me seducing him?" Guan Yan angrily reprimanded. "Sister, don't say such shameless words. The reputation of our Taoist temple has been ruined by you." Qing Ji was angered by the girl Xiao Zhao, and also scolded this younger sister. "Too troublesome, you must be craving Master Xi Yan's body." Young Master Xi stood beside him, stroking his chin and affirming, "Although it's noisy, the two sisters have a very good relationship. I don't know what the conditions are for learning their heavenly whale overlords first. If I move in and become a family member before I can learn it, it won't be good. I'm not just any man." He used a thoughtful look to think very seriously, which made Qing Qir anxiously say, Qing Qir will protect this beautiful body of Master Xie Yan." That night, the two sisters prepared accommodation for Xie Yan. Guan Yan said to Guan Zhao, "It's getting late. I'll take Mr. Xi to the living room." Xiao Zhao, "Go boil water for a bath," the younger sister said. "I know. However, the sword immortal is too lonely, bathing alone. Do you need me to accompany you?" Guan Yan shouted angrily, "Didn't you just take a bath with me? Go boil water for me." Qinger immediately flew out, feigning anger. "My lord, rest assured, Qinger will definitely not let her get close to your bathtub." The young man sighed and said, "Qinger, I've met many girls who are boy-crazy like her. I'm not that easily fooled. Calm down, girl." He added, "But we still can't let our guard down. Qing Shi will definitely keep an eye on her." After finishing his bath, he returned to his bedroom. He asked Qinger, returning to the main issue, "What should I do to join this family? Do I have to sell my looks or something?" The girl cried and said, Woo-woo, my lord, please don't force yourself. He thought again. Xie Yan has been back home for so long, yet the mission hasn't been completed. It seems the key to this mission is to become a member of this family. Thinking this, he said, selling my looks is a last resort. There must be other ways to complete this mission. I'll take it slow. There's no time limit anyway. At this moment, Guanzhao, wearing rather revealing clothes, stood in front of the door and said, Immortal Sword Gerge, are you asleep? Do you need someone to warm your bed? Chinger shouted. What did she say? What is she here for?
Xie Yan said, she's probably here for a sneak attack. She's just boy crazy. We can just chase her away, Chinger. You don't need to pay her any mind. The little girl refused. No way. If there's one, there'll be two. Chinger must eliminate this bad habit of hers at its roots, wiping out such problems completely.
With that said, she used her ghostly bewitchment charm to possess Guanzhao's body. Guanzhao's personality immediately changed, and she shouted, What's this brain for? Might as well wash it down the drain. My lord, please wait a moment. I'll take her out of your sight and then come back, Xie Yan reminded. Take it easy. Your strength has also increased after I advanced to World Master Postnatal 9th Layer. She can't resist your magic anyway. Don't overdo it. At that moment, Guan Yan was taking a stroll in the compound. She yawned and said, So sleepy. Then, her younger sister suddenly ran past her. She blankly asked loudly, Zhao Zhao, wait a minute. Did you just run out of Xinshan Sheng's room? Shangguan Zhao, did you eat all your manners and shame? With that, she threw something straight at the girl's head. Chinger was hit quite hard and fainted, falling straight into a water vat. Xie Yan came out at this time and asked, Shangguan Xiaoji. Guan Yan was startled and turned around. She immediately bowed her head and apologized. Sorry. It's because I didn't supervise her properly, letting Zhao Zhao disturb Xixian Sheng. Please don't hold it against her, Xixian Sheng. The boy smiled and replied, Shangguan Xiaoji, rest assured. Your sister is very lively and cute. I didn't mind at all. I know very well what kind of person she is. I will supervise her properly.
Zhang doesn't need to speak up for her, the older sister continued.
In the water vat, Guanzhao woke up and shouted, Return my body to me. Chinger blankly didn't understand why she was being pushed out.
The older sister observed her younger sister and realized
Xiao Zhao has awakened her will.
Xiao Zhao is in her outburst period. Although she will advance to become a martial artist sooner or later, I didn't expect it to be now.
Xie Yan then said, Congratulations. While saying this, he thought, Awakened her will? It can push Chinger out? Seems like it's an advancement in the soul? The cultivation methods in this world are truly different. Not just simply training the body to be superhuman. Guan Yan slowly approached and called out, Xiao Zhao.
The younger sister happily said, Elder sister, I've finally awakened my will and become a martial artist. Hurry up and praise me.
Guan Yan nodded and replied, Yes, very good, keep it up. After the praise came the punishment. Does this girl want to go to heaven? How dare you sneak into a guest's room? You've made our family lose face. As she spoke, she pinched her younger sister's hand. Guanzhao realized something and said, That's not right, elder sister. Just now I couldn't control my body at all. I couldn't say anything or do anything I wanted. It was so scary.
Qingner was now beside the girl, crying and saying, Why can't ghostly bewitchment charm be used? Qingner is clearly stronger now, so why is it ineffective now? She sulkily grabbed Guanzhao's hair. Shangguan Zhao then said, That feeling came back again, big sister. I'm scared. Her sister hugged her, gently saying, Little Zhao's actions just now really were a bit unusual. Xie Yan slowly approached and said, Young Miss Shangguan Zhao naturally possesses the blazing flame physique. It strongly absorbs water, and when energy that isn't properly released gets blocked inside the body, it causes an anomaly. This manifests as unusual mental states, and this anomaly automatically resolves itself upon leveling up. The reason you feel unwell now is because your body hasn't adapted to the surge of energy yet. Just perform a small technique, and it can immediately help young Miss Shangguan Zhao get rid of this instability. As he spoke, he slowly pulled Chinger away. As she was still fuming, she said, Young master, let me go. I need to teach this little bitch a lesson. Shangguan Zhao then felt that the earlier sensation was gone.
She immediately hugged Xie Yan, saying, Immortal Sword Big Bro is so amazing. I totally adore senior brother.
Shangguan Yan approached to thank him. Once again, we've troubled Mr. Xie, the young man replied. Just lending a hand, no biggie. The older sister pulled her younger sister over and said, Little Zhao, since you've ignited your will, I'll take you to the designated sea area now, Mr. Xie. You should go to bed early. We'll be back right after this trip. Shangguan Zhao asked in a daze. I just broke through. Can't it wait a bit longer? Xie Yan was also curious and said, I'm really curious about how you two cultivate. Mind if I tag along, he thought. What a great opportunity. Just in time to see how people in this world cultivate. Shangguan Yan said, Mr. Xi can watch if you want, but it's very boring, as long as Mr. Xi doesn't mind. Well then, many thanks, young Miss Shangguan, the young man happily said. The three then boarded a boat and headed out to sea. Shangguan Zhao was tightly bound, hands and feet. She puzzled. Big sister, a night with such a dark moon doesn't feel right at all. How about we come another day instead? Her sister loudly declared. What are you talking about? You're definitely going into the ocean today. Saying that, she kicked her sister into the sea. Shangguan Zhao's screams slowly faded away. Xie Yan said, Your cultivation method is truly extreme, he also thought. If it were done this way, even a 6th or 7th level Hotation martial artist in my original world would probably die. Shangguan Yan then explained, Mr. Xi, since you haven't left the mountains in a while, you wouldn't know, but all combat cultivation is like this now. In extreme situations, you ignite your will, unleash your potential. If you don't get stronger, you die. Take our Sky Whale scroll, for example. We develop our unparalleled physiques by being in desperate situations, deep in the ocean, like whales, resisting the water pressure, activating our fighting spirit, and then breaking through. He nodded. He thought, no wonder they can develop such physiques. It's literally fighting with their lives on the line. At this moment, he accidentally noticed a strange boat ahead and felt a little odd. He then gave a task to Qingxer. Qinger, go scout the boat opposite us. If they have ill intentions, capture them and bring them here. The two sisters can then figure them out, the girl happily replied. Task completion guaranteed. Shangguan Yan looked troubled, walked to the side of the boat, looked down at the sea, and thought, Father, do you see? Little Zhao has also become a combatant. Xie Yan felt something was off with her, he thought. The entire Sky Whale Taoist temple only has these two sisters, and their parents are nowhere to be seen. Could it be? The girl noticed he was looking at her and immediately said, Just now, I suddenly thought of my late father and got a bit lost in thought. Please excuse me, Mr. Xi. He immediately asked, Your late father, young Miss Shangguan, your dad, the girl replied. Yes, my father passed away. Perhaps this is the fate of combatants. Every time they ignite their will to push their body's energy to its peak, in return their lifespan isn't as long as an ordinary person. Xie Yan was surprised and asked, A combatant's lifespan isn't as long as an ordinary person's, she replied. Although there are exceptions, the vast majority of combatants don't live as long as ordinary people. My father, when he was alive, once said, This is the price of power. Xie Yan asked again, I'm very curious about what you mean by a combatant's lifespan being shorter than an ordinary person's. Is it because combatants get injured too easily and die young, or is their natural lifespan simply shorter than ordinary people? She said, It's their natural lifespan. After becoming a combatant, even if they don't fight, their lifespan will decrease. Hearing this, Xie Yan thought, No way, does cultivating martial arts in this world really make you die faster? Should I even cultivate it now? Shangguan Yan looked into the distance and said, Sometimes I wonder if it would be better if my sister just remained a fighter her whole life, instead of a combatant. At least she wouldn't have to die at 50 or 60. She could live like an ordinary person until 80, or even over 100. Feeling something, the guy pondered again. How strange. Using my spiritual sense to check Shangguan Yan's body, I found that her body is very healthy, without any injuries at all. Living past 100 years wouldn't be a problem. With such a strong physical body, how could she only live to 50 or 60 years old before passing away? Shangguan Yan then said, Don't think about these useless things anymore. My sisters and I all need to become stronger and keep the title of Heavenly Whale Overlord's fist that our father left us. The matter of inheriting the Heavenly Whale Overlord's first makes many people worried. If you don't become a fighter, you won't even have the ability to defend yourself. Xie Yan thought, Forget it. I shouldn't get too involved in this matter. At least, I have to find out the reason for the lifespan reduction. This trip can't be wasted. Then he said, That's right, Miss Shangguan. I wanted to ask this since before. When I was at the Immortal Sword Sect, I never heard of the saying of igniting the will, the terms of fighters, or battle masters. The cultivation methods here are also very strange. Are other martial artists like this too? She shook her head and replied, No. Whether it's the saying of igniting the will or the cultivation method, each sect has its own. In the outside world, cultivating with ordinary hands and feet or with the weapons of martial arts, sects are all called fighters.
But fighters also have their limits. Facing firearms, they are no different from ordinary people. Only by awakening the will and igniting the will can one break the limits, endlessly strengthen the body, and ignore the existence of firearms. People like that are called battle masters. There are only a few powerhouses on the entire globe who can obtain the title of battle master. Out of 8 billion people, there aren't even 10,000. Xie Yan thought again. Burning the will can break the limits and become a battle master. Could it be that the reason for the short lifespan of battle masters is burning the will? I can't be sure yet. It's best if I can get the cultivation manual of a battle master to study.
Thinking this, he asked, I remember that Black Assassin mentioned Class C, Class B, etc. before. Are battle masters also graded? She replied. That's right. The alliance association between battle masters will classify levels based on the actual combat ability of each battle master. Newly promoted battle masters are usually at the weakest level, Class C, and the strongest battle masters are Class S. As the successor of the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist, although I haven't gone to the association for inspection, I am confident that I am the strongest battle master in Class C.
Xie Yan showed excitement, thinking, this is unreal. If based on the strength of that assassin, the Class S battle masters of this world probably have physical bodies at the innate level. The inheritance of the Shangguan family is reputed to be the strongest shield. I want to learn it so bad. Damn it, I went overboard with the flexing earlier. Now, I can't just throw away my face to beg to learn it.
The girl continued. It's a pity that I'm still not strong enough. After my father passed away, I couldn't continue the mighty Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist.
Xie Yan comforted her, saying, everyone progresses. Just because you are Class C now doesn't mean you'll be like that later. If your father knew how hard you've worked, he would definitely be very proud of you, even though you are separated by heaven and earth. At least your family is helping the heteromorphs together, with one heart. Unlike me, my master doesn't communicate with me except for cultivation. After he left, I have no one to talk to anymore.
Shangguan Yan then called out.
Xie Xiansheng, the guy said again. Let's not talk about these things anymore, Miss Shangguan. Tell me about the fallen battle masters. I heard you mention it before, but I still don't know what it is.
She replied.
Well, that's a long story. About 100 years ago, the God Devil Fist had just been promoted to S-Class and challenged the strongest battle master at the time, the S-Class battle master plus the Eternal Life Overlord Fist. The two battle masters engaged in a life-or-death gamble in a duel.
The God Devil Fist couldn't defeat the Eternal Life Overlord Fist.
When he was about to lose, he used a strange, never-before-seen source of energy to strike the Eternal Life Overlord Fist, causing the Eternal Life Overlord Fist to be severely injured.
Although the Eternal Life Overlord Fist reacted in time and retaliated, it was also worn down by that energy
and was about to die. It is said that the God Devil first was eroded by an evil god and became a fallen battle master, which is why he had such strange abilities.
Later, many battle masters used energy attacks that emitted pink flames.
They all had extremely strong attacks, but their emotions were erratic, killing anyone they met, so they were wiped out by the association. But most fallen battle masters have ugly appearances and violent tempers.
When I first met you, Xiansheng, I was startled, but I absolutely didn't suspect you.
Xie Yan sighed after hearing this. So that's how it is. I always live alone, and no one tells me these things. It's fortunate that I met Miss Shangguan, or I would have become a laughingstock. The girl thought upon hearing this. Although my parents passed away early, I still have Xiaojiao by my side to help. Xie Shansheng is a person with a hard life, alone and without support. At this moment, Shangguan Zhao jumped up from below, happily saying, if that's the case, immortal sword brother, please marry me. If we become a couple of immortals, you won't be lonely anymore. Shangguan Yan then tapped her head. You're being too impolite. Let's go home, Xiansheng. Xie Yan looked into the distance, saying, it seems like someone fell into the sea over there. That person is possessed by Qingzhe. He jumped into the sea on his own. Shangguan Yan then recognized the person. That person seems to be the husband in training from the Two Heavens One Heart sect.
Shangguan Zhao clicked her tongue and said, how annoying. It's those scum from the Two Heavens One Heart sect again. They must be following us.
With that, she jumped into the sea, heading straight for the boat in front. Now Qingzhe also returned, smiling and saying, hee, master, he really didn't have good intentions. Qingzhe controlled him to jump into the sea and swim over here.
He's probably still confused right now, Xie Yan then asked curiously.
What is the Two Heavens One Heart sect? Why is your sister so angry? She replied. The Two Heavens One Heart sect is the largest Taoist temple in this seaside city. When we first moved here, we were often harassed by people from this sect. Oh, so that's how it is, the guy said. At this time, Shangguan Zhao had pulled the follower onto the boat, and she shouted, You bastard! You come to our Taoist temple to cause trouble every day. What are your intentions for following our boat? He said, Spare me, I'm just an errand boy. I heard Miss Yan was back, so I came to take a look. I don't know anything. Xie Yan heard this and said, So, you're being subtle with your words. Is Miss Yan not allowed to return? The younger sister picked him up and said, So you guys really hired assassins to kill my sister. Go die. Then she threw him back into the sea again. They must be worried about tomorrow's exchange meet being too close to call, so they hired assassins. These despicable bastards. We're sisters, so we're a team now. I won't hold you back. I'll go with you to the exchange meet tomorrow, beat them all down, and make them close up shop and scram. Kuan Yan replied, Yeah, we'll pay them a visit at their place tomorrow. Finally, they arrived at the Tianjing dojo to rest. Quan Zhao snuggled up to Xie Yan, grabbed his hand, and said, Immortal Sword Bro, want to go smash up their dojo and be our bodyguard while you're at it. Qingni was furious at this sight. Kuan Yan quickly grabbed her sister's arm. Zhao Zhao, don't mess around. You're being too rude. Xie Sheng is our guest. The exchange meet is our family's business. Why would we drag Xie Sheng into it? Quan Zhao still acted cute and said, Sis, you're so boring. Finally, Kuan Yan had to bow and apologize to Xie Sheng. Please rest at home. We'll be back soon. Xie Yan also replied, originally wanting to go with them, but since she said that, it was fine. Bon voyage. The two sisters walked and talked. Zhao Zhao asked, Sis, why do you seem so distracted? Are you nervous about the exchange meet? The older sister replied, No, it's not related to that. Actually, Kuan Yan was thinking about one person, Xie Sheng. Originally, I am lonely with no one to rely on. Am I hurting him by avoiding him like this? Whatever, I'll apologize to Xie Sheng when this is over. Qingni and Xie Yan were secretly watching them from behind. The girl asked, Bro, master, are we really not going? I think we'll miss a good show if we don't go. Xie Yan replied, We're definitely going. After all, there are only two of them, even if they can protect themselves. Those two beauties will definitely be plotted against. Can't let my heart be at ease. But this is also a battle of honor for Tianjing Overlord First. Those two sisters are probably thinking about this already. It wouldn't be good if I just followed them. Anyway, I'm faster than them. Letting them go ahead for half an hour is no big deal. Qingni understood. So that's it. At Tianyi Xin, the master's residence, the dojo master was discussing strategy with his disciple. So, Shangguan Zhao has awakened her will and advanced to a martial artist. Shangguan Yan has returned from her secluded training. Her strength will likely increase. The disciple quickly asked, Yes, master, what should we do? The dojo master asked. Have you contacted the Black Kill Society yet? He replied. I have contacted them, but there has been no response. Suddenly, someone opened the door, and the dojo master, Fujita Yan, immediately glanced over. An old man with white hair and a beard slowly walked in. Father, the dojo master asked. Father, why aren't you resting in your room? Fujita Wu asked. Did you seek out the Black Kill Society to kill Shangguan Yan? His son said. That's right, Father. Shangguan Yan is the successor of Tianjing Overlord First, and her talent is very high. I don't want any risks. What do you think, Father? The old man calmly replied. You are the dojo master of Tianyi Xin now. You make the decisions. He was happy to have his father's approval. Father, rest assured, as long as Tianjing Overlord Fist is wiped out from Two World One Heart City, Two World One Heart style will definitely become more and more glorious. Fujita Wu only responded with a laugh. Hey, we have guests. Go greet them first. Someone was standing proudly in front of Tianyi Xin. It turned out to be Kuan Yan and Quan Zhao. Kuan Yan politely greeted, Tianjing Dojo Shangguan Yan has come to pay a visit to Tianyi Xin style. Fujita Jun, do you still remember our agreement? I'm here. The subordinates were frightened when they saw her. It's the Shangguan family. Quickly go call master. The dojo master didn't expect Shangguan Yan to arrive so quickly. The two girls walked proudly into enemy territory, and everyone whispered to each other. The Shangguan Yan sisters actually dared to come. I heard that Shangguan Yan went to train after losing to the dojo master last time. She must be prepared this time, right? How much can she improve in a month? Guan Yan began. So, Fujita Takeshi-sensei is also here today. Sorry for the trouble, the old man said. It's nothing. Young people are good. They have spirit, she respectfully said. Then please preside over today's sparring match, sensei. He hurriedly declined. I'm an old man with no strength. I'm already happy that people still call me sensei. Forget about presiding. This is a matter for you young people. You guys can discuss and resolve it yourselves. I'm old and not useful anymore. I need to rest more. The old man slammed the door shut and entered the room. Guan Yan then said to the dojo master, It's good that sensei isn't here. There are a few things I'll say straight, Fujita-zun. Should we settle the matter of you hiring people from the Black Blood Society to kill us? The dojo master turned his head and replied, Our Niten Ichiryu has nothing to do with the Blood Society. Don't push people too far. But in his heart, he thought, Kalos actually fought Shangguanyan. How is she still alive? Xiao Zhao couldn't hold back and shouted, You're lying. Everyone knows you guys did it. Guanyan stopped her younger sister and said firmly, All right, Xiao Zhao. If the dojo master is going to be like this, then we don't need to say any more. Today's martial arts exchange, I continue to challenge you, Fujita-zun. Xiao Zhao also threatened, If you lose, you'll close your dojo and get out of this city. Yuan Yilang was extremely uncomfortable hearing these harsh words. Miss Zhao, please watch your tone. She immediately retorted, What? You're allowed to mess with our Heavenly Whale dojo, but this grandma isn't allowed to mess with your dojo. I'm just itching to beat your pig heads in. Qingji and Xie Yan had arrived at the dojo master's residence. He used the jade pendant that his sect leader's sister gave him to conceal his aura. Qingji also couldn't stand what Xiao Zhao was saying, HMPH. So arrogant. Qingji really wants to beat her up, Xie Yan said. Shh, don't be loud. Let's keep watching the show. Yuan Yilang was at his breaking point, unable to restrain his frustration any longer. Miss Zhao, you're too agitated. It seems I need to help you calm down a bit. Niten Ichiryu's top-class fighter, Tu Yuan Yilang, requests guidance. He drew his sword and performed a decisive flourish, but Guan Zhao easily blocked the sword strike with her hand. HMPH? Is that all the strength you have, trash? She punched him, sending him flying into the opposite wall. Hey, you only have this much skill and you want to teach this young lady a lesson? Before you bark, why don't you look in the mirror first? Everyone was dumbfounded. So Miss Zhao is already a pugilist, even a grade C pugilist, taking Tu Yuan Yilang's decapitating blade head-on with just her body can't be this easy. Is this the inheritance of the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist? The strongest shield, it seems that saying is well-deserved? The dojo master finally stepped forward. Shangguan Zhao, do you want to challenge me on behalf of Shangguanyan? HMPH. She raised her middle finger and made a contemptuous expression. Hee, big sis, I won't compete with you today. Today, you're the main character. The dojo master flipped up his robe and held his sword in his hand. It seems Shangguanyan has gained quite a bit from a month of hard training, but I haven't been idle this month either. Guan Yan said aggressively. I humbly request your guidance. Xiao Zhao was cheering her on from behind. Go, sis! Beat that Fujita-zun's pig head in. That guy smiled savagely and said, Please guide me. Fujita-zun held two swords, ready to fight Shangguanyan. He stomped his foot, Niten Ichiryu's King of Hell assassin. He jumped up to attack. Seeing this, she also quickly jumped up to block the move. Sensing that his move couldn't hit her, he retreated backward, put the two swords back in their scabbards, and used another move. King of Hellblast, Shangguanyan, was forced back a considerable distance after being hit by the move. It seems the dojo master cherishes the interior of his dojo. I won't be so polite, she cracked her knuckles and said, Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist. She quickly threw a punch to attack him. Fujita-zun jumped up to dodge her punch. Her punch hit the floor, and the floorboards were shattered. He used his sword to slash at the shattered floorboards and leaped up to attack. In his eyes reflected the image of a Heavenly Whale Overlord, leaving the river and sweeping the sea. Her fist was right in his face. Without a second's delay, her fist slammed straight into his face. He was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. The people in the room gasped in horror as their master was sent flying, mouths agape. OSHT. Shangguanyan rubbed her hands. Niten Ichiryu focuses on techniques and evasion, a school of agile fluidity. Since your master already took one of my punches, it's probably impossible for him to continue fighting. Fujita-jun, you lost. As per our bet, your Niten Ichiryu must close its dojo and leave this city. The dojo master, lying amidst the rubble,
heard her words. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as his father, Fujita Wu, walked out from inside. Fujita Wu spoke. Though the heaven-shocking overlord fist has declined, its inheritors are still full of vigor.
Seeing him, Shang Guanyan said, "Senior Fujita Wu, the feud between our two families must end today. You've retired from worldly affairs, so you won't meddle in the matters of us juniors, right?" Shang Guanjiao, standing beside her, also spoke up.
Everything that happened today is because of your son's misdeeds. If you don't want to get angry and trigger your old illness, just let it go and pretend you saw nothing.
He listened, then tilted his head slightly and continued, Heh, these two juniors are quite something, so young, yet their bodies are already trained to such strength. This old man is very pleased. A thought has suddenly occurred to this old man, and I hope Miss Yan will agree. Hearing him, Shang Guanyan immediately asked,
"What idea? I hope our two families can form a marriage alliance. One of you sisters will marry into the Fujita family."
He bowed slightly as he said this. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" she asked, confused. "I know my son's performance was indeed unsatisfactory. Your Shangguan family is also a prominent martial arts family. Only by defeating you can one be worthy of being your husband." He bowed his head and continued, "Therefore, the one who wants to marry you two sisters is not my son." A surge of black energy enveloped his entire body. "It's me." He transformed from a frail old man into a strapping young man with a powerfully muscular physique.
Seeing his sudden transformation, Shang Guanyan quickly spread her arms to shield her younger sister. "What in the world is this? Are you truly Senior Fujita Wu?" Shang Guanjiao leaned out from behind her sister and said, "Sir, don't joke about us like this. We won't marry you."
"A joke? How could this be a joke?" He tilted his head in response. "I once consulted Elder Ban Nai of the Gentle Fist regarding the body lock rejuvenation art. Don't let my usual frail appearance fool you. In reality, I've always maintained my peak state as a robust young man. I'm truly serious," he said, then instantly leaped in front of her, seeing him appear before her in a flash. She was astonished. Too fast. He reached out, grabbed both sisters by their necks, and lifted them high, saying, "Originally, this didn't have to come to such a pass. If you had simply lost this match, I could have had my son honorably marry you two sisters into our family. If you want to avoid this, you can only blame yourselves for being too strong." The moment he finished speaking, Shang Guanyan raised her leg and kicked him straight in the face.
Shang Guanjiao also took the opportunity to retreat backward, escaping his grasp. Seeing them escape his control, he said, "Looks like you weren't going all out just now. No wonder you could escape the assassins of the Black Kill Association." Hearing him, Shang Guanjiao, with both fists ready to strike at any moment, spoke up, "You admit to hiring assassins?" Then she thought to herself, he usually uses the body lock rejuvenation art for cultivation, and now, with this sudden burst, not only has his youth returned, but his strength is even greater than the Black Kill Association's assassins. Before she could say another word, he quickly moved in to attack, wasting no time.
His fist slammed straight into her stomach. Struck by the blow, she spat out a mouthful of blood.
Seeing her sister struck, Shang Guanjiao raised her fists and called out worriedly, "Sister."
But her fist was easily blocked by his hand. His large hand clenched tightly around her fist. He flung his hand hard, sending her flying backward. Her entire body slammed against the wall. The people in the dojo, witnessing the fight, whispered among themselves, "Our Grandmaster is nearly 60 years old, yet he can still fight like this?" So, hiring people was true. Grandmaster has truly mastered the legendary body lock rejuvenation art. No wonder he can maintain his peak state even at such an old age.
Isn't Grandmaster a B-rank fighter?
Shh. No more discussion about today's matters, understand? After his punch, he stood looking down at Shang Guanyan, saying, "Not bad, cultivating the heaven-shocking overlord fist. Your physique is indeed outstanding." Suddenly, he glanced to the side. An attack shot straight for his eyes. He quickly put up his hand to block, but got sent flying back a good ways, only stopping when he slammed into the wall behind him.
"Ugh, who are you?"
He stared at Xie Yan. Upon seeing him, the crowd in the room murmured, "Who's this guy? What kind of pink energy attack is that from a fallen fighter? To actually knock down Grand Patriarch like that, why is he even here?"
Shang Guanjiao, though injured, looked up at him. "It's Mr. Xie."
Hearing that, Fujita Jun clenched his fist and spoke. "Aha, so it's you. I know who you are now. Just leave, and we'll pretend none of this happened. I won't expose you." "Hold up, don't act like you know me so well. If you just tell me to leave, and I actually do, wouldn't I lose a massive amount of face?" he replied, looking at Fujita-jun.
Hey, still so insistent on saving the Shangguan sisters. How loyal and righteous of you, he remarked, looking at Xie Yan.
Xie Yan stared right back and countered, Nah, loyalty and righteousness aren't words people like us throw around. They're just my prey, so whatever scheme you're cooking up, scram. Oh, and don't change the subject. You just said, us.
Fujita, still standing opposite him, pressed on. Don't want to admit it, do you?
Doesn't matter. He glanced at the two swords lying in the distance, then went and grabbed them, drawing them from their scabbards. My demon blades Saru have been itching for a fight. For far too long. It's been ages since I let you two drink blood.
Last chance, scram, or not? He asked, having drawn both swords and staring directly at Xie Yan.
What the heck are you even saying? Xie Yan scoffed, flicking his hand. A beam of light shot straight out, targeting Fujita-jun. Seeing that, he swiftly crossed his two blades, deflecting the attack. Xie Yan watched him block the attack and then smirked. If that's all the skill you've got, then as I see it, you're the one who needs to scram today. Just then, Shangguan Zhao popped out from the rubble, cheering happily. Immortal sword bro, you're super handsome.
She wiped a streak of blood from the corner of her mouth and added, That pervy old dude was boasting so much earlier, but now he's getting absolutely clapped, huh? LOL, I'm dead.
With his subordinates helping him stand, Fujita-jun glared as one of them pleaded. Father, fighting a fallen fighter is too risky. How about we just give up? Another minion chimed in. Grand Patriarch, we shouldn't provoke him. Exactly, Grand Patriarch. Hearing all that, he roared, Shut your mouths. Then he clashed his two swords together, declaring, You really want to challenge me, kid? Because once I get serious, you're definitely dead. Too much talk already. He then swung his swords up to block Xie Yan's attack.
Xie Yan's subsequent attacks sent Fujita-jun flying, smashing him violently into the wall behind.
If you've got real skills, then just get on with the fight. What's with all the blabbering? Fujita-jun listened in silence, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, fine then. His eyes turned bloodshot. This is your fault for pushing me this far. Don't you dare regret it. His entire being then erupted with an enormous surge of power. A sharp horn sprouted from his forehead, his teeth sharpened into vicious fangs, and his muscles bulged. Kid, you only know how to rely on a mere fraction of your own power, and have started to look down on everyone else? Today, I'll show you that there's always a higher mountain, always a bigger sky. Fallen path, evil god's power. Possess my body, he roared. The people in the Taoist temple watched the pink flames erupting around him, utterly terrified. What, Grand Patriarch is a fallen fighter too? The temperature skyrocketing, it's scorching hot. The flames engulfing him started to burn his own allies. Grand Patriarch. Why? Help. They only managed to shriek a couple of times before being utterly consumed by the inferno. He cackled in manic delight, declaring, This incredible feeling. I should have embraced it a long time ago. Thinking back, I used to be troubled by love too. It's better to get it over with sooner rather than later. Ascending to immortality. Seeing the aura around him, Shangguan Zhao rushed over to hug her sister tightly. Ah, you perverted old man. You're just a fallen martial artist, sword bro. Be careful. Shangguan Yan also reached out to hug her sister and looked at Xie Yan, saying, Sorry for the trouble. Xie Yan stood in front of the two sisters. Looking at the aura emanating from him, he thought, So this is a fallen martial artist. There really is a pinkish-red energy flame. Thinking this, he said, You two, hide behind me. This kind of energy he's releasing seems to have some kind of invasive property. Best not to get it on you. Hearing his instructions, Shangguan Yan said, Xi Xian Xing. You don't need to worry about us. The Heavenly Whale Overlord's First has a very high resistance to the evil god power. It's not that weak. Also, Fujita Takeshi was originally a rank B martial artist. After falling, I'm afraid he's high up in rank A now. You must be careful. I know. I want to see just how strong a fallen martial artist really is, he replied, hearing her advice. Fujita-jun stood amidst the red flames, trying to speak. Tell me, is father still father? Please wake up. Don't be blinded by this evil thought. Please come back. Father! He tried to shout, despite the flames about to engulf him. Hearing his voice, the man turned to look at him and barked, Enough talk. Then he raised his sword and slashed straight down. Ugh! Fujita-jun was cut in two, and the people standing around were also hit by his slash. The red flames enveloped the entire dojo. Xie Yan stood in his protective layer, raised his hand to his chin, and frowned, thinking, What's wrong? I don't feel my true Q depleting much at all. But why is the Heaven's Eye seal weakening?
This feeling, it's like the evil god power, has a penetrating effect on true Q, even a suppressive one. Witnessing him kill his own son with a single slash, Shangguan Zhao said in her sister's arms in fear, "That perverted old man even killed his own son. He's completely lost his humanity." Shangguan Yan placed her hand on her shoulder, replying, "Fallen martial artists are all like this. They're no longer the same as humans."
Fujita Takeshi stepped forward, stepping on the red flames on the floor, saying, "So weak. Humans are really too weak, like porcelain. They break with a light touch. I don't even know how strong I am now. Fellow, I wonder how many strikes you can take." He widened his eyes and asked him, "Don't disappoint me." With that, he swung his hand, slashing a sword directly at him.
Xie Yan stood still, watching the sword coming, and thought, "Time to test my previous hypothesis."
The sword strike penetrated his shield. As expected, this is an energy like the demon refining sword in the Duanxiang world, the power of annihilation. When the sword was about to hit him, he waved his hand and dispelled. Whew! Luckily, I can dispel it with true Q. After dispelling the sword, he looked up, thinking, it seems that, in terms of the level of the evil god power's strength, the Heaven's Eye seal is just an illusion. Only a high concentration of power like the flower between fingers can destroy it. If the Heaven's Eye seal is useless, relying solely on my physical defense, I might not even be as good as Shangguan Zhao. This world is very dangerous. This is only a rank B fallen martial artist. What if I encounter a rank A, or even a rank S?
Seeing that Xie Yan had dispelled his red flame sword, Fujita Takeshi raised his sword again, saying, "A little interesting. Then I'll increase the difficulty, Unity Slash."
He used two swords to slash down together, along with the huge red flames and the large red demon behind him. Beneath Xie Yan's feet, the earth and rocks were blasted away by the pressure of his power. Qi Huaizhong, however, stood still, watching the strike about to hit him, thinking, the evil god's power inherently restrains true Qi. The greatest danger to me in this world is probably the fallen path style. I must examine it carefully and absolutely not let him get close. With that thought, he shot out true Q with his hand. Innate 100 flowers all fall. His true Q shot straight into the sword strike. It pierced through, shattering his strike, and continued on a path of attack straight towards him. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" and quickly brought up his two swords to block, but he was pushed back a long distance. After a moment, his two swords also disintegrated. Xie Yan's true Qi shot straight into his head, and he only had time to say, "My blade. What kind of power is this? The evil god's power is suppressing me," he roared. "Ah, suppress it." The power on his body erupted even more, but it couldn't stop Xie Yan's streams of true Qi from spreading throughout his body. Suppress. Suppress. He clenched his teeth. Trying to speak, with a boom, his entire body exploded, turning into countless inverted peach blossom petals.
Seeing that he had been destroyed, the Shangguan sisters happily embraced. Surprised, she asked, "Fujita Takeshi just died like that?" Shangguan Zhao also turned and said, "And he turned into flower petals. So extremely beautiful. Another martial art that amazes people. Is this an immortal sword?" Xie Yan watched the peach blossom petals where Chu Zhong had been and smiled, thinking, impressive. Using innate true Q to activate 100 flowers all fall, this guy could actually withstand over a dozen hits? Holy crap, if he didn't have innate true Q protecting him, he would have died instantly. This little world is truly deep. Shangguan Zhao ran up and hugged Xie Yan's neck, saying, "Immortal Sword Gege is so awesome he directly sent old Fujita Takeshi to the heavens." Shangguan Yan also walked over to him, saying, "Xi Xiansheng." Xie Yan turned around and said, "The fallen path style is very dangerous. I had to be heavy-handed." Then, he thought, because I wanted to end the war quickly, I used innate true Qi. Luckily, my body could handle it this time, or I would have exploded. That would have been embarrassing. Hearing him say that, Shangguan Zhao hugged him even tighter. I didn't expect Fujita Takeshi to be from the fallen path. Lucky you were here, Immortal Sword Gage, my hero. I really worship you so much. Seeing her like this, Xie Yan tilted his head and replied, "No matter how strong you two are, in my eyes, you are still two adorable young ladies. I can't help but worry, but you must forgive me for coming here without permission." Seeing him say that, Shangguan Yan quickly said, No, not at all. If it wasn't for Xie Jiansheng's help, my sister and I would have lost our lives long ago. We are the ones who should be thanking Xie Jiansheng. Moreover, Xie Yan has saved me twice already. I find it hard to repay this kindness. I can only be a cow or a horse in my next life."
As she was speaking, Shangguan jumped out to interrupt. "Wrong, wrong, we should say it like this."
She returned to hugging Xie Yan tightly, continuing, "Benefactor, my great benefactor, this little girl has nothing to offer, so I can only repay you with my body." Hearing her younger sister shamelessly say that again, she quickly ran over to grab her sister's neck. "Zhao, listen to me for once." Making Shangguan gasp for air and beg for forgiveness, cough cough, Zhao knows she was wrong. Seeing the two sisters teasing each other, Xie Yan laughed and said, "Seeing you two so spirited, I'm relieved."
"Miss Yan, I'm thick-skinned, and I'm eating and drinking at your house without paying. You really don't need to be so polite, it will break my heart."
Hearing him say that, Shangguan quickly bowed in front of him, saying, "I'm so sorry. It won't be like this again in the future."
Then she thought to herself, "Xie has saved me twice, treats my sister and I so sincerely, and I keep creating distance.
Seriously, that's too much. He's so gentle and yet so powerful. If suddenly
the system notification pops up. Mission 1. Protect Xu Feng's successor, Shangguan Yan, and safely escort her home to become a member of the family. Mission 1 completed. Receive 1,500 origin points. Reading the notification, he's dumbfounded. "Huh?" Shangguan turns and slightly looks back, saying, "Today's matter is significant. I must make a trip to the police station and the combat association, or it will cause trouble. Xiao, you take Xie Yan back first. Don't wait for me. You guys can eat first." Hearing her sister's instructions, Shangguan raises her hand, saying to him, "Immortal sword bro, I'm making pig trotter soup for you. You have to try it. It's super delicious." Hearing the two of them speak, Xie Yan replies, "All right, I'll trouble Miss Yan to handle the aftermath. Xiao and I will head home first." He thinks to himself, "Whatever, as long as the mission is completed, that's what matters." But this number of origin points isn't small either. The next day, at the Heavenly Might Taoist Temple, Shangguan sat in surprise and asked, Mr. Shi wants to learn the Heavenly Might Overlord first." Shangguan Yan, sitting next to her, also asked, "Senior Sword Brother is already so powerful. Why do you want to learn our family's martial arts?" Xie Yan, sitting opposite the two girls, replied, "The Immortal Sword Sect focuses on chi refinement, so our bodies are quite weak. I want to make up for this shortcoming." And he thought to himself, "The power of the evil god restrains true energy, and my physical body is relatively weak. To avoid wasting origin points to save my life in a desperate situation, I'll just abandon my pride for now." Thinking this, he continued, "If Miss Yan is willing, I can help the Heavenly Might Taoist Temple exchange cultivation methods, so we can learn together. How does that sound, Miss Yan?" He then thought again. According to what Shangguan said, the Heavenly Might Overlord Fist has high resistance against the power of the evil god. I must learn this martial art. Hearing him speak, Shangguan turns to look at her younger sister, saying, "It's an honor that Xie Yan is willing to learn the combat art of Tianjing Baquan, but there's no rush to exchange cultivation methods. My sister and I just recently advanced in the combat association. We can't be distracted." Zhao, go get the handwritten copy you cultivated back then." Hearing her sister's words, Shangguan stands up. 3 hours later, Xie Yan stands practicing with several training dummies in the training room. The combat arts in this world are truly unique. Not cultivating true qi, purely training the body, is many times stronger than the divine first Tao in the Qianming world. Saying this, he raises his hand and punches straight into the face of a training dummy. When he retracts his hand, the imprint of his fist is clearly visible on the dummy's head. Seeing the mark he made, he smiles, saying, "Very good. Without using any true qi, just the fist alone can deliver 2 consecutive fierce strikes. This is just the beginning of grasping the movements of Tianjing Baquan. According to the cultivation manual, I already have a feeling in less than 2 hours. I was originally the #1 genius in the main world. Even if I've never practiced it before, the basic physique can still practice very well. Now it's just changing the way I exert force, so it doesn't take much energy." He reaches out and takes the manual on the table, opens it, and continues. "In theory, I should already be at the entry level, but the system doesn't give any prompts. There must still be a problem. Let me see how to practice next." In the manual, a line of text is written, "To cultivate divine skills, one must castrate oneself first." Reading this, he exclaims in shock, "What the hell?" Hearing his voice, Yan pokes her head into the training room, asking, "Xie Yan, how's the cultivation going? If you don't understand anything, you can ask me."
Seeing her, he immediately sweats and turns around. "Miss Yan, you've come at the right time. Please take a look at this. Is this manual correct?"
While speaking, he pauses, looks at her, turns pale, and opens the manual to ask her, "The two of you actually cultivated, according to this, back then?" Seeing him ask, she peers at the manual in his hand and says, "Xie Yan, this is Xiao Zhao's handwritten copy. It's very sloppy. Is the writing hard to recognize?" When she sees the line inside, "To cultivate divine skills, one must castrate oneself first," she hurriedly exclaims,
I'm sorry." Suddenly, Shangguan Zhao pops her head in, asking,
"What's wrong? What's wrong?" Only to be hit on the head by her sister, Shangguan Zhao. "Look at the good thing you've done." After explaining, Xie Yan sits cross-legged, saying,
"So these words were just nonsense. Xiao Zhao wrote when she was little, and not related to cultivation, right?" Shangguan Yan lowers her head, replying, "Sorry, I've made Xie Yan laugh."
"That's good. Then, I thought I really had to castrate myself to cultivate." Hearing him speak, she hurriedly waves her hand. "That's not going to happen." Then she stands up and drags her younger sister away, saying, "We'll go outside first. Xie Yan, you continue to cultivate." Seeing her about to leave, he stands up, saying, "Miss Yan, don't rush off. I seem to have a little problem here." Saying this, he turns his back. Take a look at this. According to the book, just by circulating the energy, a Yun Tianjing line will appear on the back, which is considered the entry level of Tianjing Ba Quan. But I already have the line on my back. Why don't I have the feeling of entering the gate? Please help me take a look. Shangguan Yan steps forward and places her hand on his back, saying, This. It is indeed the Yun Tianjing line, but the basic stage usually lasts from a few months to a year. Xie Yan can practice it in one afternoon. There are many similarities between martial arts. I have cultivated in the Immortal Sword sect for many years, so I can practice Tianjing Ba Quan faster, he replies. Shangguan Zhao also comes over and puts her hand on his back, saying, Then it's too fast, Immortal Sword bro, are you really a god? Then she turns to ask her sister. Before she could continue, Shangguan Yan interrupts. Don't say any more. Let me think about it. Back then, the Shangguan family head also needed a month to enter the gate, but I didn't expect that someone would be able to practice it in one afternoon. Then, next, let me prepare. Xiao Zhao, you check if Xie Yan's physical body can reach the peak of the combatants. Saying this, she turns and walks out the door. Shangguan Zhao hears her sister give her the task, she said with a smile. Just leave it to me. Saying this, she turns to look at Xie Yan. Immortal Sword bro, you've heard it too. Next, let Xiao Zhao check whether your development is normal. Hearing her speak, he replies, Please do. Qingni in the back said softly to him. This girl must be trying to take advantage of the master. Let Qingni teach her a lesson. It's all right. It's okay for her to touch a little. He stopped Qingni. Then Shangguan Zhao lies on top of him, touching and asking, Immortal Sword bro, do you feel anything when Xiao Zhao presses here? Xie Yan lies prone, replying, So, can use more force. What about here? Add a little more force there. She then touched his waist. So it's here, she giggled and continued. Is Immortal Sword Gearge about to give in? If I keep tickling you, you won't have any martial ethics anymore. Suddenly, Shangguan Yan burst through the door, one hand holding a box, the other yanking the door open, and yelled, Shangguan Zhao! She planted her knee on her sister's back, grabbing one arm and one leg with both hands, roaring, I shouldn't have trusted you to inspect properly, Shangguan Zhao cried out in pain, begging, Sister, spare me, I did inspect seriously? I really did inspect properly, she questioned suspiciously. Applying oil first, then pressing the acupoints with appropriate force, judging by the resistance. These are all things you taught me. I really did inspect properly. Hearing this, she released her hand and asked, Okay, what's the result then? Hearing her question, Shangguan Zhao immediately replied, The result is that Immortal Sword Gearge definitely has the strength of a peak-level fighter. She walked over, put a hand on Xie Yan's shoulder, and said, I feel the same way. Okay. Then let's move on to the final step. What should we do next? Hearing him ask, she opened the box she had brought in and said, Cultivating the Heavenly Whale Overlord first requires not only external training, but also taking medicinal pills. This pill can stimulate the body's potential, integrate Xie Yan's previous external training, and finally, initiate you into the heavenly whale overlord first.
Xiao Zhao and I have been taking this medicine since we were young, followed by external training, until breakthrough. Xie Yan has already trained externally, so now you just need to take the medicine. Xie Yan reached out and took the pill from the box, asking, "Just taking this pill will initiate me into the heavenly whale overlord first. That's it."
With that, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. A green aura began to emanate from his body. A system notification popped up. Skill Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist Level LV0. Effect. Body like a whale. Q and blood abundant. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist Initiation. Suddenly, the notification faded. He was still wondering when the notification reappeared. Heavenly Whale Overlord First burns the soul, strengthens the physique, but continued advancement will reduce the lifespan of the soul. After reading the notification, he cursed. Xie Yan sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from his body, Shangguan Zhao praised. "Immortal Sword Garage is amazing. You really are an unparalleled genius," Shangguan Yan asked him with concern. "Xian Yan Sheng, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Hearing her question, he replied while controlling his aura, "I feel like the initiation is too miraculous. I'm just savoring it." Then he thought to himself, "Because of nirvana, my lifespan is already short. I don't have many good years left. If this technique continues to advance, I'm afraid I'll explode." Shangguan Zhao stepped forward, took his hand, and looked him straight in the eye, saying, "If there's no problem, then next is the one-day trip in the sea. I'll hold on to Immortal Sword Gearge tightly." But he said, "There is a problem. The Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist gives me an unusual feeling. Let me sense it first." He retracted his hand and continued, "The fighting technique is indeed miraculous, completely different from sword cultivation." Then he thought, "Burning the will, as they say. The system translates it as consuming the lifespan of the soul. The physical body has indeed been upgraded, but the price to pay is too great for me to bear." Thinking, he put a hand on his chin, saying, "I remember Miss Yan once said that fighting families are like fireworks, burning to the brightest and then fading away. I'm really curious, haven't any fighting families explored the secret of decreasing lifespan?" He thought to himself. "The Heavenly Whale Overlord's First conflicts with my life requirements, although it's okay if I don't advance. But what's the point of learning it if I don't advance? I can only see if there's a way to avoid the harm." Shangguan Yan thought for a moment after hearing him ask, and then said, "Countless fighting families have researched this issue throughout history, and they have tried countless methods, but all have failed. Most people cannot research a suitable method, and even if someone finds a path, it only stops at the level of a fighter. Once they advance to become a fighting master, their lifespan will always decrease," she said, then went to the bookshelf and took out a book. "Is there no exception?" he asked, then thought. "Advancing to a fighting master will burn the will. Burning the will reduce the lifespan of the soul. Is this a law?" "Exceptions, of course, exist," Shangguan Yan replied. "I once told Xie Yan about a fallen fighting master who was the first and only S+ level fighting master to challenge the fallen fighting path, the Eternal Life Overlord First, Chu Ji. Senior Chu Ji was a remarkable person, with extraordinary talent and constant luck, creating a glorious life for himself. In his youth, Senior Chu Shi used the identity of an ordinary fighter to travel everywhere, challenging dojos wherever he went. But because he challenged too many sects, people at the time thought he was a freak who liked to be abused, never thinking that he was actually learning in secret. Until 30 years later, Senior Chu Shi learned to become accomplished, going to Desolate Island with hundreds of fighting families as the foundation, creating the invincible fighting technique, the Eternal Life Overlord's First. After that, using only 30 years, with only the Eternal Life Overlord's First, he established his reputation and was known as the S+ level fighting master. The Eternal Life Overlord's First is the only fighting technique that is both powerful and has no side effects when burning the will. According to historical records, Senior Chu Ji was already 130 years old when he fought the Ghost God first. Senior Chu Ji, if it wasn't for an attack that damaged his liver and gallbladder, he would definitely have lived longer. Shangguan Yan opened the book and read. Hearing the story she told, Xie Yan's eyes lit up like stars, and he turned to ask, "So now in the fighting world, does anyone else know the Eternal Life Overlord's First?" Hearing him ask, she closed the book in her hand and replied, "Not anymore, but in another sense you could say there is." "What do you mean?"
he asked her quickly. She turned around, putting the book back on the shelf, and replied, "The biggest drawback of the Eternal Life Overlord First is that it's very difficult to cultivate. None of Chu Ji Sr.'s disciples learned it. To prevent his masterpiece from being lost, the senior split the Eternal Life Overlords First into 3, turning them into 3 easier and unrelated fighting techniques, passing them on to his 3 most talented disciples."
Hey, as time passed, the Eternal Life Overlord First has become a legend, and those 3 disciples and their descendants have replaced him in history. Amping up the physical body to the extreme like this shortens your lifespan even faster, but in exchange, you get the strongest attack. The most explosive technique of the Cheng Sheng style, the Qianlong Overlord First, is recognized worldwide as having the strongest destructive power among the inheritors of fighting techniques since the era of the Chengsheng Overlord First, almost 200 years ago. He has consistently served as a fighting advisor for the nation's pillar, mastering dozens of powerful fighting techniques. After the Chengsheng Overlord Fist, this fighting technique involves many grade G and S fighting styles. It's said that he undergoes reverse aging every 10 years, and he's still alive today.
Chengsheng style, Nirvana Soft Fist. Nirvana Soft Fist is ultimately the most formidable fighting technique.
The strongest defense is the Tianjing Overlord Fist, Shangguan Jiao. Standing next to her, puffs out her chest and says, "Of course, the Tianjing Overlord Fist is all about me and my sister, big boobs for the win." Xie Yan listens and says, "If that's the case, then if I continue to cultivate the Qianlong Overlord Fist and the Nirvana Soft Fist, combining all 3 into 1, can I restore the Chengsheng Overlord Fist?" Then he thinks to himself, the system doesn't offer any hints about the Tianjing Overlord Fist. It seems that Zhu Ji has broken it down to the extreme. Even the system can't replicate it, so I can only collect the remaining 2 fighting techniques and use the fusion art to see if I can recreate the Chengsheng Overlord Fist. Hearing him say that, Shang Guanyan raises a finger and says, "It's very difficult. I heard that a senior of the Nirvana Soft Fist once tried to restore the Chengsheng Overlord First, but ultimately failed. Moreover, we don't have the other 2 fighting techniques. The 3 families haven't been in contact for a long time. Now, if we go to them and demand it, they probably won't give it to us.
Besides, Zixian Sheng, if you just want to compensate for the shortcomings of body cultivation, then just learning our Tianjing Overlord Fist will be enough." After hearing her words, Zixian immediately said, "Yan Xiaoji, I'm just thinking, now that the fighting technique only results in a strong body, the lifespan isn't enough to enjoy it. That's such a pity. If I can restore the Chengsheng Overlord Fist and then combine it with the cultivation methods of the Sword Immortal sect to research a fighting technique that's easy to learn but also powerful, then if I pass this fighting technique down to the world, it could make everyone live long, everyone grow strong, everyone be happy. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Hearing him say that, she exclaims, "So Xie Shansheng has such lofty ideals." Shangguan Jiao is about to pounce and hug him, but he stops her with one finger. As expected of Sword Immortal Gage, so amazing. Let Xiao Jiao give you a hug. Seeing her younger sister like that, Shangguan Yan yells, "Shangguan Jiao, behave yourself." Then she gives her younger sister a whack on the head, causing Shangguan Jiao to slump down with a huge bump on her head. Shangguan Yan turns to look at him and says, "Shangguan Sheng has such great ideals. My sister and I hope that Shangguan Sheng succeeds in finding the other 2 fighting techniques and handing them over to us. In 2 months, there will be a global fighting competition. Those 2 families might participate. At that time, you can try asking them about it." Global fighting competition. As he's asking, the system's notification board appears. Mission 2. Take the inheritors of the Tianjing Overlord First, Shangguan Yan and Shangguan Jiao, to participate in the global fighting competition under fair circumstances and win the championship. Completing the mission will reward origin points. Failing the mission will not distribute the next mission. After reading it, he thinks to himself, "Participating in this fighting competition without being able to cheat and winning the championship? What the heck? Do I even need to cheat?" Hearing him ask, Shang Guanyan replies, "That's right. The global fighting competition. Fighters from all over the world will participate. It's held every 10 years. The first one was between the Chengsheng Overlord Fist and the Ghost God Fist. Although some of the rules have been lost, they have been passed down. This year is the 11th time. I remember when my father was still alive, our family still had the qualification to participate in the competition. It's a pity. Well, this year, we'll still be ordinary spectators and find the remaining 2 families," she says.
bowing her head sadly.
Suddenly, Xie Yan speaks up and says,
"No. This time, both you sisters and I will participate in the fighting competition." Hearing him say that, she raises her face. The fighting competition now stipulates 3 people per team, requiring at least 1 grade B fighter in the team. Both my sister and I are grade C, Zhixian Sheng. I believe in your strength, but your attacks are very similar to the fallen angel fighting style. It'll be difficult to explain in front of everyone. The evil god's power is characterized by the release of pink energy. I'm not just specialized in releasing pink energy. He points one finger up and says, "Come here, try hitting me with all your strength." Hearing him say that, Shangguanyan is slightly stunned. Her younger sister, however, excitedly raises her fist and says, "Sword Immortal Sheng, you can kill old Fujita with 1 move, so don't worry, Xie Yan, no offense." Saying that, the 2 sisters raise their fists and punch him, but both of them are stopped by his power and pushed back a distance. Shangguanyan raises her fist, feels it, and says, "This familiar move is Cross's move." And Shangguanzhao, lying on the ground, says, "It feels like punching a nail-studded iron plate." No, an iron plate isn't that hard. My protective technique can counterattack the attacker. Ordinary fighters can't break through my defense and will even be counterattacked, he says, thinking to himself. I'm now in the heavenly immortal realm, with endless acquired true energy and the addition of the soul realm. In theory, as long as it's not someone with the evil god's power, or an overwhelmingly powerful attack comparable to the heavenly 4th level, no one can break through this true energy barrier. How about it? Does this move not make anyone associate it with the fallen angel fighting style? Do you have faith in me now? He reaches out and helps the 2 sisters up. Shangguanzhao takes his hand and stands up, happily replying, "I have faith, I have faith. Xiao Zhao has faith in Sword Immortal Edge. Sword Immortal Edge will take me to dominate the fighting competition." For real, this move is different from ordinary duels. But it's not like depraved Gaia combat, Shangguanyan commented. But we have a problem. The global combat tournament requires an invitation to participate. Dad used to get invitations when he was still at the Taoist temple, but now... She scratched her face awkwardly. What's the deal with these invitations? Xie Yan wondered. Invitations are divided into 2 types. One is for invitations from the organization to rank a Gaia combatants with a reputation, and those are limited. The other is invitations from the black market, and each one is worth billions. Our Taoist temple doesn't have that kind of money. Hearing her sister's words, Shangguanzhao pouted. If Second Cease had just told the Combat Association yesterday that Sword Immortal Bro killed the depraved Fujita Takeshi, then Sword Immortal Bro would have become famous. Maybe the organization would have given him an invitation. Seeing her younger sister speak like that, she turned to her and said, "Xiao Zhao, I'll say it one more time. Outside we can only say that Fujita Takeshi ran away after becoming depraved, and we just luckily escaped. We just can't explain how Fujita Takeshi's corpse could turn into flower petals and disappear. Mr. Shi can only reveal moves similar to the evil god's power to prove how he could defeat Fujita Takeshi. That way, the entire nation's attitude towards depraved Gaia combatants is, better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty go free. Mr. Shi will be in big trouble." I know, I'm not stupid. I was just thinking out loud," Xie Yan confidently said. "Miss Yan, you're too kind. If Wuming has an invitation, just give it to me. I guarantee you won't have to spend a single penny." Xie Yan looked at the map in his hand and said, "The black market invitations have all been bought up, and there aren't many left. Damn it, are you telling me I have to run somewhere else? What if they're all gone somewhere else too?" Qing Yenner, hearing this, landed on his shoulder. "Master is really working hard." "Yeah, they're very diligent," he said as he walked into the training room. "It's because Master is too awesome, they're ashamed of not being as good, so they can only make up for it with diligence." Inside the room, the Shangguan sisters were training together. He stared blankly, thinking to himself, I gave them heavenly chi implantation, but their bodies couldn't accept true ki at all, so I could only give up. But, hearing Shangguanyan said that if she worked hard, she might advance to a preliminary rank B Gaia combatant in 2 months, I'll let her lead the team then. Shangguanyan stopped and wiped her sweat, saying, "Let's stop here for today, take a break." Shangguanzhao collapsed on the floor, panting. Very diligent. You must continue to maintain this state." She reached out and leaned down to say, but Shangguanzhao drooled and smiled, replying, Based on your devil-level training methods, I'll definitely reach rank C Gaia combatant strength in 2 months. Then I can go to the global combat tournament to ogle hot guys." Seeing her younger sister with that look on her face, she raised her fist again. "Looks like the training is still too light. Continue training for another 8 hours." Hearing her, Shangguan Zhao turned pale. The equipment in the room was thrown around haphazardly. "Sis, don't throw things at me anymore." Suddenly, he noticed the voice on the TV, Supernatural Mister. "As the son of a billionaire and a fanatic of extreme activities, do you have any plans recently?" Being interviewed, Lin Hai opened his mouth wide, showing off his gold tooth, and replied, "Heh, ordinary people's activities can no longer satisfy me. This young master has spent a lot of money to buy a dual invitation, preparing to challenge the limits of humanity and participate in the global martial arts tournament." The bodyguard next to him, hearing his answer, leaned close to his ear and whispered, Young master, it's an invitation to the combat tournament." But he was scolded by him. "Shut up. Whatever this young master says is what it is. At most, I'll spend money to have them change the name." He raised his middle finger in defiance in front of the camera. "I've hired the best brawling experts to protect me. Those muscle monsters can wash their necks and wait for this young master to come and kill them." Then he laughed triumphantly. The above is the content for today. Thank you for listening. Xie Yan, hearing the news on TV, said maliciously, "Lin Hai, is this rich second-generation guy a local?" "Yeah." Then he rubbed Chinger on his shoulder. "Chinger, wake up and get to work." Chinger opened her eyes and woke up when he called her. In Lin Hai's large, all-gold house, he was happily holding the invitation in his hand and admiring it. "Oh, my baby, I had to spend so much for you." "See you tomorrow," Lin Hai kissed the letter. When he arrived in front of the safe, he turned on the infrared and other devices and called in 10 more security teams to guard it. The infrared beams were turned on and shone directly on the safe. There were many guards standing around. Hearing his order, they replied, "Yes, Supernatural Mister." Afterward, he leaned back on his luxurious bed, wearing an eye mask to prepare to go to sleep. Only an idiot would go up there to fight. "I just need the title of having participated in the global combat tournament, and the rest will be left to those 2 rank G combatants." He laughed and fell asleep. The next day, an earth-shattering scream echoed throughout the house. He opened his safe, but it was empty, and there was no letter in it. He turned pale and hugged his face, screaming, "Which dog stole my invitation? Search heaven and earth to find that guy." Understood. A series of guards ran out to find the thief. Little did they know that Xing Shir was holding the invitation in her mouth, flying up into the sky to return to Xie Yan, completing her mission and returning to get a head pat from Master Xie Yan. At this moment, in the training hall, Shangguan Yan panted and said, "Huff, huff, it's still not enough. We definitely need to intensify our training, otherwise 2 months fundamentally won't be enough." Her younger sister flopped onto the floor. On the floor, their sweat had pooled into small puddles, recalling Xie Yan's words. "Don't worry, with me here, all you girls need to do is pack your bags." Shangguan Zhao's eyes turned into big hearts as she exclaimed, "Sword Immortal Bro is so handsome." Shangguan Yan thought for a moment and said, "Even though Mr. Xi wants us to just focus on training and let him handle the invitations, it surely won't be an issue, right?" Hearing her question, Shangguan Zhao replied, "Things have come to this. We can only trust Mr. Xi now. Xiao Zhao, get up, let's go train by the sea." With that, the 2 Shangguan sisters ran out the door. Seeing them run off, Xie Yan stood there, watching them, and secretly decided, perhaps I should wait until they're done training before telling them. Elsewhere, a large mountain was blasted apart, revealing shiny metal plates inside. At the foot of the mountain was a convoy of military vehicles. The 4th-generation successor of Kanglong Overlord First, Xie Yan, stood with his arms crossed, surveying the situation before him. Someone approached him from behind and reported, "Mr. Qin Lian, the headquarters of the Fallen Group is within this mountain. They've likely hollowed out this mountain and coated it with some special metal. We tried hitting it with artillery shells once, but they couldn't penetrate it at all." Upon hearing this, he raised his fist and commanded, "Have your men retreat 1 kilometer." The man, hearing his words, raised a hand in acknowledgement and replied, "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, Qi Xian had descended to the foot of the mountain. He took a deep breath and drew his fist back for momentum. Veins bulged on his arm. Kanglong Overlord Fist. An azure dragon materialized, coiling along the path of his fist. His punch slammed hard into the mountain. Boom! With a mighty roar, the mountain was pierced with a massive hole, reaching all the way to its peak. The entire mountain was flattened by him. The men who stood a distance away, having retreated on his command, witnessed his punch and stared in awe with their mouths agape. Is this really the power of the Kanglong Overlord Fist? What a roar! S-rank fighters are absolutely insane. Xie Yan walked out from the dust cloud and said, "The entire mountain, and even the structures inside, have all been destroyed by me. Anyone inside surely couldn't have survived. As for what's next, you guys handle it." With that, he stomped his foot down. "I've got to go participate in the global martial arts tournament." Then he leaped into the sky and vanished. In another location, clear blue water flowed through bamboo segments, cascading downwards. Jae Hong was sitting in a room, smoking a cigarette, exhaling a light puff of smoke, when someone entered to report, "Master, the medicinal supplement industry and Chief Censor M have sent their regards, and the Global Martial Arts Tournament has sent the plane tickets and invitations." Receiving the invitations, Jae Hong, the first-generation successor of Nirvana Softfist, replied, The man bowed and continued, "This world is full of busy powerhouses, and they simply can't do without you, Master Kim." Hearing him, Gi Hong looked at him and replied, "HMPH, smooth talker, there. The medicinal supplement industry can be considered, but I already flat-out rejected Chief Censor M. That kid really has no manners, daring to seek me out even knowing I belong to the righteous faction. Seriously, why would I even get involved in politics anymore?" As for the Global Martial Arts Tournament, I win every season. Even if others aren't tired of me, I'm certainly tired of it. If the rewards weren't still decent, I would have stopped participating ages ago. Fine, I'll go check out this year's newcomers. Who knows, maybe a true Heaven's Chosen will emerge. He stood up and walked towards the door, saying, "The martial arts tournament will take place in 2 months. With many eager participants and spectators are clamoring, saying, 'Quick, look, it's the Vulture Team's nest, Kang Long. Kang Long's one-punch ladder.'" Reporter Long approached Mr. Brook for an interview. "Excuse me, Mr. Brook, what rank do you hope to achieve at this martial arts tournament? Do you plan to resign from your position as a U.S. consultant and pursue a different career in the future?" Brook smiled and replied, "For me, rank isn't important. What's important is to prove myself." From behind, a voice reminded, "Peter, you need to perform well at this martial arts tournament." Recently, the Vu Nation, relying on their higher-ranked martial artists, has frequently stirred up trouble at the border. This time, you must lead your team to achieve a higher rank so they won't dare to act so brazenly anymore. Peter frowned and said, "Yes, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Over there, 2 guys were chatting. The green-haired one asked, "How's Captain Wang doing?" The blue-haired one replied, "My team members this time are stronger than last time. I bet they'll make it into the top 30. The green-haired guy then asked, "Hong Liu's team left, and their members got injured too." He agreed. "That's right. Recently, there have been more and more ambushes on the arena contestants. It seems like it's targeted at those participating in the tournament. I'm also thinking about whether I should withdraw." At the entrance to the arena, the ticket inspector was checking tickets. A beep sounded. Xie Yan, holding the tickets, walked in and said, "Tianjing Dojo, 3 people." The ticket inspector replied, "Welcome to the Global Fighting Tournament. Please proceed ahead." Beautiful girls greeted them with smiles. "Good morning, respected fighter sirs, respected fighter madams. We are the hall guides. Please follow this way." The 2 girls introduced. The first day doesn't have anything important. After completing the inspection, you can roam freely around the arena. The organization provides accommodation and food. After the inspection, someone will take care of you. Shengguan Zhao whispered to Shengguan Yan, "Looks like our swordsman bro will be surrounded by a few hostesses." "What a lucky guy," Yan Xiaoji quietly reminded. "Xiao Jiao, if you talk nonsense again, I'll hit you." The guide stopped and bowed, continuing, "We've arrived. Please follow the rules and line up for inspection. This is the latest equipment for testing striking power and defensive ability. The margin of error is only 0.00001%, so please use it with peace of mind." An inspector punched the transparent glass in front of him to test his attack power. Immediately after, he felt an extremely strong pressure on his entire body, which was the defense test. Shangguan Zhao excitedly pulled her away, saying, "This equipment is even more advanced than the fighting associations." Xie Yan agreed. "The background is also solid." Shangguan Yan, being pulled by her younger sister, had no choice but to follow, reminding her,
Xiao Jiao, slow down.
The girl, still full of excitement, replied, "How can I slow down? We've worked so hard for so long, it's time to see the results." Around them, people were commenting, "Pao Ru is too amazing. His defense and attack have exceeded 300,000 horses. Du Lu with guns is even more powerful. His destructive power has reached 500,000 horses.
Is it even considered fighting if you use firearms? You're such a narrow-minded person." Soon it was Xiao Jiao's turn. She stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, sis. Our results will be even better." Shang Guanyan encouraged her younger sister.
"Go for it." Shang Guanjiao stepped into the testing equipment, and the system announced, "The tester has arrived. Please use your full strength to hit the iron pillar within 1 minute." Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Guanjiao smiled with excitement. HMPH. "Let me show you how powerful I am." Countdown. 4, 3, 2. As soon as one was said, she used the Tianjing Tyrant Fist to punch forward. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the Tianjing Tyrant Fist. Seeing is believing." This attack power is just average. You have no vision. Everyone knows that the strength of the Tianjing Tyrant Fist lies in its defense. The defense test later is the key. Stop making noise, keep watching. Shang Guanyan prayed below. "Xiao Jiao, do your best." The system announced the results of the power test. 200,000 horses, reaching sea-level fighter strength. Please let the tester recover their heart rate. After 1 minute, the defense test will begin. Countdown begins. 59, 58 to 3, 2, 1, 0. An aura of energy pressed in from all around. Xiao Jiao felt her entire body being pressed down, unable to move. The air was like a fist, constantly hitting her, but it was still within her tolerance. "Hang in there," the system announced. Test upgrade. The attack power has been raised to B-level fighter strength. Please have the tester prepare. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. The audience praised. It's upgrading. She can actually withstand the destructive power of a B-level fighter, worthy of being the Tianjing Tyrant Fist. You're blind. Someone who has mastered the elementary Tianjing Tyrant Fist at A level can even withstand S level.
Test complete. Attack resistance 450,000 horses. Summary. Striking power 250,000 horses. Attack resistance 450,000 horses. Confirmed sea-level fighter. Additional note. Outstanding attack resistance. Please continue to work hard. Test complete. Please have the tester exit the testing machine. Xiao Jiao rubbed her head. That hurts. Shang Guanyan helped her younger sister, saying, "You've worked hard." The girl leaned on her sister, crying. Xiao Jiao's whole body hurt so much.
Only swordsman Girij's kisses, hugs, and rubs can make it better.
Xie Yan didn't mind, rubbing her head, saying, "You've worked hard. The results are excellent. But Xiao Jiao's attack resistance can clearly withstand B-level fighter attacks. Why did it end up as C-level?"
Guanyan turned to say, "Fighters in a normal state have high attack and low defense, so the level is only based on striking power, Xie Yan. Don't be so nice to Xiao Jiao. This girl only knows how to ask for the moon." Her younger sister continued to whine, "I still want head rubs, not just head rubs." Sheng Yan rubbed Shang Guanyan's head. "It's okay to praise a good child a little. You must also try hard on the C-level test."
She was just as shy being patted on the head, stepping up to the testing machine, still dazed.
I'll go now."
Xi Zhen laughed to himself. So innocent, she's already stiff as a board. Little Yan rushed over, cheerfully calling out, "Swordsman bro, the results are in. Destructive power of 250,000 horses. Attack power of 600,000 horses. Confirmed B-rank grappler. With exceptionally high attack power but only average stability. Recommendation for the grappler to continue strengthening stability. Testing complete. Please exit the testing machine." Xiao Jiao supported her sister, asking,
"Are you all right, sis?" Xie Yan praised. "The Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist is a top-grade grappling technique. You just need more time to refine it, and you'll definitely become stronger in the future," Miss Yan humbly replied. "I'm still not good enough," making Swordsman Bro laugh.
Shang Guanjiao happily agreed. Swordsman Bro is totally right. The Heavenly Whale Overlord First is invincible.
As they were chatting happily, a troublemaker came over, sneering, "Invincible! Ha ha, you're full of it!" Those around him trembled, saying, "Isn't that the big shot who was unstoppable last time, ultimately becoming a top 10 grappler? I can't believe I actually get to see him in person." He's Mad Sand Fist Lee Joseph, a muscular man with towering height and an overwhelming presence.
Shang Guanyan said immediately after hearing this. "It's him," Xie Yan asked curiously. "An acquaintance." Someone behind them laughed, saying if he hadn't run into Shengguan Xiangba of the Heavenly Whale Dojo, he definitely would have gotten a better result. The person next to him quickly covered his mouth. Shh, be careful, he hears you.
Unfortunately for them, the mad sandfist guy heard them. Lee Joseph looked down at them with eyes that seemed to want to kill everyone, silencing the two gossips, who dared not say another word.
Lee Joseph stepped forward and said, "Is this Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist's entire team just you two girls?" Shengguan Yan replied. "That's right. Is there something you need, Senior La?"
He scoffed. To actually send two little girls to participate, the Heavenly Whale Overlord First has really fallen from grace. Shengguan Xiangba must be spinning in his grave.
Shengguan Zhao was furious at his contempt and asked, "What did you say?" Shengguan Yan stopped her. "Xiao Zhao." She seriously warned him.
Whether the Heavenly Whale Overlord First has declined isn't for Senior Lai to judge. As for whether we'll disgrace the Heavenly Whale Overlord First, you can see for yourself in the arena.
The guide quickly stood between them to stop them. The global grappling tournament strictly prohibits fighting outside the arena. Violators will be warned and disqualified from the competition. We're rivals in the arena and friends outside, so let's all get along. Lee Joseph turned and walked towards the testing machine. Xie Yan watched him, saying,
"Looks like he's not an acquaintance," Shengguan Yan then recounted. "It's just a minor feud. My father beat Lee Joseph once last time." Shengguan Zhao angrily cursed. Dad even said that Lee had a lot of potential, but look at his pathetic state. Potential, my ass. The old man definitely got the wrong person. Suddenly, they heard people chattering. "Quick, look over there, the tester's in position. About to begin." That Lee guy is a monster. That mad sandfist of Lee Joseph's is like 1,000 sharks ramming into the surrounding barrier. The crowd below paled. This is the first time I've seen the testing machine shake so violently. Lee Joseph is much stronger than he was 10 years ago. Could it be that he's entered a higher realm? The system announced, "Grappler level S detected. Confirm the identity of the tester as Mad Sandfist, Lib by Joseph. Congratulations to S-rank grappler for participating in the global grappling tournament. Wishing you the best of martial fortune." He arrogantly stepped down, and his subordinate bowed, calling out, "Master." The subordinate turned to sneer at Shengguan Yan's group. "Are you still here? You're saying all the right things, but I wonder if you even have the qualifications to stand before my master." The person next to him also curled his lip in disdain. "Don't bother with them, senior brother. What if they do not even have the qualifications to stand before us?" the senior brother replied. "You're absolutely right. Sorry, you guys from the Heavenly Whale Dojo. We hurt your pride." Shengguan Zhao angrily gnashed her teeth, saying, "You guys, I want to fight to the death with these shameless bastards." But she was grabbed by the two people next to her. She asked, puzzled, "Sis, swordsman bro." Suddenly, the testing machine above them exploded. The crowd asked each other in shock, "What happened?" The guide picked up the loudspeaker and announced, "Please everyone, don't panic. The situation is being dealt with. Please stand still and don't move." A voice came from the smoke. "Tresk. It broke. With just one hit, the quality is so bad, it definitely needs to be rebuilt." He lifted the tattered cloak, saying, "The quality isn't great, but I'm the one who messed it up. Just fix it and send it through the Yan Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it'll be fine." Ling Joseph saw him and bowed respectfully. "Crimson Refining Master, I've long admired you." Before he could even finish his sentence, Crimson Refining swept past him and asked, "So, you guys are the contestants for this round?" He asked the two weaker individuals. Shengguan Yan greeted him. "Crimson Refining Master." Shengguan Zhao, still a hothead, Crimson Refining Master didn't seem to care, merely reminding them in passing, "This year, just treat it as experience and learn. Come back next time." He then turned back and added, "At the very least, give me something to look forward to. In a few years, once you've fully matured, become the strongest new generation of Heavenly Might Overlords First." Though I might not be around to see it, Xie Yan turned to them and said, "This guy's pretty interesting, isn't he?" Shengguan Yan chimed in. "That's just how Crimson Refining Master is. He's actually a good person, probably." Only Shengguan Zhao grumbled angrily, "I hate it when people treat little Zhao like a kid. Doesn't matter how handsome they are." Ling Joseph's subordinate, seeing him completely dissed, immediately said, "Master, those Everlasting Flow Style guys are all freaks. No need to pay them any mind. Those Dragon Overlord First guys are all short-lived. This might be his last competition. Heavenly Might Overlord First only has 2 women and 1 pretty boy. Everlasting Flow Style will eventually kick the bucket anyway. No point worrying about them." Then he turned to Xie Yan and sneered, This puny pretty boy is nothing but a dog tagging along after women.
The Shengguan sisters, hearing their words, angrily retorted, "How dare you insult Mr. Xie? You're courting death." The two women, like a pair of lionesses about to pounce, were immediately held back by Xie Yan. "Get back here, both of you."
He pointed at the instructor from earlier, reminding them, "Fighting in front of everyone will disqualify you from the competition. Calm down." Little Zhao pouted and cried out, "Are we just going to let them get away with this? I can't swallow this insult."
Xie Yan turned and walked towards the testing machine, instructing,
"Wait until I'm done with my test, then we'll deal with it," the machine announced. "Test subject in position. Tester, please use your full strength to attack. The test will last 1 minute. Countdown starting. 10, 9, 8, 7. Xie Yan calmly pondered. Flower-shattering swordfinger can't be used. Using 8 calamities demonic art would probably open a new era for the legend of the evil god's power. To avoid my true Q being misunderstood as uncontrolled, I still need to suppress my energy. Why don't I have formless, boundless true Q? As soon as the countdown ended, he wound up and punched the testing pillar a few times. I can only use a bit of Flower-Shattering Finger's true Q, plus a bit of Divine Fist Path for this test. Then the testing pillar reported, "Beep! Test complete. Destructive power. 250,000 horse strength, reaching the C rank fighting level. Please allow the tester to recover their heart rate. The attack power test will begin in 1 minute. Countdown starting. 59, 58. The people below saw this and scoffed. Just as expected, a pretty boy. Heavenly Might Overlord Fist has truly degenerated. But it seems he didn't even use Heavenly Might Overlord Fist, did he? There wasn't even any will projection. That's right, he used the martial arts of the great masters.
To be able to achieve 250,000 horse strength with
that's actually pretty strong," Ling Joseph scoffed, putting on an act. He didn't even learn a shred of Heavenly Might Overlord Fist, yet he joined it. What a disgrace to Heavenly Might Overlord Fist. While he was still gloating, he felt a chill down his spine and turned around to see Shengguan Zhao glaring at him with murderous intent. For a moment, it felt as if he was suppressed. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, an arm blocked her. Shengguan Yan reminded her, "Little sister, don't let anger control you, mister. Xin is still concentrating. We shouldn't disturb him," she firmly said. "We must trust Mr. Xin." Line Joseph angrily thought, "I was just suppressed by that girl. How ridiculous. Heavenly Might Overlord First has declined so much, yet they still dare to." Those who were just running their mouths were now gaping in astonishment, whispering to each other. Look, Xie Yan stood there alone, calmly waiting for the system to count down 3, 2.
Then a golden light of Nirvana finger enveloped the testing pillar. The crowd stared blankly, asking, "What is that?"
Xie Yan, seemingly unaffected, looked up and said, "No big deal. This kind of will projection doesn't seem to belong to Heavenly Might Overlord's Fist," the testing machine announced. "Attack power test upgrading. Upgraded to B rank fighting level. Tester, please prepare." Countdown starting. 5, 4, 3. Attack power test upgrading. Upgraded to A rank fighting level. Tester, please prepare. Attack power test upgrading. Upgraded to S rank fighting level. A large bulge had formed and accumulated at the top of the pillar. People asked each other, "What's going on? I swear, the testing machine is about to explode. What kind of fighting technique is this? He's clearly not moving, but it seems like he's pushing back against the testing machine." Boom, the testing machine actually exploded. Xie Yan stepped out and said, "It exploded, just as expected. This quality is truly concerning. It almost took us out." Seeing the group from Mad Sand Combat Fist, he repeated their question from earlier. "You guys are still here?" The guy with the surname Lai, looking grim, asked. "You clearly don't practice Sky Whale Overlord Fist, so why are you in Sky Whale's team?" Overlord Fist shrugged and replied, "What's it to you?" The Scarlet Refinement Hall Master was extremely interested, thinking, the combat style is very refined. Although exploiting the weaknesses of the testing machine's materials exceeded the attack power, the movements are so small, they're hard to see with the naked eye. Even a normal S rank couldn't do that.
Strange. Where did these two girls find such a strong helper?
Half an hour later, in a dark room with surveillance monitors displaying the people leaving, they said to each other, "Jian Sheng directly destroyed the testing machine. It must have been an S-rank combat style that caused that result." "Okay, let's..." The person sitting in the chair mysteriously said, "Xie Yan, very interesting." A woman walked over, placed a stack of documents down, and said, "Here are the data from the testing machine before it was destroyed." She guessed. "Could he be the person we're looking for?" The mysterious guy replied. "His data is very special, not what we thought." He stood up and ordered, "I'll go meet with the chairman. I'm leaving this to you," the secretary replied. Yes, they originally thought things were almost over. But unexpectedly, someone like that appeared. In his hand was Xie Yan's information and a red seal with the words, "Major impediment." Leaving the venue, Shangguan Zhao happily said, "I knew Xie Yan was awesome, but today I found out he's that strong. Even standing still, he can blow up the testing machine." The girl continued excitedly. "Sis, Xie Yan might just help us get into the top 3, Shangguan Yan replied. "That's just benefiting from Xie Yan. We still have to work hard, broaden our horizons in this competition, and make sure our strength matches our ranking." At that moment, a well-dressed woman appeared and bowed, saying, "Hello, everyone. From the Sky Whale Overlord First Team, my name is Zhao Hui, and I'm your guide. Next, I'll take you to choose your accommodation and provide you with details about the competition and this city." Xie Yan was a little surprised, thinking, combat styles really have some face. They even have a specialist to welcome us, and we can choose our accommodation freely. They said joyfully in unison, "We're in your care, guide." The first global combat competition was 100 years ago, founded by the S-rank combat master God Devil First. Although he chose to become depraved, leading many to despise him, the combat competition has become a tradition that has lasted until now. Gradually, with the development of the times, the scale of the combat competition has grown larger and larger, the number of participants has increased, and it has become more standardized. Today's combat competition is a global classic, held every 10 years, and even the ranking of combat styles in each country directly affects politics, military, and even the power of a nation, the guide introduced. This city is a witness to that year. This city still belongs to the South Sea Alliance. The Blood Eagle team has consistently ranked at the bottom for 2 competitions, and the sovereignty of the South Sea Alliance has been challenged, so this whole city had to be handed over to the neighboring country. And this seaside villa was the property of the Blue Sea Alliance's official that year, along with the city, handed over to the neighboring country until today. "You can settle in after you're done," she continued. "This lecture and guidance is now over. If you have any questions, you can contact me through the landline in the villa," Shangguan Yan politely replied. "Thank you for your hard work." Shangguan Zhao ran over and hugged her, asking, "Sis, where do you want to go next?" "If you don't have anything planned, I have an idea," Shangguan Yan replied. "I was planning on continuing to practice later. But since you brought up an idea," Xie Yan, following behind, asked, "You guys are going out. If you're going for a stroll, take me with you." Miss Yan knew he was worried about them, so she said, "We have something to take care of. Xin Xian doesn't need to come with us." Her younger sister smiled and added, "All right, sis, let's not say too much to Xin Yan. We have to give him a surprise." Xin Yan was confused. "What's so mysterious that you can't even tell me?" "If you're not going to tell me, then I'll go for a walk alone." Walking down the street, Xie Yan thought, "It feels like the Olympics on Earth, but combat styles in this world are even rarer than athletes, more precious, and more respected by the people." While leisurely strolling, he felt a probing gaze and turned his head to look behind him. On the top of a tall T-shaped building under construction was the figure of someone. Seeing Xie Yan looking over, he politely bowed. He guessed, "Is he inviting me?" This guy directly pierced through the sound barrier. Could he be an S-rank combat style? Following his moving figure, Xie Yan smirked with interest. This is getting interesting. Without much thought, and with curiosity, Xie Yan followed him to see what kind of medicine this guy was selling from his gourd. Following the mysterious guy to an old house, he opened the door and went inside. A voice echoed from the darkness. "Killer Ace, annihilator of the Black Death Society. Crows." Before Xie Yan, the space seemed dark and gloomy. "Eliminator of style factions. Fujita Wu." The mysterious guy from before sat calmly on the chair and continued, "Xie Yan, I've heard so much about you." Hearing him say that, he played dumb and laughed. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." He was a little surprised in his heart, thinking, what's going on? How does he know everything? Could it be that this world has satellite technology that can observe the entire globe? The White Tiger then recounted, "Shangguan Yan experienced 2 crises. It's easy to investigate that Cross and Fujita Wu have fallen. We have verified that they are dead. However, Sheng Guanyan said that Fujita Wu ran away. The two crises could not have been resolved by Sheng Guanyan alone, and a mysterious S-class fighter appeared beside her, which may trigger investigation.
Xie Yan didn't hide it anymore, so you're pretty smart, he thought. So, you guessed it. He then replied, "This is just a simple deduction, Xie Yan. Please forgive me for not being able to show my face, but I sincerely want to chat with you." Xie Yan, hearing this, disdainfully said, "You're hiding yourself but saying you're being sincere."
"Whatever. Since I'm in the mood," Xie Yan replied. "Okay, but you need a title too, right?" The White Tiger then said. "You can call me White Tiger." The two reached out and shook hands, expressing friendly affection, but it felt like they wanted to break each other's hands. Xie Yan saw this and flung his hand away.
Bai Hu rubbed his wrist and said,
"Mister, Xie is indeed a straightforward person," he thought. "A strange fighting technique, but it seems to counterattack using one's own power." He then replied, "That's right, let's just get straight to the point, no need to waste time." The White Tiger, hearing this, said, "Then I won't waste any words."
He took out a stack of checks and handed it to Xie Yan,
continuing, "Mr. Xie Yan, I hope you can lead your team to withdraw from this martial arts tournament. This is a token of my sincerity. Please take a look."
He picked up the stack of papers and checked them, asking, "Someone who is qualified to participate in the martial arts tournament, how can they give up for this little money?" Bai Hu replied, "This is just a token of my sincerity. As long as Mr. Xie Yan agrees to withdraw, you can make any request."
He threw the check on the table and said, "I don't need money. I want something else." Bai Hu said, "Mr. Xie, just name it, as long as we can do it."
Since he said that, Xie Yan suggested, "Okay then, give me the cultivation methods of Nirvana Gentle Fist and Soaring Dragon Domineering Fist." Bai Hu disagreed, exclaiming, "I can't do that."
Xie Yan stood up and said, "Then there's nothing to talk about," he hurriedly called out. "Wait a minute," he asked. "You joined the Heavenly Whale Dojo, yet you still want to obtain the Soaring Dragon Domineering Fist and Nirvana Gentle Fist." Bai Hu guessed, "Let me guess. You want Zhang Sheng's Domineering Fist to be reborn. Thinking deeper, you want to cultivate the Eternal Life Domineering Fist." Xie Yan then gave some praise. "You're quite smart," he said loudly. "I really don't have the cultivation methods for Nirvana Gentle Fist and Soaring Dragon Domineering Fist, but I can provide something else, which is an essential item for cultivating the Eternal Life Domineering Fist, the Omnipotent Elixir." Xie Yan was a little curious and asked, "The Omnipotent Elixir," Bai Hu explained. "That's right, everyone knows that any advanced fighting technique cannot escape the corresponding elixir. The elixir for cultivating the Eternal Life Domineering Fist has long been lost, even if it hadn't been lost. One of the essential herbs, the Tao Lacan, was already a rare plant 100 years ago, and 100 years after today it has completely become extinct. If you want to cultivate the Eternal Life Domineering Fist, the Omnipotent Elixir is indispensable." Mr. Xie should also know that the champion's reward for this martial arts tournament is the Omnipotent Elixir. The Omnipotent Elixir has only appeared 3 times in the world in the past 30 years. The previous 2 were used by Nirvana Gentle Fist himself, so he has mastered 2 fighting techniques that had been lost for a long time. I can help you get the last one this year." Bai Hu asked, "Without going on stage, you can still get the reward. How about it? Isn't this deal a good one?" Xie Yan was then suspicious. "That's the champion's reward for the tournament, you can really get it," he replied. "Just as Mr. Xie is confident in his own strength, I am also very confident in my own methods. As long as Mr. Xie keeps his word, I will definitely not break my promise." He then said, "If you want me to believe you, I'll believe you. I'll wait until you get the elixir." In his heart he thought, "What you're saying is nonsense. Because of the system's mission, I can't give up the martial arts tournament." Xie Yan leisurely continued to ask, "Now that we've finished talking about my business, let's talk about your business, Brother Bai Hu. Why do you want me to withdraw from the tournament?" Bai Hu replied, "Not gonna lie, the force behind me has a little beef with the organizers of the global tournament. If I can make them lose face, I'm down." Xie Yan frowned and asked, "That's it?" he replied. "That's it." He then sneered, saying nothing more.
Bai Hu stepped forward and said, "In any case, I'm getting my hands on that almighty elixir." He placed the check in front of Xie Yan and walked towards the door, saying,
"Mr. Xie, I'll see you around." Qing Yuer flew out, and Xie Yan said, "A Class S fighter with a mysterious identity. If I fight, I might expose all my strength here. Fighting in the tournament would be a disaster. If people suspect I'm a fallen fighter, I'll lose out." He ordered, "Qing'er, You've got a job. Go ahead and guess what it is, Xie Yan nodded. Yeah, follow him from a distance. Don't get too close. The opponent might be a Class S fighter, a fallen fighter with evil god power. Now this character pops up. This world is getting more and more interesting. Qingkoer followed Bai Hu for a while and complained. Why is this guy so slow? Bai Hu noticed and said, Brother Shi, your methods are quite impressive, being able to follow me secretly all the way here. He turned around and asked, I just wonder how long this gentleman wants to follow. Don't you want to prepare more for tomorrow's tournament? Qingger quickly hid in a nearby tree, realizing he thought she was an adult. He probably can't see me, but he can pinpoint my location, Bai Hu politely said. I won't fuss over your behavior, sir, but I hope this is the end of your tale. He feigned danger and continued, but if you insist on sticking around, then try to keep up. With that, he sped off like the wind, causing Qingger to exclaim in surprise, he's so fast, even faster than Master's Qin Hong escape. How can I catch up? Back at the Shang family villa, Shangguan Zhao, after hearing Xie Yan recount the day's events, cried out, I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Xie Yan was completely helpless and frowned, asking, Who did you guys meet today? Shangguan Yan recounted that Zhao Zhao had suggested visiting the Nirvana Gentle first, and Azure Dragon Overlord first. If there was an opportunity, they would contact them for a chat. When they went to see Xie Yan, they wanted to know the cultivation method of the Azure Dragon Overlord first. Xie Yan then said, I only acknowledge those who are stronger than me. If you can't even beat me, what makes you think you deserve to learn the world's strongest Azure Dragon Overlord fist? Just defeat me, and I'll offer the Azure Dragon Overlord fist with both hands. When they sought out Nirvana Gentle Fist, they were blocked and told, You want to meet the Master? Sorry, the Master has a tight schedule. Please make an appointment first. They also acted disdainful. Although you two and the Master are all inheritors of the line of longevity, the Heavenly Whale Overlord first is small after all. If you keep looking for my Master, people will inevitably gossip, so it's better not to get too close. Only the weak beg for the pity of the strong, and the strong will not pay attention to the weak. Being looked down upon, Shangguan Yan knew she was weak and said nothing more. Her face looked sad as she said, Actually, what they said is very true. We just overestimated ourselves. At this moment, Xie Yan stroked her head and said with a smile, Don't pay too much attention to those two guys. Attitudes. You're still young, your future is promising, and I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me. Shangguan Zhao really knew how to ship, running over to push her sister into the male lead's arms. That's right, our future is still long. Those two are either about to die, or if they don't die, they'll have to withdraw from the stage. No need to bother with them. Don't be angry, sis, Shangguan Yan blushed, thinking, Why is my heart beating so fast when he touches my head? Am I sick? Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the door of the villa opened to reveal the guide. Xie Yan asked, What's wrong? She carried something and said, Hello everyone, I'm here to deliver the enhanced tournament uniforms. Fights between fighters often damage clothing, so the group will specifically prepare the most practical and comfortable clothing for the players to facilitate the fighters to exert their maximum strength. The size data all comes from the testing machine. The style aspect directly uses the model that the fighters wore during the test today. The stitches are all made by hand, comfortable and fit, and at the same time extremely durable, not easily damaged. If there is any dissatisfaction, it can be improved until the fighter is satisfied. Shangguan Zhao excitedly and playfully took off her jacket, making a seductive expression, asking, Sword Immortal, do you want to watch Zhao Zhao change clothes? Xie Yan's expression did not change. He's got a babe, dude. Xingxer followed them and reported back all flustered. Master? Xie Yan then said, I'm heading back to my room. Call me when you guys are done experimenting. Shangguan Yan smacked her little sister's head and scolded, Shut your trap, sis. Back in his room, Xie Yan closed the door and asked, What's the sitch? Qingger replied. Those useless Qingers lost him. He must have sensed Qingger tailing him. Xie Yan ruffled the little ghost's hair to comfort her. It's cool, he's an S-rank after all. Getting spotted was kinda expected, she continued. He didn't see Qingger. He even thought Qingger was you, Master. But he was crazy fast. Qingger couldn't keep up at all. The little ghost Qingguer angrily recounted. That dude was so cocky, he even taunted Qingguer while running. It's infuriating, Xie Yan pondered. My mission is to win the championship, but it seems like someone's trying to sabotage the tournament. So, if possible, this Bai Hu and the force behind him should be exposed so the organizing committee can deal with them. There are only a few S-ranks in this world. Tomorrow's official matches will draw a crowd. Unless he stays out of my sight, I'll smoke him out sooner or later. The next day, the tournament's opening ceremony began. The stands were packed. and fireworks lit up the sky. The host grabbed the mic and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Martial Arts Tournament. I'm Xie Yan, your MC and referee for this season. Introducing the Global Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 10 years. This is its 11th season. Although this season's opening has faced some bumps, we believe the contestants' determination to persevere will ignite, unleash, and clash into incredible sparks." Xie Yan walked behind the guide and asked, "What happened with the bumps?" Zhao Hui replied, "You wouldn't know, but yesterday, 14 teams suddenly withdrew from the competition, severely impacting the tournament's progress and reputation. The teams didn't withdraw because of injuries or being unable to compete. They all came up with various excuses, dead set on not participating. Our leaders are about to lose it. They said someone's playing dirty, trying to challenge the authority of the Global Martial Arts Tournament." Shangguan Yan wondered, "Sounds kinda sus. Is someone really targeting the martial arts tournament?" Shangguan Zhao chirped. Sweet, that's 14 fewer opponents for us." Shi Jian looked up, thinking, "I heard about teams withdrawing before joining the tournament. Looks like Bai Hu and his backers are behind it. Good thing they haven't shut down the whole tournament yet." He pondered. "But who is this Bai Hu anyway? An S rank should be pretty high profile, right?" Yuhan continued. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to welcome the contestants. His forte is fighting, famously the nemesis of combat skills. Pala, A-rank Jujutsu fighter, B-rank Pala fighter. Pala Jujutsu strangles opponents with his feet. Bachi crossed headbutting ABB Bachi, a world-renowned assassin organization. A-rank Hei Sha Hui fighter. A-rank Maxima fighter, Hei Sha Hui Grim Reaper's scythe." Xie Yan looked at them, thinking, even if he isn't Ocean Overlord Hung Sha swallowing waves, he's already lost before the fight. What a pity. By Heavenly Whale Tyrant first. Mad Chariot Warfist, who has just been promoted to S-rank fighter this year, Liu Se, and his 2 disciples, A-rank fighters. The audience cheered, "Go beat up Heavenly Whale Tyrant first." Xie Yan speculated, "Liu Se, the S-rank fighter Mad Chariot Warfist, I remember him showing up during the examination too. Same build. Is he Bai Hu?" The announcer said, "After Ba Dao, Team Era Hunters, Raging Tide Society, these teams have no S ranks." Shangguan Zhao saw the MC and said, "Ooh, the MC's here. Is she going to introduce us?" Xie Yan was a bit disappointed. So many teams introduced. But only Mad Chariot Warfist Liu Se is S rank. Yue Han introduced. Qi Devouring Sea Whale Physique, Cheng Tian Heavenly Whale Tyrant Fist B-rank fighter, Shangguan Yan T-rank fighter, Shangguan Zhao S-rank fighter, can blow up the testing machine. Xie Yan? The audience cheered. Strongest shield, takes the most hits, simple hit resistance, an S-rank following 2 steps behind. Shangguan Zhao grumbled, "What are the audience saying?" Together with the Folk Martial Arts Organization, the only team in this season to hit the stage, 2 S-rank fighters, Shenwu Hui. The entire stadium roared the name Shenwu Hui. Miss Yan wondered, "Why is Shenwu Hui participating?" Xie Yan was clueless. "What's Shenwu Hui? Why is everyone so surprised?" Shangguan Yan replied, "They're a folk martial arts organization with a public service mission, dedicated to defeating corrupt fighters. They have a huge number of members, and 2 T-rank fighters, but they've never participated in the martial arts tournament before. That's why everyone's reacting so strongly." She turned to look, saying, "They have 2 S ranks and 1 A rank. They're easily the strongest on the field. Even Nirvana Jujutsu and Azure Dragon Tyrant Fist can't compare." Added. "I hope we don't have to face them too early." Zhao happily added, "What's there to be afraid of? Xie Yan can definitely handle them." Xie Yan thought, "Shenwu Hui. The 2 guys have a build that's very similar to Bai Hu's, and they're S ranks." Yue Han excitedly announced, "Along with our 2 seeded teams, who bring exciting performances every season, the Azure Dragon Tyrant First team and the Nirvana Jujutsu team." Murmurs erupted again. "Crimson Refinement, the #1 master under heaven, is awesome. Cinderflea first strikes the Western Mountains, his feet stamp the Eastern Sea, all kinds of martial arts. Nirvana's first transforms into Azure Dragon. One punch splits the heavens." Remember last season's championship match? Master Crimson and Master Cat fought for nearly 100 rounds in the air, evenly matched. In the end, Nirvana Jujutsu's 100-style dexterity dissolved Azure Dragon Tyrant First's Crimson Emperor's assault, forcefully knocking him to the ground. Xie Yan looked at them, frowning in comparison.
The guy who beat up Azure Dragon Tyrant First's fighter is also kinda similar to Baihu. Nirvana Jujutsu isn't very similar, but with Fujita Takeshi's precedent, who knows if he can transform too. Why do these S-rank fighters all look similar, same build? Who the heck is Baihu? Or did Baihu not even participate? The referee announced the rules. This tournament has a total of 82 participating teams, minus the 14 that withdrew. We have 68 teams, a total of 204 people. We sincerely regret the withdrawal of those teams. They didn't want to prove themselves on the stage. It's their loss, as well as ours. But don't worry, this tournament will still be spectacular. First, I'll give everyone a brief overview of the competition rules. The tournament uses a single elimination system. Each team will be eliminated as soon as they lose. Each team will send contestants to compete in rotation. The winner stays on stage, continuing the competition until all 3 people on a team lose, which will be judged as a failure. The order of the teams is determined by a lottery system. Each team only has to fight 1 match each day. Additionally, the 2 seeded teams will rematch in the semifinals and will not participate in any matches before that. The matches will be held on the Thunder Ring, inside a protective barrier to avoid affecting the audience outside. Once the competition starts, except for the 2 opposing contestants, no one is allowed to enter the protective barrier to prevent cheating in the battles. Someone who is knocked out of the Thunder Ring and touches the ground outside the ring will be judged as a loser. If they die, they will be judged as a loser. No rules, no restrictions, regardless of what weapons or tactics might be used. Xie Yan shouts, "Now, the 11th Global Martial Arts Tournament officially begins." Opening the tournament, Xie Yan announces, "Next up, Team Hunter will face off against Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist." The audience cheers excitedly. "Go Team Hunter! Defeat Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist! Martial arts tournaments are a man's game, women get lost." Someone else retorts, "You little shit, 1 punch from me will shrink your manhood." For the first match, Team Hunter chooses C-rank fighter Rames. Fighter Rames is a high-tech weapon of the eastern country, possessing a reputation as an assassin. This gun-wielding fighting style is incredibly powerful, let alone attacking fighters head-on. Shooting tanks is nothing. At the same time, he also cultivates the spear fighting style. 2 powerful forces combined create irresistible power. His opponent is C-rank fighter Shengguan Zhao of Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist, whose weapons are her fists and body. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist is known as the strongest shield. I don't need to explain much. I wonder if Shengguan Zhao can withstand the bullets of fighter Rames. As soon as the referee shouts, "First round, begin," Rames points his gun and fires. Shengguan Zhao rushes forward, saying her punch actually distorted the incoming bullet. She rushes straight to punch a dent in her opponent's cheek. Rames, still in shock, stunned, "What?" and is immediately punched on the other side of his face for balance. A flurry of punches. After a few of these, this guy will probably be eating porridge for a long time. After the punches, Little Zhao moves in for a kick. Rames, unable to react, thinks while getting beat up, "Why can I absolutely penetrate the body of a C-rank fighter? Why can she break it? This is the Heavenly Whale Overlord First." This guy's gun flies out. Shengguan Zhao cheerfully sends him off the stage with a final punch. The referee announces, "A very wonderful one-sided beatdown. Fighter Rames has been knocked off the stage and can't stand. Fighter Shengguan Zhao wins." Round 2. Team Hunter chooses C-rank fighter Xie Yan. The spectators below who watched the match just now praise. Little Zhao is very strong. Being both C-rank fighters, the opponent is simply no match for her. Shengguan Yan also happily says, "Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist has always been invincible compared to the same level. That C-rank guy in the second match is no problem." The challenge for Little Zhao is the opponent's captain. She will definitely lose. But I hope this loss can make her wake up a bit. This G is holding a gun that looks more modern than the last guy. But Guanyan quickly notices, "Wait, there's something wrong with this gun." She was careless. A shot from his gun sends both G and Little Zhao flying. The referee announces, "A very powerful shot. Fighter Ji Ye was only pushed out of the stage by the recoil, directly eliminated." Taking such a direct shot, what will happen to fighter Shengguan Zhao's fate? Fortunately, the answer is she held on. Fighter Shengguan Zhao has not been eliminated. The referee continues, "Fighter Shengguan Zhao has not been pushed off the stage. She wins. She still won round 2. Next, she will face the last member of the assassin team, being the captain of the team, a B-rank fighter, Taiyon." Ji, with trembling hands, cries out, "How is that possible? I used the captain's gun." Taiyon walks to his side and says, "Get out of here," Jinyi cries in pain. "Captain." He picks up his gun and says, Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist is inherently rough with thick skin. Is one shot enough?
If one shot doesn't kill, another shot will do.
Shangguan Zhao, clutching her stomach, thinks, this guy's gun is very powerful.
Taion smiles sinisterly and says, cultivating Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist is indeed tough. Your strength is not bad either, which also represents that he exudes an aura. Continuing, you are qualified to receive a lesson from me. The second shot is very fast, grazing the right cheek of Guanzhao. But the third shot is not so lucky, hitting her left shoulder. The referee narrates the match. Amazing. The gun in Fighter G's hand could only fire one shot and cripple his arm. In Fighter Taiyon's hands, he uses it fluently, without any recoil, worthy of being a B-rank fighter. Almost killed instantly, Fighter Shangguan Zhao has been knocked off the stage. Looks like Team Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist is going to eat dirt this round, but hold up. Not yet. Just as Shangguan Zhao was about to drop, Taion snatches her mid-air, making a paw.
Shangguan Zhao is clearly about to get eliminated, but Taion doesn't seem to want to end it so soon. He's stubbornly keeping her from hitting the ground.
The ref announces, although Shangguan Zhao was knocked off the stage, she hasn't touched the ground yet, so we can't determine the winner.
MC Yu Han narrates, Tion's treating Shangguan Zhao like a shooting target, taking aim and firing countless times.
It's utterly brutal. But I know you guys are loving this, right? The crowd roars with excitement. We're loving this style. Taiyon's performance is awesome. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist, talk about taking a beating. Still not dead after all that.
Shangguan Yan, worried about her sister, yells, Team Heavenly Whale Overlord's Fist forfeits this round. Please stop the fight.
But the ref, Yue Han, with a gleeful look, replies, the global martial arts tournament pursues the ultimate challenge. Only when a martial artist forfeits themselves, or dies, or is knocked off the stage and touches the ground will the fight end. Those are the rules. Miss Shangguan says anxiously, Xiao Zhao is about to pass out. She can't even open her mouth to speak. How can she forfeit?
The ref retorts,
if you participate in the match, you have to follow the rules. Even if I called to stop, the audience wouldn't want it.
Sure enough, the crowd shouts, that's right, no stopping, no forfeiting. Keep fighting, Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist is trash. Quit if you can't play.
Xie Yan, hearing that, is furious and shouts,
shut your traps. The entire arena falls silent.
The guys who were just yelling insults kneel on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and crying, I'm guilty, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xie Yan, using his pre- and postnatal chi like he's controlling puppets, commands them,
now immediately call for the fight to stop, then apologize yourselves.
The ref, Yue Han, responds with tears streaming down his face, I obey your command. He immediately announces, Shangguan Zhao of Team Heavenly Whale Overlord First has lost her ability to fight. Please welcome the second contestant to the stage. Mr. Taion, you've won. Please cease your attacks and stand aside to wait for the second contestant. On the screen, the ref, Yue Han, is shown kneeling and begging, I'm not worthy to be an MC, I'm guilty, I'm guilty. The guys who were just being loudmouths are also wailing and crying miserably, I'm guilty, I repent. I'm sorry, the person sitting next to them asks, confused, is this us? I don't know, it's scary. Seems like they were all just following the crowd. Yuhan slapped himself so much he fell off the stage, still muttering, I'm guilty. Xie Yan crosses his legs and sits comfortably, saying, if you're at fault, you have to acknowledge it.
People who weren't affected curiously ask them, it seems like they've returned to normal. What exactly happened?
I don't know. I just saw the captain of Heavenly Whale Overlord First, Xie Yan, shout once, and their mouths all went crazy. It was terrifying.
Zhang looks over and says, those heckling audience members and even the MC had their wills altered, a very rare technique. Zhang Hongjun also wonders. What's going on? Yan Baohuang replies. Martial artists all have a powerful will, but to be able to manipulate will so subtly like that, this Xie Yan is one of a kind.
Qi Hong looks over and says, to actually have a technique that targets will, not bad, not bad. I'm interested in this Xie Yan now, Li Yueisha shouts angrily. Just who is this Xie Yan of Heavenly Whale Overlord First? How come I've never heard of him before?
Qi Lian, seeing the scene, remarks, that energy that can alter will, I can sense it. If it were a few dozen times stronger, it might threaten a martial artist. This Xie Yan wasn't using his full power earlier. Targeting the weak doesn't mean anything.
He suddenly smiles and continues. But to actually be able to directly mess with the mouths of the audience and the MC, I like it. Shangguan Zhao, lying on a stretcher, sobs,
sis.
The young man thinks to himself, although she was beaten pretty badly, there wasn't a single fatal blow. This is Heavenly Whale Overlord's first. The blonde girl, covered in wounds, with tears in her eyes, says, "I'm sorry, I couldn't win, and I even embarrassed us so much." Yan calmly reassures her sister, "Winning and losing are common. It's good that you can learn a lesson."
Xie Yan turns to leave and instructs, "Go get treated. Sis and Xiaojia will go next. Leave the rest to me." The beautiful girl with green hair, her face darkening, says, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Xie." She bowed earnestly. "Thank you for venting your anger for Xiaojiao just now." Yan expressed her determination with firm words. "Please let me go up for this match. This tyrant is just a B-rank fighter. I must prove that the Heaven Whale Overlord Fist is unrivaled in its rank, and I will personally avenge Xiaojiao." Hearing this, the young man smiled with satisfaction and encouraged her. "All right, do your best." A well-dressed man holding a microphone, having replaced the previous MC who was too weak, thought to himself, "They say RN went crazy because of this guy, but there's no real proof."
Xie Yan turned around with an extremely terrifying expression. "How disappointing. My physical body can't harvest origin points through emotions, otherwise my origin points would have exploded at this highly anticipated tournament." The green-haired man fearfully avoided the young man's gaze. So scary. The MC began to announce the next match.
"Hello everyone, I'm Alpha, and I'll be hosting the tournament from now on. Now the match has reached the 4th round, and the Heaven Whale Overlord First Team has sent their master, Yan, to fight. Is the older sister avenging her younger sister? Or will Tyrant continue? I think the older sister can do it."
The man smiled smugly and said, "The Heaven Whale Overlord Fist has already declined, and now they're letting a B-rank female fighter be the master." He thought to himself, "What the hell happened outside just now? Such a big commotion, even the host got changed. Anyway, I really don't like this new host."
Yan cracked her knuckles and said resolutely, "To be the master of a dojo, you not only need great strength, but also a character that matches that strength. I don't think my martial arts and virtue are outstanding, but they're stronger than someone else's." The beautiful girl shouted, "I'm not ashamed to be the dojo master." The man sneered and launched an attack before the master could react.
"Ridiculous! Then let me see if you're worthy of this master position," he thought to himself. The last match was suddenly interrupted. This time, I'll definitely have some fun with this Yan. Anyway, the next match is against that mysterious S-rank from the Heaven Whale Overlord Fist team. I'll just surrender as soon as the match starts, and he won't be able to do anything to me. The beautiful green-haired girl easily deflected the attack with her hand and said, "I don't usually care about challenges and questions, but," she yelled,
"You're not worthy." Yan rushed towards the man. She unleashed a powerful blow towards Tyron, sending him flying backwards.
The man was not willing to give up, and jumped up directly to prepare to return the blow, able to withstand the attack of MK11, but still. "Okay, good, it seems you're worth me using that move."
He brought the two guns forward, his whole body covered by electric sparks, activating max energy mode.
A series of glowing bullets were fired, maximum firepower mode. The arena was being destroyed by the powerful attack from the man, smoke and dust everywhere. After activating max energy mode, a bullet from MK11 has the power comparable to a high-level B-rank fighter, and can also be fired continuously. This was originally used to suppress and resist A-rank fighters, but the defensive power of Heaven Whale Overlord First is worth treating like this. The man showed a smug expression, constantly firing down below. Although all the contestants have signed the death waiver, it is not good to really kill a fighter. Hopefully she won't be too fast. Suddenly he shouted in panic, "What? None of the bullets fired by contestant Tyron could penetrate Yan's body?"
The beautiful girl still stood firm under the man's rain of bullets.
The announcer for the match was exclaiming, "Contestant Tyron's firepower is fully open. The arena can withstand a pressure of 600,000 horses, and now it has been shattered into pieces. Even the protective shield has been shaken slightly." The man continued to update the status of the audience's protection. But the audience doesn't need to worry. This protection screen is capable of withstanding the destructive power of an S-rank fighter, not something contestant Tyron's power can break. Contestant Tyron gradually lost control. "I don't believe you don't have a scratch." A bullet was rushing towards Yan's eyes. No matter how strong the body is, the eyes are the weakness.
It seemed that something had stopped to protect the beautiful girl's body. The bullet couldn't touch her eyes, and was even dented.
Contestant Tyron was horrified at this sight. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The audience sitting in the stands were also very surprised. So awesome. Heaven Whale Overlord Fist is really awesome. No wonder it's the strongest shield. Actually able to use the eyes to resist the bullets of MK11. I heard that these bullets are even more powerful than ordinary bullets.
The young man witnessed the match. His eyes flashed. I knew Xie Yan could take a beating, but I didn't expect her to be this good. This is basically immune to guns. Even 100 times stronger than my physical body. I will cultivate the Heaven Whale Overlord Fist and the Eternal Life Destruction Fist to the limit in the future. Xie Yan rushed towards the panicked man. It seems that you only have this much ability.
The beautiful girl continuously unleashed powerful punches towards contestant Tyron. Heaven Whale Overlord first, 100 whale consecutive ripping, she shouted. Victory is clear. A powerful punch directly in the face of the man caused blood to splatter. What follows has nothing to do with victory or defeat.
Xie Yan angrily punched the contestant in the stomach. Purely tit for tat. Powerful punches were still being unleashed non-stop.
This punch, this one, and this one are all for Xiaojiao. The man's body was covered in injuries. His face was beaten out of shape. He pleaded, "Wait! I surrender! I give up! Don't hit me anymore!" Xie Yan shouted, "Beg for mercy?" The host saw the match was so intense and commented, "What is contestant Tyron saying? Please continue. I can't hear clearly."
Everyone probably can't hear clearly either, right?
The match is so fierce. Contestant Xie Yan is so awesome.
Beautiful and sharp-eyed, she clenched her fist, looking incredibly imposing. A dolphin spirit rushed towards her, shouting, "When you were bullying my little sister, did you ever think about listening to her begging for mercy?"
A powerful punch was thrown, but it stopped right in front of the panicked man's face, less than a hand's breadth away.
Xie Yan turned and left, leaving the man in fear, and said, "I could have not stopped, but I'm not like some people, always looking down on others, not doing things that bully the weak. Beating chests and groping butts, that's the true path. You hit Xiaojiao a few times, I'll hit you back the same number of times. That's justice."
Contestant Tyone, face bruised and foaming at the mouth. The victory and defeat have been decided. Justice is served. Today's competition ends here. The man lay sprawled on the arena floor. The stands filled with cheers and applause. Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist Xie Yan, so awesome. I'm your fan now. Well done. Worthy of being a 100-year-old prestigious sect. The match announcer also cheered. A very excellent match. Master Xie Yan not only has strength, but even her character is superior to her opponent. We can see that after Shengguan Xiang, a grandmaster has been born in the Overlord Heavenly Whale Fist.
Xie Yan came out of the waiting room, waving to the beautiful girl. Xie Yan couldn't contain her excitement, and quickly rushed into the young man's arms. He was surprised.
"Miss Yan." Suddenly, she was startled, embarrassed, took a step back, and frantically explained, "No, I was just too happy, so, Xiyan Sheng, please don't mind it." The young man calmly praised, "You performed very well. A hug is nothing." The beautiful girl whined, I didn't do it on purpose." Xiyan smiled and said, "Miss Yan doesn't need to be so cautious. There are no more matches today. You should take Xiaojiao to rest first. I'll stay here and gather some information." Xie Yan happily replied, "Okay, I'll go find Xiaojiao," the announcer announced. The match between the Heavenly Whale Overlord Fist team and the Hunter team has ended. Please welcome the next team, the Pal Soft Fist team. The young man thought to himself. There are 5 rank S fighters participating in the tournament. All of them are suspected of being Bai Hu. I wonder if there are any rank S fighters in the audience. Maybe I should take a stroll around the stands, the young man thought as he walked. Half an hour later, there weren't any rank S fighters in the audience either. After asking around, it turned out that the audience members of the tournament also had standards.
Rank S fighters have noble status.
Even if they don't participate in the tournament and are just spectators, the organization will give them special care. He walked around, but didn't see anyone like that. A girl appeared, carrying water to offer the young man, Xie Sheng. "I've helped you. There aren't any rank S or martial artists in the audience. Do you want to continue watching the matches, or do you want to go back and rest?" The young man quickly replied, "I'll watch for a bit." The young man thought to himself, there isn't even a rank A fighter, so the possibility of him hiding in the audience is very low. The biggest possibility is that he didn't come at all. or he's one of the 5 rank S fighters.
The beautiful girl then carried the water to offer the man. Yes, here's your drink. I hope you enjoy it.
Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait! Don't go!
Xie Yan picked up the glass of water, looked at it carefully, and wondered, what's this? A piece of paper appeared in the glass of water. Don't bother looking anymore, Xie Yan. You won't find me.
By who? The girl carrying the water panicked. I'm sorry, Xie Yan Sheng. I swear, I definitely didn't see this piece of paper when I went to get the water. I didn't do it. The young man calmly reassured her. I know you didn't do it, otherwise you'd be too stupid.
Xie Yan held the glass of water and calmly said,
Now find me the list of accommodations for the participating teams. Do you have that? The woman's face darkened with fear, and she quickly replied to the young man, Yes, I'll get it right now. The young man clenched the piece of paper and said with a smile, By who? Oh, by who? You think you're so clever? If you didn't send this paper to provoke me, I really wouldn't be able to find you, Qing Xing'er. The beautiful girl happily appeared after hearing Xie Yan call her. Qing Xing'er is here. The young man smiled and looked at the stands. The audience can investigate me so thoroughly, they definitely can't just be an observer. Observing rank S fighters is a bit difficult, but it's not for the others.
Xing'er,
when the guide brings the list over, I want you to use the 100 ghosts technique to monitor all the hotels that the rank S fighters are staying in. Just follow the lowest ranked fighters and the ordinary people on their teams.
Xie Yan grinned.
If Bai Hu is one of them, I don't believe I won't be able to find him. The beautiful young woman happily accepted the mission. Don't worry, master. Qing Zhe guarantees to complete the mission. That night, a group of people were eating, drinking, and chatting with each other. Our Great Strength Vajra team was able to successfully enter the next round today, all thanks to everyone's efforts. Everyone, let's work hard again in tomorrow's competition. Let the fame resound. It all depends on now.
Suddenly, a figure kicked the door open. The group was stunned and shouted, It's Miss Zhu Kui.
Zhu Kui didn't say anything and immediately attacked, sending them flying.
Zhu Kui spoke.
I warned you yesterday to give up the competition, but you didn't listen. Today, I'm asking you again, are you giving up the competition or not? The man replied. We've been working hard for 10 years just for today. Why are you forcing us to give up?
The girl heard this and said, Okay, you have guts.
Immediately after, a raging fire in the shape of a Zhu Kui appeared behind the girl. Then, please withdraw with those guts of yours. At the same time, at the lodgings of the Nirvana Soft Fist team, someone said, If Master can win the championship again this year, we'll be able to use the Myriad Power Elixir and learn another lost martial art technique. That way, Master will become even stronger. The other person replied, HMPH. The Myriad Power Elixir was clearly invented by Master, but because the Shengxi conglomerate controls the key ingredients, we're forced to sell the elixir recipe to the martial arts tournament. It's too much. At the lodgings of the Soaring Dragon Overlord Fist team, voices rang out.
Run faster! The master is coming! Scarlet Chain!
Why did you bring it with you when you went to participate? You didn't teach me the Soaring Dragon Overlord Fist anyway. Only the master with the Scarlet Chain can suppress it. You guys outside, you should just honestly spend the safe period. Your Highness? All the images that were taking place were captured by the girl's eyes through the monitoring screen.
Xie Yan's ghost, Xingfei, giggled and said,
Heh, he and she are disciples and close attendants of this fighting arts clan. She's got a thing for him, but he's into someone else, and guess what? She and that other girl are mother and daughter. How spicy is that? The girl then said, Wait, this isn't the time for gossip. I need to help Master find that mysterious white tiger. Suddenly, Qinger looked in one direction in a panic. What's going on over there? Her figure flashed away into the night. As fast as the wind, I'm going to check it out. Elsewhere, Tai Taiyan's voice rang out. Pack up your things and go to sleep. We have to head back tomorrow. The two quickly replied, Yes, Captain. Captain, is your hand okay? Is there anything we can do to help? He replied coldly. I don't need anything. Get out. He stood there like a stone statue. Suddenly, Tai Taiyan punched the box in front of him with extreme anger. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out. What's the point of being so angry? It's all because you're weaker than others. He heard this and turned around in a panic, pointed his gun at the person and shouted, Who are you? The person replied mysteriously. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you need power, right? His expression faltered for a moment, and he asked hesitantly, Power? Over at Xie Yan's place, he spoke to the person lying on the bed. Xiao Zhao, Your expression? Suddenly, a loud noise came from the kitchen, and a cloud of black smoke billowed out. On the TV, an advertisement was still playing. When you feel tired, sink into the ocean of troubles, erase it all. Xie peeked her head out and said, "Cough, cough, xiao jiao. Did you finish cooking dinner? Is Mr. Xie back? What do I do? I used up all the eggs, there's none left for Mr. Xie." Xie Yan's expression froze instantly. "Aren't there 3 eggs in the fridge?" Xiao Jiao laughed, hee, but didn't reply. Then the girl struggled with her heavily bandaged body. "Sister, I'm dying. Before I die, my greatest wish is to sleep with Yan Geike." Xie